as the armored rhinoceros gallops across the land with a grace reminiscent of surfing, and the explosive creature defies the ordinary in its aerial dance. The Pokémon world unveils itself as a realm far more chaotic than one could ever imagine. The traveler wanders through the desert, encountering peculiar, desiccated effigies amidst the swirling white mist. Two crystalline trails of tears eternally freeze the semblance of a smile. Yet, the most suffocating experience comes from confronting the Tyrant Banjira, where the oppressive atmosphere is palpable. This is no mere game, it is an authentic adventure. Are you prepared to witness it all? Chapter 1. Engaging in close combat with stinking mud. Within the forest, the vibrant life hums beneath a veil of shadows. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a beautiful, crystalline glow that exudes an elusive tranquility. The interplay of light and shadow flickers, causing the floating dust to sway gently. A few small figures flap their wings, pausing atop the branches. With a serious demeanor, their sharp eyes scan the scene unfolding on the grassy floor. One vigilant Pidgey flaps its wings, displacing a small cloud of dirt, casting a reproachful glance at its companion hidden within the underbrush. Purple claws intertwine, breaking through the earth and leaving behind a series of marks. A purple beak taps lightly against the ground, while the Pidgey, adorned with two white and one brown tuft on its head, rhythmically peeks out from the foliage. Pidgey, that is the warning call of a comrade. Lost in thought, the foraging Pidgey instinctively flaps its wings, darting out of the grass alongside its companions, merging into the grand avian flock, becoming an inconspicuous part of the throng. Whoosh! A clump of black sludge shoots into the Pidgey group, striking a hapless individual before plummeting to the ground. The grass around the landing site erupts into chaos. Mud splatters everywhere. An indescribable stench pervades the air. The Pidgeys grimace in unison and scatter, their thoughts of aiding the struck comrade swiftly forgotten. The door-like incisors embed themselves into the fruit, as a Rattata rubs its eyes in disbelief, staring at the now vacant bush beside it. There was once a thicket here, but it has vanished? Parting the weeds, the bush in flight continuously sheds its foliage, revealing a figure draped in black, its surface writhing. Upon closer inspection, it is a human. Hurry! A faint scent of blood infiltrates the nostrils as the blackened, now increasingly withered grass, subtly tinged with crimson, comes into view. Several Rattatas panic and dart from the underbrush, scattering in all directions. The bloodstains on their snowy whiskers, the crimson footprints left behind, are strikingly conspicuous. Damn it, it's you pesky rodents again. How many times has it been? Since beginning their struggle for survival in the forest, Pseudo-Mo has long lost count of the times Rattatas have pilfered from him. Think you can escape? Aniti, immobilize one and unleash the toxic gas. A wave of dark green gas swiftly spreads toward the fleeing Rattatas. Seeing this, the Rattatas redouble their speed. In the midst of a frantic escape, a small Rattata's hind legs barely touched the ground when it unexpectedly stiffened, tumbling to the ground and being engulfed by the noxious gas that pursued closely behind. Leaving one companion behind, the remaining Rattata seized the opportunity to flee. With unrelenting steps, Pseudo-Mo strode directly into the toxic gas's vicinity, whereupon the murky green haze dissipated at a visible rate, merging with the black sludge enveloping Pseudo-Mo's body. With his hands covered in the dark muck, he continually wriggled, attempting to increase the surface area covered by the small Pokémon, seemingly intent on consuming the two creatures he held. Retrieving his bamboo basket, Pseudo-Mo, clad in black attire, opened a pair of eyes, and after a series of contortions, formed a foul sludge upon the ground. Its shape bore no distinction from that of an ordinary Grimer, save for its black skin and the absence of the characteristic stench. Shiny Grimer black, with a buzz cut and long sleeves, Pseudo-Mo's sun-kissed skin exuded vitality as he tightened his camouflage pants. With keen eyes, he swiftly assessed the condition of the two small Pokémon. The Pidgey appeared in dire straits, its wings unnaturally bent and marred by Rattata bites. Its abdomen bore several lacerations, with purple-tinged innards faintly visible. The Rattata was not faring much better. Its body, stiffened by paralysis, was already frothing at the mouth, and its abdomen had turned a shade of purple. While it was feasible to provide treatment, it would be quite cumbersome. Pseudo-Mo was well acquainted with Grimer's toxins. Gazing across the endless expanse of green woods, which seemed somewhat hollow, he was reluctant to expend excessive energy on the two Pokémon, especially since they were merely peripheral creatures, a Rattata and a Pidgey. He pondered that it would be more prudent to indulge in some sustenance instead. Very well. Ani, they are yours. The trailing hem of his skirt transformed into a fluid, enveloping the Rattata and Pidgey, encasing them into two black sludge spheres. As the black muck writhed and rolled, the two spheres quickly shrank. Burp. Seizing the moment, as Grimer belched, Sado-Mu took a bite of a blue-orange fruit, while simultaneously shoving a sweet peach into Grimer's mouth, causing both their faces to contort in distaste. Ugh, the unwelcome sweetness. So sour. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar faint odor began to permeate the air, stirring the surrounding grass and dense thickets into a flurry. Grimer blinked its eyes and swallowed the blue-orange fruit in Sado-Mu's hand. Burp. After consuming the fruit, Grimer squinted contentedly, clearly pleased with the blue-orange fruit. Grimer, who detested sweetness but relished sourness, found the wild blue-orange fruit to be more aligned with its taste. The nutrient content and elemental energy of this wild blue-orange fruit were particularly satisfying to Grimer. While wild fruits were not rare, they were also not exceedingly common, boasting a higher compatibility with small Pokémon. Conversely, artificially cultivated fruits, while abundant and flavorful, could mutate to some extent and fell short in nutritional value and compatibility compared to their wild counterparts. Burp. Suddenly, Grimer adhered to Sado-Mu's body, issuing a warning. A sharp shriek echoed swiftly from afar as a purple object entered Sado-Mu's line of sight. Utilizing inertia to reach the pinnacle, the purple creature gracefully traced a parabolic arc through the air before landing heavily a short distance away from Sado-Mu, bouncing twice upon impact. Both Sado-Mu and his sludge Pokémon were startled by the sudden appearance of the sprite. After a brief standoff lasting approximately 3 seconds, the small Rattata began to struggle as it attempted to rise. It appeared that the injuries inflicted by its fall from a great height were rapidly healing. This vitality was not typical of an ordinary Rattata. The forest breeze brought a slight chill, and Sado-Mu felt several drops of rain fall upon him. He wiped his forehead, discovering some moisture. Mud. With that, Sado-Mu gestured emphatically with his right hand. The bond between the sprite and its trainer could reach a level of unspoken understanding, yet it was evident that Sado-Mu and his sludge Pokémon had a considerable journey ahead of them. Gazing at his stiffened right hand in bewilderment, Sado-Mu exclaimed, "What is it? Do you want me to engage in close combat like you? It's not a Zygarde. Utilize Mud Slap to hinder its movements. Hurry." With a flick of his left hand, he sent a glob of sludge flying, which accurately struck the Rattata, just as it regained its footing. Although Sado-Mu's strength was negligible and the impact of the Mud Slap was weak, the mud was exceptionally viscous, particularly given the sticky nature of his sludge Pokémon. Sado-Mu rummaged through his basket and retrieved a pointed stone with a smooth hole at its base. He then found a stick of appropriate thickness and inserted it into the hole of the stone. It was slightly loose, just right. The molten black sludge seeped into the gap between the stone and the stick, effectively sealing it while simultaneously enveloping the stone's surface with a hardened layer of mud. With a swift motion, Sado-Mu rubbed his palms together, gauged the distance, and positioned himself near the struggling Rattata. He swung the jagged stone hammer down with great force. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 2. Gas Eruption. A rough stone hammer was tossed aside, its surface stained with blood that quickly mingled with the black mud. Sado-Mu withdrew a Pokeball and captured the now unconscious Rattata without any resistance. The sludge Pokémon gleefully licked the bloodstains clean from the ground. How did this drenched rat know? This Rattata become so soaked? How could it even fly? Sado-Mu glanced at the lush, surrounding bushes and overgrown grass, bewildered by the sudden presence of water. It's raining. His sludge Pokémon pointed with its tiny finger towards the direction from which the drenched Rattata had come up in the air. Sado-Mu rolled his eyes, dismissing his Pokémon's foolishness as he rapidly engaged his oil-stained brain. First and foremost, Rattata couldn't fly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Wasn't that obvious? Cursed be the distraction of his Pokémon's antics. Ignoring the curious gaze of his sludge companion, he cleared his throat and prepared to start anew. Sado-Mu's eyes narrowed into slits. A scream, in the air, a drenched rat. It must be a water-type skill. The vicinity was already on the fringes of the forest. Beyond lay the heart of the woods, and the nearest river was at least 3 kilometers to the southwest. Could it be a trainer? Using water-type Pokémon in the forest? They were either confident, foolish, or in a dire situation. That direction was perilous. With a 2/3 probability, it was worth a gamble. Annie, let's take a look. Huh. We'll collect the bamboo basket later. After about a year and a half of acclimatization, the muck weighed around 30 kilograms. Yet Sato Mo seemed oblivious to its heft as he strolled forward. Sato Mo picked up a half-cut blade of grass from the ground, its edge remarkably smooth, indicative of a master in slicing techniques. Could one discern the caliber of a Pokémon from merely a half-blade of grass? Sato Mo, of course, could not. But if a path wide enough for a person suddenly appeared before you, with weeds meticulously sliced away, and each clump of grass exhibiting a pristine edge, wouldn't it pique your curiosity? On this journey, Sato Mo had already spotted no fewer than 4 such paths. Strangely, on one of them, there was a human footprint. Nearby, the trunk of a tree bore several gash marks, each approximately 2 centimeters wide. The most extended cut began at a height of over 2 meters, slashing diagonally, while the deepest gash nearly severed the tree in two, still fresh from the strike. Surrounding the roots were tracks resembling serrated teeth, with 2 short and 1 long toe impression appearing as if freshly imprinted. Clearly, that scyther had departed not long ago. Sato Mo surveyed the dense gashes around him. Further hacking would lead to devastation. The direction of the footprints aligned precisely with the human's trajectory. Young scythers tend to dwell in groups, honing their skills under the guidance of elder scythers. They only depart their colonies when they find that sparring with peers no longer yields improvement, embarking on solitary training. A lone scyther, even in the forest, is a rare sight. With its swift movements and combative nature, coupled with the danger posed by its 2 large scythes, the chilling image of those white blades flashed in Sato Mo's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. A Rattata flung aside by a water-type attack? Alas, if targeted by a solitary scyther, its fate was likely sealed. No matter, I must see what's happening. Lowering his head once more to confirm that there was no red upon him, he set off. Annie, come, on me. We are leaving. In under 3 seconds, the muck transformed into a pool of sludge, flowing towards Sato Mo. It first enveloped his shoes, then the camouflage pants encasing his legs, followed by his upper body. From bottom to top, the sludge gradually encased Sato Mo, leaving only his face exposed, while his exterior morphed into a camouflage hue. This was the talent of the glistening Pokémon sludge, an extraordinary mastery over bodily control. The scents surrounding Sato Mo, along with the foul odor of the muck, were all absorbed into its form. Adorned in foul sludge, Sato Mo traversed the forest, perpetually gathering branches that adhered to the surface of the muck. Before long, a stunted tree emerged from the underbrush, its branches swaying incessantly as he walked. The wind was relentless, and the trees could not find stillness. With the rhythm of the forest, Sato Mo vanished from sight. After his departure, the nearby thicket erupted in commotion as the wild sprites returned to their accustomed domains. Among the unassuming bushes lay a bamboo basket, accompanied by a crude stone hammer. Shortly after Sato Mo and the sludge had departed, a few pairs of glimmering eyes appeared amidst the weeds. The sprites in the grass exhibited a mix of surprise and curiosity, fixating on Sato Mo's bamboo basket while occasionally surveying their surroundings as if searching for someone. Among the flora, several clusters of bushes appeared more verdant, their leaves beaded with mist that gradually coalesced into droplets at their tips. The leaves, unable to bear the burgeoning weight of the droplets, began to bend and warp. Plop the droplets relinquished their hold, and after a brief free fall, they saturated the earth of the forest. Freed from their burdens, the leaves sprang back, sending mist scattering in all directions. Wiping the accumulated moisture from his face, Sato Mo noticed a section of the bushes to his left was missing a jagged opening as if forcibly broken. Ah, that thicket has been breached. The severed branches bore fresh cuts, and a faint scent of sap mingled with a pungent trace of blood lingered in the air. The deeper he ventured, the more cautious Sato Mo became. He had no desire to become a fragmented corpse, discarded in some forgotten corner of the woods. The underbrush thinned, revealing a cluster of small rattatas encircling a lifeless body, occasionally tossing aside tattered scraps of cloth. The small creatures intermittently glanced around, their mouths moving incessantly, their cheeks smeared with blood. The experience of consuming other beings was entirely different from witnessing one's own kind being devoured. Crackle. The sound of kindling bursting echoed within his chest, and Sato-Mo felt a surge of anger tempered by rationality. He intended only to recover the body, not to engage in a desperate struggle. Raising his arm with his palm, facing the Rattatas, the black sludge enveloping his hand swelled rapidly, forming a sphere of unchanging volume, akin to an overinflated balloon under increasing pressure. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened on the back of his hand, and the sludge winked at Sato-Mo, signaling its readiness. The east wind has arrived. Toxic gas release. With a pulp, a small hole appeared in the black sludge balloon, causing it to deflate instantly. Under pressure, the toxic gas contained within swiftly erupted towards the cluster of Rattatas. Chapter 3. The gas blaster. All was prepared. The favorable wind had arrived. A slightly larger Rattata felt a chill rise from the tip of its tail, surging straight to its whiskers as it abruptly lifted its head. A beam of dark green light descended amidst the Rattata swarm, akin to a targeted energy wave, and toxic gas instantaneously began to diffuse in all directions. With a loud whoosh, the dark green poison not only impaired the Rattata's vision, but also stripped them of their sense of smell. Simultaneously, the acrid stench provoked incessant coughing and nausea among the Rattata, while the insidious toxins stealthily drained their strength. Caught off guard by the inexplicable assault and faced with an unknown foe, the Rattata found their vision and olfactory senses rendered useless, compounded by the accumulating toxins within them. They were ensnared in a mental quagmire, leading to their immediate collapse. The more agile Rattata quickly chose a direction and dashed out of the toxic gas's reach. However, one timid Rattata, upon escaping the noxious cloud, sprinted into the forest in a panic. Unfortunately, it had bolted downwind and was soon overtaken by the poison. Foaming at the mouth before collapsing, its abdomen tinged with purple while its limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Poison. Apart from their natural enemies, poison-type Pokémon are the last creatures any wild Pokémon wish to encounter. Without exception, not only do poison types possess various toxins, but some even harbor far more terrifying venoms. If antidotes are not administered promptly, the agony of death is excruciating. As the mountain breeze gently blew, the toxic gas in the area was swiftly dissipated. With resolve, the Rattata leader declared, "You all retreat. I will cover you." The agitated Rattata paused for a fleeting moment before rushing into the forest in a frenzied stampede, leaving the leader's eyes twitching in dismay. What a failure this leader turned out to be. Sato-Mo glanced contemptuously at the fleeing Rattata, sneering. Such cowardice is of no use in capture. Yet, this one here seems rather promising. The Rattata shrank back, its hind legs retreating slightly as its hard-won courage began to evaporate rapidly. With its feet shrouded in black sludge, Sato-Mo silently emerged, removing the twigs clinging to its filthy form, revealing its true appearance. It was a creature resembling a human, its surface coated in writhing black muck, with purple stripes adorning parts of its body. Upon realizing the assailant was a muck creature, the Rattata leader instinctively held its breath and took a step back. Since it was muck, even holding its breath, the odor seemed oddly absent. Why was there no stench? Wait, is it not foul? The Rattata leader expanded its nostrils and inhaled deeply, leaning back slightly as its abdomen filled with air. Suddenly, it detected a medley of scents, the metallic tang of blood, the fear of its kin, the earthy taste of soil, and a subtle sweetness, yet none of the rancid odor it had anticipated. Not only was there silence in its movements, but this muck lacked its signature foulness, odorless and soundless. Was it truly a muck creature? The little Rattata leader choked. Sato-Mo observed as the diminutive creature inhaled and exhaled, ultimately succumbing to a fit of coughing. Could it be that this creature lacked intelligence? Once the Rattata's breathing seemed to stabilize, Sato-Mo called out, "Hey, I said, you foul mud can speak human language." No, wait, this is a human, just clad in the guise of a filthy Rattata leader. If that were the case, I would prefer that the mud could indeed converse. The Rattata leader, now retreating, narrowed its eyes, shedding its previously naive demeanor. The sharp gaze emanating from its slanted eyes shifted as it dodged the muddy attack hurled by Sato-Mo. Hiske. Lowering his right hand, Sato-Mo had anticipated a swift resolution. The Rattata leader crouched low, its tail raised high, muscles rippling along its limbs and torso. Even under the corrosive effects of toxins, its honed physique was capable of rapidly gathering strength. Its crimson eyes fixated on Sato-Mo, with its right hand resting firmly against its chest, momentarily only needing to guard against an attack from the left. With a slight exertion of its forelimbs, it shifted its entire body to the left. In a delicate yet powerful manner, its poised hind legs, upon making contact with the ground, left a small crater in their wake, The energy accumulated within its muscles partially released, sending a spray of earth into the air. More significantly, this energy transformed into kinetic force, propelling the Rattata like a released arrow towards the human and the mud with astonishing speed. Suspended in midair, the Rattata cleaved through the oncoming currents, drool escaping the corner of its mouth, trailing behind it like a ribbon. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing incisors that glimmered like blades. A fatal display. The red irises of its triangular eyes were ablaze, with only a pinprick of white pupil faintly visible. Within that gaze, the unmoving figure of the human was reflected, appearing momentarily paralyzed by the sudden eruption of the Rattata's attack. The corners of the Rattata leader's mouth lifted slightly, perhaps in derision at its complacent opponent, or maybe in delight over its foe's underestimation. The smirk widened until its throat was fully exposed to Pseudo-Mo and the mud. Pseudo-Mo remained composed, casually lifting his hand to grasp the Rattata, while the mud swiftly incapacitated its movements. The Rattata's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as its limbs flailed, leaving trails of afterimages in the air in search of non-existent leverage. The reason? The human's face was right before it. So close, it was tantalizingly near. Pseudo-Mo held the Rattata leader firmly, watching its mouth open and close before his face. Though its incisors could shatter stone, striking was futile if it could not land a hit. With a thud, Pseudo-Mo tossed the bewildered Rattata to the ground, the sticky mud clinging to it rapidly adhering to the surface below. The Rattata could not fathom how it had been captured. By a human, no less. How could this be possible? What's so hard to understand? Pseudo-Mo retorted. Even if your speed is commendable among Rattatas, can you outrun a speedster like Houndoom? I have battled against Houndoom nearly 400 times. Hey, I lost all 400. Don't be ridiculous. I only lost 396. Humph. A prominent vein throbbed on Pseudo-Mo's forehead as he reprimanded the foul-smelling sludge. Could you refrain from spouting nonsense? We must focus on the data. Oh, is that so? Humph. Little Rattata, you have two choices. First, you can surrender willingly and allow me to capture you. Second, I can beat you to a pulp before capturing you. He produced a miniature Pokeball and placed it within the line of sight of the Rattata leader. Behold, this is the consequence of the second option. With a dismissive glance at Pseudo-Mo, the Rattata retorted, I would rather perish than be captured by you. Lost 400 battles? Huh. A pronounced vein pulsed again on Pseudo-Mo's forehead as he took deep breaths, not wishing to test the resilience of his blood vessels. Where's my hammer? Oh right. I didn't bring it. After a moment's contemplation, Pseudo-Mo fashioned a makeshift torch from his surroundings, retrieving a lighter from his pocket to ignite it. The sludge in his left hand morphed into a smaller sphere, though the amount of toxic gas remained unchanged, the ball size being slightly diminished. I told you not to dodge from the start. You brought this upon yourself. He positioned the torch in the center and aimed the sludge ball at the bewildered Rattata. Sludge, use the gas spray. Chapter 4. Corpses and cards. An acrid stench permeated the air, and black smoke billowed, dispersing with the wind. The sludge ball visibly shrank. Green flames flickering unpredictably, accompanied by chilling screams echoing in the dim glow. The noxious and burnt odors drove away the nearby Pokémon, pushing them further into the distance. The two formidable challenges of open flame, smoke, and heat thoroughly captivated Pseudo-Mo. Even a wave of his hand could not dispel the acrid scent lingering at his nostrils. For the sake of both himself and Pseudo-Mo, the sludge truly struggled to contain its breath. Fortunately, there was no gas explosion this time. Although the gas energy was limited, it was more than sufficient to produce an obscured object shrouded in a dark mosaic. The charred skin quietly parted, revealing a hue tinged with purple. The intense heat of the flames, the toxic gases produced by combustion, and the toxins infiltrating the Rattata's body. Oh, sometimes an excessively vigorous life force is not a blessing. This creature truly possessed merit. Its mental fortitude, sense of responsibility, and fighting spirit were commendable among Rattatas, but alas, you have consumed a human. Pseudo-Mo threw a Pokeball at it, and like the Rattata he had knocked out, it offered no resistance. The ball settling steadily on the ground. Let us sell this one. It's fierce. It harbors no fear of humans. It could fetch a good price on the black market. Even after medical expenses, I could make a profit. Pseudo-Mo commanded, Sludge, clear the area. As he swung his arm, several clumps of muck were flung into the grass, a faint, unpleasant odor beginning to waft through the air. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was undeniably repugnant. Having cohabited with the sludge for nearly 2 years, it had progressed from spreading its stench indiscriminately to being able to control its odor at will, a feat requiring tremendous effort from the sludge itself. After waiting for a while, the grass remained eerily tranquil. During this expedition into the mountains, Sato had brought along 3 empty Pokeballs, and now only 1 remained. After some deliberation, he decided to capture the small Rattata that had caught his attention. It was slightly damp and smeared with mud, with parts of its body appearing swollen, as if it had just been in a skirmish. He had no interest in capturing a fighter, so he would leave the other intact Rattatas to fate. In his preoccupation with collecting the small Rattata, he failed to notice that the ground around him had grown even more sodden, with several puddles forming. There were traces of blood scattered about, and Sato was certain that there was more than just Rattata's blood present. But where was that water-type Pokémon? The dense underbrush and thick weeds provided ample hiding spots. As per his usual routine, Sato called out, "Hey, is there any Pokémon here? If you can hear me, please respond. If not, I shall pack up and leave." His gaze fell upon a body beneath a tree, dressed in a blue and white shirt, ordinary blue jeans, and a pair of tattered black sneakers. Unsurprisingly, they were in a state of disrepair. The red backpack lay open, its mouth facing downward, with various items scattered haphazardly in the shade. Sato deduced that this trainer must have lingered beneath the tree to retrieve something from the backpack. He casually picked up a torn strip of cloth from the ground, its jagged edges suggesting it had been ripped by a Pokémon. He recalled the dark, pixelated shape, which had once flaunted its sharp incisors to him. The nameless trainer had been cleaved in two, face down, with numerous bite marks around the severed area. The cuts near the bones were remarkably smooth, as if severed by a finely honed blade. Ignoring the gnawed edges, he focused on the midpoint where the body had been bisected, an image seared into his mind. A creature resembling a mantis, a scyther, was lurking in the shadows, provoked by the tantalizing red backpack, stealthily tracking the young trainer. The rapid flapping of its wings created vibrations that perfectly melded with the forest's cacophony. Suddenly, the trainer had removed the backpack and placed it before him. As the vibrant red vanished from sight, the scyther silently approached the inexperienced trainer, its gleaming white blade slicing through the air. Sato glanced at the incision that pierced the trainer's heart and felt a sense of relief that this unfortunate soul had not struggled for long. Exhaling softly, Sato gestured for the sludge to envelop his palm. With considerable effort, he turned the trainer's upper body over. The protruding eyes and youthful features seemed familiar. Wasn't this the trainer who had purchased berries from his stall just the previous morning? Before leaving, he had mentioned returning from the forest to buy more berries. Sato felt a surge of disbelief at this peculiar reunion. As he searched the trainer's waist, he retrieved a Pokeball, but the Pokémon within had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the small pond before him, along with the surrounding shrubbery that bore the marks of a tumultuous encounter, Sato contemplated the fierce struggle that the trainer's Pokémon must have endured. However, regardless of the valiant efforts of that little creature, it held no relevance to Sato, particularly given its current state of disappearance. With a silent curse, he lamented the unfortunate circumstance that now rendered it impossible for him to retrieve the trainer's card. Such scenes were all too common, a trainer meeting their demise in the wild, leaving behind their Pokémon locked within Pokeballs. The remaining Pokémon, upon breaking free, either returned to the wilderness or lingered momentarily, awaiting the arrival of another trainer to attend to the situation. With the Pokeball now ajar, the likelihood that this unknown Pokémon had liberated itself was high. After rummaging through his belongings, Sato soon unearthed the card from his inner pocket, a rectangular piece measuring 6 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in width, signifying the trainer's identity as a citizen of the League. The card belonged to a 12-year-old named Murabe Kazuki from the city of Hoenn. A rather unfortunate fate indeed. Sato rolled his eyes, recognizing that this individual was merely a potential casualty, contributing to the toll of the Yuzuki mountain forest. Once he finished his internal grievances, he meticulously returned the card to its original place. Had Kazuki's Pokémon still been present, Sato could have accompanied the creature and the card back to the Pokémon Center, handing it over to Nurse Joy, known as Joy-Chun in Shannon Town, as an act of kindness, while also earning some league points and currency in the process. Yet here was Kazuki, having left Shannon Town yesterday only to meet his untimely demise today, with his Pokémon's whereabouts still unknown. Now, Sato was left to return with nothing but the card. In truth, with Kazuki already deceased, his family would only hope to confirm 2 matters. First, that he had valiantly perished alongside his Pokémon in the wild, and second, that his card could be recovered. If both conditions were met, Kazuki's family would receive commendable support from the League, as their policies favored such cases. Anything beyond that held little significance. Chapter 5. A fortuitous meeting. Could Sato declare that Kazuki's Pokémon had vanished? Certainly not. Consider the implications. A trainer had been slain merely a day prior. And now his Pokémon was missing. Would that not suggest a lack of bond between the trainer and his Pokémon? How could one tarnish the reputation of a trainer who had contributed to the league in such a manner? It would be utterly outrageous to conclude with an accusation of having taken possession of his Pokémon without consent. The death of a trainer is a grave matter, and the inability to reclaim a card is but a trivial concern. However, being falsely accused of appropriating another's Pokémon would be an egregious offense. Satomu had no desire to provoke the league's ire over such petty issues. Carefully placing the card beside the village's edge, Satomu observed the unwavering eyes of Kazuki Murakami, unmistakably filled with an intense unwillingness. He had embarked on this journey with the intent to explore, yet had not even had the opportunity to challenge the gym or showcase his skills in the league tournament. Satomu attempted to close Kazuki's eyes, but it did not yield the cinematic effect he had hoped for. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up some leaves and gently placed them over Kazuki's wide-open eyes, temporarily shielding them from view. With this makeshift cover, Satomu sighed in relief. The sight of those unblinking eyes had made him quite uneasy. Now, what to do next? First, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the elusive water-type Pokémon. Satomu understood he had three choices. 1. Turn around and walk away, leaving everything behind. Satomu, wouldn't that be a complete loss? 2. Locate the Pokémon and attempt to reclaim Kazuki's belongings, primarily the card and his backpack. Where on earth could that little rascal be? 3. Abandon the search for the Pokémon and return the card to its original spot, taking only Kazuki's possessions. However, if he chose this path, and the Pokémon happened to be nearby, it would surely not remain passive, resulting in the loss of any chance to capture it, along with some inherent risks. Satomu, huh? Then I shall not be held accountable. Frustrated, Satomu gazed at Kazuki's bulging backpack, estimating its contents to be quite substantial. Yet the value of these items could not compensate for the potential risks ahead. He angrily swept his hand across the ground, as if to vent his pent-up frustration, inadvertently collecting some dried leaves in the process. Out of the corner of his eye, Satomu spotted a dried leaf lying motionless on the ground. Gently pinching it, he lifted it slowly. The leaf's yellowed surface was adorned with glistening strands of viscous liquid, firmly adhering it to the ground. It was not water. Satomu leaned down to sniff, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood. He glanced back at the fallen Rattata, its blood a vivid red, while the substance before him was indeed a pale blue. Could it be the blood of that Pokémon? This realization prompted Satomu to scan the surroundings for any blue markings. Blue blood, blue. He found it. With a newfound clue, he quickly discovered several patches of bloodstains extending ahead, intermittently leading towards the vanishing thicket. The soil beneath that thicket was remarkably damp, akin to mud. Could it be hiding within? Hey, mud, Satomu whispered. Suddenly, the mud beneath him exerted a slight pressure against his palm. Satomu's eyes brightened. Perhaps there was light at the end of the tunnel. However, just then, mud emitted a sound that sent a chill down Satomu's spine. He watched as bubbles of various sizes began to rise from the muddy pit. Subsequently, a slender jet of water shot forth from the muddy depths beneath the thicket, carrying a mix of mud and sand, transforming the once clear stream into a murky torrent aimed directly at Satomu, albeit at a slow speed. The water flowed chaotically, lacking any substantial force. In comparison to the speed of a wind speed dog's tongue, this water jet's velocity was remarkably slow. Satomu tilted his head to evade the sudden blast of water, only to realize, after he had made the evasive move, that it was unnecessary. The murky water merely brushed past him. Even without dodging, Satomu would have faced no harm. An unending stream of water formed a column of muddy liquid beside him, and the little spirit within the muddy depths seemed to possess boundless energy. A few droplets of mud splashed on his Satomu's forehead, the viscous liquid laboriously trickling down his cheek. He heard a dull thud behind him as the water jet struck an object, followed by a muffled grunt, and a small Rattata was sent flying by the muddy torrent. With no signs of purple spots, it appeared to have returned after being cured of poison. Satomu pondered when this little Rattata had arrived. If it were to bite him, the experience would not be pleasant. The water-blasted Rattata collided heavily with a tree trunk, scraping against it before tumbling down, ultimately lying motionless on the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion. In stark contrast to the unconscious Rattata, Satomu was intrigued by the little spirit concealed within the muddy water. While he busied himself soothing the almost rampaging Grimer, he focused his attention on the sludge beneath the bushes. He couldn't help but swallow hard, considering that this little spirit had chosen to assist him. Satomu felt that this encounter would yield fruitful rewards. Yet, How was it aware of the Rattata's ambush without revealing itself? Hey, thanks for that. He called out. Beb. Beb. Grimer poked its head out from Sato Moichi's shoulder, chattering incessantly at the muddy water. After waiting for a moment, they observed a few bubbles unexpectedly rise to the surface of the calm water. The liquid bulged slightly, and a sky-blue fin-like object emerged. The muddy water quickly receded from the surface of the blue fin, which was fan-shaped, broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, with two distinct black lines running across it. However, a small portion of the fin facing Sato Moichi was mysteriously missing, as if it had been bitten. Squinting at the blue fin peeking out of the water, Sato Moichi felt a sense of familiarity. As it completely emerged from the water, the little spirit remained still, a testament to its wariness. Quite cautious, Sato Moichi mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Under the watchful gaze of Sato Moichi and Grimer, the little spirit shivered, and the blue fin quivered slightly. It seemed to sense that the human before it bore no ill intent, gradually revealing its head from the muddy water. A round, sky-blue crown adorned its head, followed by its round eyes, cautiously assessing the human before it, its big, watery eyes brimming with suspicion. After a moment of silent eye contact, just as Sato Moichi was about to speak, Grimer abruptly extended its neck between them, exaggeratedly waving its short arms while babbling excitedly. The little spirit suddenly submerged its eyes into the muddy water, seemingly startled by Grimer's exuberant demeanor, like an ostrich burrowing into a sand pile. It forgot to retract its slightly trembling blue fins, which remained conspicuously exposed. The flailing hands abruptly halted midair, and in Sato's gaze, the foul mud solidified. Chapter 6. Burial and Reward. Sato suppressed a chuckle. Anu, it's all right. Come on, lend me a hand. Due to Sato's movements, the small sprite's exposed blue fins quivered incessantly, constantly adjusting their position in response to Sato and the foul mud's actions. As Sato ventured into the forest, it wasn't long before he discovered a smooth branch. Anu, let's craft a shovel. With a swift motion, the muddy hand gripping the stick suddenly melted into black sludge, rapidly enveloping the branch and forming a shovel shape at the end, albeit appearing somewhat droopy. Under the foul mud's manipulation, it quickly hardened, solidifying along with the surrounding black sludge, resulting in a makeshift mud shovel. The edges of the shovel appeared quite sharp, though the handle bore a few lumps. Sato grasped the completed mud shovel and thrust it into the ground, encountering slight resistance. Yet half of the shovel sank into the earth. With a firm push of his foot on the shovel, accompanied by his waist and arms, he heaved. The soil was dislodged from the ground, promptly flung aside, leaving a small section of earth missing, with cracks forming in the surrounding soil. In these past 2 years of running through the forest, Sato had developed a physique that was now proving its worth. The foul mud encased Sato's arm, assisting in the effort, while Sato dug with fervor. Soon enough, a shallow pit was excavated. In the forest, the depth of a grave for burying a body need not be excessive, regardless of whether the pit was deep or shallow. The outcome for the body remained unchanged. Moreover, Sato did not genuinely wish to protect his remains. The exertion to lay him to rest was merely a means of seeking solace for himself. More importantly, he was fatigued. After a brief respite, Sato staggered toward the edge of the village. Observing the scattered debris on the ground, he paused to contemplate for a moment, then decisively collected the items littered about into his spatial backpack, subsequently relocating his dismembered remains into the pit. Before covering the earth, Sato deliberately placed a card from the village into his pocket. Clutching the card within his pocket, he murmured, "I'm merely taking this card from the village to return to the Pokémon Center, nothing more." After waiting a while, and noticing that the small sprite remained unresponsive, Sato remarked, "Then I'll take your silence as agreement. Anu, let us get to work." The foul mud languidly sprawled on the ground, waving a hand at Sato to signify its reluctance to move. "Come on, Anu, get up." Sato rolled his eyes, ignoring the foul mud. He began to fill the pit himself. Within less than half a minute of working solo, Sato noticed the foul mud inching closer to assist him. Suddenly, he turned to see a small blue sprite, roughly the size of a puppy, standing behind him, its tail adorned with a fan-like fin, akin to the fin atop its head. On each of his cheeks, 3 orange, needle-like protrusions glimmered, still besmirched with remnants of muddy water. A long, jagged gash marred the back of the water-leap fish, creating a most fearsome appearance. Since the dawn of his memories, Sato Mo has been immersed in the study of sprites. After a brief rummage through his recollections, he identified the creature before him. It was the water-leap fish, one of the esteemed trio of the Hoenn region. Though he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing the living embodiment of the water-leap fish filled Sato Mo with indescribable excitement, hastening his actions in the filling of the earth. The water-leap fish gazed blankly at the partially buried corpse of Murakami, enveloped in silence. Sato-mo and his companion, Stinky Mud, also halted their labor. "Hey, Stinky," Sato-mo gestured, understanding that what the water-leap fish required was not mere words of comfort. Suddenly, he heard a soft splashing sound, followed by a chill at his feet. Looking down, he noticed a stream of water washing past him, the once arid soil gradually saturating, transforming into a muddy slurry. In an instant, Sato-mo's trousers were dampened. Before Sato-mo's eyes, the mud that had settled on the ground began to coalesce into a flow, gradually filling the pit. The earthy yellow sludge first occupied the bottom of the pit, and then the liquid level slowly rose, obscuring Murakami's body from Sato-mo's sight. The water-leap fish had its eyes tightly shut, a faint blue glow seeping through the cracks of its eyelids, while droplets of muddy water dripped steadily from beneath them. Stinky Mud diligently collaborated with the water-leap fish, swiftly filling the pit with mud and soil. Sato-mo stood at the edge of the pit, silently watching until Murakami's figure was completely obscured. Stinky Mud assisted the water-leap fish, both vigorously patting the surface of the earthen grave. With their combined efforts, the surface of the grave became increasingly firm. Eventually, part of Stinky Mud dissolved, forming a layer of sludge over the grave. After receiving the water-leap fish's assent, Stinky Mud solidified the mud on the surface. Thus, a sturdy earthen grave was completed. The water-leap fish squatted silently before the grave. Sato-mo exchanged a glance with Stinky Mud, who stood foolishly beside the water-leap fish, offering silent companionship. Sato-mo procured a wooden stick, a few stones, and several strips of fabric to wrap around the stick. The tattered strips, each of varying hues, adorned the stick, rendering it quite unseemly as he planted it before the grave as a rudimentary tombstone for Murakami. When he prepared to inscribe a message, Sato-mo realized he lacked a pen or any writing instrument. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted an unconscious Rattata. With a cry of despair, he inflicted several wounds upon the Rattata, drawing forth its blood to laboriously etch upon the fabric, tomb of Murakami. With a determined thrust, he drove the stick into the ground before the grave, surrounding it with stones for stability. Crack! Crouched quietly beside the agile water-leap fish, Sato-mo observed its movements when the creature unexpectedly spoke. The mud surrounding it seemed to come alive, writhing under the watchful gaze of the foul mire and Sato-mo, enveloping the base of the wooden stick along with the stones. The foul mire moved forward to solidify the mud one final time. Once everything was completed, Sato-mo gazed at the humble earthen grave, suddenly feeling a deep sense of empathy. The journeying trainers, who unbeknownst to them, might one day succumb in an obscure corner, ultimately finding their final resting place far from home, some not even granted the opportunity for burial. The water-leap fish, resting atop a mound of toxic sludge at the village's edge, served as a protective barrier against other mischievous spirits. Observing the vacant expression of the water-leap fish, Sato-mo felt a lump in his throat, choking back his emotions. However, the toxicity of the foul mire was rather endearing, as the body of the village spirit would rapidly decompose, likely completing the process by the day after tomorrow. In the end, my apologies. I am unable to take him away. Traversing through the forest with the scent of blood lingering around the village spirit was beyond my capabilities. With a soft nudge against Sato-mo's pant leg, the water-leap fish displayed a broad smile. Since you are satisfied, let us discuss the matter of compensation. Surely, we cannot toil without reward. Chapter 7. The Way Forward. Sato-mo and the foul mire beamed with joy, while the water-leap fish stared blankly at them, its smile still intact. Compensation? What is that? The surprise was overwhelming. Inadvertently brushing against a wound, the water-leap fish's smile froze, revealing its discomfort as it grimaced in place. The wounds on the water-leap fish were somewhat gruesome, and combined with the stubbornness reflected in its smile. Sato-mo grimaced in response. From his pocket, he retrieved a small blue-orange fruit. Though its unripe taste was likely unremarkable, it would effectively replenish the spirit's stamina. This tree fruit was precisely what the water-leap fish needed at this moment. Here, this is a blue-orange fruit. I picked it from the forest this morning. While its flavor may not compare to that cultivated by humans, its restorative effects are remarkable. The water-leap fish glanced at the foul mire before shifting its gaze back to Sato-mo's face, remaining silent. This is complimentary. The water-leap fish bit into the blue-orange fruit and began to eat slowly. Well, Sato-mo continued without hesitation, oh that. I would like that spatial backpack. It's of no use left in the forest. You see, cough cough. That's all right. Upon hearing Sato-mo mention the backpack, the water-leap fish nodded without hesitation. indicating its agreement. For the kindness shown in burying the village spirit, the water-leap fish was eager to repay Sado-mu. Yay! Sado-mu immediately rose, retrieving a Pokeball from the spatial backpack to capture the unconscious Rattata. With the spatial backpack slung over his shoulder, he signaled to the water-leap fish that it was time to leave. Let us return to the Pokemon Center for your healing. Just so you know, don't count on me. I am rather impoverished. Before Sado-mu could finish his sentence, the water-leap fish, standing still, suddenly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The water-leap fish was already gravely injured, and in addition to that, while burying Village 1, it had exerted considerable energy. By the time it was laid to rest, the tension in its body and mind, which had been tightly wound, suddenly relaxed within a short span, leading to a painful eruption of its injuries and fatigue. Oh dear, let's hurry back, Sado-mu exclaimed, swiftly recalling the water-leap fish into its Pokeball. You must hold on, otherwise I will face immeasurable losses. The return journey was markedly different from the arrival. The stinky mud enveloped Sado-mu's upper body, emanating a noxious odor akin to a malevolent trait. With his supply of berries running low, he was acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of foraging in the forest after having already been there earlier that morning. The forest's inhabitants would not take kindly to his intrusion again. Thus, Sado-mu resolved to return to the town and entrust the care of his companion to Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center in Shannon Town. Clad in stinky mud, Sado-mu sprinted towards the town, taking a shortcut at full speed. Without the burden of a bamboo basket, his pace quickened significantly. What had been a cautious departure transformed into a chaotic dash. While navigating his shortcut, he inevitably disturbed other wild Pokemon, such as the Pidgey perched on a large branch, preening its feathers, while occasionally glancing at the leisurely Caterpie munching on leaves nearby. The Rattata foraging in the bushes remained blissfully unaware of the crimson serpent's tongue that had emerged from the grass, aiming directly at it, all of which painted a serene picture of the forest. Suddenly, the exposed tongue froze mid-air, trembling briefly before retracting with lightning speed, causing a ripple in the tranquil grass. The concealed Ekans swiftly slithered away, making no effort to mask its movement. The surrounding Pokemon took note of the scene, feeling a mix of alarm and curiosity. What manner of serpent was this? Pidgey and Rattata's bewilderment was short-lived, as the wind carried a scent that made the little creatures frown in distaste. It was an indescribable odor, subtle yet unpleasant, evoking a sense of revulsion. Indeed, it was repugnant. Like the scent of coriander, the aroma of durian, the stench of rotten eggs, or any other odor one detested. In short, it was foul. As the odor intensified, Sado-mu, clad in stinky mud, came into view of the bewildered Pokemon. In an instant, they understood the source of the disturbance. So that's what it is. Good heavens, it's stinky mud. Why don't you stay in the muck instead of gallivanting about? Regardless of the wild Pokemon's inner turmoil, Sado-mu maintained his swift pace, racing along the most direct route to town. Forget it. You may be odious, but you have your reasons. The green caterpillar, with remnants of leaves lingering at its mouth, twitched its lips a few times, deciding to abandon the delectable foliage. It nimbly turned away, deliberately brushing against the tree trunk to discard the leaves clinging to its mouth. I am no scavenger, the caterpillar thought indignantly. Ugh, these leaves smell foul. Bobo. The little Rattata, along with other nearby sprites, instinctively set aside their tasks and vacated the area tainted by the noxious muck. In simple terms, the further they could flee, the better. Sado-mu raced down the hill, the sludge exhibiting no restraint in releasing its unpleasant odor, making the descent quite breezy. As for the other sprites, I wouldn't mind if they came face to face with me and my stinky companion. Truly, I wouldn't. Puffing and panting, Sado-mu focused intently on his journey, skillfully leaping over the uneven terrain ahead. Gradually, the path widened and smoothed out, with trees on either side becoming sparser, giving way to increasingly lush undergrowth. Occasionally, clusters of fruit trees could be glimpsed, their heavy boughs bowing under the weight of ripe fruit. Sado-mu understood well that the wild fruits bore little resemblance to such weighty specimens. He had reached the outskirts of human habitation. Continuing onward would significantly increase the likelihood of encountering others. If anyone were to spot his uniquely colored sludge, trouble would surely ensue. As he stepped into the shaded area, Sado-mu called out, "Inai." Just as he spoke, the sludge's black hue began to fade, transforming into a pale lavender as it moved, deeper patterns emerging upon its surface. In mere seconds, the sludge altered its coloration, and the pungent odor began to dissipate. Emerging from the shade, a normally colored sludge basked in the sunlight, appearing entirely unremarkable to the casual observer, save for its less potent scent. Perhaps, To a somewhat seasoned breeder, this less odorous sludge might indicate a degree of malnutrition. Well done, Ani. Chapter 8. Return in the spatial backpack at the northern gate of Shannan Town, directly facing the Moonlight Mountain Forest. A broad path led straight into the wilderness. This thoroughfare witnessed a bustling flow of pedestrians daily, with numerous small vendors lining the roadside. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the road brimmed with activity. Soon, the quaint town gate loomed into view, prompting a smile of delight to spread across Sadomo's face. As he approached the town, he occasionally glimpsed a few houses adorned with small gardens. The surrounding populace had increased. Some were town residents, while others were vendors peddling their wares. And even more were traveling trainers. Come, fresh fruits from the trees. Come take a look, called a vendor hawking fruits. I have herbs, recently gathered from the forest. The soil is still damp, exclaimed an elderly man who had risen early to forage for herbs. Many trainers paused at the old man's stall, scrutinizing the assortment of herbs laid before them. Sadosumi was aware that part of the contents had been cultivated by the old man himself in the forest and then harvested. Therefore, the old man's statement was not without merit. Upon hearing a familiar shout, Sadosumi's expression relaxed slightly. Excuse me, coming through. The sounds of heavy breathing, the irate shouts of bumped passers-by, and Sadosumi's incessant apologies drew the curious glances of people passing by and street vendors alike. Soon, someone recognized Sadosumi. Hey, Sumi. Why the rush? Running so fast with that basket on your back. Be careful, or the speedy dog might come looking for a chat and offer you a taste of its tongue. Laughter erupted from the local vendors, most of whom were residents of Sannan Town and familiar with Sadosumi. Ah, Linji, I truly have urgent business today, Sadosumi replied, steadily carrying a bamboo basket, seemingly relieved of the foul mud. While running, he pleaded, uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, please don't mention this to the speedy dog. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. Hearing Sadosumi's words, the townsfolk chuckled and soon returned to their own affairs. Some hurrying on their way and others continuing to peddle their wares. Entering the town, Sadosumi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he recognized the familiar buildings and faces. He quickly darted into a narrow alley, twisting and turning, cheerfully making his way home. His residence was an old 2-story house, showing signs of age with peeling walls that revealed the red bricks beneath. Sadosumi deftly opened the front door and slipped inside. Oh, and I'm home. Upon hearing his voice, the basket on his back instantly transformed into the foul mud. The mud cheerfully retrieved a spatial backpack from within and handed it to Sadosumi. Hey, Sadosumi. In the room, he opened a hidden compartment and placed the spatial backpack inside. Oh, and let us go to the Pokémon Center. Sadosumi now felt unburdened. Oh, and rest in the Pokeball for a bit. Haha, I'll treat you to a feast later. He secured the shrunk Pokeball at his waist and dashed towards the Pokémon Center. With 30 kilograms of weight lifted, Sadosumi's short legs sprang into action. Passing by a store with a long queue outside, filled mostly with striking young ladies, he was nearly dazzled by their radiant presence. Hey, Sumi. Why are you back so early? Called the shop owner as Sadosumi hurried past. Got urgent business, uncle. Sadosumi rolled his eyes. At that moment, a blue-haired lady clad in a police uniform emerged from the shop, holding a bowl of glistening black grass jelly. It was Miss Junsha, the guardian of Sannan Town. Upon hearing Sadosumi's voice, Junsha came out to check on him. Ever since Sadosumi's grandfather had passed away, the town had gained a self-reliant young orphan, and Junsha took care of Sadosumi as if he were her own brother. Sumi, what's the matter? Why are you running so fast? Are you all right? Junsha asked, noticing Sadosumi drenched in sweat. A low, guttural sound emanated from a canine, as a dog's head emerged behind Junsha. Beneath its flowing white fur lay a pair of amber-hued eyes, brimming with concern, though tinged with a hint of confusion. It was none other than Junsha's partner, the Swift Hound. The Swift Hound was perplexed as to why that odorless muck had not been sighted. Sister pair, can we discuss this later? Could you possibly take me to the Pokémon Center? Ow, ow, ow. That hurts. Junsha grasped the ear of Sadomo, twisting it gently. Even as Sadomo endeavored to rise onto his toes, the discomfort was undeniable. This was a peculiar technique unique to Junsha. Remove the Z. I have admonished you countless times. With another sharp twist, she relented. Never mind. Swift Hound, take Amo to the Pokémon Center. I'll call Xiao-chun. The Swift Hound gazed at Sadomo with concern, instinctively sniffing the air. Suddenly, its expression sharpened, revealing its canines as it emitted a low growl. Woof. The Swift Hound leaned forward, shielding Junsha behind it. Junsha cast a curious glance at her partner, bewildered. What was amiss? The Swift Hound, and that clingy little rascal, Sato Mo, were quite chummy, weren't they? Sato Mo and the Swift Hound, then known as the Katy Dog, had been partners in mischief and brawl since childhood. Their bond was undeniably strong. June Shaley noted the Swift Hound's nostrils flaring as it fixed its gaze intently on Sato Mo, familiar with her partner's habits. She realized the Swift Hound must have detected something unusual. Following the Swift Hound's line of sight, June Shaley scrutinized Sato Mo from head to toe. Your previously languid demeanor has suddenly sharpened. Mo, how is it that you bear traces of blood? Are you injured? As she spoke, June Shaley reached out to smooth the bristling fur on the Swift Hound's neck, soothing its agitation to prevent any mishap. This is troublesome. Sato Mo glared at the Swift Hound, exclaiming, "Why are you so nosy? How can your nose be so sensitive?" Upon hearing Sato Mo's words, the Swift Hound squinted its large eyes, its tail wagging fervently, inadvertently stirring a breeze that elicited stifled gasps from the nearby ladies. "Fool, he is mocking you." June Shaley observed the cheerful Swift Hound, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Afterward, she shot a fierce glare at the wandering-eyed Sato Mo. "You little rascal." Sato Mo calmly withdrew his gaze, simultaneously casting a few scornful looks at the foolish hound. Woof! The tail, which had been in mid-swing, abruptly froze in the air. The Swift Hound's eyes widened, and its sharp teeth were now even more pronounced, with molars faintly visible. However, upon witnessing Sato Mo's usual, somewhat erratic antics, June Shaley's expression softened slightly. She then retrieved her communicator to contact Joy-chan. "Oh, how splendid. Thank you. Silly dog, what are you doing?" Sato Mo exclaimed, bounding with excitement, only to realize he was ensnared. Turning to glance over his shoulder, he discovered the Swift Hound had clamped its mouth around the collar of his shirt, attempting to pull him back. Chapter 9. The Pokémon Center. Sato Mo felt a sudden jolt at the nape of his neck, causing the world to spin around him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself seated atop the sturdy back of a Rapidash, his gaze falling upon its striking black and orange stripes, coupled with its fluffy flaxen mane. "Rapidash, slow down," he instinctively urged, his complexion paling, but before he could finish his sentence, he swiftly changed his mind. Clenching his thigh with determination, Sato Mo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Faster. The quicker, the better." With a resounding howl, Rapidash reared its head to the sky, emitting a long, resonant cry. The quality and penetrating power of its voice rendered the streets silent, drawing the attention of passers-by to the imposing figure of Rapidash and the uniformed Miss Junsha standing nearby. The hushed crowd instinctively moved aside, creating a wide path before Sato Mo and Rapidash. Narrowing his eyes, Sato Mo could faintly discern the silhouettes of people parting at the end of the road. Having ridden Rapidash numerous times before, Sato Mo instinctively leaned forward, gripping its body with his legs. Gathering his resolve, he commanded, "Let us go." As usual, Rapidash surged forward in an instant. Feeling his body tilt backward, Sato Mo tightened his legs to stabilize himself, aware that his body felt unusually rigid. Sato Mo understood that he was not in his optimal state. Rapidash adjusted its speed to accommodate him, gradually accelerating until Sato Mo regained his composure. As they raced along, Rapidash's fluffy flaxen mane danced in the wind, creating an ethereal spectacle that seemed to meld with the air itself. "Thanks, Rapidash," Sato Mo said, quickly finding his rhythm with the creature's assistance. Relaxing his grip, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Rapidash galloped swiftly down the street, effortlessly leaving the buildings on either side behind. Sato Mo smiled, his spirits lifted. As he brushed aside the mane atop Rapidash's head, he caught sight of a distinctly designed building where people were frequently entering and exiting. The red and white Pokeball emblem atop the roof glinted in the sunlight, immediately capturing Sato Mo's attention. Unbeknownst to him, the Pokémon Center he had longed for was now within reach. However, he realized that his excitement was not as profound as he had anticipated. Rapidash showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its unrelenting sprint. Sato Mo's face paled slightly. Would they collide? Even a fleeting thought confirmed that a crash was improbable. Observing Rapidash's unwavering speed, Sato Mo could envision the impending outcome. People near the Pokémon Center noticed the approaching Rapidash and hastily moved aside. As they neared their destination, Sato Mo braced himself, steadying his grip. Rapidash suddenly leaped slightly, and as its front legs hit the ground, it let out a bark accompanied by a muffled exclamation of surprise. The swift canine executed a powerful turn in midair before landing gracefully in front of the entrance to the Pokémon Center. The onlookers could clearly feel the tremors emanating from the landing. What a magnificent drift! The dog's flaxen fur flowed elegantly, lending it an air of majestic splendor. Unfortunately, Pseudo-Legendary found himself unexpectedly launched into the air by the swift canine, watching in dismay as the ground approached ever closer to his face. A familiar sensation gripped the back of his neck as the swift canine let out a bark, seizing Pseudo-Legendary's collar. With a swift motion, the dog lifted Pseudo-Legendary off the ground, causing his pants to graze the earth. Suspended in midair, Pseudo-Legendary swayed gently as Nurse Joy, standing at the entrance with a communication device, appeared to be engaged in a conversation. However, she seemed momentarily stunned, having witnessed the entire display involving the swift canine. "What are you doing, swift canine?" Without a moment to spare for her conversation with June Shaley, Nurse Joy approached the swift canine, her communication device still active, while the dog's previously proud demeanor turned sheepish. "Shaley, I must hang up now. The swift canine and Pseudo-Legendary have arrived." Pseudo-Legendary could almost hear the flustered June Shaley shouting from the other end of the line, demanding the dog to release him. "Swift canine, you better wait for me." With a decisive click, the communication device was abruptly terminated. Pseudo-Legendary could hear it, and of course, the swift canine could hear it too. The dog's tail and ears drooped, transforming its once formidable appearance into one of pitiful woe. "Put Pseudo-Legendary down." Nurse Joy managed to gather her composure. But as soon as she spoke, the swift canine promptly released its grip, causing Pseudo-Legendary to tumble to the ground. Pseudo-Legendary exclaimed, "Nurse Joy." A vein bulged on her forehead, forming an unmistakable character as she bellowed, slowly. Inherited from its parents, the swift canine possessed an astonishingly rapid reflex. Before Pseudo-Legendary could fully descend, the dog lowered its head again to grasp his collar, gently and slowly lowering him to the ground. As soon as he landed, Pseudo-Legendary reported the swift canine's misbehavior to Nurse Joy. "Sister Joy, the swift canine is being too much." The swift canine barked in protest, and a lively exchange ensued between them. The Pokémon Center became a hub of commotion. However, Nurse Joy swiftly silenced them with a single phrase, "You both be quiet." Pseudo-Legendary covered his mouth, while the swift canine raised a paw to mimic the gesture, demonstrating its compliance. The crowd watching erupted in laughter at the dog's antics. "Do you even remember why you are here?" Seeing the bewildered expressions on both Pseudo-Legendary and the swift canine, Nurse Joy covered her forehead in exasperation. "I can't take this anymore. I feel like I might have a stroke dealing with these two. What about the injured Pokémon? Bring it to me." Nurse Joy took a deep breath, exhaling wearily. "Now immediately. No more nonsense." Obediently, Pseudo-Legendary handed over 4 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. "Wasn't either just one? Additionally, the other 3 are creatures I captured in the forest, sprites from the Central District." "The Central District?" A prominent vein appeared on her smooth forehead as Joy sidestepped, evading Sato's hand, revealing the sprite behind her. It was a pink, oval-shaped sprite, adorned with a nurse's cap and possessing a pouch reminiscent of a nursery bag, within which nestled a pristine white egg. It appeared quite appetizing. The Chansey greeted Sato and the Arcanine, its usually gentle smile replaced with an air of indifference, suggesting it had witnessed the earlier commotion. Sato chuckled awkwardly and placed the Pokeball on Chansey's tray. "I have already fed it some orange berries." Humph. Chapter 10 announcement today. The town of Shannon remained as tranquil as ever. Groups of individuals set out from Shannon, heading towards Rainbow City, while others arrived from distant lands to gaze upon the lush greenery of Moonview Mountain Forest. The striking sight was the Moonview Mountain, with its exposed rocks giving it a deep brown hue. It would be more fittingly referred to as the Moonview Mountain Range. What lay before the eyes of passers-by was merely a small fraction of the vast Moonview Mountain Range. It is only when one finds themselves within it, particularly at the moment of losing their bearings, that they can truly grasp the enormity of the range, becoming ensnared within it. Ultimately, in an inadvertent moment, one might reveal their remains, a grim portent for those who wander astray in the near future. Majestic mountains, expansive forests. Today, the Moonview Mountain Forest nurtures the town of Shannon. Who knows how many sprites inhabit the scarcely trodden regions? The enigmatic woods, along with their rare and mysterious sprites, silently beckon both novice and seasoned trainers to embark on adventures, yearning to discover and capture their destinies. The enchanting yet perilous Moonview Mountain Range is but a minuscule part of the Pokémon world. This day, a trainer bearing a fresh scar at the corner of his mouth arrived in Shannon, his weary demeanor hinting at tales of travel and the burdens of untold sorrows. Like others before him, he admired the grandeur of the mountains at the entrance, then proceeded to the Pokémon Center to restore the strength of his companions while seeking solace for his tense nerves and fatigued body. As a trainer, he inquired among the townsfolk and, as usual, entered the Pokémon Center. At 11 a.m., Upon beholding the familiar layout and atmosphere, the trainer instinctively relaxed. He immediately glanced towards the counter, only to find Miss Joy absent. A quick survey revealed the operating room was bustling with activity. Oh well, just another typical day at the Pokémon Center. It seemed his partner would have to wait a while. The trainer pressed his lips together, sensing something unusual. Today, the Pokémon Center was slightly more boisterous, as if someone were giving a lecture. However, the voice of the lecturer was melodious and familiar. Yet, to hold a discourse within the confines of the Pokémon Center felt somewhat inappropriate. After a taxing journey, the trainer furrowed her brow with concern for her partner's well-being. A glance toward the corner of the Pokémon Center revealed a shift in her expression. There, Miss Junsha was delivering a lecture to a child accompanied by a Whimsicott, sprawled on the ground. The Whimsicott was adorably covering its face with its paw, peering through the gaps as if assessing Miss Junsha's mood. However, from her vantage point, the trainer was surprised to observe the Whimsicott exchanging furtive glances with the child, its lips curling into a mischievous grin. It appeared almost gleeful in the face of the reprimand. The trainer's expression turned peculiar as she remarked, "Whimsicott, you two are receiving a scolding." She gazed at the once majestic creature, now surprisingly endearing, and a smile unwittingly surfaced, easing the furrows of worry on her brow. Mischievous children indeed. Noticing Miss Junsha's gaze shift toward her, the trainer offered a brief smile before diverting her attention, surveying the Pokémon Center with a sense of ease. It had been quite some time since she felt so relaxed. Oh, what is that? The trainer's curiosity was piqued by a distinct area within the center, a notice board on the left side, adorned with numerous sheets of paper. Standing at a distance, she could not discern the content clearly. Perhaps it was a lost and found announcement, she mused. Observing the bustling operating room, the trainer approached the notice board. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was a disparity between her assumptions and the actual content. Among the postings, a small portion was dedicated to missing persons, specifically trainers who had vanished, while the majority pertained to lost items, particularly cards belonging to these trainers. The fate of those who went missing in the wild was all too predictable. One notice caught her eye, dated a year prior. She noted the prominent emphasis on the search for items. Indeed, after such a long time, the hope of finding the card seemed more plausible. Driven by an inexplicable urge, the trainer scrutinized the board, discovering that most of the missing individuals had disappeared after entering the forest. Trainer. In the lower right corner, she spotted something of interest. Miss Joy, who had just finished her shifts, pushed open the door and was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar trainer lost in contemplation before the notice board. Miss Joy? The trainer exclaimed, momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered her composure. Could you please take care of my Pokémon? Here's my card. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Miss Joy adeptly took the Pokéball and card, lowering her gaze to begin her inspection, adhering to her customary greeting. Hello. Would you like accommodations? That 1 TB necessary. Very well, Mr. Linmu. Your total is 310 yen. Miss Joy's smile remained unwavering. The trainer, Mr. Linmu, promptly produced the payment without hesitation, exhibiting a generosity that contrasted with the surroundings. Thank you. Miss Joy accepted the money, hesitated for a moment, and said, if you intend to venture into the forest, it would be prudent to carefully examine the information located at the lower right corner of the notice board before your entry. With that, she took the box containing the Pokeballs and entered the room. Kobayashi stood there, watching Miss Joy disappear behind the door. He then turned his gaze to a piece of paper filled with text at the lower right corner of the notice board, which appeared somewhat aged, exuding a sense of antiquity. Unlike the old paper, the content was remarkably direct. 1. Risk and opportunity coexist. 2. As the last major supply station before entering the forest, South Mountain Town is rich in resources and boasts lenient policies. You can find almost anything here. 3. The forest is divided into the periphery, the middle zone, the inner circle, and the unknown areas, regions inaccessible to humans. Statistics indicate that 60 of trainers who enter the forest never return. Most of the missing individuals ventured beyond the periphery into the middle zone. A friendly reminder, if possible, please traverse through the forest's periphery. In the event of an incident, the likelihood of recovering your card and other essentials will significantly increase. 4. This Pokémon Center offers registration services. After registering, if you fail to report to any Pokémon Center within the specified time frame, you will be promptly classified as a missing person, and this center will issue a notice and initiate a search by the appropriate personnel. The task of locating lost cards is perilous. Thus, a reward will be provided to those who offer their cards. Reminder, safeguard yourself and your card. Remain vigilant when encountering others in the wild. Additionally, a deposit is required for this service. 5. Finally, May you journey safely as you forge your future as a trainer. The notice concluded with a statement highlighted in red. Reminder, safeguard yourself and your card. Remain vigilant when encountering others in the wild. Chapter 11. The Scavenger within the Pokémon Center. A local trainer chuckled at the sight of Kobayashi, who was staring blankly at the notice board. Reminiscent of his own past, Kobayashi gazed at the notice board, feeling a sense of shame for his limited vocabulary, a feeling that was truly indescribable. If only he had seen this sooner. Nonetheless, Kobayashi felt a surge of impulse. The notion of paying a deposit before entering the forest and securing insurance for himself was indeed enticing, particularly for an ordinary trainer like him. For a family of modest means, the card held immense significance. Should a trainer be deemed to have perished in the wild, they could be recognized as a martyr, with their descendants and family, blood relatives, receiving certain benefits, such as a slim chance of obtaining one of the starter Pokémon cultivated by the Alliance. At the very least, there would be a substantial opportunity to receive an initial Pokémon bred by the Alliance. While these Pokémon may not rival the elite starter trio owned by the Alliance, they would certainly possess greater combat prowess than the ubiquitous Rattata. In the established procedures, a card is deemed essential, while the presence of a trainer's physical body, though not strictly necessary, can be advantageous, alleviating numerous complications. Upon a trainer being declared missing, their card and body, or parts thereof, are submitted, leading the league to tacitly assume the trainer has perished, thus initiating the compensation process. It is prudent to refrain from entertaining any nefarious thoughts regarding this matter, as there have been instances of individuals feigning death to deceive others for financial gain, resulting in execution upon discovery by their families. Rumor has it that the execution was carried out by the family members themselves. Yet, no trainer truly dwells on such tales. For a significant 70% of trainers continue to thrive. Why should I not be among that fortunate 70? This survival rate has ignited fervor within countless trainers, propelling them into the mountains. Naturally, aside from common Pokémon like Caterpie and Weedle, the number of survivors who have successfully captured Pokémon remains a mystery. As for one's own life, a trainer already embarked on their journey tends to regard it with less reverence. These matters may seem distant, as the more pressing concern lies in the glaring red text that captures Kobayashi Rimu's attention. Warning: safeguard yourself and your card. Remain vigilant when encountering others in the wild. In stark contrast to other fledgling trainers, Kobayashi Rimu possesses a profound understanding of this admonition. The scar upon her face is a testament to a past ambush by a member of humanity, for lack of a better term, while traversing the wild. Ultimately, she survived, laden with an exponentially heavier backpack, carefully navigating the forest to reach this quaint town, where upon payment, her previous hardships would be but a memory. Her arrival in South Mountain Town was motivated by its location at the confluence of the city and the moonlit mountain forest. As the notice proclaimed an abundance of resources, everything imaginable. Perhaps only the black market could boast such confidence. It was indeed the allure of the black market that drew Kobayashi Rimu here. Having emerged from the perils of her peers' predations, her mindset has undergone a transformation. With a plan to exchange the temporarily useless items in her backpack for necessities within the black market, she seeks to bolster her strength. Truth be told, the spoils from her counterattack have stirred a yearning within her. Had it not been her first, albeit involuntary, act of killing and looting, she would not have left her card behind. It is worth noting that cards can yield considerable wealth. Many financially struggling trainers have relied on them to earn a living. Of course, there are also more dubious characters, such as the trainer Kobayashi Rimu encountered, who likely operated under the guise of dual exploitation, committing murder and theft in the wild, scavenging resources, then using the card at the Pokémon Center for rewards. Even if immediate action was unfeasible, one could bide their time for a year or so. Regardless of the quantity of resources scavenged, they would suffice for a considerable duration. A clever ruse, indeed, and quite tempting. Kobayashi Rimu's breath began to grow heavy with anticipation. Mr. Kobayashi, please return for your little sprite in 3 hours. Are you well? Joy observed Mr. Kobayashi standing before the notice board, his chest heaving and breaths coming in heavy gasps, and she mistakenly assumed he was frightened. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Joy. Mr. Kobayashi composed himself and smiled at Miss Joy before turning away with a sense of triumph. He felt incredibly dashing at that moment. Casting a glance at Miss Kunsa, who was still lecturing, and the boy leaning against the wall with his loyal Houndoom sitting beside him, both of them engrossed in their own thoughts, Mr. Kobayashi noted that Miss Kunsa's temper seemed to have intensified. Reflecting on the earlier exchange of glances between Sato and Houndoom, he thought, Miss Joy, appearing bewildered, watched as Mr. Kobayashi lightened his steps and shook her head, turning her attention back to Miss Kunsa. Mr. Kobayashi, curious about Joy's sudden laughter, continued on his way. As he passed Miss Kunsa, he overheard her muttering, occasionally emphasizing certain words, reminiscent of a scavenger or a ghoul. Intrigued, he silently committed these terms to memory. Joy, with a bright smile, approached Miss Kunsa, observing Sato extending his right index finger, incessantly chattering about Houndoom. The Houndoom raised its robust left paw, pointing at Sato while emitting soft growls, seemingly refuting Sato's accusations. The injuries of the water-leaping fish had stabilized, primarily due to exhaustion, while the two Rattatas were in a truly deplorable state. Mo, what on earth have you done? After the surgery, the situation was no longer critical. They merely had to wait for him to awaken naturally. Joy suppressed a laugh and inquired about her friend. And how are they faring? What else could happen? Miss Kunsa replied, exasperated. Ultimately, Sato recounted his actions from that morning, with Miss Kunsa providing supplementary details. Sato meticulously described the events of the day, knowing that they might need to rely on the Kunsa clan's strength in the future. Thus, he dared not conceal any information, omitting only the part about the Rattata gnawing at the body by the village edge. Now, he was required to explain the same to Joy, effectively reiterating it to Miss Kunsa. Oh dear. Earlier, watching Sato and Houndoom engage in playful antics had amused Joy, but as she listened, her smile faltered. By the time Sato finished, Joy could no longer muster a smile. Miss Kunsa emphasized key points. 1. Trespassing into the forest. 2. Trespassing into the forest again. 3. Venturing into the heart of the forest. Particularly when Miss Kunsa supplemented her comments with references to scavengers and ghouls, Joy's expression turned thoroughly grim. Sister Pure, what are these scavengers and stone lion ghouls you speak of? Sato queried, perplexed by the terminology. Ahem, they are scavengers and ghouls. They are not the same. Joy, nearly breaking into laughter again, continually reminded herself to remain composed. Chapter 12. Seize the opportunity periodically. The scavenger dons a recording device to patrol the roads frequented by trainers, scrutinizing and gathering cards. After all, even the most seasoned trainers can falter while navigating the forest. Joy paused momentarily before continuing, explaining that the recording devices are not only prone to malfunction, but are also exceedingly susceptible to damage during battles. Moreover, even in the outskirts of the forest, significant areas can render the devices inoperative. In the wild, incidents of murder and theft can occur with alarming frequency, as evidence is often swiftly obscured. Various factors converge, leading some scavengers to transform into ghoulish figures, engaging in such nefarious activities. Sato understood this implicitly, though he maintained a facade of ignorance. Amo, did you truly only bring back the spirit from the village edge? June Shaley inquired, her expression grave and earnest. Did you manage to retrieve its card? If not, that could spell trouble. Hearing this, Joy also appeared troubled. The card? I have it, Sato exclaimed, retrieving the card from his pocket. Having forgotten it in his excitement over the earlier incident with the swift dog, he handed the card to Joy, waiting for her to contact her kin. Yet, Sato suddenly felt something amiss. Upon looking up, he was met with the sight of a large canine head. Woof! The squatting swift dog tilted its head. Did you just call for me? What is up? Not you, Sato retorted, pushing the swift dog aside while dodging its eager tongue. Only tall in stature, yet lacking in intellect, you foolish dog. June Shaley observed the swift dog's silly demeanor, her irritation mounting. Nearby, the swift dog felt unjustly accused. Woo-woo? Indeed. It's the card from the village edge, Joy exclaimed, suddenly raising her head while checking the information at the counter. And as for the village edge, it hails from Hoenn, with its initial spirit being one of the starter Pokémon, the Mudkip, specifically, the one that just underwent surgery. With the card from the village edge secured, they merely needed to wait for the Mudkip to awaken and gauge its disposition towards Sato to reach a formal conclusion. June Shaley elaborated. Sato shrugged in resignation, feeling that he was still under suspicion. Indeed, the distinct characteristics of such small spirits can lead to complications. Should a similar situation arise in the future, he mused, it would be wiser to act directly in the black market. Overall, it was not a grave matter. They were simply awaiting the Mudkip's revival. Joy breathed a slight sigh of relief. Sato was someone she had watched grow up, having lived off the goodwill of the townsfolk in South Mountain Town. Unlike other bug-catching youths in town who captured insect-type spirits in the woods, Sato, who frequently visited the Pokémon Center to utilize the computer for research, was more favored by Joy. Yet, this time, that mischievous boy had been exceedingly reckless. Amo, you ventured into the forest's core. I have never been to the core. I merely entered the boundary area of the forest, Sato protested. feeling quite aggrieved at Joy's assumption that he had explored the forest's depths, hastily interrupting her in a bid to prove his innocence. Joy, in a fit of pure rage, delivered a sharp slap to Satomo's head. The three individuals present turned simultaneously, witnessing Frosmith's delighted laughter upon seeing Satomo being struck, its tail wagging so energetically it seemed to blur. Thud, thud. The subsequent cries of pain came from both Satomo and Frosmith, each receiving a smack. While Satomo wore a bewildered expression, Frosmith scampered behind June Shaley, shutting its eyes and leaning against her shoulder, its flaxen fur brushing against her face, emanating a pitiable aura. June Shaley, suppressing her laughter, hurried to comfort her furry companion, momentarily disregarding Satomo and Joy, wholly absorbed in petting Frosmith. As the silky fur glided through her fingers, Frosmith stealthily opened its eyes to observe the expressions of Satomo and Joy, then adopted an even more affectionate demeanor towards June Shaley. Joy's countenance grew increasingly dark. Damn, that crafty dog. On the side, Satomo felt a growing trepidation, increasingly anxious about Joy's ire directed at him. Sister June could certainly do something drastic. Fearing Joy might unleash her wrath once more, Satomo retrieved several Pokeballs from his waist and offered them to Joy. Sister June, could you please help restore Ani's strength? The stench of the mud Pokemon's Pokeball instantly diverted Joy's attention. Humph! Joy shot Satomo an irritated glare, roughly extending her hand to accept the Pokeball containing the little creature with a gentler touch. No matter how angry she was, Joy would never unleash her fury upon the innocent Pokemon. The prices were announced coldly. 1 Grimer for 100 yuan, 2 poisoned and severely injured Rattatas for 150 yuan, 1 poisoned and lightly injured Rattata for 110 yuan. In total, that amounts to 510 yuan. Miss Joy stated curtly. The shop does not offer credit. Likely recalling the antics of a certain cheeky rascal, Joy added a final remark. Satomo, grimacing, dug into his pocket, obediently paying the amount. Observing his now deflated wallet, Satomo felt a twinge of distress. As for the pricing from Sister June, please, this was already the most familial of discounts. If he weren't a local, Miss Joy would not have been so lenient. Regarding the discount Satomo received, Sister June would surely recoup it from the more grievously injured Pokemon. How could she possibly do such a thing? In a fleeting thought, he recalled the 3 Rattatas, and a smile crept onto his face. Once the Rattatas had healed, the one that had never tasted food would be traded in town, while the 2 robust ones, having feasted heartily, the Rattata leader and the soaked mouse, would not exploit their own kind and would be sold in the black market. June Shaley secretly gave Satomo a thumbs up, then glanced at the card in her hand, realizing it was time for her to take things seriously once more. By the way, AMO? Huh, what is it, sisterly? Lost in his reverie, Satomo, commonly referred to as daydreaming, lifted his head in bewilderment upon hearing June Shaley call out to him. Never mind, call me whatever you like. With a gentle massage of her temples, June Shaley said helplessly, today is meant for resting, and tomorrow I will have a video meeting with the family of Village Beanie. Don't overthink it, and don't interrupt. Noticing that Satomo was about to speak again, June Shaley hurriedly added, if all goes well, by the day after tomorrow at the latest, we will venture into the mountains to bring back the remains of Village Beanie. We will carry a specialized recording device made by the June Shaley clan, which is quite costly and cannot be mass-produced. After a brief pause, she leaned closer to Satomo's ear and whispered, make sure to grab what you need quickly. Chapter 13. The sale. Satomo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did she really have to be so explicit? You must understand. June Shaley articulated each word deliberately, while her hand unintentionally brushed against Satomo's ear. Oh dear, sisterly, I have checked, and unless something goes awry, his spatial backpack is still usable. Satomo casually scratched his cheek with his index finger, grinning as he said, I have already retrieved it. Splendidly done. June Shaley winked at Satomo sisterly. The feelings in my heart are indescribable. The belongings of Village Beanie, including the food for the little spirit and the spatial backpack, are truly significant to Satomo at this moment. Why? Everything should be based on what the recording device captures. June Shaley rolled her eyes. Despite Satomo's whimsical nature, he had grown up under her watch, balancing the care of her wind speed dog, while looking after Satomo over the years felt akin to having a mischievous younger brother. The same sentiment likely applied to a chun as well. Observing the little boy before her, who had grown considerably, she reflected on the sweat and effort she had invested throughout the years. Whenever he found free time, he would rush to the Pokémon Center, pestering a chun and using the center's computer to research, quite distinct from other bug-catching boys in town. June Shaley vividly recalled the first time Sato-Mo donned his stunky costume. The radiant smile on his face back then remained dazzling in her memories. Honestly, you've grown up. June Shaley chuckled, instinctively ruffling Sato-Mo's hair, which was still in a delightful mess, just like before. Watching Sato-Mo squint his eyes, feeling him nuzzle against her palm like a lazy kitten, she recalled his previous words and teasingly inquired, "Hey, Amo, I remember someone saying that you shouldn't pat a man's head? Indeed, I am a boy." Sato-Mo blinked his eyes and then vigorously rubbed against June Shaley's palm, saying, "Sisterly, in a few years, I will have grown up. By then, my head will be off limits." Such a rare opportunity now. June Shaley struggled to suppress her impulse to playfully hit him and instead embraced Sato-Mo. Sato-Mo felt somewhat suffocated. MMM. Suddenly, a furry paw reached out from the side, covering June Shaley's hand. The soft cushion of the paw pressed against her hand, full of elasticity. Woof, woof. The wind speed dog looked at June Shaley with a serious expression, indicating that Sato-Mo was close to being smothered. As the wind speed dog assumed a serious demeanor, it exuded an innate sense of authority, truly embodying a certain style. Under June Shaley's watchful gaze, the wind speed dog grasped Sato-Mo's collar, gently relocating the panting Sato-Mo to one side. Sato-Mo inhaled the fresh air, having genuinely suspected he might suffocate moments earlier. The wind speed dog, sensing a potential decline in favor, could not resist poking June Shaley, then lowered its head under her scrutiny, indicating its desire for affection and cuddles. Oh, the wind speed dog's large, glistening eyes were irresistibly endearing. June Shaley extended her hand, embracing the furry creature beside her. Well, one hug is as good as two, and this mischievous creature certainly kept one on their toes. Woof. The wind speed dog incessantly nuzzled against June Shaley, casting a sidelong glance at Sato-Mo, a smirk gracing its lips. "Come on, you little rascal. I swear." Sato-Mo thought that this scoundrel is doing it on purpose. It must be feeling quite smug right now. June Shaley was chuckling merrily at the scene. A passing trainer momentarily lost focus, nearly blinded by June Shaley's radiant smile. Considering June Shaley's joyful demeanor, Sato-Mo resolved to allow the wind speed dog this one time. He could always recoup his losses elsewhere. Humph. Sato-Mo shot a glare at the wind speed dog, which paused in surprise. June Shaley, exasperated, observed the two playful mischief makers glaring at each other, their faces drawing ever closer, until they were nearly touching. Oh, they had indeed touched. At that moment, the wind speed dog let out a playful bark, knocking Sato-Mo to the ground and using its wet tongue to playfully wash his face. June Shaley stifled a laugh, tugging the wind speed dog's ears to pull it away from Sato-Mo, leaving him sprawled on the ground, dripping with saliva. Casting a glance at the disheartened Sato-Mo, she said, "Oh, Mo, I'll head on over. You should rest at the Pokémon Center for a bit." She patted the content wind speed dog on the neck, signaling it to follow her. The wind speed dog shook its body, tidying its slightly tousled fur, glanced at Sato-Mo with an impassive expression, and followed June Shaley closely behind. Its tail wagged vigorously, creating a gust of wind as they departed the Pokémon Center. Wind speed dog, remember this. This is the 48th time. There will absolutely be no next time. Sato-Mo struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the drool from his face, muttering a few complaints. Ugh, ugh, ugh. At that moment, Nurse Joy entered the lobby, carrying several Pokémon balls neatly packed in boxes. Upon seeing the half-soaked Sato-Mo standing at the counter, his gaze eager, she addressed him. "Here you go. The Grimer and Rattatas have fully recovered, and the Rattata's Pokeball is secured. It's best to be cautious with wild Pokémon. As for the Phoeba, it requires further rest. Would you like to take a look at it?" Having grown accustomed to Sato-Mo's appearance, Nurse Joy did not wait for his response and placed the Phoeba's Pokeball into his hands. Another incident with the wind speed dog? When will it finally learn? Humph. There will be no next time. With a slight flush on his face, Sato-Mo accepted the Pokeball and secured it at his waist. "Thank you, Sister Junko," he exclaimed. "I remember saying that last time, and the time before that too," Joy-Chun replied with her ever-pleasant smile. Yet her words pierced Sato-Mo's heart like a blade. "Sister Junko, I'll take my leave now. You keep busy." Sato-Mo dashed aside, retrieving 3 Pokeballs and arranging them neatly on the ground. The Pokeballs had been locked by Joy-Chun, allowing Sato-Mo to peacefully peer through their transparent shells at the small Rattata within. Picking up the central Pokeball, he was met with a pair of fierce triangular eyes and vibrant red pupils, realizing that the little Rattata was also gazing back at him. A multitude of emotions, confusion, fear, curiosity, and concern flickered in the creature's gaze as it cautiously observed Sato-Mo a bit timid. This fellow likely hasn't tasted the village's offerings yet. Sato scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Damn it, these Rattata all look so similar. How do those breeders and trainers manage to distinguish between individuals of the same species? All this knowledge came from television. Moving on, Sato set aside the Rattata he had just examined and casually picked up another Pokeball, squinting as he peered inside. At first glance, he sensed something amiss with this Rattata. Its gaze contained an intensity that was lacking in the first. He couldn't quite articulate what was different, but he felt that this Rattata's eyes, especially when fixed on him, conveyed a certain emotion or aura that was unsettling, making him uncomfortable. In that moment, this Rattata was not afraid of him. Later, Sato would come to understand that this was the gaze of a predator regarding its prey. The palpable intensity he sensed was what one might call murderous intent. This Rattata had indeed tasted the offerings of the village, seeing itself as a frail quarry. Instinctively, Sato arrived at this conclusion. Upon lifting the final Pokeball, he was unsurprised to find the same disquieting gaze. This Rattata exuded an even more ferocious demeanor, subtly hinting at fear. Sato could feel it. Moreover, he vaguely recognized this one. Hey, isn't that the Rattata I scorched earlier? He mused. It's you. Sato stroked his chin, scrutinizing the Rattata within the ball. Recalling its speed and strength during their previous battle, quite impressive indeed. Splendid. I've made my decision. I shall sell you too. The fierce Rattata with murderous intent. He chuckled to himself. As for the other one, the previously drenched Rattata, it would be best to take it to the town for sale. The Rattata dwelling in the forest's central region, the central border, which also belonged to the central Rattata, should fetch a decent price. Hello, young man. Sato looked up to see a trainer-like figure approaching. I heard you have some central region Pokémon. Indeed, 2 Rattata. One was the leader of that little Rattata community, priced at 7,500. The other was merely an ordinary member, yet boastful and combative, priced at 6,500. Huh, little brother. Anyone can brag, but who can vouch for you? The trainer chuckled. That's far too expensive. Lower the price. Look at how fierce this little Rattata is. It will take considerable effort to tame it. In his heart, Sato chuckled. You see, young one, a little Rattata can be acquired for around 3,000. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. How about 3,500? That's nearly a month's salary for others. Sato blinked in disbelief. Is this price not a bit outrageous? Chapter 14. A crowd had gathered at the front of the Pokémon Center, in the midst of which stood the fuming Sato and a grinning trainer. What do you think, little brother? My price is quite reasonable. Don't be too greedy. Suddenly, voices from the crowd chimed in. Exactly. Selling a little Rattata for over 7,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Oh, trying to trick me? Sato's eyes darted around, and he stifled a sob. Wah? The trainer in the cap retorted, why are you crying all of a sudden? The crowd began to stir, and upon hearing Sato's cries, more people gathered. A few burly newcomers, noticing Sato's distress, cast menacing glances at the trainer. Woof! A dog barked from outside the crowd, and instant silence fell. The people parted to reveal a majestic Arcanine striding forward with purpose. Its already somber demeanor darkened further upon spotting Sato weeping on the ground. With a powerful step, it approached Sato glaring fiercely at the trainer in the cap. The red sauce at the corner of its mouth somewhat marred Arcanine's imposing image, yet the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Sato's eyes to wander as he instinctively sniffed for the source of the scent. Swallowing hard, the trainer felt a bead of sweat trickle down his cheek. Why you? Hello? Let us discuss this calmly. Seeing Arcanine show no further reaction, the trainer dared not move, fearful of provoking the clearly irritable creature. Arcanine, what's wrong? I thought I heard a child's cry. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, Mo? June Shaley entered, brow furrowed. June Shaley, I'm just sobbing. Sato's voice trembled as he struggled to hold back tears. It's fortunate I left something with Junko. This is intriguing. Observing Sato's distress, June Shaley's expression mirrored that of Arcanine's. With a quick glance around, she had a rough idea of what had transpired. Rolling her eyes internally, but maintaining her composure, she cleared her throat. Everyone, please quiet down. I need to assess the situation. Miss June Shaley, it's like this. Most of the crowd here is from the town, and during the recounting, they tend to lean towards Sato's side, considering he is still a child. I was merely negotiating. I never intended to bully him. As the conversation flowed, the crowd around suddenly chimed in. He's just a child. Who understands your haggling nonsense? The cap-clad trainer discreetly reached for his Pokeball, his entire body tensing. He noticed the swift dog leaning down towards him. Ignoring the sweat trickling down his forehead, the trainer hurriedly exclaimed, I'll buy it. I want T-cell to you, you villain. Sato Mo, clutching the swift dog-s leg, leaned forward and added, "Pfft." A few enthusiastic onlookers could not contain their laughter. I'll buy it. I just saw him eyeing the Pokémon, but didn't he dare approach. Another individual or trainer interjected, I'll take this one for 7,500. Here's your money. Big brother, this little Pokémon is quite fierce. You need to be careful. Sato Mo warned as he handed over the Pokeball and awkwardly counted the money he received, only to inadvertently blow a huge bubble with his nose. Haha, the fiercer the better. This little Pokémon. The trainer chuckled, turning to glance at the small Rattata, a cold and fierce gaze that startled him. This Rattata had undoubtedly seen its share of battles. 7,500? That's too cheap. I'm not losing out, but rather gaining. I like it. Thanks, little friend. With that, the trainer quickly squeezed through the crowd, fearful that Sato Mo might change his mind. As he hurried away, the remaining crowd exchanged glances and fell silent. Pondering, this must be quite a treasure. The atmosphere became suddenly still. The cap-clad trainer hastily remarked, little friend, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Sato Mo thought, you shameless one. I was here first, you see. Sato Mo glanced at him, then noticed Jun Shaley signaling him, aware of the peculiar looks from those around. He said, okay, all right, but it's very dangerous. Money, 6,500, and I'll take the Pokeball. Before Sato Mo could finish his sentence, the cap-clad trainer tossed down the money and dashed off with the Pokeball. Sato Mo stood there, stunned, then picked up the money to count. Oh, it was about 6,800. He chuckled, but suddenly sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, noticing the strange expressions of the onlookers, reminiscent of a dream he once had. Uncles, aunts, big brothers, and sisters, thank you all for supporting me here. It gave me the confidence to sell. Sato Mo wiped his face and smiled, saying, but these two little Rattatas are genuinely dangerous. I can only sell them to trainers. Moreover, I need the money. I have another one, which I plan to place in Uncle Kimura's store. That Rattata is from the same lineage as the one I just sold, with only minor differences and a lower danger level, and it will only be sold to folks from our town. Upon hearing there was another one, although they did not understand why these Rattatas were valued differently, the behavior of the two trainers clearly indicated that it was a prized possession. The townsfolk, mostly aware of Sato Mo's family circumstances, gradually softened their expressions, praising Sato Mo for his sensibility, and hurriedly made their way to Kimura's shop, causing the crowd to disperse. Before long, only Sato Mo and Jun Sherry remained, accompanied by a swift Houndoom. Mo lowered her body, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sato Mo. Listen. Sato Mo quickly secured the money and leaned towards Jun Sherry's ear, whispering, those two are man-eating mice. Woof. The Houndoom crouched at the entrance of a shop, while Jun Sherry, her expression darkened, pulled Sato Mo through the crowd gathered before the store and entered. Sato Mo, tears welling in his eyes, rubbed his ears, which were noticeably red and swollen. Uncle Muku, Sister Yuko, good afternoon. Mo? Sherry, has he upset you again? Giggled Yuko, a graceful young lady who approached them. Well, I will buy a lunchbox later. This time, I want to sell something, Sato Mo pouted, pulling out a Pokeball from his bag and placing it before Yuko. The crowd in the shop erupted into lively chatter. Yuko squinted her eyes. This is a little Rattata from the Central District, Sister Yuko. I would like to consign it in your shop. Before Sato Mo could finish, Yuko embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Leave it to me. Chapter 15. A first encounter unbeknownst to him. It was already noon, and the early summer sun cast a warm glow. After leaving the shop, Sato Mo diligently wiped away the lip mark left by Yuko on his cheek, cheerfully greeting the smiling townsfolk. Before long, his arms were filled with various snacks, and he also purchased a refreshing bowl of grass jelly. He ran to the orchard nearby, where the fruit trees flourished, lush and vibrant. At the edge stood a solitary two-story cottage with weathered walls. With a creak, he pushed the door open, allowing sunlight to flood in, dispelling the shadows that had lingered. Sato Mo shouted into the empty room, I'm back. Yet, predictably, there was no response. Instead, the gust of wind from the door stirred the dust within, silently tracing a path of light. Hey, Sato Mo extended his index fingers, lifting the corners of his mouth into a smile. A smile can take 10 years off. A frown can turn your hair gray. Humming a nonsensical tune, he closed the door and made his way to the backyard. The backyard, adjacent to the orchard, a gift from the orchard's owner to Sato Mo, was basked in perfect sunlight and housed several fruit trees, albeit limited in variety, predominantly heavy with blue oranges. Wow. Sato Mo stretched his body, relishing the delightful ache in his muscles amidst the cracking of his joints, lazily soaking in the warmth of the sun. Suddenly, The Pokeball at his waist burst open, and Mook eagerly rushed out, longing for home. Just like Sato Mo, Mook stretched languidly in the yard. Oh, you've gotten quite capable, managing to run out of your Pokeball. Sato Mo teased Mook. Mook responded nonchalantly, that's nothing. What's important is that the sun is calling me. Under the gaze of Sato Mu, the foul-smelling sludge gradually melted away like spring snow meeting the sun, evidently succumbing to lethargy. Rather than remaining within its Pokeball, the sludge preferred to cling to Sato Mu's side. They frolicked beneath the tree for a while, alleviating some of the stiffness in their bodies. Despite his slender stature, Sato Mu possessed a certain degree of muscle. All right, I see, Sato Mu declared as he retrieved the Pokeball containing his water-leap fish. Come forth, water-leap fish. With a flash of red light, the creature materialized on the ground, curiously surveying its surroundings. Hello, you. Sato Mu greeted. Ka. Water-leap fish responded inquisitively. Sato Mu continued, water-leap fish. Suddenly, the sludge covered its face, exasperated. Ugh. Ka. Upon hearing water-leap fish's startled exclamation, Sato Mu immediately turned to see water-leap fish in a serious stance, warily facing the sludge. Noticing that the sludge seemed frozen in place. Appearing startled by water-leap fish's reaction, Sato Mu remarked, What's wrong, water-leap fish? There's nothing to fear. This is Ani, whom you've met before. Sato Mu glanced at Ani, then looked down at water-leap fish, perplexed. Ka. Water-leap fish, confused, turned to Sato Mu, then leaned down to scrutinize Ani, exclaiming, Ka. This creature is quite dangerous. Sato Mu and Ani exchanged puzzled glances. Sato Mu's gaze darted between Ani and water-leap fish. They must have encountered one another in the wild before, when all seemed well. Why did it seem as though they no longer recognized each other? Ah, I understand. A light bulb went off in Sato Mu's mind as he clapped his hands together. Ani, it's the color of your body. It's different now. As he observed Ani's purple form, Sato Mu couldn't help but chuckle. On the way home, Ani had reverted to its standard form, purple, forgetting to restore its original coloration upon arrival. Upon hearing Sato Mu's words, Ani looked down at its body and suddenly comprehended. Ugh. Gradually, under water-leap fish's watchful eye, the purple hue deepened into black, transforming into the appearance it had displayed in the wild. Hee, water-leap fish, look. This is Ani. It can change the color of its body. Sato Mu laughed at water-leap fish's bewildered expression. Hey, are you alright? Water-leap fish's eyes widened, mouth agape in astonishment, prompting Sato Mu to worry about it dislocating its jaw. He gently poked water-leap fish's chin, attempting to help it close its mouth. At this moment, Ani retained its original black hue. Changing colors at home was too exhausting. Ani had no intention of doing so. Ka. The pain in its jaw snapped water-leap fish back to reality, causing its mouth to snap shut, its eyes sparkling as it circled around Ani. Ka. As the playful banter unfolded between Shuyu and Anu, their childlike spirits illuminated the atmosphere. After a while, Sato Mo intervened, curbing Anu's exuberant display, while Shuyu's excitement reached a fever pitch. Yet, it must be noted that when Sato Mo first discovered that Choyuni could effortlessly alter the hue of its form, his reaction was akin to that of Shuyu. Momo? A voice called, and upon opening the door, Sato Mo was greeted by Lin Jie, who stood at the threshold holding a lunchbox, her expression tinged with playful amusement. Did you skip lunch again, Mo? She teased, you must be craving my cooking. Have you lost track of time again, Lingo? Sato Mo, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the lunchbox, exclaimed, Ah, is that braised pork? How delightful. Lin Jie's demeanor shifted from a previously somber tone to one of warmth at Sato Mo's compliment. I made extra today, so don't be shy, come and try my culinary skills. With a sparkle in his eyes, Sato Mo accepted the lunchbox, grinning widely as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Sister, eat slowly. I must take some food to Lingo first. Lin Jie replied, chuckling as she made her way towards the orchard. Take care, sister. Sato Mo called after her, before retreating back into his home, cradling the lunchbox. During his solitary days, Lin Gu and Lin Saw, despite their age, frequently visited to ensure his well-being, often bringing him meals under the pretense of having made extra. Sato Mo, having grown wise to their intentions, chuckled to himself, knowing their frequent kindness was more than mere coincidence. Ah, the aroma is simply divine, Sato Mo exclaimed, placing the lunchbox on the table as he prepared to set aside some food for Anu. Shuyu and Choyuni watched eagerly from the side. Not for you too. Sato Mo teased, relishing the moment. Chapter 16. The Collision of Wind Speed Dog. Ah, how delicious. Sato Mo reveled in the delightful flavors of Lin Jie's cooking. You see, Shuyu, I am quite impoverished, Even Anu has no food. Choyuni, observing Sato-Mo's blissful countenance, gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Cough, cough. Anu. We must remain composed. Our budget is quite limited, Sato-Mo whispered, raising an eyebrow at Anu. Choyuni stared at Sato-Mo intently, transfixed by his expression of satisfaction. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Choyuni, and with a determined fist, it struck its open left palm with a resounding clap. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Choyuni. What's up, Anu? Sato-Mo inquired, drawn by the sound. But the next instant, Sato-Mo's smile faltered. Hey, what are you up to? Let us discuss this calmly. Ha ha. Sato-Mo erupted in exaggerated laughter, punctuated by pleas for mercy. Anu queried, puzzled. Now Sato-Mo appeared rather peculiar, as Choyuni's muddy substance enveloped him from his feet up to his abdomen. The mud enveloping most of Sato's body had hardened under the control of the foul sludge, rendering him as if seated upon an invisible chair, his hands restrained at his sides, allowing only his upper body and toes to move. Indeed, the rigid mud confined Sato's torso while the softer sludge caressed his feet, rhythmically kneading the tender flesh. Gradually, gently, he found himself laughing uncontrollably, tears of mirth welling in his eyes as he surrendered, exclaiming, I was wrong. Let's eat together. The foul sludge rolled its eyes, seizing the rare opportunity to insist, come on, Sato, just hold on a bit longer. It's such a bore otherwise. With that, it lifted Sato and began to soften, peeling the mud away from his form. Once liberated from his confinement, the sludge tenderly supported the now weak with laughter Sato. Such a harmonious understanding. Hey, Anu, no more tickling me in the future. You nearly exhausted me. Sato leaned against Anu's soft body, weakly addressing the foul sludge. Did you hear that? The sludge, with a playful twinkle in its eyes, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the delightful chaos between Sato and the sludge, the water-leaping fish gazed on with sparkling eyes. Ultimately, the trio, water-leaping fish, foul sludge, and Sato, shared the lunch that Sister Lin had provided. Amidst their playful antics, time slipped away rapidly. Retrieving the water-leaping fish, Sato, still somewhat drained, lazily reclined upon the sludge as it carried him next door. Anu, it's time to return to the Pokeball, he announced at the doorstep, producing the sludge's Pokeball. Upon turning, he found Anu looking quite resistant. Let us wait until we reach the Pokemon Center before coming out. But remember to change your color. Or would you prefer to enter the Pokeball yourself? After a moment of contemplation, the sludge placed its hand upon the Pokeball and chose to enter voluntarily. Pressing the button, Sato secured the now miniaturized Pokeball at his waist. Peering next door, he noted that Sister Lin had yet to return, likely still in the orchard. Sato entered the house, cleaned the lunchbox, and packaged it neatly before placing it at Sister Lin's doorstep. After shutting the door, he meandered toward the Pokemon Center. On his way, he was startled by a formidable howl echoing ahead, a sound that felt eerily familiar. With each alternating step, his feet, concealed within the dust, bore the weight of the earth, the motion resonating through his muscles. Though the expression of the approaching figure remained obscured, its commanding gaze was chilling. The flaxen mane danced with the wind, nearly blending into the air as it enveloped a fiery orange blaze, advancing with a mixture of howling and the rush of wind, making it difficult to distinguish between the sound of the wind and the roar. The grace with which the wind speed dog sprinted was captivating. Alas, that magnificent creature belonged to another. As the figure approached, it howled, its forelegs striking the ground, leveraging its strength to vault into the air, poised to pounce. The hind legs propelled it with an imperceptible swiftness, launching it forward with a sudden leap. Soaring into the air, at the pinnacle of its ascent, the body formed a 60-degree angle with the ground. With the wind rushing against it, the mouth opened wide, revealing a crimson tongue that jutted out from one side. Upon spotting Sato-Mo, the corners of its mouth widened even further, subtly exposing a hint of the drool that had been flung behind. The swift canine traced a graceful arc through the air before landing elegantly with a soft thud. Arf! Thud! Arf! Thud! Arf! As the swift canine drew closer, Sato-Mo suddenly felt an urge to drink water. Running was absolutely out of the question, for the swift canine would become even more exhilarated in pursuit of its fleeing prey. Sato-Mo would never succumb to fate, his gaze shifting with the movements of the swift canine, until its form eclipsed the azure sky. If you dare to pounce down, I swear. Thud. One must ponder the consequences of suddenly being struck by an object weighing over 160 kilograms, utterly catastrophic. Just before losing consciousness, Sato-Mo realized that the robust physique of beings in the Pokemon world was not without reason. In simple terms, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. Those with weaker constitutions were eliminated through repeated misfortunes. Moreover, why was this creature so heavy again? After a moment, he felt something pressing against his chest. Soft and gentle. Coughing slightly, Pseudo-Mo groggily opened his eyes. The swift canine was rhythmically kneading Pseudo-Mo's chest with its paw, which was nearly the size of his own face. No wonder it was so soft. After all, the pads on the swift canine's paw were exceptionally bouncy. Observing the swift canine's adept movements, a dull ache began to throb in Pseudo-Mo's head. As a dog, the swift canine's skill was remarkable, and Pseudo-Mo's contributions to its training were undeniable. The swift canine excelled solely due to its practiced dexterity. Ignoring the harrowing memories, Pseudo-Mo took a deep breath. Mentally preparing himself, you are someone else's swift canine. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he chuckled. Ah, the swift canine leaned in, playfully covering Pseudo-Mo's face with its other paw, gently rubbing it. The simultaneous pressure from the paw on his chest and face mirrored a familiar sensation, allowing Pseudo-Mo to comfortably close his eyes. Based on past experiences, it was time to drift off to sleep. The swift canine, puzzled, lifted its paw, gazing at the slumbering Pseudo-Mo, tilting its head in curiosity. Chapter 17. Awakening in the Pokémon Center of Shannan Town. The lounge had yet to buzz with activity, with only the pallid Pseudo-Mo lying on the bed, while a Chansey busied itself adjusting the blanket for him. Then, with one paw directed towards Pseudo-Mo, the Chansey summoned a swirling, pink energy aura that enveloped him, executing its signature move, Healing Wave. Pseudo-Mo's complexion began to regain color at a visibly rapid pace. Its other paw was not idle either, intermittently glowing with a bluish-green radiance. Aromatherapy. A soothing fragrance began to waft through the air, effectively calming the injured. The furrowed brows of Pseudo-Mo gradually relaxed. Strangely enough, the effects of the aromatherapy seemed to diminish the farther one moved from Pseudo-Mo's bedside. The scent grew fainter, as if overshadowed by some other aroma. Before the wind speed dog could curl up in its corner, the enticing aroma had already dissipated completely. The wind speed dog could only gaze pitifully at June Shaley, occasionally stealing glances at the demon by the door, the froth at the corners of its mouth subtly visible. Following the wind speed dog's line of sight, one could see the stinking mud standing guard like a sentinel at the entrance, fixating its gaze on the wind speed dog cowering in the corner, while June Shaley whispered something to it. As June Shaley spoke, the previously expressionless stinking mud quickly cast a glance at Pseudo-Mo, then nodded in acknowledgement toward June Shaley. June Shaley sniffed the air in the room, feeling a slight sense of relief. Simultaneously, the wind speed dog's eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness. Pseudo-Mo let out a groan, gradually regaining consciousness, and in the serene lounge, the white ceiling loomed into view. The once gentle lighting now felt somewhat blinding. The stinking mud stood at the door, arms crossed over its chest, eyes fixed intently on the wind speed dog, which was covering its nose with its paws. Although Pseudo-Mo detected no unpleasant odor, the wind speed dog's sense of smell was undoubtedly far superior to that of a human. A melodious sound rang in his ears as the happy Chansey looked at the awakened Pseudo-Mo, simultaneously alerting June Shaley and the two small spirits in the room. This scene evoked a sense of familiarity in Pseudo-Mo. Hello, Chansey. I've just woken up, Pseudo-Mo thought, his mind still hazy. Where's the wind speed dog? And the water-leap fish? Noticing that Pseudo-Mo had regained consciousness, Ani squeezed to the bedside, her large eyes filled with concern. The wind speed dog lay on the ground, covering its nose with its front paws, groaning directly at Pseudo-Mo. Pseudo-Mo reached out to pat Ani, ignoring the wind speed dog's tearful gaze, and surveyed the lounge he was all too familiar with. Suddenly, frustration welled up within him. How many times have I come here? With the help of the stinking mud, which had pushed Chansey aside, he sat up, noticing the displeasure in Chansey's round face, which had puffed up in protest at having its duties usurped. With a turn, Chansey hopped out of the lounge, thinking that since Mo was awake, it was time to assist Joy. Pseudo-Mo shook his neck and then gently stretched his body, starting from his shoulders. There was still some pain, but it was no longer a significant issue, and his body felt increasingly familiar. Yet, the process was something Pseudo-Mo found difficult to accept. He exhaled a deep breath, then turned to look at Pear's sister, who was leaning against the door. After finishing her words, June Shaley had deliberately turned her face away, indicating her disinterest in the matter. Can't you just lie down quietly? Why are you sitting up? Pseudo-Mo rolled his eyes, then pointed a finger at the wind speed dog. You can sit, but why are your front paws on the ground? Are you trying to take a stroll? The wind speed dog pouted, sticking out its tongue to cool off, indicating that it would behave now. If you tell me to put them down, I will. You shameless creature. The wind speed dog, instead of engaging in its usual quarrels with Sato, exhibited an unusual obedience that left Sato momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief exchange of glances, Sato reflected on the events of the day and felt his emotions reaching a boiling point. He exclaimed, "You silly dog." Just then, the lounge door swung open forcefully, startling everyone inside. In burst joy, her exuberance palpable, only to be taken aback by June Shaley standing by the door. "What are you doing here, Pear? You startled me," she retorted, her heart still racing. "That is not a line for you to say." June Shaley, hand over her chest, expressed her indignation. "What's the rush?" "Huh." Joy paused, then quickly replied, "Oh, the video call is connected, but she's still on her way. Come on, let's go. Pear, hurry up." With a knowing glance, Joy signaled to June Shaley, who, upon understanding her cue, assisted the somewhat hindered Sato out of the lounge. Once the room was devoid of people and Pokémon, the wind speed dog approached June Shaley, looking rather forlorn. "You troublemaker." June Shaley gently patted the dog's cheek, affectionately saying, "You go on ahead. I just need to fetch something. Return to your Pokeball for now." "Okay, but you must behave." The wind speed dog's expression transformed from reluctance to a beaming smile in an instant. Exiting the lounge, June Shaley made her way directly to Joy's office, recalling that Joy's communication device should be there, necessitating haste. With long strides, her pace quickened significantly. In contrast, Sato, having just risen from bed, moved with some difficulty. Even if June Shaley took a detour, she would likely arrive at their destination before Sato and his group, for her long legs were not merely for show. Indeed, when Joy arrived at the lounge with Sato and the sludge Pokémon, June Shaley was already waiting outside, her striking visage now serious, exuding an inexplicable air of authority. Remarkably, even the usually playful wind speed dog had altered its demeanor, refraining from baring its teeth or barking, instead crouching protectively in front of June Shaley, coldly observing the situation on the video screen. Sato, familiar with the wind speed dog, recognized its anger. As a symbol of the June Shaley clan, the wind speed dog had entered a serious mode, displaying the fierce demeanor expected of a beast. Typically, it balanced its playful nature with its role as June Shaley's partner in maintaining the peace in the town of Shannon. The wind speed dog was indeed formidable. "All right, everyone is here. Let us begin." June Shaley's voice was cool and composed as she addressed the camera with gravity. "The time is now exactly 4 p.m. Based on prior observations, the Water Leap Pokémon, submitted by trainer Sato to the Pokémon Center, has awakened." After a brief pause, she continued, "Now, Sato has arrived. All parties involved are present." After finishing his words, he maintained a stern expression and turned to face Sato Moku. While Windspeed Dog also wore a cold demeanor, only casting a sidelong glance at the situation unfolding in the room. Sato Moku was taken aback by the stark contrast between the current appearance of June Shaley and Windspeed Dog and his prior impressions, feeling an unsettling anxiety creep over him. "Why am I feeling this way? I haven't done anything wrong." Instinctively, Sato Moku pushed aside his thoughts of Murabini. Besides, we haven't even opened it to see what's inside." With this thought, coupled with the incessant wagging of Windspeed Dog's tail in the blind spot of the camera and the gestures from Sisterly, Sato Moku began to regain his composure. As he limped toward the camera, peeking around nervously, June Shaley stifled a laugh, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Ahem, Sato Moku. We need to first ascertain the attitude of the water leap fish towards you." In truth, under the uncertainty of whether Sato Moku had harmed Murabini, the demeanor of a small Pokémon could reveal a great deal. Although Pokémon can exhibit traits such as ferocity, brutality, gluttony, and mischief, their loyalty to a trainer they acknowledge is unfailingly genuine, especially when considering the starter Pokémon that have been selected, nurtured, and distributed by the League. The room housing the water leap fish was modest in size, adorned with large glass windows. Through these windows, one could easily observe the interior from outside. Prior to Sato Moku's arrival, a stinky mud had been pressed against the glass, monitoring the situation within. Contrary to expectations, the glass was now smeared with water stains, as if it had just been washed. Sato Moku felt a twinge of conflict within him as he placed his hand against the glass, attempting to wipe away the moisture. A glance around the room revealed the water leap fish in a defensive posture, its body hidden beneath the sheets, with only its sensor-like fins exposed, quivering as it sensed its surroundings. Oh, and the occasional furtive glances. It seemed the water leap fish was secretly observing the outside world. "Ah, this little rascal." Suddenly, Sato Moku's gaze locked with that of the water leap fish, and both parties froze momentarily. A subtle smile crept across Sato Moku's lips as he opened his mouth, saying, "Hey, I'm here." The water-leap fish, concealed under the blanket, momentarily froze, its exposed fins ceasing their tremors as it stared blankly at Sato Moku outside. "Kaka?" Sato Moku chuckled softly, then turned to Jun Shaili. With her nod of encouragement, he gently cracked the door open and slipped inside, followed closely by Ani, and then a paw of Windspeed Dog. Once Ani had fully entered, Sato Moku hastily closed the door behind him. It seems something got caught, but never mind. As for the muffled whines emanating from outside, Sato Moku chose to ignore them. A faint smile graced his lips as he considered it a small interest from his fainting spell, directing his attention back to the water-leap fish. Unbeknownst to me, the creature known as water-leap fish had already emerged from beneath the blanket, boldly standing on the hospital bed, gazing at itself with an expression of peculiar curiosity, while also casting a sidelong glance at the foul sludge beside it. Water-leap fish appeared considerably more spirited now. Its size was akin to that of a small dog, with its surface adorned in a slick, blue skin. Apart from the prominent dorsal fin atop its head, the conspicuous orange gill flaps on either side, and its magnificent tail fin left a lasting impression on Sato Mo. The bite wounds on its body had been tended to, save for a small notch on the dorsal fin, a testament to its fierce struggle. Water-leap fish's stamina had nearly returned, though bandages still wrapped around its body. Its mental state seemed quite agreeable, as Sato Mo observed water-leap fish turning its head to exchange fierce glares with the weeping Windspeed Dog. He cheerfully greeted the creature. "Hello there." Upon noticing Sato Mo, water-leap fish's previously menacing gaze softened, only to shift into a mischievous glimmer. A sense of unease flickered within Sato Mo, yet as water-leap fish approached, he cast aside his trepidation. Not only Sato Mo, but also Joy-Chun and Jun Shaili outside the room bore smiles on their faces. However, in an instant, all expressions of joy froze, especially on Sato Mo's face. He stood in stunned silence as water-leap fish puffed up its cheeks and expelled a jet of water directly at him. What a predicament! The threat did not stem from the water jet itself, but rather the significance behind it, as well as the judgment of those observing from behind the screen. At that moment, Sato Mo truly felt as if he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. What a foolish desire! Perhaps due to his frequent escapades in the forest, Sato Mo quickly regained his composure. How could he not? Had he not noticed the sludge creature, too lethargic to move? As he watched the stream of water approach, he calculated its trajectory and tilted his head slightly, evading the droplets scattered in the wake of the water jet. He cast a sidelong glance as the forceful stream grazed his cheek before crashing against the wall of the lounge. The sheer power of the jet caused droplets to scatter everywhere, rendering the room damp, with some even splattering onto Sato Mo's back. This jet was clearly aimed at him, and Sato Mo frowned slightly. But what was the matter with water-leap fish? To suggest its aim was poor seemed utterly unfounded. It felt as though it was attempting to draw his attention. As Sato Mo's gaze shifted, he realized that water-leap fish was no longer on the bed, but instead airborne, following the trajectory of the water jet as it lunged towards him. One must ponder. If something were to fly towards you, what would you do? Most individuals would instinctively set aside whatever they were holding to catch the incoming object, and Sato Mo was no exception. He stepped forward, instinctively extending his arm. Following the path traced by water-leap fish, he caught its slick body midair, feeling the force conveyed through his palm, causing his expression to shift. His forearm bent involuntarily, drawing water-leap fish into his embrace, surrendering to the weight of its descent. As Sato Sumi stood there, he could only watch in astonishment as the water-jumping fish leaped into his embrace, sending him sprawling. Feeling the immense strength contained within its small form, Sato Sumi found his feet lifting off the ground, silently hoping that his head would not collide with the wall or floor, praying fervently to avoid a concussion. Chapter 19. The agitated Windspeed Dog. Instead of the anticipated sensation of crashing against the wall or floor, he experienced a peculiar stickiness and a slight yielding. Upon turning his head, he discovered himself enveloped in a mass of purple mud. It turned out that the foul-smelling mud had cushioned his fall before he could hit the ground, rubbing the back of his head against the mud's surface. He borrowed some strength from it and settled down cross-legged on the floor, cradling the water-jumping fish in his arms. At the same time, the mud silently adhered to his back, peering curiously over his shoulder. As the water-jumping fish wriggled in his embrace, its massive tail fin flicked back and forth, producing a soft, squishy sound. This noise made Sato Sumi feel as though his bones were melting. He tentatively reached out to touch the fish's body, causing it to shudder abruptly. Squinting his eyes, he gently caressed the sides of the fish's head and its smooth back. It felt pleasantly cool and soothing. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open with a bang. Sado-Sumi, the mud, and the water-jumping fish all turned to look. The wind speed dog was the first to poke its large head in, its fangs bared and eyes sharp, appearing quite anxious. Upon assessing the scene inside the room, the tension in the wind speed dog's expression froze, its eyes blinking a couple of times, losing focus and turning bewildered, eventually settling into a look of utter confusion. Then, Jun Shaili and Xiao Ichuan squeezed in beside the wind speed dog, hastily entering the room. Upon spotting the water-jumping fish snuggling in Sado-Sumi's arms, their expressions mirrored that of the wind speed dog. What about the promised fight? Startled by the sudden commotion at the door, the water-jumping fish instinctively positioned itself in front of Sado-Sumi, issuing a warning, completely unaware that its petite frame could only shield Sado-Sumi's chest and abdomen. Seeing the intruders, Sado-Sumi greeted them with a broad smile, his small eyes nearly squinting shut. Gently stroking the fish's back, he softly reassured, "It's all right. It's all right." Jun Shaili and Xiao Ichuan remained still in compliance, and the wind speed dog retracted its fangs. Gradually, the water-jumping fish relaxed its vigilant demeanor but continued to watch Xiao Ichuan and Jun Shaili, as well as the bewildered wind speed dog stuck in the doorway. Sado-Sumi signaled to Jun Shaili and Xiao Ichuan, then continued to soothe the water-jumping fish, inquiring, "Why did you spray me with the water gun just now?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Upon regaining composure, he realized that his back was completely soaked. Keklo. That was a reward. The water-jumping fish's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Keklo. All is even. Then, with its face pressed against Sado-Sumi's, the gills on its cheeks tickled her playfully. A woof. Upon witnessing this, the speedy dog barked excitedly. Uft. The water-spraying fish opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent. The speedy dog found itself wedged at the doorway. Caught in a dilemma, unable to advance, for fear of missing out on potential dangers, and equally reluctant to retreat, what if something amusing were to happen? Unexpectedly, the water-spraying fish greeted it with a splash of water. Instinctively, the speedy dog, guided by its keen reflexes, could clearly discern the trajectory of the water jet, as well as the droplets scattering due to its weakened form. They surged through the gap between Joey Chun and Jun Shaili, heading straight for it. Was it intended to ruin the door again and evade? Was it to fulfill Joey Chun's wish for dog meat hot pot? More importantly, what if the debris scattered by its retreat harmed pair? With this thought, the speedy dog cast a furtive glance at Joey Chun. What remarkable skill! And recalled her previous remarks, causing it to shrink back its trembling paws. Still shaken by the thought of hot pot. Cough. Dog meat hot pot does not frighten me. I merely fear for my pair's safety. I am not afraid of hot pot. Returning to reality, the speedy dog found itself doused with water. The once flowing flaxen fur, now wet, clung to its face, with several damp strands playfully obscuring its eyes, while excess water dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the floor. The pitiful appearance of the speedy dog felt the chilly water, which contained two energies it found repugnant. For reasons unknown, after being splashed, the speedy dog felt as though it had humiliated itself before Pear and Sado-Sumi. Struck by this little creature, anger bubbled within it. Contrary to its usual demeanor, it refrained from howling or acting cute, instead lowering its head, rendering its expression unreadable to Sado-Sumi. Gulu observed the unusually quiet speedy dog, and Sado-Sumi swallowed hard, tightly cradling the water-spraying fish, murmuring, "Oh, my little ancestor. Though it may be a bit foolish, it is certainly not weak." Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the doorway, interrupting Sado-Sumi's musings. Her words were abruptly halted as she and the water-spraying fish turned to the entrance. There stood the speedy dog, lifting its robust forelimbs that could gallop freely across the earth, and slammed them heavily onto the floor, the dull sound reflecting its absolute displeasure. Under the watchful eyes of Sado-Sumi and the others, fiery sparks silently erupted across the speedy dog's surface, quickly merging into a conflagration. The blazing orange flames enveloping its body, swiftly drying its damp fur. Standing aside, Jun Shaili and Joey Chun felt waves of heat wash over them, prompting them to take several steps back. Simultaneously, the door beside the speedy dog began to char, and the temperature within the room escalated rapidly. The swift dog raised its head, its brown eyes seemingly ablaze, while its ivory fangs and exposed pink teeth drew additional attention. However, what was that fireball forming in its mouth? Woof. I refuse to engage in this game of spraying water while this creature breathes fire to save Grandpa. As the first flicker of flame appeared on the swift dog, Annie enveloped Sado-Mo, shielding him from the ensuing heat wave. The water-leap fish, having just embarked on its journey, had never encountered a Pokémon of such caliber as the swift dog. Among the creatures met along the way, the small Rattata in the forest had been considered rather formidable. Locking eyes with the swift dog, Pseudo-Legendary felt the creature's fury directed not only at the water-leap fish in his arms, but also a deeper embarrassment and rage. Just as he parted his lips to speak, a piercing scream broke the air, wind. Hearing the familiar voice momentarily calmed the swift dog. It tilted its head, and upon grasping the situation, the flames that had surged around it came to a halt. Joy Chun's clothing had ignited from the errant flames, while June Shaley frantically attempted to extinguish the fire. In that instant, the swift dog felt a wave of dread. It appeared as though a hot pot was beckoning towards it. Chapter 20. Reconciliation. Water-leap fish, hurry and douse the flames, Annie shouted, creating an opening. Ignoring the oppressive heat, Pseudo-Legendary hurriedly raised the water-leap fish towards Joy Chun, commanding it to spray water upon the flames. Though the water-leap fish appeared somewhat lethargic, it obeyed Pseudo-Legendary's directive. Under the high temperature, the water jet lost its usual speed and force, forming a parabolic arc that splashed down on Joy Chun. Fortunately, water still triumphed over fire when equal amounts were concerned. A collective sigh echoed from within and outside the room, a sound laden with relief. Thankfully, Joy Chun's clothing was ultimately saved, and any burns were considered trivial. After all, wasn't Chansey there for a reason? At least the swift dog need not worry about being immediately thrust into a hot pot. Not only Joy Chun and June Shaley, but Pseudo-Legendary and the swift dog also exhaled in relief. However, Pseudo-Legendary caught a glimpse of the equipment outside the room and wondered, was there not someone who had just sighed, as if expressing regret? Extinguish the flames. Pseudo-Legendary turned and glared at the swift dog. The creature's eyes widened momentarily before it lowered its brow, extinguishing its flames and obediently sitting aside. Though the room's temperature would take some time to stabilize, Pseudo-Legendary retracted the notion of a dog-meat hot pot and calmly turned back. Water-leap fish, exert yourself a little more and spray some water to cool the room down. Sister Chun, are you all right? Upon seeing Joy Chun crouched, Pseudo-Legendary swiftly turned and instructed Annie. Annie, go help Sister Chun. As Annie departed, Pseudo-Legendary instantly felt a wave of intense heat. Joy Chun, recognizing Pseudo-Legendary's goodwill, did not refuse, especially as the circumstances left her little choice. Allowing the sticky and somewhat weighty mud to envelop her body, Joy Pure felt an overwhelming sense of relief. At last, she need not worry about any accidental exposure. Observing this, the Chansey hastily attended to Joy Pure's injuries. Shortly thereafter, Pseudo-Legendary heard a series of sighs that echoed loudly in the still room, confirming that these sounds emanated from the device. Pseudo-Legendary noticed the emergence of intricate patterns on Sister Junko's forehead. As the situation stabilized, June Shaley stepped firmly onto the ground, approaching the curled-up and timid wind speed dog, striving to diminish her own presence. She scrutinized her furry companion, gently scratching its drooping ears, and said, "Come, let us apologize to A-Chun." With that, she led the way toward the re-emerging Joy Pure. Wrapped in purple sludge, Joy Pure wore a countenance that radiated anger, diminishing her usual gentleness and imparting a touch of allure and vibrancy. Thud. After taking a few steps, the wind speed dog turned back, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait. I came in. How did I create a hole in the wall?" Cautiously glancing at Joy Pure, the wind speed dog buried its head behind June Shaley, nudging her to move forward. Both June Shaley and Joy Pure twitched at the corners of their eyes, and Pseudo-Legendary was no exception. Halfway through, the wind speed dog squeezed past June Shaley, who looked astonished, having been timid after causing trouble, and approached Joy Pure. In a poetic moment, the wind howled, and the brave warrior departed. "Could you stop trembling like a noodle?" Pseudo-Legendary exclaimed, observing the wind speed dog's ears flopped in a comical airplane shape. Unable to suppress a sigh, "Woof woof." The wind speed dog squatted before Joy Pure, who, along with the mud, regarded it with predictable expressions. The wind speed dog stretched its neck, yapping while occasionally pawing the ground. June Shaley covered her face in embarrassment. "Woof?" Joy Pure inquired, noticing the lack of effect. The wind speed dog flopped onto its back, paws in the air, tongue out, looking adorably at Joy Pure. "Get up first," Joy Pure replied, her lips twitching as she supported the stunned mud. "If you don't forgive me, I want to get up," the wind speed dog whined, prompting Joy Pure to cover her face in exasperation. Faced with this audacious creature, she wondered who could possibly provide a solution. June Shaley felt thoroughly embarrassed and wished to disappear. Seeing this, Pseudo-Legendary approached the wind speed dog, cradling the water jump fish as he squatted down. The fish gazed in confusion at the sprawled-out wind speed dog, unable to comprehend the stark contrast of its behavior. "Oh, you're angry?" The wind speed dog feigned indifference. turning its head away. You were just about to use fire on me. I saw it. Pseudo-Legendary pressed. Was I? No way. The wind speed dog retorted, wagging its tail and thumping the floor. Watching this shameless creature, Pseudo-Legendary felt an urge to scold it. After a moment of silence, he proposed, I'll help you take a bath. At this, the wind speed dog paused, its tail's wagging. I'll accompany you to bask in the sun and help you groom your fur. The tip of the tail flicked slightly upwards, and the wind speed dog's large, glistening eyes darted around, enticingly proclaiming, and a full body massage too. If you don't get up soon, you'll miss out on everything. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. You silly creature. Pseudo-Legendary's eyes rolled halfway, and the wind speed dog sprang up with astonishing speed. It raised its paws towards Pseudo-Legendary, revealing its bouncy paw pads. After a moment of silence, Pseudo-Legendary playfully slapped the paw pad. The texture was delightful, and declared, It's a deal. Woof. Agreed. Pseudo-Legendary rubbed the wind speed dog's paw pads a few times, clapped his hands, and stood up. Mission accomplished. The temperature in the room had already dropped, but the scorch marks at the door and within the room would take some time to disappear, leaving a lingering, burnt smell that fresh air could not dispel. June Shaley sat on a chair by the door, a smile gracing her face as she observed Pseudo-Legendary and the little sprite within the room, while Joy Pure, Chansey, and Anu were nowhere to be seen. Pseudo-Legendary sat on the bed, with the water leap fish nestled obediently in his arms, its dorsal fin and tail fin twitching occasionally, seemingly startled by the wind speed dog's demeanor. The wind speed dog sat obediently before Pseudo-Legendary, its fluffy tail wagging behind it, indicating that its spirits were quite high. What just happened? With your strength, the water leap fish's water gun shouldn't have troubled you. Pseudo-Legendary mused, utterly curious about what could provoke such fury in the wind speed dog. Surely, there was more to the story. Woof. Woof. It hurts a lot to be hit by my own water gun. I'm not lying. Pseudo-Legendary found himself at a loss for words, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Yet, he could surmise that the cause of the wind speed dog's anger likely stemmed from Sister Pear. If there was any unexpected element, it would probably involve himself and Sister Pure. The water leap fish timidly spoke up, offering an apology to the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog paused, tilting its head to gaze at the little blue sprite in Pseudo-Legendary's arms, then leaned down to give the water leap fish a hearty lick. Pseudo-Legendary was unable to intervene in time. It was important to note that the water leap fish, covered in a slippery substance to facilitate its movement on land, was now in a rather wet predicament, evidenced by the splattering of water everywhere. Chapter 21. Mother. After a while, Pseudo-Legendary locked eyes with the wind speed dog. Then, with a quick glance towards Sister Pear sitting at the door, he subtly gestured towards June Shaley and exchanged knowing looks with the wind speed dog. Is it Sister Pear? The water leap fish, noticing, also tilted its head towards June Shaley, its round eyes brimming with curiosity. June Shaley. The wind speed dog followed suit and glanced at its trainer, nodding once before shaking its head and returning a look to Pseudo-Legendary. And you and Sister Pure too. The water leap fish continued to fixate on June Shaley, its curious expression intensifying. June Shaley. You'll lose me if you keep this up. Pseudo-Legendary stood momentarily stunned, his eyes glistening as he embraced the large head of the wind speed dog, burying his face in its fur. June Shaley, what on earth is happening? Notably, June Shaley and the bewildered Shui Yuyu, who were entirely in the dark, observed the expressions of those who had witnessed the unfolding scene through the devices. Their faces were a tapestry of emotions, but they all arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The death of Village Edge 1 was most likely unrelated to Pseudo-Legendary. Upon hearing a familiar sigh, Pseudo-Legendary curiously glanced at the communication device, only to see Joy Chun shooting a piercing glare at the individual behind the device. Joy Chun, now dressed appropriately, returned, accompanied by Ani and Jili Dan, with Ani carrying a small backpack. Observing Joy Chun, who was now neatly attired, Pseudo-Legendary quickly deduced why the people behind the communication device were sighing. A bunch of rascals. Surveying the room, he noticed Shui Yuyu nestled in his embrace, both tilting their heads in unison to gaze at him. Seeing this, Joy Chun felt reassured. If the incident concerning Village Edge 1 were related to Pseudo-Legendary, Shui Yuyu would not exhibit such docility, as the little sprite was deeply emotional. Joy Chun then clasped her hands in front of her abdomen and gently remarked, Li Zi, you will cover the repair costs for the room. Wind Speed Dog, your training regimen will be doubled this month. June Shaley's ears flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. Woof. The Wind Speed Dog immediately expressed its discontent. Not pleased, are we? How about we go for hot pot? June Shaley shot a sidelong glance. Woof, isn't it just training? No problem. June Shaley suppressed her smile, shouldering the charred door as she stood before the communication device, fiddling with it while stating, The incident has been addressed. What are your thoughts? The family of Village Edge 1 had arrived. The communication device lit up, revealing a display screen with Jun Shaylee's image. Sato Oni and Shuei Yueyu gasped in unison. The three were adorably rotating in front of the screen, and for Sato, who had only heard tales of how similar the Jun Shaylee clan appeared, this was his first encounter, not to mention for Ani and Shuei Yueyu. Hello, I am Li Zi's cousin, Jun Sha Kai Kai Z. Jun Sha Kai Kai Z chuckled at their antics and continued, Sato, nice to meet you. Please hold on for a moment. The other family members of Village Edge 1 will be arriving shortly. Oh, all right, Sato nodded absently, suddenly snapping back to reality as he shook Jun Shaylee's hand. Li Z, you don't all look exactly alike. Look, your eyes are slightly smaller. Jun Shaylee, exasperated, released Sato's ear. Sister, how are the family members of Village Edge 1? Just then, a middle-aged man beside Jun Sha Kai Kai Z interjected, Hello, Sato. I am Yuraben Ki, the father of Village Edge 1 and a businessman. Sato was taken aback, realizing that the father had been observing quietly all along. Oh, so it was indeed this individual who emitted those previous sighs. How curious it is that, even amidst the misfortune of his child, he still harbors thoughts of. Well, one can only conclude he is either a complete libertine or has little regard for his own offspring, the one known as Murakami I. Should the former be true, a merchant of his stature would not so readily expose such a personal flaw. If the latter holds weight, it suggests his primary interest lies with the card, underscoring its significance or his need for it. As his thoughts whirled, Sato maintained an impassive facade. His eyes blinked in surprise, his expression a mix of astonishment and a hint of embarrassment as he stammered, Hello, Mr. Murakami. Regarding matters of Murakami I have a few inquiries to make. Murakami paused, then inquired, Is it true that Murakami I has fallen in battle? Sato hesitated. Ah yes. When I discovered him, Murakami I had already. He recounted the situation once more, while Junsha Nanako listened intently, occasionally glancing at the report in her hands, the report submitted by Junshali. It is indeed heartbreaking. Murakami wiped the corner of his eye and, with a sense of urgency, asked, What of his card? The Junsha sisters and Sato exchanged surprised glances before responding. The card has been retrieved. The situation was sudden, compounded by the grievous injuries sustained by the water sprite, and the forest was fraught with peril. Consequently, other belongings, including Murakami I's body, could not be brought back and remain in the forest. I see. Murakami cast a sidelong glance at the water sprite in Sato Mo's arms, his brow furrowing slightly. Water sprite, might it be possible to return the card expeditiously? Sato replied, Certainly. How splendid. As for the water sprite, suddenly, a voice interrupted from nearby. A woman, approximately 35 years of age, with a striking visage and wavy hair, stood beside Murakami, her crimson eyes betraying her weariness. I am the mother of Murakami I, she declared, Sato. After a brief pause, she continued, What is the condition of my child's body? Murakami interjected, Let us address that shortly. The water sprite, silence. I have no interest in your affairs, nor do I care about the card, little sprite. I only wish to know the state of my child. The desperation in Murakami I's mother's voice was palpable, tears streaming down her face once more. Cough, cough. I also consider him my child. But a life lost cannot be reclaimed. The priority now is the card. You know how crucial it is to me. Murakami's expression grew somewhat awkward. Murakami I's remains have already been interred by Sato. Junsha Li remarked with a furrowed brow. Ah, merely a simple earthen grave. Sato interjected. I have taken measures to ensure that Murakami I's body will not be further desecrated, although it will hasten the process of decomposition. If you wish to reclaim his body, it must be done swiftly. Splendid, splendid. Murakami I's mother wept uncontrollably, then resolutely stated, Mr. Sato, should you manage to bring back my child, I agree to entrust the care of the water sprite to you. Chapter 22. Rika's resolution impossible. Murakami exclaimed anxiously. We can offer money, but the small Pokémon must not be involved. If we retrieve the water leap fish, wouldn't that give us two? Both parties remained obstinate in their positions. Observing the escalating tension, Joy gently suggested, Since their opinions differ, let us inquire about the water leap fish's preference. Kako. The water leap fish appeared despondent, absorbing the words of those behind the screen. Water leap fish, which side do you wish to follow? Murakami's parents or Sato? Joy leaned down, speaking softly to the water leap fish. Follow your heart. I assure you, your decision will be honored above all. Murakami's parents gasped in disbelief. Sato, Sister Junko is so impressive. Silence. Sato, Oh, June Shaley chimed in supportively, remaining calm. Rest assured, Waterleap Fish, feel free to express your choice. The Waterleap Fish's gaze flickered between June Shaley and Joy before settling on Satomo's face. With a gentle nudge against Satomo, it then stumbled to the ground. Swaying slightly, Satomo reached out to steady the Waterleap Fish, noting that its injuries had not yet fully healed. Standing firm before the screen, the Waterleap Fish gazed at the familiar female human and the unfamiliar male figure. It remained silent, straining to bend its front limbs until its chin nearly touched the ground, maintaining this posture until fatigue caused it to collapse. Throughout, Satomo merely observed. This sequence of actions nearly drained the Waterleap Fish's energy, leaving it gasping on the ground. Only then did Satomo approach slowly, tenderly lifting the Waterleap Fish and wiping away the tears from its eyes. Have you chosen Satomo? Joy inquired once the Waterleap Fish's breathing stabilized. With tearful eyes, the Waterleap Fish lifted its head from Satomo's embrace and nodded resolutely at Joy, causing fresh tears to spill forth. Upon witnessing this, Satomo's mouth widened in shock, and Mook's expression mirrored his surprise. No, this is unreasonable. It is merely a small Pokémon, Murakami blurted out, unable to choose his words wisely. The other Pokémon present reacted differently to his statement. The fire speed dog ignited with sparks once more. Mook's body wriggled in agitation. If Murakami had been closer, Mook would have undoubtedly inflicted a tickling torment upon him. Jigglypuff remained composed, as it was a nurse and could simply blacklist Murakami's family if needed. The Waterleap Fish was the most direct, turning to unleash a powerful water gun straight at Murakami's face, defiantly shouting at him. June Shaley's expression darkened while Joy was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. The Junsha and Joy families both hold a deep affection for the little spirits. Amidst a heated debate between the parents at the village's edge, it was proposed that the Waterleap Fish be entrusted to Satomo. Joy June's demeanor, typically gentle, took on an unexpectedly resolute tone. I second that. Junsha firmly sided with Joy June and Satomo, with her faithful Arcanine echoing its support with a bark. You all will regret this. I will appeal, protested Murabe, whose expression was visibly strained. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from behind the crowd. The sound of dainty shoes striking the ground rang out, as a figure stepped from the shadows, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. Clad in a light kimono adorned with delicate blossoms, the newcomer had black silk threads accentuating her alabaster neck, with a spherical pendant concealed within her garment. Resembling a Pokeball, a girl around 11 or 12 years old, with sparkling eyes and neatly cropped hair that framed her gentle features, approached with small, graceful steps. Satomo felt a flicker of familiarity regarding this girl, as her sense stirred a sense of recognition within him. Ah, Rika, you finally arrived? Upon seeing the newcomer, both Joy June and Junsha were momentarily taken aback before breaking into smiles. I heard there has been a bit of trouble here, and I've been rather idle lately, the girl replied, her tone lighthearted. Hey, who are you to meddle in our affairs? Murabe exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated by the unexpected intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rika, the gym leader of the Rainbow City Gym. It is a pleasure to meet you, she said, her smile undeterred by the interruption, her eyes narrowing with warmth. But sir, you would do well to watch your tongue, lest I seek retribution. Even if you hail from the Hoenn region, a gym leader? At such a young age? Murabe thought incredulously. And you must be Satomo? Rika inquired, her eyes assessing the child holding the Waterleap Fish. What an impulsive little one you are. Wow, a beautiful lady. Are you the gym trainer from Rainbow City? Satomo remarked, captivated by Rika's dark, enchanting eyes. And you smell so wonderful. That scent feels oddly familiar. Hee, thank you, Rika replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. By the way, will this cause any trouble for Lee and June? What? You're referring to the Waterleap Fish? No worries. As long as you can retrieve the card, everything else is trivial. Rika reassured with a nonchalant shrug. And what about Ai? Ai's remains. Murabe's mother interjected anxiously. Rika shot a disapproving glance at Murabe's parents. No problem. Satomo chimed in, looking up. Auntie, I've already retrieved the card. Now, I just need to bring back Ai's remains, right? Yes. Murabe's mother nodded earnestly, ignoring the darkening expression of Murabe beside her. Thus, it was settled. Rika had decisively made her decision, and no one dared to voice any opposition. At this juncture, the matter could finally be considered concluded. Outside a certain room in the Pokémon Center, the confirmation of ownership over the little Pokémon was determined by an 11-year-old girl. With not a single soul willing to contest her authority, for her status as a gym trainer carried considerable weight. Of course, Rika was well aware of this. With a light chuckle, Rika stepped forward, her expression serene as she deactivated the communication device and handed a recording device to Junchuli. She then stretched languidly and gently inquired, "Pear, what prompted you to summon me? Surely, you two can manage this situation with ease. Besides, even if you were to falter, Akari's sister is more than capable of handling it effortlessly." Chapter 23 Explanation. Now aware of her location in the forest region, Pseudo-Legendary proceeded with utmost caution, taking her time as she navigated her way forward. Along the journey, she encountered 2 Rattatas, 4 Pidgeys, an uncountable number of Caterpies, and a plethora of other assorted little Pokémon. Fortunately, she did not come across any Beedrills. Aside from these minor disturbances, the journey had been relatively safe. Parting the underbrush, upon seeing the earthen mound she had painstakingly constructed, Pseudo-Legendary felt a surge of emotion welling up within her, nearly to the point of tears. She was finally on the verge of departing from the central region, ready to embrace her freedom once more. After stealthily traversing this path, she felt as though she might burst from the pent-up anticipation. Pseudo-Legendary rubbed her face, feeling a peculiar stickiness that seemed off. Lowering her gaze, she discovered her hands were caked in mud. It was not her face that was sticky, but rather her hands that had been enveloped by the muck. No wonder. Spitting in mild annoyance, she called out, "How about it, Mud? Are there any wild Pokémon nearby?" It was unthinkable for Pseudo-Legendary to scold Mud, for she cherished it too dearly. The muddy creature closed its eyes, attuning itself to the surrounding environment, then shook its head in affirmation, indicating that the vicinity was safe. Phew, it truly had not been easy. She had simply wished to seize an opportunity, yet the endeavor had proven quite exhausting. Once separated from Mud, Pseudo-Legendary emerged from the thicket and surveyed her surroundings. A solitary, rudimentary earthen mound stood forlornly at the edge of the village, with her belongings scattered about. Ignoring the suspicious, inhuman tracks on the ground that had emerged since her departure, she noted that little had changed since she last left. Without hesitation, Pseudo-Legendary approached the red backpack lying at the village's edge, picking it up for a closer inspection. Before the backpack had been severed in two, she had cradled it closely. Upon closer inspection now, she noticed a distinct mark on the back of the bag. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of the tear. A more thorough examination revealed that it was merely a superficial wound. The spatial backpack resembled an ordinary backpack in size and appearance, yet its internal capacity was vastly superior. Utilizing technology developed by the League, a subject beyond Pseudo-Legendary's comprehension, the interior boasted ample space capable of accommodating a significant amount of supplies, albeit with some items being unable to be stored or only stored in limited quantities. Remarkably, the weight of the backpack remains largely unchanged even after accommodating a substantial amount of supplies, signifying that a trainer can carry sufficient provisions for survival in the wilderness. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the spatial backpack lacks preservation capabilities. Pseudo-Legendary gazed longingly at the enticing spatial backpack, having only seen such wonders previously in stores and on television. Eagerly opening the backpack, Pseudo-Legendary could hardly contain the urge to delve inside, while his curious companion, Grimer, watched with anticipation. Noticing several items scattered on the ground, Grimer turned to assist Pseudo-Legendary in collecting these treasures. "Grimer, it seems that Sumi is here specifically to gather these items." The spatial backpack is divided into numerous compartments, each filled with various items. Pseudo-Legendary casually opened one compartment and eagerly grasped the contents, pulling them out. To his surprise, it turned out to be a tent. After stuffing the tent back in, he marveled at how such a significantly larger item could fit so effortlessly into the backpack. Truly, it is a marvel of technology. Oh, what a splendid find. This backpack can hold an abundance of supplies. Antidotes, healing items, and an assortment of other odds and ends can all be stored within, greatly extending their time in the wild. He playfully retrieved the tent and stuffed it back in, reveling in his newfound toy. At this moment, Grimer, having collected the surrounding debris, noticed Pseudo-Legendary's joy and set down the items. With a tug on Pseudo-Legendary, Grimer indicated a desire to join in the fun. "Come on, Grimer here," Pseudo-Legendary exclaimed, handing the backpack to Grimer while keeping a watchful eye to prevent any untoward incidents. After all, Grimer had a history. "Now this backpack belongs to me." Grimer accepted the intriguing backpack and examined it closely. Is this what Sumi has been so eagerly yearning for? After a brief moment of contemplation, Grimer suddenly opened his mouth wide and, with a swift motion, tossed the spatial backpack into his mouth. "Hey, this is the moment." Pseudo-Legendary seized the backpack just as it slipped from Grimer's grasp, disregarding Grimer's incredulous expression. Before Grimer could swallow the backpack, Pseudo-Legendary deftly reclaimed it. "Humph, how could I possibly stumble in the same place twice?" Sadosumi feigned annoyance, shooting Grimer a sharp glance. In response, Grimer shut his eyes and turned his head away, avoiding Sadosumi's gaze. After a moment, Grimer cautiously peeked at Sadosumi, only to find him grinning widely, his eyes fixed on Grimer without a blink. Grimer, Grimer, come help me pack. Sadosumi called out playfully. After their playful antics, Grimer held the spatial backpack lazily, trailing beside Sadosumi and occasionally reaching out to assist in stowing the items Sadosumi handed over. Out of the corner of his eye, Grimer noticed a glimmer of light in the grass. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, Grimer set down the backpack and, after exchanging a nod with Sadosumi, began to rummage through the underbrush. There, amidst the foliage, Grimer discovered a glass container quietly resting on the ground. What have you found, Anu? Sadomo, after tidying up, slung his backpack over his shoulder and cradled the Pokémon egg as he approached Mook. It appeared he had unearthed something from the underbrush. Huh, is that an incubator? Sadomo observed Mook cradling a cylindrical glass container, one he had only seen in books. The incubator featured hemispherical alloy lids at both ends. One end bore a soft cushion, while the other sported several buttons, presumably for setting parameters. It was said that by placing the Pokémon egg inside, the incubator could autonomously scan the egg's life signs via a chip, intelligently adjusting the internal temperature and humidity to provide an optimal hatching environment. Sadomo took the incubator from Mook's grasp. It could fetch a handsome sum. He glanced back at a gravestone by the village's edge, murmuring, "Is this really the right thing to do?" His voice was laced with hesitation, yet his actions were swift, following the instructions he'd read. He opened the incubator and gently placed the Pokémon egg inside, quickly sealing it shut and activating the device. A soft yellow light illuminated the incubator's display as it began to scan the egg's condition, setting the appropriate parameters. During this process, Sadomo noticed the egg seemed to be in some discomfort, a sensation that intensified with time. Biting his lip, he pondered whether to smash the incubator. Just as he was about to act, the indicator light shifted from yellow to green, signaling that the egg's discomfort was diminishing until it vanished entirely. Relieved, Sadomo suddenly realized that this Pokémon egg was rather delicate. Mook merely rolled her eyes in silence. "You better not say a word about this egg's suffering." Sadomo, with a hint of pride, noted Mook's affection for him. "Hey, Anu, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell?" Momentarily distracted from the egg, Sadomo leaned in to inspect Mook's body closely, alarmed. It couldn't be. She had seemed fine before. Had she caught a chill? Mook sighed, thinking, "Sadomo, you foolish boy." Her eyelids drooped slightly, and a wry smile tugged at her lips. Indeed, she couldn't help but worry about her dear Sadomo. After some playful banter, Sadomo prepared to return home. Before leaving, he gathered a few blue-orange fruits nearby and placed them on the ground near the earthen mound. Having completed his tasks, Sadomo vanished into the underbrush, cloaked by Mook's camouflage. Chapter 24. The hidden card. A sweet aroma forcefully invaded Sadomo's nostrils, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "I've heard quite a bit about you from Per and Achon. They're quite curious about your mischief with the wind speed dog. Unfortunately, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." The gym leader, Rika, wore a serious expression, claiming she had urgent business. Sadomo expressed no doubt regarding her words. "If you have the time, do visit my gym. You must come." "Certainly." Sadomo replied enthusiastically. "Once upon a time, has anyone taken the time to tidy up the relics by the village's edge?" Rika blinked her right eye gently. "You brought them back, yet you haven't even looked at them?" As these words escaped her lips, Sadomo wished she could slap herself twice. Was this something she should have uttered? The smile faded from Sadomo's face. "Sister Rika? I shall remember that." Rika suddenly opened her squinted eyes, and Sadomo noticed how brilliantly they sparkled. "If you don't come, then it's up to you to manage it." She added with a playful smile, "I will definitely come when I have the chance." With a cheerful demeanor, Rika walked away, leaving Sadomo in a state of utter confusion. What does she mean? It's simply bewildering. Come back first, Waterleap Fish. In the Pokémon Center's main hall, there was quite a line of people, each adorned with several Pokeballs at their waists, engaged in lively conversations. Occasionally, terms like Rainbow City and Closed echoed through the air. Some trainers still bore traces of mud, perhaps having just safely arrived from the wilderness. Nurse Joy and her Chansey were busily occupied, continuously receiving Pokeballs from trainers, placing them into marked trays destined for the recovery area. They would then emerge with revived Pokémon, delivering them back to their respective trainers amidst the electronic announcements. Rika stepped out from a corner just in time to see a trainer standing at the counter, receiving several Pokeballs from Nurse Joy. Judging by his fully equipped gear and enthusiastic demeanor, he was likely well prepared to venture into the forest. One could only wonder if fortune would favor him. Rika took a step back, half concealing herself in the shadows, intending to greet Nurse Joy before slipping out through the back door. Suddenly closing the gym and leaving Rainbow City had made her feel awkward, especially after being spotted in South Mountain Town. "Rika, are you heading back to Rainbow City?" Nurse Joy inquired as she handed the Pokeballs to the trainer, wiping the sweat from her brow. After a flurry of activity, she could finally take a moment's respite. Suddenly, she noticed Rika making gestures from the corner, and a sense of dread washed over her. Oh no. Rika's eyes twitched in response. Rika? Rainbow City. Upon hearing certain sensitive keywords, trainers within the Pokémon Center quickly turned to look at Nurse Joy, then swiftly followed her gaze to the girl lingering in the shadows. Is it just the lighting, or does that area seem particularly dark? Rika lightly caressed the corner of her eye, stepping out of the shadows with a somewhat stiff smile. Under the lights, the delicate flowers adorning her kimono accentuated her youthful beauty. Greetings, everyone. I am Rika, the gym leader of Rainbow Gym. I apologize for the sudden closure at the request of Nurse Joy, which may have disrupted your plans. Nurse Joy? The trainers in the Pokémon Center exchanged glances of mild disdain towards Nurse Joy before one inquired, Gym leader Rika, when will we be able to participate in the gym challenge? Nurse Joy's arms, resting on the counter, tensed with visible veins, and despite her efforts to maintain composure, a frown began to form on her forehead. Rika, you cunning girl, how dare you lot look down on me? Remember this. Oh, I am currently preparing to return to the gym, where I can commence my challenges. Rika regained her usual cheerful demeanor, but only Joya, who was familiar with her, noticed that Rika's eyes were narrower and more curved than usual. If you do not disdain me, you may accompany me, and we shall arrive tomorrow. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill, tomorrow's gym challenge does not impose any limitations on the number of challengers, as long as the most basic regulations set by the league are adhered to. The gym leader holds the authority to establish and modify the rules of the gym battles, and such changes are permissible at any time. The trainers exchanged astonished glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears, going to Rainbow City with the gym leader. And tomorrow there are no restrictions on the number of challengers. Surely, this is an invitation without disdain. It was not just the trainers who felt let down. Even others were tempted by the overwhelming allure of safely reaching Rainbow City. The trainers within the Pokémon Center unanimously agreed. Encountering a gym leader in the wild could be said to guarantee half of their journey's safety. As long as they did not act recklessly, the trainers chatted in small groups, excitement bubbling over, yet they did not notice that Rika's smile had grown even wider. Only Joya and Sato, who was hidden in a corner, caught on to this change. Sato relied on intuition. There must be something amiss. Joya, being more acquainted with Rika, recognized the inconsistency of suddenly lifting the daily challenger limit. Wasn't it clear that this was simply an invitation for a fierce battle? Rika was not in a good mood at all. Joya glanced at the exuberant trainers and shook her head slightly. Foolish individuals. Of course, she would not dampen Rika's spirits, especially since they dared to look down on her. That number seems a bit excessive. Sato observed the trainers still rushing toward the Pokémon Center, feeling an ominous sensation. Just as he was about to caution Rika about safety, she suddenly raised her voice, capturing the trainer's attention. Some turned to the corner, seeing nothing amiss, and assumed they had misheard, so they turned back to listen to what Rika was about to say. Everyone remained within the Pokémon Center, which would inevitably cause trouble for Miss Joya. Rika chuckled, playfully covering her mouth. It would be unfortunate to find myself blacklisted, wouldn't it? Amidst the polite yet awkward laughter that resonated within the Pokémon Center, the gathered trainers gradually made their way outside, leaving the center eerily empty. With a series of hurried footsteps, Joya pulled Sato by the ear as they rounded the corner, approaching Rika. Glancing at Sato, who was awkwardly tiptoeing, Rika could not help but stifle a laugh. Sister Rika, please be cautious. Sato, still unaware of Rika's true feelings, felt compelled to remind her. Given the significant favor she had done him, alongside the connections with Junshali and Joya. Ouch, that hurts. Sister Joya, he cried out, the sharp pain in his ear causing him to exclaim. Hush, don't speak. Rika was well aware of the situation. Joya replied with an exasperated tone. Then, twisting Sato's ear once more, she continued amidst his cries of pain. However, one must truly be cautious. After releasing her hand that had concealed her smile, Rika slightly opened her kimono. Sato, covering his face with his hands and peeking through his fingers, exclaimed, Do not gaze upon indecency, and produced a pendant. Sato clearly saw that it was a miniature Pokeball, appearing somewhat antiquated. Smack. What happened to the promise of not gazing upon indecency? Chapter 26. Family meeting. As dusk fell, The Pokémon Center had already illuminated its lights, casting a warm and bright glow, allowing Joy to pull him along. Sato trudged into the center with a heavy heart. Why are you and Sister Rika in such a hurry to leave? The forest is exceedingly dangerous at night. Moreover, there are so many unfamiliar faces following us. Why? Even though he knew the dangers, it was beyond comprehension that the more experienced Joy would be oblivious to them. Rika hasn't cared for you in vain. Sato pondered in confusion. Rika, so young yet already a gym leader, held the position in the Rainbow City where countless eyes were upon her. She needed a battle to prove herself to those with ulterior motives, to demonstrate her strength. Joy gently stroked Sato's hair, suddenly noticing it had grown a bit longer. Seeing the deepening sorrow on his face, Joy reassured him. Do not fret, the little Pokémon Rika carries with her is quite formidable. A Pokémon nurtured by a seasoned gym leader will certainly make those ignorant fools understand what true power is. Sato lowered his head, lost in thought, before looking up at Joy and asking, what is that goat-like Pokémon? That is a ride goat, also known as a prey goat, hailing from the Kalos region. We hardly see them around here. Rika's family is quite strong. Kalos? Our world is vast. We are in Kanto, to the west lies Johto. And there are other regions like Unova and Kalos, among others. Each region boasts its unique Pokémon. However, with the increasing interaction among regions, Pokémon have begun to appear across the globe, following the footsteps of trainers, though this process has not always been amicable. Sister Joy, may I borrow the computer for a moment? Of course. Night fell swiftly, and after perusing some data and exchanging greetings with Chansey, Sato returned home cloaked in the darkness. The lights of countless homes illuminated the night, and soon, another lamp was added. The warm orange glow filled the room, and at a gleaming little wooden table, Sato sat alongside Mudsdale. Mudsdale, unusually diligent, placed the empty bowls on the table and gazed eagerly at Sato. Once Mudsdale joined them, a small family meeting commenced. Sato retrieved the parcel from Joy, which contained 2 boxes and a notebook. There were some inscriptions on the boxes, and upon reading them, Sato realized that Joy had marked them to prevent confusion, ensuring that Mudsdale's food would not mistakenly be given to water fish, which would indeed be troublesome. Inside the box lay an assortment of brown, block-like sustenance, sufficient for approximately 2 days. 1 day's worth for Anu and 2 days' worth for the water-leaping fish. Portions of the enchanted food were carefully placed into the respective bowls of Stinky Mud and water-leaping fish. Anu already possessed a bowl, while the one for the water-leaping fish had just been prepared and then set before them. The water-leaping fish sniffed the aroma of the food, joyfully exclaimed, Kaluo, and promptly began to eat with great relish. Stinky Mud, having previously witnessed dining, as Momo often prepared meals at home, was curious about this particular flavor. Tentatively, it scooped some food from the bowl into its mouth, and upon a slight chew, its eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing Sato and Mo flipping through a notebook, Stinky Mud quickly lifted its bowl and emptied the entire contents into its mouth, chewing voraciously. Staring blankly at the now empty bowl, Stinky Mud tilted its head in thought, then calmly stuffed the bowl into its mouth, cheeks puffed out. Some remnants of food clung to the bowl, and it could not bear to waste them. The water-leaping fish gazed at its bowl, caught in a dilemma. Upon raising his gaze, Sato Amo was met with the sight of Stinky Mud, cheeks bulging, and the water-leaping fish mimicking its actions with the bowl. Sato Amo scooped up the water-leaping fish, playfully reached into Anu's mouth to fish out the bowl, and with a gentle stir, retrieved it. I've told you countless times, Anu. The bowl is meant for holding food, not for consumption. Hey, this is edible, but not as delightful as what should be inside. Is this truly food? No, it is not. Well, fine. Although it may be considered food to you, it must not be consumed. Even if you wish to eat, it must be with my consent, especially since you have already pilfered quite a bit. Do not lead Anu astray. It absolutely must not eat. Sato Emo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Waving the notebook in hand, he declared, with this, I can attempt to create dishes that cater to your tastes. Anu, would you dare try to eat this notebook? Stinky Mud retracted the drool from the corner of its mouth, joining the water-leaping fish in a display of curiosity. Kaluo, Anu, is that your name? Kaluo. The water-leaping fish's eyes widened in astonishment. Anu, as in water-leaping. Sato Emo chuckled, just like Anu. Name? My name? Anu. Kaluo. The water-leaping fish erupted in laughter, unable to contain its joy. After a brief respite, it resumed its silly grinning. Seeing that the water-leaping fish was far from calming down, Sato Emo sighed in resignation. All right, let it revel for now. It has endured quite a shock prior. Stretching his arms, he reflected on how this little abode had welcomed its third occupant, thus gaining a new companion. Hey, Kakaluo. Stinky Mud presented a decaying apple, which the water-leaping fish scrutinized, deeming it unappetizing. Anu, take your snack back. Anu cannot eat that. Annie shrugged and tossed the rotten apple into her mouth, swallowing it with remarkable speed. Shuyu swallowed hard, noticing that Annie was genuinely relishing her snack, and cautiously took a bite of the blue orange given to her by Sato-mo. The fruit was particularly small, and Shuyu dared not chew too vigorously. However, with each subsequent bite, she discovered an irresistible allure, as if every cell within her body yearned for this blue orange. Meanwhile, as Sato-mo tidied the dining table, he pondered inwardly. With the addition of that little creature, he now possessed 3 small sprites. While his team was expanding, the financial gap was inevitably widening, and it was time to devise a way to earn more money. He couldn't always rely on Lin Gu and Purizi Jia for support. This realization cast a shadow of concern over Sato-mo. He decided to first inventory the items from the village and the rewards received from Karda, assessing how long they would last. Surely, they could sustain him for a while. Speaking of which, how much were the rewards? Amidst his busyness, he had yet to check. Chapter 27. The curtains in the upstairs bedroom were drawn tightly, revealing only silhouettes cast upon them. Sato-mo and Choyuni organized the items strewn across the floor, while Shuyu nestled beside Sato-mo, her head tucked into the crook of her arm. The floor was cluttered with a multitude of miscellaneous objects, albeit somewhat chaotic. They could generally be categorized into 3 piles, 2 large and 1 small. The first large pile consisted primarily of food for sprites, mostly catering to water-type sprites, presumably for Shuyu, while the remainder was generic sprite food, suitable for almost every type of sprite, often utilized for interacting with unfamiliar ones. Upon discovering these provisions, Sato-mo promptly opened a package to let Choyuni sample the flavor. Observing the eager Choyuni savoring the new snack, Sato-mo realized he needed to complete the inventory before Choyuni finished. The second substantial pile comprised tents, clothing, and various outdoor equipment, occupying the majority of space in his backpack. Sato-mo picked up a piece of clothing to try on. It was still a bit too large. Among the assortment were several camping tools, including a flashlight and basic fire-starting gear. Essentially, everything he could think of was present. These tools were virtually new, having yet to fulfill their purpose. The final portion, while the smallest in volume, boasted the highest value. It included 2 DVDs, 2 thick books, a stack of cash, a notebook, a portable recorder, a dish, an egg incubator, and a round stone known as a Everstone. Counting the cash, along with the funds obtained from selling a small rata, Sato-mo estimated he had earned around 20,000. His grandfather's average monthly wage was approximately 3,000 to 4,000. Wow. He had earned many months' worth of his grandfather's salary. Now, Sato-mo's mind was consumed with thoughts of capturing sprites for sale. With such earnings, it seemed he could count money until his hands cramped. No wonder so many people were drawn to the path of becoming sprite hunters. However, Sato-sumi merely contemplated the notion. Should he truly become a poacher, Junsha would be the first to come after him. Oh well. In fact, it is only in a frontline town like Nanshan that one can brazenly set up a stall to sell small Pokémon, albeit in limited quantities. As for what constitutes too many or too few, well, that depends on Junsha's mood. The League turns a blind eye to such activities. After all, it is the frontline, and one must afford some benefits to those who toil there, offering trainers a glimmer of hope to grow stronger. In other inland cities or towns, sales must occur through designated shops or other recognized channels, such as starter Pokémon distributions or the Rainbow City Game Hall. Or, like Uncle Magikarp, one could engage in clandestine sales, swiftly changing locations. After some amusement, Sato-sumi collected his earnings and retrieved a tint from the mouth of his Grimer, finally managing to pacify the mischievous creature. Sato-sumi then took out a portable recorder, a most splendid device with an extensive standby time and vast memory, capable of solar charging. He then picked up 2 discs, and as expected, these were the highly sought-after skill discs, specifically the instructional discs for the highly practical Ice Wind and Ice Punch techniques. Gazing at the note affixed to the discs, Sato-sumi noted the scrawled names of the skills contained within. TSK. The handwriting is rather atrocious. After seeing the writing of the village's Ejian, Sato-sumi finally felt a sense of pride. He noticed that the labels on the discs had yet to be removed, indicating that Ejian had likely acquired them recently and had not yet had the chance to utilize them. Sato-sumi patted his waterleap fish, realizing that these instructional discs were intended for it. Recalling that his grandfather had once purchased a projector, he decided to search for it, advising his Grimer to keep a distance. As for the Grimer's protests, Sato-sumi chose to ignore them, ultimately unearthing the projector from an old chest. filled with his grandfather's belongings, including a dark green stone. Found it. Wiping the dust from his face. He paid no mind to his grimy visage and pulled out an ancient projector. After blowing off the dust, he plugged it in, eagerly watching for a response from the old device, but it did not react. Wait, how had his grandfather managed it before? Sato-Sumi recalled that when faced with such a situation, his grandfather would give it a couple of slaps. Seeing that the projector remained unresponsive, Sato-Sumi took a deep breath. Ding. The projector powered on. Deceased grandfather. Sumi, you see, appliances have their quirks. If they malfunction, just give them a couple of slaps. If it still doesn't work, you mustn't have slapped it enough. Try a few more times. And be sure to apply some force. It will definitely work. Young Sato-Sumi. Oh. Sato-Sumi. Grandfather's method is indeed effective. Awe, come over quickly. The advertisements for these instructional discs always promised that one would surely be able to learn. To speak of usage, it is indeed Sato Moku's inaugural experience with such an advanced teaching disc. Fearing the possibility of missing something crucial, Sato Moku summoned 2 sprites. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a water-leap fish cradled in her arms, the stinky mud glanced around, ultimately choosing to cling to Sato Moku's back. Its somewhat deformed head resting atop her own, giving her the appearance of possessing an additional pair of eyes. The newcomers, all experiencing the teaching disc for the first time, gazed intently at the projector's screen. May we endure long, and may your esteemed self remain unchanged. This venerable machine, despite intermittently flickering with static, remained steadfast. The first to appear was the ice punch. Sounds emanated from the projector, and Sato Moku's eyes lit up as she noted the recording duration, an impressive 20 minutes. Ahem. Greetings everyone, I am Fast Forward 2. Sato Moku was certainly not there to watch a hapless uncle pick his nose. And, honestly, the body hair was rather excessive. Wasn't he it? Next, still you? Fast Forward 3. Let us welcome Fast Forward 5. Halfway through, and still no sign of the main point? Utilize Ice Punch. Beep. Ice Beam. Upon detecting the key phrase, Sato Moku swiftly pressed the pause button. What on earth was this? A sprite clad in armor resembling a skirt, with brown skin and a head adorned with leaf-like hair, appeared on the screen, extending a brown arm, which was slightly twisted. Most striking was the hand encased in boxing gloves, radiating a silvery light, with a visible chill surrounding it. Is this an Abaru? Why is Abaru teaching Ice Punch? Isn't Ice Punch an ice-type move? Could it be a scam? Even if one has never seen a pig being slaughtered, one has likely witnessed a pig run, and Sato Moku was aware that teaching discs could generally be categorized into various tiers, varying by sprite. For instance, if Waterleap Fish wished to learn Ice Beam, the ideal would be a teaching video from a master-level sprite proficient in Ice Beam. Such as an Ice-type expert's creation, explanations would be both profound and accessible. However, this was merely a fanciful thought, at present. Sato Moku merely desired a teaching video for small water-type sprites, yet this was a rare find, often requiring custom orders. With empty pockets, she could only dream. Next in line would be instructional videos from ice or water-type sprites, as there are certainly similarities between the two elements. Lastly, the most variable tier, where some inexplicable sprites impart equally enigmatic skills. The quality of teaching videos in this category varied greatly. Some were exceedingly poor, while others were remarkably beneficial, even for formidable trainers. Unfortunately, the one Sato Moku was currently viewing belonged to this latter tier. She had heard of the Abaru sprite. It was rumored that some trainers could cultivate Abaru capable of executing multiple punching techniques simultaneously, including both Fire Punch and Ice Punch. Sato Moku could scarcely fathom how a sprite could wield 2 opposing skills at once. Sato-Sumi gradually rewound the video until the figure of Abaru replaced that of the furry uncle and pressed play. Use the frozen fist, exclaimed Abaru. With a surge of power, he swiftly threw a punch, and a flash of white light appeared. Sato-Sumi saw that Abaru had already assumed the stance of the frozen fist. In the video, Abaru exclaimed, Abari, Abariri. This continued for 5 minutes, during which Abaru incessantly retracted and launched punches, striking various power poses. The furry uncle concluded, well, that wraps up the explanation of the frozen fist. Thank you all for watching. Sato-Sumi, utterly bewildered, glanced at the equally perplexed Shuyu. Without needing to look further, Sato-Sumi was convinced that his beloved Stinky Mud must be in dire straits. Can you say something that my dear Anizu and Ayu can comprehend? He exclaimed. With a decisive clap, he turned off the video. Did you understand that? What did you say? I think I grasped a bit. Suddenly, Sato-Sumi felt a chill on his head as furrows formed on his forehead. He noticed Stinky Mud's palm emanating a white glow. No, it wasn't merely a glow. The entire palm had turned white. Stinky Mud's once round and soft palm began to stiffen, becoming angular. Holy smokes! It's frozen solid. What if it shatters? Sado-Sumi watched in horror as cracks began to form on Stinky Mud's frozen hand, rapidly expanding until the entire palm disintegrated into shards of ice. A wave of cold swept through the room. Chapter 28. The frozen fist and the gale of frost. The temperature in the room plummeted significantly. Sado-Sumi noticed clouds of white vapor emanating from his breath. Inside the room, Stinky Mud stood dumbfounded, his arm raised, alternating his gaze between the ice fragments on the floor and his severed limb. Gurgling sounds emanated as Stinky Mud's arm wriggled. He averted his gaze to the motionless frozen mud on the floor, and around his large eyes, waves of mud began to form like fried eggs. Hey, hand, my hand. Whoa. Shuyu stared intently at the ice shards on the floor. Did it freeze? This skill is so dangerous. Should I even learn it? What if Sado-Sumi wants me to learn it? Should I give this disc to? Calm down. Let me check on IU, and keep those thoughts to yourself. It's not time for that yet. Seeing Shuyu glance at the disc, Sado-Sumi could surmise what his little mind was contemplating. He looked at the frozen mud on the ground, then at Stinky Mud's incessantly wriggling severed arm. His calm demeanor gradually instilled a sense of tranquility in Stinky Mud as well. Internally, Sado-Sumi was in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Annie, why don't you try to reabsorb those frozen clumps? Before the words could fully escape his lips, Sado-Mu noticed a peculiar writhing from the Stinky Mud. As a new palm began to slowly take shape, the Stinky Mud calmly observed the emergence of its hand, clenched its fist, and then relaxed it. Not bad, it remarked. What did you say? Sado-Mu inquired, smoothing the bulging veins on his forehead. Please provide me with a reasonable explanation. Well, you see, it happened so suddenly that I forgot. The Stinky Mud sheepishly scratched the back of its head, grinning foolishly at Sado-Mu. Extracting its fist from the depths of the Stinky Mud, Sado-Mu bent down to help the water-leap fish close its mouth, which was gaping open to the point of dislocation. He then pointed at the frozen mud on the ground, indicating that the Stinky Mud should absorb it, as he felt no inclination to speak at that moment. Sado-Mu, oh dear, I forgot to. The Stinky Mud, leisurely absorbing the frozen mud, observed its small paws before raising them before Sado-Mu. Crack, crack. Will it hurt if Annie's hand shatters? But even if it does, I shall comply with your request. Perhaps it was frightened by the Stinky Mud's appearance. Annie, you just wait. Sado-Mu pondered how to alter the water-leap fish's understanding of the freezing punch. He was aware that Annie's situation was merely an exception, likely due to its rapid concentration of cold energy. Otherwise, the freezing punch would prove too perilous. If that is truly the case, I would prefer that you refrain from learning any freezing punches. Sado-Mu noticed that the Stinky Mud had encountered some trouble again. After swallowing all of the frozen mud, frost began to appear on the surface of its body. Goodness, now it has spread throughout. At this point, Sado-Mu could no longer remain composed. If the Stinky Mud were to become fully frozen, he envisioned the water-leap fish shivering while clutching its own little legs. He contemplated returning the water-leap fish to its pock ball. The Stinky Mud waved its hand, signaling that it was fine. After a brief shiver, it began to shake, causing the frost on its body to fall away gradually. Soon, only a bit of frost remained on its hands, which then vanished into its being. The temperature in the room began to return to normal. Sado-Mu poked the Stinky Mud, which was still turning its hand over and over, gazing at it with some confusion. So, how exactly did this ice-type energy coalesce? The Stinky Mud paused momentarily, then began to gesture. In truth, the Stinky Mud found it quite strange as well, sensing that this time, the coalescence of ice-type energy, according to its inherited memories, was remarkably unusual, both in quantity and speed. The only oddity it could pinpoint was that since the arrival of the water-leap fish, the humidity in the air had significantly increased. Through a mix of conjecture and interpretation, Sado-Mu gleaned the Stinky Mud's meaning. He squatted before the somewhat bewildered water-leap fish, observing it with curiosity. Water-leap fish. Come here for a kiss. Ignoring the water-leap fish's struggles, Sado-Mu planted a kiss on its face, causing it to blush visibly at an astonishing rate. Unusual humidity? Recalling the characteristics of the water-jump fish lineage's attribute of moisture, Sado-Mu felt a sense of assurance. In the midst of the water-jump fish's bewilderment, the moisture trait heightened the surrounding humidity, thereby amplifying the availability of water-type energy. The conversion between water-type and ice-type energies tends to be relatively seamless, as there exists a significant overlap between water and ice skills. It would indeed be rather implausible for water-type creatures to lack any ice skills. It was no wonder that Mook was able to swiftly coalesce ice-type energy. Typically, the training of skills follows a specific sequence to gradually acclimate the Pokémon's body to different types of energy. However, in this instance, Mook had exceeded its limits. Fortunately, it was Mook who overexerted itself. Anyway, let this serve as a lesson. We must take our time moving forward. Crack. Ice punch. Later, we shall procure a portable projector. Sato-mu affectionately patted the old machine, then turned to the next move, Ice Wind. Let us see. If it's still that furry old man, we can skip ahead. What Pokémon is this? Naira? Wow, what a beautiful lady. Ahem, Yanai and Aiwa. Let us take our time this time. We wouldn't want to miss anything. Furrowing his brow, Sato-mu gazed at the screen, where an unfamiliar Pokémon appeared. Resembling a bipedal black cat, its demeanor languid as it sharpened its sharp claws before the camera, its feather-like tail swaying gently. A melodious female voice emanated from the video, featuring Naira. The larger, red left ear twitched suddenly, and the oval-shaped golden fur between its brows slightly shifted. The upright black cat, Naira, glanced nonchalantly at the camera, presumably at the individual holding the recorder, its eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. Naira? This is a teaching video featuring Naira and me, showcasing Ice Wind. A charming visage appeared on the screen. The beautiful lady cheerfully declared, Naira, let us begin. Naira shrugged. Appearing indifferent, Naira, however, it did not immediately commence its display, instead focusing on the human beside it. It wasn't until the human could no longer withstand the gaze and exited the screen that Naira turned its attention to the camera, its expression growing serious. Sato-mu damn. The teaching style of Ibalang exudes speed, while Naira embodies a languorous pace. Naira crossed its clawed hands at the corners of its mouth, forming a cross shape. Cold air began to gather before its mouth, coalescing into a frosty balloon, within which chaotic air currents swirled at high speed. Visible even to Sato-mu, Naira thrust its claws forward, leaving a cross-shaped trail in the air, as blue and white air currents surged forth, creating a frosty carpet before it, speckled with glimmering ice crystals. What a beautiful ice wind, Sato-mu mused, glancing at the camera positioned before Naira. Beautiful lady, Naira. Don't. And then there was silence. Sato-mu stared at the still black screen of the projector, rendered speechless. Chapter 29. A bounty of knowledge within the confines of the room. The old machine languidly awaited its next command. Upon revisiting the instructional disc for the frozen wind technique, it became evident that the recording had ceased precisely at the moment the recorder was destroyed. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Sato-mu gazed at the two discs before him as though he held his most cherished delicacy, inadvertently dropping it to the ground. With no one around to witness the mishap, the dilemma loomed. Should he utilize the discs or let them lie? Initially presumed to be a lackluster tutorial on the frozen fist technique, Sato-mu, observing the performance of the foul-smelling sludge, surmised that it indeed possessed some hidden value. What seemed to be a prestigious instructional video on frozen wind, adorned with beautiful young women, now appeared to be a potential disappointment. While it might be a commendable resource for Nura, for Sato-mu, it was akin to an unappetizing dish, bland yet too precious to discard. Ultimately, having any resource was better than none. He resolved to explore the remaining content. Sato-mu carefully stored the two discs and picked up the two hefty tomes. One was a manual on crafting Pokémon cuisine, which he could reference alongside the notes generously provided by Joy. And the other was an encyclopedia of herbs. A cursory glance revealed not only numerous descriptions of common herbs, but also a wealth of medicinal recipes. Without hesitation, Sato-mu tucked these two books into his spatial backpack, securing them in a designated compartment. As for the notebook, upon seeing the inscription on the cover proclaiming, I wish to become a Pokémon master alongside my water jump fish, Sato-mu felt a pang of remorse and began to peruse its contents. This notebook belonged to Murakami, chronicling his observations, experiences, and reflections along his journey, as well as his aspirations. However, Sato-mu skimmed over these sections. What truly captured his attention was the segment dedicated to the cultivation of the water jump fish. It was evident that Murakami had invested considerable thought into this matter, detailing the skills that the water jump fish and its evolutionary forms could master independently, along with numerous skills that could be learned and inherited. The Everstone, said to prevent a Pokémon from evolving if held, was specifically intended for the water jump fish. According to Murakami's notes, certain skills could only be autonomously mastered during the water jump fish's stage. With limited time at hand, and the water jump fish still oblivious to the Everstone's existence, Sato-mu found himself spared from a significant burden. Much of this information was scattered across the internet and shared through word of mouth. indicating that Murakami must have expended considerable finances and effort in gathering it. Seizing the opportunity while the water jump fish and the foul-smelling sludge engaged in discussions about the frozen fist, Satomo took up the portable recorder and meticulously transcribed all the information regarding the water jump fish. As for the Everstone, Satomo had no intention of presenting it to the water jump fish immediately, considering it might still carry traces of Murakami's essence. He resolved to conceal the Everstone within the sludge's form for a certain period. A mere half-hour would suffice. Satomo activated the final disk on the recorder, which had ample storage capacity, with 32 already utilized. As he opened the disk, a flicker of anticipation danced in his heart. Within a myriad of numerically sequenced folders, Satomo casually opened one, revealing an array of documents imbued with an unusual aura, bearing titles such as The Life I Shared with Shinedo, The Tale of the Mermaid Minas, and The Making of a Queen, all drenched in a peculiar pink ambience. What on earth are these absurdities? Admittedly, Satomo himself had indulged in various fantasies, exquisite in nature. Yet, pray tell, what is the story of Beedrill's love for Needles 3? Upon opening it, the content was excruciatingly eye-watering. Can such nonsense even have sequels? Moreover, the author is a male. Shoving aside the sordid images crowding his mind, Satomo could hardly believe the absurdity. Occupying this much storage space, it could not solely consist of such novels. Before long, however, Satomo realized the naivete of his assumptions. Coming to terms with reality, he could only gaze skyward in exasperation, for he had only guessed half the truth. Indeed, not all were of that ilk. The remainder included a plethora of rather risque videos, diverse in nature. Just by glancing at the titles, Satomo noted numerous themes: interactions between humans, between fairies, and even between humans and fairies. Clack, the water-leaping fish. Having observed Satomo maintaining his gaze skyward for a considerable time, could not resist approaching and nudging him. Closing the screen, ejecting the disk, and hastily stowing it away in his pocket, Satomo swiftly disposed of anything that might adversely affect the development of the water-leaping fish's psyche. For having shattered morals was burdensome enough for one. I'm fine, just taken aback by some startling revelations. Truly, it was no surprise that someone capable of gathering so much information about fairies would possess resources that could not be found through conventional means. After reconstructing his shattered worldview, Satomo meticulously organized all materials, including books and discs, one can never be too cautious, into a singular compartment. Indeed, this spatial backpack was the true treasure trove. After tidying up, Satomo covered the exterior of the spatial backpack with camouflage fabric. He placed the Everstone into the body of the stinky mud, signaling it to return it later. Seated at his desk, Satomo perused the notebook he had obtained from Joey-chan. As usual, the stinky mud clung to Satomo's back, feigning slumber. The water-leaping fish, however, appeared invigorated, standing upright in Satomo's embrace, its forepaws resting on the edge of the desk, peering intently at the notebook. Though unable to comprehend its contents, the water-leaping fish remained exhilarated. After a cursory glance through the pages, Satomo could not resist planting a kiss on the fish's face, despite its cheeks turning crimson. Before lowering his gaze back to the notebook, suddenly sensing something amiss, Satomo turned to find the stinky mud staring intently at him. Rubbing his cheek, he mused, "Fair is fair." The stinky mud, satisfied, closed its eyes and resumed its slumber. In Satomo's perspective, the most crucial information recorded in the notebook, aside from the recipes for fairy food, pertains to the classification of certain tree fruits' energy attributes and their flavors. For instance, the blue-orange fruit not only effectively restores the stamina of small fairies, but is also favored by the majority of them, information that can be readily found online. However, Joy-Pure later made some additional notes. The blue-orange fruit is particularly suitable for consumption by poison-type fairies, significantly enhancing their energy reserves and quality. This revelation was entirely new to Satomo. Upon realizing this, Satomo understood that this notebook was indeed an invaluable treasure for him. Not to mention, with the knowledge contained within, he could attempt to prepare nourishing food for Oni and Shuyu, ensuring that their dietary preferences would not pose a challenge. With a decisive clap, Satomo closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair, eyes shut, attempting to calm his racing heart. Shuyu nestled quietly on his lap, remaining perfectly still. Chapter 30. Food preparation accompanied by Shuyu and Oni. Satomo meticulously perused the contents of the notebook. Time elapsed gradually, and as he lifted his gaze to stretch his stiff neck, he glanced at the clock. To his surprise, it was already 8 o'clock. It was too early to retire for the night, yet reading was becoming tiresome. After a moment's contemplation, Sato closed the notebook, pondering, I must venture into the forest tomorrow. Although there are tree fruits aplenty, having acquired this notebook, it would be foolish not to make the most of it. Hee. Draped in a cloak of mud, with the drowsy Shuyu cradled in his arms, Sato made his way to the kitchen downstairs. According to the notebook, the blue-orange fruit was a versatile tree fruit with a variety of flavors and excellent stamina restoration properties. Incorporating it into fairy food was a foolproof decision. In the kitchen, Sato rummaged through the ingredients, arranging the tree fruits and other supplementary materials he had gathered. The countertop was adorned with a colorful array of uniquely shaped tree fruits. There were over 10 blue-orange fruits, each approximately 4 centimeters in diameter, with 2 smaller ones measuring less than 2 centimeters, still immature. Beside them lay 2 red, spherical cherry fruits, adorned with long green stems, their vibrant appearance belying a spicy and somewhat pungent flavor. Additionally, there were 2 normal-sized Lingyu fruits, about 8 centimeters long, resembling hazelnuts. In contrast to their pointed tops, the bottoms of the Lingyu fruits were notably round. The blue-purple portion constituted 2/3 of the fruit, while the base was a light brown hue. Purchased from the town, the exterior of the Lingyu fruit was deceptively plain. However, both the skin and flesh were remarkably hard and astringent, yet entirely edible, and effective in rousing small fairies from slumber. This was particularly important for Sato, who frequently roamed the forest. Blue-orange fruit, poison, cherry fruit, fire, Lingyu fruit, water. What should he do next? Sato gazed at the ingredients before her, then glanced at the notebook in her hand, feeling somewhat perplexed. The notebook contained a list of necessary ingredients. I have gathered the tree fruits, but what about the meat? There are some ordinary meats in the refrigerator. The water-leaping fish should relish them, and Ani eats anything, so that is inconsequential. Do I need to use eggs? I should still have some chicken eggs, as ordinary creatures exist in the realm of spirits. Lastly, I will need some millet flour, which should suffice, I suppose. First, I must transform the tree fruits and meats into a paste. While referencing her notebook, Sato began preparing the tree fruits. The meat was quite simple to handle, but the real challenge lay in processing the tree fruits, particularly the blue-orange and 0 remaining fruits, which were remarkably tough. The blue-orange fruit was a peculiar specimen, embodying all 5 flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and astringent. After thoroughly washing the blue-orange, taking a bite would unleash a symphony of tastes, offering an astonishingly delightful flavor. Suddenly, Sato had a thought. Yua, what flavors do you prefer? With that, she presented 3 different tree fruits to the water-leaping fish. By the way, Ani has a penchant for sour foods, but detests sweetness. The water-leaping fish surveyed the 3 fruits, then leaned in to sniff each one. The blue-orange was beloved by all sprites, and the 0 remaining fruit seemed to exert a strong allure over the fish. Though the astringent scent surrounding it was somewhat off-putting, neither repulsive nor appealing. As for the final choice, the cherry blossom fruit, the water-leaping fish eagerly pressed its front fin upon it. Crunch. That's the one. Oh, you prefer spiciness, Sato exclaimed. Seeing that the water-leaping fish had chosen the cherry blossom fruit, Ani let out a sigh of relief. It too could accept spiciness, as long as it was not sweet. Setting aside 2 unripe blue oranges, Sato washed the larger remaining blue orange and prepared to chop it into cubes. Ani, please help me dice the blue orange and then mash it into a puree. Don't forget to wear gloves. The blue orange was quite firm, and after a few attempts to cut it, Sato found it laborious. Her petite frame struggled with the task. Meanwhile, Ani, who was itching to assist, donned the gloves and eagerly took over the task of processing the blue orange. Sato, in the meantime, chopped the 0 remaining fruit into chunks and retrieved a large piece of meat from the refrigerator. She similarly turned the meat into a paste and set it aside for later use. At this moment, Ani completed the blue-orange preparation, but when Sato inspected it, she found it to be merely a mixture of pulp and juice, adequate for their needs, perhaps. She then combined the pulp with the meat paste, stirring slowly to ensure a thorough blend. Once the mixture was well incorporated, Sato poured it all into the pot, igniting the flame to commence a slow simmer. This process would take some time, and she anticipated it would require patience. Seizing the opportunity, Sato began to process the 2 slightly unripe blue oranges and the spicy cherry blossom fruit. The unripe blue orange was exceedingly sour. Thus, Sato chopped an immature blue orange and mixed it with leftover fruit in hopes of mitigating the astringency of the latter. After completing this task, she set it aside. After a brief wait, guided by her instincts, Sato poured off some of the liquid from the pot, and continued to simmer until all moisture evaporated. She then added a measure of flour and a few eggs, kneading the mixture until it reached a semi-formed consistency. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Sado-Sumi divided the concoction into 3 portions, with one portion noticeably smaller. Into the larger 2 portions, she incorporated the pulp and juice of the unripe blue-orange, reserved for Ani, a blend of blue-orange and leftover fruit, along with a half-mashed cherry, intended for Mizuki. The remaining half of the cherry was crushed and added entirely to the smaller portion, for Case. She began to knead all 3 portions until they were fully formed. Finally, Sado-Sumi covered the surface with a layer of plastic wrap, diligently patting them into round discs about 1 centimeter thick, before placing them in a steamer to cook. Glancing at the clock, she estimated around 15 minutes would suffice. Exhausted, she paused to stretch her waist. The effort had worn her out. Had it not been for the sight of Ani and Mizuki drooling at the corners of their mouths halfway through, she might have given up. Just a little longer. It will be ready soon, she reassured, gripping Ani, who was particularly restless. Sado-Sumi suspected that without her hold, Ani would have devoured both pot and food in one go. However, observing their eagerness brought a sense of anticipation to her heart. Time swiftly passed, and the 3 portions, each infused with distinct ingredients, emerged from the steamer, all displaying a rich brown hue, though the one with cherry had a hint of red streaks. Nevertheless, after steaming, the food appeared rather unappetizing. Sado-Sumi inhaled deeply, and alongside Ani and Mizuki, felt the room fill with a subtle, appetite-stimulating aroma. Wow! Ani, who had endured from the onset of preparation to the moment of serving, was on the verge of bursting with excitement. Without delay, Sado-Sumi sliced portions of the hot food for Ani and Mizuki to sample, indulging herself as well. The flavor of Ani's dish was quite sour, likely due to an excess of blue-orange, while Mizuki's seemed a tad spicy, Sado-Sumi mused. Ignoring the steaming appearance of the food, Ani eagerly swallowed a bite. This taste is not bad. I can eat it. Mizuki, however, remained unperturbed by Ani's enthusiasm, displaying a more refined approach to eating, savoring each bite. His reaction was somewhat muted, indicating a flavor that was neither disliked nor particularly favored, merely acceptable. Sado-Sumi quipped, "So, is the spiciness just right?" Dismissing Ani's gluttonous tendencies. She felt indifferent to Mizuki's response. After all, this was her first attempt at creation. A lack of success was to be expected. Moreover, witnessing Ani and Mizuki's reactions signified ample room for improvement. Yes, she resolved to continue striving for excellence. After tasting the food, Ani and the water-leap fish found themselves lacking the enthusiasm they had previously held. The flavor was already laid bare before them. Nevertheless, sustenance must be consumed, and they instinctively recognized the nourishment before them as beneficial. Sado-Mo, undeterred, waited for the food to cool before meticulously scoring its surface with a knife in a grid-like pattern, preparing to take it upstairs to dry, hoping it would be ready by morning. "No, you've already had dinner." Sado-Mo firmly rejected Ani's desire for more. And even the water-leap fish displayed a hint of disappointment. "I still wish to observe the drying speed and the shelf life, among other factors. Absolutely no sneaking bites." With that, Sado-Mo brandished a pokeball in front of Ani, the threat unmistakable. Ani immediately turned away, refusing to meet Sado-Mo's gaze. "Look at the time. It's nearly 10 p.m., Sado-Mo yawned after setting the alarm. "Time to hit the hay. We have things to do tomorrow." Suddenly, a fleeting shadow caught his eye outside the window, likely some Pokémon drawn by the enticing aroma. Contemplating for a moment, Sado-Mo decided to bring the food back inside. Otherwise, it would be a miracle if anything remained by morning. However, upon bringing it back, he glanced at the fidgeting Ani and thought, "This plate might not survive. I must devise a plan," he mused, and thus, Chapter 31, a late arrival began. As night deepened, most residents of the small town had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few lights flickering, one of which undoubtedly belonged to the Pokémon Center. The further one ventured from the town's center, the sparser the illumination became. At the edge of town, only the watchtower remained aglow. After a fulfilling day, Sado-Mo could no longer withstand the fatigue of both body and spirit and drifted into a deep sleep, a trickle of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth, his arms stretching restlessly beyond the covers. The water-leap fish curled up beside him, while a handkerchief gently wiped away the drool from Sado-Mo's lips. The mischievous Ani skillfully tucked him back under the blankets. Afterward, the now slightly alert Ani gazed longingly at the food, drool pooling at the sight. But the presence of the Pokeball at the bedside extinguished all appetite. If he could not restrain himself this time, he would surely end up in that Pokeball. The thought of being confined within such a small space sent shivers down his spine. Ani glanced at the food and then at Sato Mo, feeling a pang of regret. The incessant ticking of the clock became increasingly jarring in the stillness of the night, gradually capturing Ani's attention. In a moment of clumsiness, Ani accidentally tapped the alarm clock and, blissfully unaware, drifted off to sleep. Indeed, it was a splendid night. The water-leap fish rolled over in slumber. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the dawn quietly approached. A sharp cry pierced the dreams of the townsfolk, echoing throughout the area until it reached the town's edge. At the center of the town, a three-headed duduo stood atop a rooftop, heralding the arrival of a new day. Though it may be said, before the call of the Dada bird, the small town had already come alive with activity. Sunlight filtered through the slightly parted curtains, leaving an imprint of light within the room. The food on the windowsill had nearly dried out, its surface exhibiting a parched and coarse texture. While the delightful aroma that once filled the air had diminished significantly, nearly vanished. Sato Mo lay sprawled on the bed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. The water-leap fish was also in a disheveled state of sleep, while Ani had mysteriously disappeared. At that moment, the call of the Dada bird resonated through the air. Sato Mo, groggy and half awake, heard the sound. Dada bird? Is it already that time? Habitually, he turned over, burying his head beneath the pillow, intent on continuing his slumber. Yet what a folly! Sato Mo suddenly threw off the covers, causing the peacefully sleeping water-leap fish to be flung into the air. Amidst the startled cries of the water-leap fish, Sato Mo swiftly grabbed the alarm clock from the bedside, which clearly displayed the time as 7 o'clock a.m. This was outrageous. Sato Mo distinctly remembered setting the alarm before drifting off. Could it have malfunctioned? If so, he must purchase a new one without delay. But wait, this was not the crux of the matter. You, hurry and get up, we are already late. In a flurry, Sato Mo donned his clothes, hastily washed up, and prepared to dash to the town's entrance, taking no more than 5 minutes. He recalled that today marked the day he was to venture into the forest with June Shaley. If memory served him correctly, their meeting time was set for 7 o'clock a.m., and he was already overdue. This was dire. With the pokeballs containing the still slumbering Ani and water-leap fish in hand, Sato Mo hurriedly raced down the stairs, only to return moments later, clutching 3 jars. He meticulously organized the food prepared the previous day, labeling each jar with the names of Ani, Ayu, and the speedy dog. Once these tasks were completed, Sato Mo ambled towards the town's entrance. With the food prepared for the speedy dog in hand, he felt a sense of relief, thinking that he might escape reprimand since his tardiness was for the sake of preparing sustenance for the speedy dog. Although Sato Mo's humble abode lay on the outskirts of Shannan town, reaching the gates took just over 15 minutes, significantly quicker than usual. However, he was still nearly half an hour late. The entrance was bustling with people, and the scene remained unclear from a distance. As Sato Mo approached the gates, he noticed, to his dismay, that June Shaley and the speedy dog were nowhere to be found. Clutching the jars containing Pokémon food, he stood alone at the entrance. His initial panic over being late giving way to astonishment, his bewildered eyes blinking in confusion before transforming into joy. This was indeed a moment that tested his acting skills, one he had long awaited. Sato Mo took a moment to steady his breath, quickening his pace to wipe the sweat from his brow, greeting the passing townsfolk as if nothing were amiss, then earnestly attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. Since Sisterly was late, he chuckled to himself, relishing the thought of waiting here for half an hour for June Shaley and the speedy dog. Ha ha ha, it was worth my swift dash. Sato Mo felt a surge of delight in her heart as she suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. She glanced left and right. Auntie, could I have an egg pancake, with 2 eggs added, please? Oh, Mo, what brings you to the town at this hour? Haven't you gone to frolic in the forest? Most of the townsfolk were familiar with Sato Mo, who often ventured into the woods, playing merrily, foraging for herbs, and occasionally getting scolded alongside the mischievous speedy dog. Such antics were undeniably eye-catching. I have something to do today, Sato Mo replied with a cheerful grin. All right, here is your pancake. Auntie, here's the money. Sato Mo took the pancake and the change, taking a large bite. Delicious. Well, look who is already eating. At the sound, Sato Mo turned to see the cheerful June Shaley, who had quietly appeared behind her. Today, she was not in her signature uniform skirt, but had donned attire suitable for woodland activities. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned towards Sato Mo and said, Hee hee, good morning, Mo. What do you mean good morning? What time is it? Where is speedy dog? By the way, who is biting my hand? Sato Mo pouted, just as she felt a mouth latch onto her hand. In a fit of irritation, she turned around. I still have food in my hand. With a scowl, Sato Mo noticed Speedy Dog spitting out her empty hand, while happily munching away at her pancake. It turned out that Speedy Dog had seized the opportunity to snatch her pancake while her attention was diverted by June Shaley. Speedy Dog seemed to say, "I woke up late this morning and missed breakfast." After finishing, Speedy Dog licked Sato Mo's face in gratitude. "You better watch out." With a face full of pancake-flavored drool, Sato Mo angrily turned to June Shaley as Speedy Dog resumed licking. "Sisterly, you're late. I've been waiting." "What's this?" Look. June Shaley promptly revealed a lunchbox hidden behind her back, placing it before Sato Mo. "I prepared a heartfelt lunch for you." I completely lost track of time while making it. "I'm sorry, can you forgive your sister?" Sato Mo gazed expressionlessly at June Shaley's smiling face, struggling to suppress a smile tugging at her lips. Why did she suddenly feel the urge to laugh? Chapter 32. The Beedrill Breakthrough. Seeing Sato Mo deep in thought for a moment, her expression slightly conflicted. June Shaley sensed that Sato Mo was merely holding back laughter with all her might. "Thank you, sister," Sato Mo said, suppressing a laugh as she accepted the lunch prepared by June Shaley. With that, June Shaley finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Speedy Dog cast a sidelong glance at the meal prepared by June Shaley, continuing to lick Sato Mo's face. Sato Mo gently pushed Speedy Dog's fluffy head aside. "You've become addicted to licking, haven't you? When will you stop?" Sato Mo's complaints fell on deaf ears as Speedy Dog whimpered at the satchel at her waist, pawing at it and managing to dislodge a few cans of Pokémon food from within. With its mouth agape, the swift hound accurately seized the canister brimming with fiery energy and eagerly delivered it to June Shaley, signaling her to assist in opening it. Observing the can of Pokémon food in her hands and glancing at Sato Mo, who was clutching a meal box, June Shaley raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness coupled with a strange sense of familiarity. Pushing the swift hound aside, she silently locked her gaze onto Sato Mo's eyes. It was then that she noticed something amiss. Sato Mo wore a serious expression, perhaps overly grave. Could it truly be due to her tardiness? If someone attempted to suppress their laughter while trying to appear serious, they would inevitably crack a smile, given the right opportunity. Suddenly, Sato Mo, unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, averted his eyes and burst into laughter. "Haha, sisterly, I actually just arrived not long ago. I was so worried after oversleeping and hurried here. Only to June Shaley pursed her lips, playfully pinching Sato Mo's cheeks and pulling them apart, as he yelped in surprise. A hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. "I see." Releasing Sato Mo, she too succumbed to laughter. It was indeed a delightful coincidence. "Dog nose." Sato Mo patted his cheek and then retrieved the food can, offering a portion of the Pokémon food he had prepared the previous night to the swift hound. "Try this. I made it for you yesterday. Take your time, and remember not to bite my hand." As he withdrew his hand from the swift hound's mouth, Sato Mo calmly wiped it on the hound's fur. The swift hound wagged its tail gleefully, evidently pleased with the food. However, Sato Mo suspected that the excitement from receiving a gift overshadowed everything else. Soon, the swift hound snatched the can from Sato Mo and presented it to June Shaley, barking insistently to remind her to take care of it. "Understood," June Shaley replied, securing the can before the swift hound shifted its attention. "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Sato Mo teased, rubbing the swift hound's face. The swift hound, unwilling to back down, playfully licked him in return. All right. June Shaley interjected, watching the two playful children. Noticing the time, she climbed onto the swift hound's back, laughing as she said, "Swift hound, prepare to set off." Once she was comfortably seated, the swift hound leaped into action, sprinting through the forest like the wind. The sounds of June Shaley and Sato Mo gradually blended into the breeze. "Hey, Mo, how did you make the Pokémon food?" June Shaley inquired. "Right. I need to turn on the recorder," he replied. "Oh, yesterday, Sister Junko gave me a notebook containing the recipes." His words faded into the wind as the swift hound's form vanished into the forest. A resounding bark echoed at the edge of the woods, sending the wild Pokémon within into a flurry of chaos. Sato Mo traversed the forest alone, a reckless venture indeed. Clad in muck, he cautiously embraced the thrill of adventure. As sister pair's Speedy Dog followed closely, Sato Mo gazed in bewilderment at the retreating trees and grasses, as well as the panicked little sprites fleeing in disarray. Wasn't this a bit too audacious? Coming to his senses, Sato Mo glanced around and realized he had unwittingly ventured into the domain of the Beedrills. "Oh no, sister pair, we need to be cautious. This is Beedrill territory." Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, prompting Sato Mo to hush his voice. He watched as a swarm of Beedrills approached menacingly. "Ouch, don't speak. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Hold on tight." After receiving a punch, Sato Mo fell silent, while Junsha Li retracted her hand, securing Satomo's body, then grasped the fur of the speedy dog. Speedy dog, do not engage with the Beedrills. We are not here to fight. Use your area effect flamethrower to create a distraction. Then evade them with your speed. Follow my command. Howl. Huh. Just as the dog had let out a battle cry, it heard Junsha Li declare there would be no fight, causing it to retract its fangs in disappointment and reluctantly unleash a fan-shaped spray of orange flames. Observing this, the Beedrills hesitated. In truth, upon hearing the resolute battle roar of the speedy dog, the morale of the Beedrill squad had already begun to wane. Coupled with the intense flames emitted, rivaling their own fury, the Beedrills instinctively slowed their approach. In their hesitation, the Beedrills could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed and obstructed their path. The heat from the erupting flames warped the surrounding air, and the ignited foliage released wisps of white smoke, obscuring the Beedrill's vision. Now, speedy dog, use quick attack. With a muffled grunt, the speedy dog propelled itself, leaving afterimages in its wake, and seized the opportunity provided by the mist to evade the Beedrills. It deftly maneuvered in a semicircle and sped away. The Beedrills hung their heads in silence, seemingly intimidated by the flames. Then, with a commanding buzz from the leader, the rest of the Beedrills brandished their stingers, digging into the earth to extinguish the flames. Before long, the remaining foliage emitted thin wisps of smoke. The speedy dog's intention was to obstruct the Beedrills, not to set the forest ablaze. Thus it had carefully controlled the intensity of the flames, igniting only a few leaves. Consequently, the Beedrills found it quite simple to quench the fire. Meanwhile, Satomo, in a state of panic as he fled, exclaimed, "Sister pair, we are still on the outskirts of the forest. If we venture deeper, we must tread carefully." I know. And please, do not set fires in the forest. It could lead to disaster." "It's fine. I have it all under control." Junsha Li rolled her eyes dismissively. "All right, but I must say, the speed of the speedy dog's quick attack is astonishing. By the way, can the speedy dog truly learn quick attack?" "Oh, it has been training alongside you since its time as a rockruff. Speaking of which, you've lost nearly 400 times, haven't you? 396 times. All right. Perhaps in the midst of all this running and playing, it has managed to learn something typically unattainable." The canine companion of the Junsha clan, known as Cardi Dog, was subjected to stringent training during its formative years. Junsha Li, amidst the resonant whines of the wind speed dog, gently remarked, "I was utterly astonished upon discovering this. After evolving into a wind speed dog, its speed has escalated to an unprecedented level. Perhaps it can master that skill." Chapter 33. The initial encounter. The diminutive underbrush and rampant weeds could not hinder the swift strides of the wind speed dog. Only the towering trees could redirect its path. With Junsha Li and Satomo aboard, the wind speed dog darted through the forest, occasionally pausing to flare its nostrils, attuned to the scents around it to ascertain the direction. "Oh no, sisterly, I forgot to summon Anu to guide us," exclaimed Satomo, slapping his forehead as he surveyed the entirely unfamiliar surroundings. "By the time you realize your blunder, it will be far too late," Junsha Li chided, gently ruffling the hair of the mischievous child in her arms. "Anu's scent is quite distinct. Even the wind speed dog acknowledges this. Remarkably, even in the wilderness, the wind speed dog could discern Anu's aroma with clarity. Weren't you saying that Anu once covered the surface of the mud mound? Wow, impressive," Satomo praised, scratching behind the wind speed dog's ears. The wind speed dog emitted a low, throaty growl. "Yoo." Observing its demeanor, both Satomo and Junsha Li's expressions turned grave. Unbeknownst to them, the wind speed dog had already begun to decelerate. Initially, it had charged through the forest like a wild stallion, but now it trotted cautiously, pausing intermittently to scan its surroundings before continuing on its path. Exchanging glances, Satomo and Junsha Li understood the implication. They were nearing the central zone. Woof. The wind speed dog halted, barking at a cluster of bushes. "Ah, precisely. There's an open area just beyond those bushes," Satomo noted, observing that some branches of the shrubbery appeared broken, as if struck by an external force. He promptly dismounted from the wind speed dog's back and released Anu. Upon recognizing its familiar forest environment, the sludge Pokémon momentarily froze before instinctively enveloping Satomo with its body. With this act, the distinct scent of a human was concealed beneath the thick layer of muck, rendering it nearly imperceptible even to the wind speed dog. Upon closer inspection, only the overwhelming odor of mud lingered in the air. The wind speed dog, provoked by the strong scent, sneezed and squinted its eyes, lowering its body while emitting a warning growl, signaling Junsha Li and Satomo. "What is it?" Junsha Li inquired, clutching a Pokeball. her gaze directed deep into the forest. The branches swayed, casting dappled shadows, obscuring the view within. We must not provoke any trouble, and Mo is nearby. At this, the wind speed dog cast a disdainful glance at Sato Mo suddenly. Sato Mo heard an unusual sound. Turning to investigate, he noticed the air warping, forming a crescent-shaped air blade that severed several branches, which fell with an unnaturally smooth break. It was then that the sound of severed branches reached his ears. Observing this, Sato Sumi promptly withdrew, creating space ahead. If he could hear it, then the swift fox must have heard it as well. With this thought in mind, a slender serpent of fire surged forth beside Sato Sumi. Unlike the previous flames that had merely hindered the bee drill, this fiery serpent was imbued with tremendous energy. Even from his position behind the swift fox, Sato Sumi could still feel the intense heat emanating from it. Furthermore, the serpent unleashed by the swift fox possessed an unsettling quality, resembling a bomb primed to explode at the slightest provocation. With a resounding boom, the fiery serpent collided with the crescent of air, resulting in an explosion that was unmistakable. The crescent visibly melted away in the searing flames, and the shockwave from the clash forced Sato Sumi to squint. Although the fiery serpent lost some energy in the confrontation, it did not dissipate immediately. Instead, under the swift fox's command, the scattered remnants of flame reformed in midair, continuously shooting forth as fiery arrows towards the front. Close enough to hear, Sato Sumi caught the soft utterance of Jun Shaili. Flame splash. Boom, boom, boom. The branches obstructed his view of the unfolding scene, leaving him only with the sound of explosions echoing in the air. Jun Shaili stood behind the swift fox, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes, and remarked to Sato Sumi, "Hey, Sumi, keep an eye on the back. You're much more seasoned now, aren't you?" Sato Sumi remained silent, having already leaned against her back, vigilantly observing the rear to prevent any ambush. Reflecting on the recent exchange of techniques, he noted that compared to the swift fox's flames, the crescent of air lacked both power and speed, even striking the branches along its path, which provided them an early warning. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Sato Sumi pondered. Either their assailant was inexperienced, or the previous maneuver was merely a warning shot. The latter seemed more plausible, considering they were in a central zone. As for the swift fox, in Sato Sumi's view, it had demonstrated genuine skill. The surrounding haze was a testament to that. The flame splash attack had truly astonished him, suggesting that their opponent had suffered a minor setback. After a moment of silence, as neither side launched a subsequent attack, perhaps hindered by the encroaching flames, Sato Sumi realized that a reckless assault could lead to failure in the current unpredictable situation. The inferno blazed fiercely, the lush trees gradually losing moisture and transforming into fuel, further intensifying the flames. Observing the escalating fire, it became apparent that things were spiraling out of control. Nearby sprites were retreating, and distant roars indicated that some had been provoked by the spreading blaze. Not only Sato Sumi, but even Jun Shaili appeared anxious. Seeing that their adversaries remained inactive, Sato Sumi called out, "We mean no harm. Can we agree to a temporary truce? Otherwise, if the flames escalate, it will truly become troublesome. If you consent to a truce, then respond accordingly." As Sato Mo finished speaking, a sweeping wave sliced through the fire, soaring into the sky. In the fleeting moment when the flames parted, the silhouette of a small sprite came into view for both Sato Mo and Jun Shaili. Those scythe-like claws were strikingly conspicuous. It was a scyther. Keen-eyed Sato Mo noted that this scyther had a somewhat larger abdomen, and a shadow of a dark blue figure darted into the underbrush, vanishing from sight, with a faint red dot barely discernible. Upon witnessing this, the fast hound revealed a fierce demeanor, flames flickering at the corners of its mouth, while its claws tore through the obstructing fur, brimming with restless energy. Consequently, Scyther assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck its head, causing the fast hound to wince in agony, nearly causing its eyes to bulge out. "Calm yourself," Jun Shaili shouted vehemently into the fast hound's ear. "Extinguishing the fire is our priority. You there, stop staring. I'm talking about you." Upon being addressed by Jun Shaili, the Scyther, who had been secretly reveling in the fast hound's plight, was momentarily taken aback. "For now, let us cease hostilities. The fast hound must focus on dousing the flames. Scyther, we shall fight again in due time. However, should you dare to seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, I will not hesitate to eliminate you," Jun Shaili asserted with commanding authority. "Fast hound, extinguish the fire. Scyther, you two lend a hand and clear away the brush at the downwind side. Hurry." Scyther stood frozen, having never been addressed in such a manner before, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Instinctively, it glanced at the fast hound. only to find it nodding vigorously as if in agreement. Thus Scyther too nodded in tacit consent. Understood. Fast Hound, commence. Woof. Chapter 34. Extinguishing the flames. The Fast Hound to extinguish the fire? Everyone present, apart from June Shaley, was filled with curiosity regarding this. Pseudo-Mo leaned closer to the Fast Hound, eagerly observing, while Scyther, clearing combustible materials at the downwind side, also kept an eye on the Fast Hound's movements. The Fast Hound turned its neck sideways, not bothering to glance at Pseudo-Mo, its lips curling in a smirk. Who are you? June Shaley chuckled, shaking her head at the smoke that enveloped the area, inadvertently choking slightly. Cough, cough. Hearing her pained cough, the Fast Hound's expression shifted to one of concern. After surveying the surrounding flames, the Fast Hound pushed Pseudo-Mo aside, wary that its next actions might inadvertently harm him. A few sneezes escaped the Fast Hound, releasing sparks from its mouth. Witnessing this familiar scene, Pseudo-Mo's expression darkened. No way. In the astonished gaze of Pseudo-Mo, a robust orange-red pillar of fire erupted from the Fast Hound, radiating outward. The embers burned rapidly in the flame's intense heat, turning a vivid orange. And the forest fires intensified dramatically. Pseudo-Mo and Scyther exchanged incredulous glances. Are you serious? Woof. The Fast Hound ceased its fiery onslaught, turning to look towards June Shaley's position. Pseudo-Mo, only now becoming aware, realized that at some point, the mantis had already positioned its sickle against June Shaley's neck. The mantis, feeling a sense of mockery, trembled with its dual blades. This was indeed a disgrace for a seasoned warrior. Pseudo-Mo noticed a thin line of blood slowly appearing and elongating on June Shaley's neck. Calm down, Windspeed Dog. Quickly extinguish the flames. June Shaley urgently spoke, halting the nearly explosive rage of Windspeed Dog and the mantis. Slightly tilting her head, she gazed intently into the mantis's blood-red eyes, saying earnestly, Please trust me. Trust Windspeed Dog. If the fire is not controlled, you may take my head. After you sever my head, leaving the burning area should be a trivial task for you. The mantis regarded June Shaley and loosened its grip slightly. Is this human not afraid of death? June Shaley, disregarding the sweat on her forehead, encouraged Windspeed Dog. You can do it. Subsequently, under the mantis's hold, she pulled Pseudo-Mo backward swiftly, trying to distance themselves from Windspeed Dog. Windspeed Dog whimpered softly, then shot a fierce glare at the mantis. The mantis's sickle glimmered ominously. With a determined stance, Windspeed Dog raised its neck and unleashed a resounding bark that stirred the surrounding air, gradually forming a high-speed vortex akin to a tornado. The wind fanned the flames, causing them to swell, while Windspeed Dog's flaxen fur began to dance in the fiery glow, its ethereal form captivating, resembling a garment of flames. The vivid red hue instilled fear, as if it were about to ignite the very air around. June Shaley observed the emerging tornado in silence before suddenly speaking. This inspiration came from Anu. Your Anu possesses remarkable talent in body control. Even parts of the body detached from the main form can be manipulated for a short duration. Right? Upon hearing this, the mantis glanced in surprise at Pseudo-Mo and the nearly invisible Stinky Mud. Pseudo-Mo, taken aback, stammered, that is somewhat acceptable. June Shaley muttered, Humph, say what you will, but that foolish dog initially attempted to entirely mimic Anu's actions, nearly biting off a piece of its own flesh. Covering her mouth and nose, she added, Foolish dog. Although Windspeed Dog may often act clumsily and frequently get me into trouble, sending me to the hospital multiple times, it still returns home often, Pseudo-Mo mentioned, seizing the opportunity to spit out his grievances. But, if you don't emerge today, I fear you won't be saved. June Shaley gestured for Pseudo-Mo to observe Windspeed Dog, who was also looking over. The mantis subtly curled its lips. Windspeed Dog continuously glanced at Pseudo-Mo, baring its teeth and eagerly awaiting the continuation of the sentence. Perhaps it was the Windspeed Dog diverting some of its attention towards Pseudo-Mo. Or perhaps it was the serendipitous encounter between its fiery red fur and the swirling winds. But a magnificent fire tornado erupted, reflecting in Pseudo-Mo's eyes. The spreading heat calmed the furious little spirits around, allowing Pseudo-Mo to seize a moment of inspiration. Yet, the Windspeed Dog is remarkably astute. It consistently manages to deliver me to the hospital in a timely manner, seamlessly merging wind and fire with an exquisite mastery of energy control. As for Pseudo-Mo, he has entirely abandoned any semblance of shame. All right, you've passed. June Shaley interjected, noting the upward curve of the Windspeed Dog's mouth, interrupting Pseudo-Mo's words. It's not easy, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and you truly hit the nail on the head. What the Wind Speed Dog excels at is energy control. This method is a unique creation of the Wind Speed Dog. Although fire-type spirits possess a distinct advantage in controlling flames compared to other spirits, though this is not absolute, this fire pertains to fire-type skills or energy. When most fire-type spirits face flames resulting from material combustion, their advantage is not as pronounced as one might imagine, and they may even be outmatched by certain non-fire-type spirits, such as the armored Tyrannosaurus. June Shaley paused, gently patting the scythe of the scyther, signaling it to relax, and continued, "Then the Wind Speed Dog devised a method of its own, and I am truly amazed by its control over fire energy and wind." Pseudo-Mo recalled the earlier scene of the Wind Speed Dog spewing flames, deep in thought. "Let us keep our distance. We're in a precarious situation right now." June Shaley assessed the distance and, without hesitation, pulled Pseudo-Mo and the bewildered scyther backward. The scyther attempted to resist, but upon glancing at its own sharp limbs and then at June Shaley's delicate hands, it hesitated for a moment before allowing itself to be guided. "Isn't she afraid of me? What was I saying? Ah, yes. It disperses its fire energy through the act of spewing flames, integrating it into the forest's fire, creating a diluted version of flame projection. Just like now, through its innate talent and effort, it evenly disperses energy into the surrounding flames and then exerts fine control over it. Although this control is still rather crude, it can only utilize the tornado skill as a medium to form a fire tornado, and the duration is quite short. Oh, look, it's dissipating." Just as June Shaley finished speaking, the grand fire tornado abruptly vanished with a thunderous sound, and the flames in the forest faded along with it, leaving only the blossoms of fire in the air, wilting as they danced with the wind. June Shaley, amidst the crimson sky painted by the fiery blossoms, surveyed the surroundings, suppressing her astonishment as she remarked, "This power has far surpassed my expectations." The scyther, captivated, involuntarily drew closer to June Shaley. Chapter 35. The Clash. June 1st, Shaley admitted to underestimating the power of this move, to which Pseudo-Mo wholeheartedly agreed. Under the influence of the Wind Speed Dog's flame projection, the surrounding forest fire transformed into a weakened version of flame projection. Immediately following the arrival of the tornado, the enhanced fire vortex had reduced the trees tainted by flames to mere ashes, transforming the once verdant landscape into charred remnants. The ground itself had succumbed to a deep darkness, forming a perfect circle, within which the Wind Speed Dog sat at the center, gazing vacantly at the fiery blossoms swirling above. While the extinguishing of the wildfire was a cause for celebration, the persistent presence of these flames in the sky posed a dilemma. Their attention-grabbing nature was rather troubling. June Shaley noticed this peculiar situation and, upon observing the Wind Speed Dog's momentary distraction, smiled slightly before snapping her fingers. "Snap. Wind Speed Dog, it's time to take care of this. This is your first masterpiece. Let us conclude it perfectly." At the sound of June Shaley's words, the Wind Speed Dog snapped back to attention, its expression tinged with reluctance as it gazed at the fiery blossoms above. With a mighty howl, the scattered petals of flame coalesced once more, forming vivid serpents of fire that gradually converged towards a singular point, directly above the Wind Speed Dog, nestled in the center of the ashes. The tumultuous and restless fireball began to behave obediently before the Wind Speed Dog. Yet, flames are inherently wild. The untamed nature is emblematic of the fire-type elemental. Wind Speed Dog. Under the creature's command, the fireball mirrored its current emotions. In midair, the fireball danced freely, transforming into a colossal flamehound that silently roared above the forest. Poised and ready, embodying the essence of silent power. In the glaring light of day, the fiery hound howled at the sun. As it descended, the Wind Speed Dog awaited with tranquility, embodying both motion and stillness. In the vast expanse of the heavens, a battle of souls raged in the wilds. "Do not worry. These flames contain fire-type energy," June Shaley reassured the anxious Pseudo-Mo. "Pseudo-Mo, it is precisely because of the fire-type energy that I am concerned. The Wind Speed Dog possesses a fire attraction ability, so these flames serve as excellent sustenance for it." Pseudo-Mo recalled that the so-called fire attraction ability allows the little elemental to not only evade damage from fire-type moves, but also to enhance its special attack. Thus, this colossal flamehound, imbued with fire-type energy, posed no threat to the Wind Speed Dog and would instead replenish and elevate its energy levels. Indeed, the Wind Speed Dog remained composed amidst the flames, allowing them to caress its fur, looking utterly content, even taking the time to scratch its ear with a paw. Meanwhile, Pseudo-Mo and the scyther beside him watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. Suddenly, a sharp crack. interrupted Mo's awestruck contemplation of the little elemental's mystique. He quickly pressed his bulging eyes back into their sockets and turned to see June Shaley grinning at the scyther. The scyther's mouth was agape, repeatedly striking its chin with the blade-like appendages. June Shaley, with an unusual expression, approached the scyther and gestured for it to show her. The scyther studied the human before it and slowly lowered its dual blades. Sadosumi felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet this intrigue paled in comparison to the awe inspired by the breathtaking performance of the fiery speed dog. With his back turned to Sadosumi, the blazing speed dog relished the admiration of his companions, utterly indifferent to the concerns regarding the flying mantis. Rather than encouraging Speed Dog to focus on the mantis, it was more prudent to dissuade him from the notion of tearing the creature apart. Unbeknownst to Sadosumi, June Shaley was busily toying with the mantis, accompanied by the sound of a snap and the mantis's pained cries. Observing the mantis's expression of dread, June Shaley could no longer contain her laughter. Leaning against the mantis and stifling her giggles, her shoulders shaking in exaggerated mirth. The mantis, feeling awkward, stiffened like a stone as it sensed the softness pressing against it. Confronted by this fearless human, the mantis felt an odd sensation within, experiencing its first embrace, leaving its mind blank. Although its razor-sharp appendages had never faltered against any adversary, having hunted countless beings and brought itself unbounded glory, it found itself at a loss regarding how to position its limbs at this moment. The bloodline around June Shaley's neck served as a constant reminder to the mantis of the fragility of the human in its grasp. After a moment's hesitation, the mantis cautiously employed the flat of its blade to cradle the human, its lethal weapons now imbued with the capacity for a gentle embrace. It could feel the tremors of the human's body, the tension followed by a gradual relaxation, and the mantis was deeply focused and immersed in this newfound experience. If one were to draw a comparison, the mantis had never been this absorbed, this dedicated, or this gratified during its rigorous training in the art of the blade. Sadosumi blinked repeatedly, striving to dispel the pink bubbles in his line of sight, yet they remained unbroken. Why did the air carry a hint of sourness? As the saying goes, with the spring breeze, the horse gallops swiftly, surveying the vast green plains in a single day. Sadosumi felt a knot of worry. How could he explain this to Speed Dog? Perhaps it was best if Speed Dog remained unaware. But how could he redirect its attention? Casting a glance at Speed Dog, who was still lost in the joy of successfully developing a new technique, Sadosumi resolved it was wise not to remind him. Thus, he cheerfully decided to approach Speed Dog. Just then, he felt a sudden lightness, as the foul mud creature slid off him and onto the ground. Huh, why did you drop down suddenly, Mud? What are you up to? Sadosumi queried, perplexed by Mud's dark demeanor. Upon hearing Sadosumi's words, Mud offered no reply, merely casting a fleeting glance at the embracing mantis and June Shaley before charging towards Speed Dog with determination. Sadosumi sensed a twist in Mud's expression and thought, could it be? Realizing something, he hurriedly pursued the foul creature. The flames around Speed Dog had diminished significantly, yet sporadic sparks still leapt forth. The swift canine observed Anu and the muck clinging to him with an expression of curiosity. To avoid scalding them, the swift canine stood up, shook off its fur, and rid itself of the sparks that clung to its coat. Sado, admiring the pristine appearance of the swift canine, exclaimed, "Wow, it even has a cleaning function. I told you to stay calm, Anu." As the swift canine panted playfully, it eagerly watched the interaction between Sado and Muck. Ignoring Sado's attempts to intervene, Muck reached out to poke the swift canine, capturing its attention before pointing towards June Shaley. Following the direction of Anu's finger, the swift canine turned to look. Sado exclaimed, "Oh, sorry for the interruption." Chapter 36, The Encounter Tomb. The swift canine, panting, turned to see June Shaley affectionately embracing a scyther, its canine face instantly frozen in surprise. June Shaley cautiously cradled the scyther, her heart racing with excitement at the thought of the blank pock balls she might still possess, and she unconsciously bit her lower lip. Suddenly, she noticed her swift canine had puffed up, transforming into a furry ball. June Shaley gasped. The swift canine's fur stood on end, its entire form morphing into a fluffy sphere, the once fluffy coat now bristling with sharp spikes. Observing this, Sado attempted to dismount from Muck, only to find himself firmly glued to it. With a forlorn expression, he looked at the calm Muck and thought. As if struck by a revelation, the swift canine forcibly halted its advance, turned around, and with a paw, pressed Sado into Muck's body, applying pressure before giving him a playful knead with its paw. Sado questioned, "What were you just about to do?" With a growl, the swift canine's jovial expression faded, its demeanor twisting into one of fury. Am I extinguishing flames while you dig at my foundation? Is there no justice in this world? It seemed that decisive action was necessary. Flames entwined around its mouth. The swift canine's face contorted with rage as its expression turned icy. The flames slowly creeping along its limbs, leaving burning footprints with each step it took. The expanded fur was tamed by the flames, slicking against its body as it approached the scyther at a leisurely pace. At the moment the flames ignited upon the swift canine's form, the scyther's wings fluttered slightly, breaking away from June Shaley's embrace, quickly adopting a defensive stance in front of her. Whether intentional or not, the scyther moved away from June Shaley. Noticing this, the swift canine narrowed its eyes, as the scyther, startled by the swift canine's murderous intent, hesitated to reveal its fangs. The swift canine opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of flames aimed at the scyther's right wing. Following this, the swift canine charged into the flames. Employing its signature technique, using the fire as cover, it propelled its limbs forcefully towards the scyther. Confronted with a swift canine adversary boasting superior attributes, the mantis, with its mandibles slightly parted and then tightly closed, gazed coolly at the flames surging toward it. Its left limb executed a series of rapid slashes, each growing increasingly swift, as thin, sharp blades of vacuum energy detached from its scythe, meeting the oncoming inferno. The air blades produced by the mantis formed a veritable curtain of blades. June Shaley observed intently. This time, the initial vacuum blade that met the flames was once again devoured, for the energy contained within the vacuum wave paled in comparison to the fiery onslaught unleashed by the swift canine. Moreover, the mantis was not particularly adept at special attacks. Cognizant of this limitation, the mantis recognized after the initial contact that its moves had minimal effect on the swift canine. As a Pokémon that had survived in the wild, the mantis could not afford such a significant flaw in its techniques. Thus, while the canine extinguished the wildfire, the mantis pondered this predicament. As a warrior, it quickly conceived a solution. If a single strike's energy was insufficient and easily countered by the fiery breath, then it should overwhelm with quantity, executing more vacuum waves in the shortest span of time. The mantis was indeed a being of action. The swift canine was mere steps away from the mantis, and ordinarily, it would take just 3 strides to close the distance. Yet, why did this moment feel so prolonged? The first strike, the vacuum blade initially meeting the swift canine, was effortlessly consumed by the surrounding flames, significantly diminishing the canine's impression of the mantis, which had suffered a setback with its singular technique. The swift canine dismissed this, charging forward through the curtain of vacuum blades, only to regret its decision as the ground recoiled and propelled it forward. The subsequent barrage of vacuum blades directed at it was overwhelming. Instead of being engulfed by flames, they sliced through, ultimately severing the flames encircling the swift canine's body, exposing parts of it to the open air. Observing this, the mantis refrained from further slashing, perhaps due to the sheer number of strikes already executed in such a brief period. The motion of its left limb, poised with the blade tip directed downward, momentarily paused, just a fleeting instant. The swift canine, with its finely tuned reflexes, did not miss this brief opportunity. Even the slightest delay in lifting its left limb to unleash a vacuum strike would suffice to eliminate the mantis. Simultaneously, the mantis reacted to the canine's movement. Instead of raising its left limb, it pivoted at the joint, angling itself precisely while the visible currents of air coiled around its blade. Adjusting in tandem with the swift canine's trajectory, the mantis fine-tuned its position until achieving the perfect angle for the strike. With a decisive upward motion, it unleashed a substantial air blade from its left limb toward the swift canine. In a mimicry of the swift canine's tactics, the mantis, shielded by the whirlwind of blades, launched an aggressive advance, propelled by the rapid vibrations of its wings as it soared toward the swift canine. If the razor-thin vacuum wave, sliced at high speed, measures only about half a meter, then the air blade is over a meter long, and it is undeniably broader and larger. Aptly named the whirlwind blade. However, it is evident that it has not amassed sufficient force. The expansive whirlwind blade appears somewhat insubstantial as it traverses the air, with numerous high-speed currents dispersing around it. Nevertheless, akin to the vacuum wave, it possesses an equally sharp edge. The swift movements of the wind speed dog caused its pupils to constrict to the size of pinpoints as its ignition ability activated. The flames enveloping its body shifted from a previous disarray, and as it took its second step, the airborne wind speed dog gathered the surrounding flames, forming a fiery sphere at its torso. This portion of flames was significantly darker in hue. Clearly, the wind speed dog concentrated a greater amount of fiery energy there. preparing for a direct confrontation with the whirlwind blade. However, this also posed a disadvantage, as it limited the wind speed dog's ability to accurately perceive the position of the flying mantis. An enormous burst of flames enveloped Pseudo-Legendary, and as June Shaley lay prone on the ground, the exploding fireball collided with the unstable whirlwind blade. Boom. The contact of these two unstable entities triggered a violent gust, shattering the whirlwind blade into fragments that scattered in all directions, while the fireball on the wind speed dog erupted into a dazzling display of sparks. At that moment, the four-legged wind speed dog and the trembling winged flying mantis could clearly discern the expressions on each other's faces, both reflecting a wild yet calm intensity as they prepared to clash. Then, the wind speed dog took its third step. Chapter 37. The Clash 3. In the aftermath of the earlier inferno, the forest was not only charred in large swathes, but also intermittently echoed with explosions, prompting nearby small sprites to flee in droves, seeking refuge until it was safe to return, while the wild sprites could escape. Pseudo-Legendary found himself unable to run, not for lack of ability, but rather from a refusal to retreat. Witnessing the wind speed dog truly unleash its potential for the first time against the formidable opponent, the flying mantis, Pseudo-Legendary was on the brink of exhilaration. The sentient muck, resonating with Pseudo-Legendary's emotions, shared in this thrill. Both he and the muck pondered, who knows when I, Anu, can reach such heights. Shielded by the muck, Pseudo-Legendary evaded the onslaught of the explosive winds generated by the aftermath of the fireball and whirlwind blade's collision. He quickly brushed aside the muck's obstruction to gaze upon the fierce duel. At that instant, the wind speed dog had just landed, its ignition ability activating once more. Countless sparks gathered around it, but Pseudo-Legendary noticed that this time the wind speed dog did not enshroud its body in flames. Instead, it concentrated the fire solely on its limbs, making the flames upon its forepaws denser and more radiant. The flying mantis also altered its stance. Its previously aggressive left blade now angled slightly outward, while its right limb, dormant until now, retracted to the left side of its body, subtly adjusting to face the proximity of the wind speed dog, resembling a warrior poised to draw its sword. Iato/. In Pseudo-Legendary's mind, the name of the impending move of the flying mantis flashed before him. The mere posture of the flying mantis made Pseudo-Legendary acutely aware of Aniri's body becoming exceedingly rigid. Aniri was clearly tense. Yet, this was not the most perilous moment. The true danger lay in the imminent Iato strike, when the blade was hidden within its sheath. Moreover, at that very moment, the swift hound was concentrating flames upon its feet. Could such flames withstand the sharp edge of the flying mantis's blade? Pseudo-Legendary anxiously glanced at the swift hound, only to discover an uncontrollable grin spreading across its face, revealing its delicate pink teeth and pristine white fangs. In stark contrast, the flying mantis, with its cold insectal visage, revealed a hint of manic delight. Although no words were exchanged and Pseudo-Legendary was not a Pokémon, he sensed the unspoken challenge conveyed by both the swift hound and the flying mantis. I shall not evade. Come forth. With its eyes wide open, the swift hound propelled itself forward, taking its third step with determined fervor. Have you ever witnessed the tail flame of a rocket? Pseudo-Legendary felt he was witnessing it now. As the swift hound made contact with the ground, the flames concentrated at its paws instantaneously transformed into a rocket-like tail flame. Surging with energy, rather than dissipating immediately, the flames danced around the swift hound's body as if endowed with a spirit of their own, drawing forth the fiery energy within and surrounding it, culminating in the most formidable flame cloak it had ever summoned. The intensity of the explosive force dictated the rapidity of the flame's movement and the potency of the gathered energy. Ultimately, this culminated in the formation of a fiery set of fangs atop the swift hound's head, with two sharp, flame-tinged canines gracing both the upper and lower jaws. The combination of the energy surge, flame cloak, and fiery fangs represented the swift hound's most powerful technique to date. In contrast to the swift hound's grandeur, the flying mantis's technique appeared rather unadorned in Pseudo-Legendary's eyes. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He noticed the air surrounding the flying mantis distorting, particularly around the shimmering white light enveloping its blade, reminiscent of a vacuum wave, as if a thin layer of such a wave clung to the edge. Suddenly, Pseudo-Legendary perceived the swift hound's fiery fangs and the flying mantis's blade vanish, only to witness two streaks of red and white light flash before him. When the swift hound's fiery fangs and the mantis re-entered his view, he saw the sharp canines of the swift hound poised against the edge of the flying mantis's blade, a clash of red and white light on the verge of ignition. Ultimately, while the fiery fangs were indeed a manifestation of concentrated energy, Even with the advantage of elemental properties, they shattered first upon meeting the flying mantis's blade head-on. The relentless white light of the mantis's edge surged forth unimpeded, cleaving toward the swift hound. However, judging by the swift hound's expression, this outcome seemed to be well within its expectations. A torrent of searing flames broke free from the confines of the fiery fangs, ready to engulf the flying mantis before it. Certainly, the initial objective is to shatter the exoskeleton of the fire-breathing mantis. With a resounding thud, the radiant white aura enveloping the mantis's appendages erupted violently, dispersing the nearby flames and creating a fireless vacuum around the blade. This surge in momentum enhanced the mantis's striking speed. The blade sliced through the fur of the wind-speed dog, halting just short of breaching its skin. The scattered flames coalesced around the mantis once more, forming a series of fiery fangs that hovered in the air, some even brushing against the mantis's body, ignoring the searing sensation emanating from its skin. The mantis fixated intently on the dog's eyes. Woof, not bad at all. The mantis and the wind-speed dog exchanged grins, and as the flames dissipated, the mantis retracted its appendages, both parties momentarily withdrawing. Continuing the battle could jeopardize their lives, a conclusion neither desired. A wailing voice emerged from behind. Kyunsera is crying. The wind-speed dog and the mantis were startled, their attention drawn to Kyunsera, who lay on the ground weeping, leaving them momentarily uncertain of their next move. They both took a few cautious steps back, finally exhaling in relief once a safe distance was established. That brief moment of reaction time proved sufficient for both. Otherwise, being so close to the mantis made the wind-speed dog feel an unsettling chill along its neck. Woof, where's my fur? Kyunsera, with tear-streaked cheeks now smeared with soot, raised her head. The heat had caused her to sweat profusely, and tears carved trails down her face, transforming her into a little calico cat. Upon witnessing Kyunsera's tearful visage, the wind-speed dog nearly bit its own tongue, contemplating whether to play dead on the ground. With ears drooping and tail tucked, it approached Kyunsera, its head lowered in a gesture of submission, tongue lolling out in a playful manner. With a woof, the wind-speed dog promptly flopped down, exposing its soft belly and sending up a cloud of dust, its pudgy paws paddling in the air. The mantis, with an inscrutable expression, pondered, did I truly just reach a stalemate with this creature? And that human, lying on the ground and crying. How could I trust her words as if she were staking her very life on them? The mantis felt as if it had been kicked in the head by a dog. Chapter 38. Praying to the Phoenix King. Kyunsera, lying on the ground, took a deep breath, grasping the wind-speed dog's plush paw, and whispered something in its ear. The wind-speed dog, initially curious, suddenly froze, its expression shifting from one of intrigue to a more serene demeanor, occasionally glancing at the mantis. Woof. The mantis, still lost in contemplation, had no interest in the unfolding drama, but was jolted by the wind-speed dog's repeated glances and flirtatious gestures. A shiver ran from its toes to the crown of its head. The delicate wings fluttered a few times, igniting the curiosity of the mantis. June Shaley whispered to the speedy dog for a moment before rising to her feet, brushing herself off and inadvertently soiling the dog's fur as she approached the mantis, who had lowered its twin blades and relaxed its stance. The mantis felt a certain fondness for this human, whose demeanor shifted so dramatically, especially since she was the trainer of the speedy dog, a worthy opponent. With a swift motion, the mantis, seasoned by countless battles in the forest, recognized the strength of the dog, who remained oblivious to the mantis's unwavering gaze. However, a glance at the obviously inexperienced dog made the mantis chuckle inwardly. Perhaps human trainers were not entirely inept after all. As June Shaley approached, the mantis paused momentarily, then fluttered its wings and came before the visibly anxious girl. It pointed with its limb towards the pockball at June Shaley's waist, fixing its gaze upon her. In disbelief, June Shaley covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Is this really happening?" The mantis nodded, urging her to act swiftly. Still in a state of disbelief, June Shaley hesitated, and in that moment, the speedy dog, with its wide mouth agape, seized the opportunity to press the button on the pockball with its limb. With a click, the mantis transformed into a beam of red light and entered the pockball, which shook a few times before settling into tranquility. June Shaley gazed at the thoughtful dog, then at the pockball at her waist, astonished. Did I just capture a mantis? What should I do now? She noticed the slack-jawed expression of Sato-mo, tilting her head in disbelief. I captured a mantis, she exclaimed, striking a pose that even Sato-mo found hard to bear. Just then, the sudden force from her waist startled her. Seeing the mantis voluntarily emerge from the pockball, Sato-mo mused that the constraints of the pockball did not seem particularly strong, especially for such formidable Pokémon. It appeared more a symbol of the bond between the creature and its trainer rather than a prison. The mantis tilted its insect-like face slightly, exchanging puzzled glances with June Shaley. Her cheeks flushed. June Shaley stammered, "Ahem. What is going on? Wait, why did you come out on your own?" The mantis shook its head, gesturing towards the forest, then back at the Pokeball, before nodding at June Shaley. Pseudo-Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning, "Are you sure?" June Shaley, meeting the mantis's earnest gaze, replied, "All right, just be careful out there and remember to come back home on time. The speedy dog will come to fetch you." The mantis gave a final glance at June Shaley before swiftly departing, propelled by its rapidly vibrating wings. As she passed by Pseudo-Mo, she deliberately paused for a moment, casting a bewildering glance at the perplexed Pseudo-Mo before vanishing into the forest. "Sister pair? What was that about the flying mantis?" Pseudo-Mo found herself at a loss for words, as she had no understanding of the mantis's behavior prior to its departure. What was the meaning behind those gestures? "It likely has some matters to attend to in the forest, hee. There are some things it simply cannot let go of," June Shaley remarked, gazing at the spot where the flying mantis had disappeared. "And besides, it's a girl. Did you notice how particularly large its abdomen is?" A fleeting image of the dark blue figure that melded into the grass crossed Pseudo-Mo's mind. Could it have been that little sprite? But that size didn't quite match. "By the way, sister pair, how did you know what the flying mantis was saying?" "A woman's intuition. Is that really how it works?" Pseudo-Mo decided not to dwell on it. After all, pondering over the incomprehensible was characteristic of her nature. "All right, let's head back, Windspeed Dog. We need to prepare food for the flying mantis. What does she like to eat?" "Woof. Indeed, we can ask her when she returns. However, I'm certain she would enjoy blue-orange fruits." Sister pair, shouldn't we attend to our main task now?" June Shaley turned, somewhat bewildered, to look at Pseudo-Mo. "Windspeed Dog woof?" Pseudo-Mo sighed, revealing a character of exasperation. The remains. Our expedition into the mountains was primarily to deal with the remains by the village, wasn't it?" "All right." June Shaley finally grasped the situation, tapping Windspeed Dog's head with her right hand, looking as if she had just realized something. "Hee, I nearly forgot." Pseudo-Mo glanced at Windspeed Dog, who was nuzzling against June Shaley's palm, appreciating its sturdy build. "Well then, let us begin." Wait a moment. Let me check if the recording device is functioning." Remembering the task at hand, June Shaley recalled the need to inspect the equipment she carried, hoping it was intact. Otherwise, her wages would be docked. Oh no. A sharp scream pierced the tranquility of the forest, startling Windspeed Dog and Stinky Mud, prompting them to adopt a defensive stance and survey their surroundings. Pseudo-Mo was also taken aback, moving closer to June Shaley, who had turned into a visage of distress, clutching the recording device as she scanned the area. "What's wrong? If the recording device is broken, we can always return," she said. "The device isn't broken," June Shaley replied flatly. Pseudo-Mo breathed a sigh of relief, only to be struck with anxiety once more by June Shaley's next statement. "However, it has diligently recorded all the events since our entry into the mountains, including the incident with the fire. And while you were inspecting it, you helped capture the surrounding details more thoroughly." June Shaley and Pseudo-Mo exchanged silent glances. "Well, let's just deal with the tasks at hand. Everything will sort itself out in due time." June Shaley wiped her forehead and stood up. "Come, let us see the condition of the grave by the village." The previous flames raged fiercely. "I hope they did not reach us." Sato-Sumi called out to his companion, "Akira, let us go, Akira, and check it out." He hurriedly led Akira toward the small burial mound at the village's edge. "Oh, Lord of Wind, please bless this grave with safety." Chapter 39. A temporary parting from above. A small black dot inexplicably appeared amidst the lush greenery of the Tsukimi mountain forest. Sato-Sumi dashed within this dark spot, muttering fervently, "Oh Lord of Wind, please ensure that the grave at the village's edge remains unharmed. Otherwise, the psychological blow to Ao would be even greater." Panting, Sato-Sumi halted before a familiar gravestone, its surface slightly charred yet intact. As long as the gravestone stood unharmed, he believed that the grave, encased in earth and insulated from the heat, would be safe. "How is it? Did June Shaley arrive with the Windspeed Dog unscathed?" It's fine. Sato-Sumi's lips curled into a faint smile. "Windspeed Dog, start digging." June Shaley exhaled in relief and added, "Let us finish quickly and head home. After all this commotion, I'm starving." With a spirited bark, the Windspeed Dog eagerly began to dig. "Wait, Windspeed Dog," Sato-Sumi quickly called out, stopping the eager creature, and turned to June Shaley, saying, "Sisterly, Ao, it's the water leap fish. I want to let it out to sea." "All right, Wind Speed Dog, let us step aside and give them some space. We'll also gather some fruits from the trees. June Shaley sighed, leading the reluctant Wind Speed Dog into the forest. Akira, I entrust their safety to you. I'll place the recorder here, she assured. Soon, you'll be able to dig. Just follow me for now. June Shaley pulled Wind Speed Dog around a thicket and disappeared from sight. Sadosumi let out a bitter smile and released the water leap fish from its pockball. Ayo, come forth. The tearful water leap fish appeared amidst the forest, undeterred by the lingering heat. It slowly approached the gravestone, standing before the burial mound in silence. Here, take this. Sadosumi stepped forward and sat cross-legged beside the water leap fish, placing a blue-orange fruit gently on the ground. One must always bring offerings. Don't you think? The water leap fish gazed at the blue-orange fruit, and then at Sadosumi's tranquil profile, its restless heart gradually calming. With a soft croak, it picked up the blue-orange fruit and gently placed it before the gravestone, turning to approach Sadosumi with closed eyes. Suddenly, the water leap fish felt something brush against its hind leg. Turning, it found the blue-orange fruit lying at its feet, momentarily taken aback. Sadosumi observed intently, noting the uneven surface of the burial mound. The water leap fish had not placed the fruit steadily, and as it turned, the blue-orange fruit rolled down the slope, inadvertently colliding with the water leap fish. Sadosumi's expression darkened. This coincidence was rather too uncanny. Regrettably, the water leap fish turned away from Sadomo, and the recording device, capturing only Sadomo's silhouette, were oblivious to the unfolding scene. Having a sprite with its own master can indeed be troublesome. Sadomo pondered for a fleeting moment before rising to retrieve a blue-orange fruit, which he then extended towards the water leap fish, stating, "Take this. I believe your sentiments have already reached him." Upon finishing his words, Sadomo averted his gaze, fixating instead on the earthen grave at the village's edge, continuing, "This blue-orange fruit should serve as his token of gratitude, a final farewell, so accept it." The water leap fish lowered its head to grasp the blue-orange fruit, presenting it once more to Sadomo, gazing at him intently. "Well then, allow me to hold on to it for now." Sadomo hesitated briefly before accepting the fruit and stowing it in his small bag. "Now, Ayu, please return for the time being. The next task is mine." With a cheerful yip, the water leap fish settled down. Sadomo secured the petite pockball at his waist and unfurled a containment bag on the ground, declaring, "Now, it is time to bring closure to this matter." A sudden, exuberant bark interrupted Sadomo's musings. Turning around, he spotted a Rapidash charging towards him. Without taking evasive action, he would undoubtedly be knocked off his feet. Sadomo executed a roll, narrowly evading the Rapidash's advance. As he crawled a short distance, he sidestepped the dirt kicked up by the creature, sitting silently on the ground. "Hey, there's no need to worry. We have plenty of time." June Shaley, seated beside Sadomo, watched the industrious Rapidash as she gently spoke. "You were quite clever just now, weren't you? Did you hear that?" "Humph, sisterly, that is quite a bad habit." Sadomo retorted, pouting. Just a little slip up. All right, let's assess the situation. You know how efficient the Rapidash is at digging. We should keep an eye on it, otherwise, if we're not careful, it might cause some mischief." June Shaley chuckled as she approached the Rapidash. "Rapidash, stop this instant." Upon hearing her command, Sadomo sprang to his feet, rushing to the large hole the Rapidash had excavated, where a leg was faintly visible beneath the layer of loose soil. "Goodness, that was quick. Your digging skills have certainly improved. Well then, here we meet again. This time, I shall bring you back." Sadomo bowed 3 times towards the grave before descending to retrieve the remains of the villager. "Oh, and lend me a hand." "Sure thing," June Shaley replied. "I'll provide support from above. Rapidash, you keep watch around us." Before long, with the collaboration of Sadomo and June Shaley, the slightly decayed body of the villager, the foul mud having a certain corrosive effect, was carefully placed into the containment bag. Sadomo cautiously pulled the zipper, watching as the villager's face was enveloped by the bag. "Now, we simply need to return this," he stated as he removed his gloves, addressing June Shaley, while the nearby Rapidash looked on with evident disdain towards the containment bag. "All right, let us make haste back home." June Shaley lovingly stroked the Rapidash's fur, reassuring it. "This time, I want to restrict your speed. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of both myself and Momo, we shall run as swiftly as we desire." The speed dog let out a soft whimper, yet its rapidly wagging tail revealed its true emotions. With June Shaley and Sadomo equipped with essential items such as a recorder and containment bag, and with the sludge firmly secured, they prepared to embark on their journey. The sludge's protective layer was a strong request from Sadomo, to which June Shaley surprisingly did not object. "Remember to return home early. June Shaley shouted towards the forest. Let us set off. With a howl, the speed dog's excited barks echoed through the treetops, and in an instant, Sato Momo and the others vanished from sight, leaving only the freshly dug earth behind. In a particular part of the forest, a flying mantis turned to gaze in the direction from which the speed dog had departed, accompanied by a small sprite who gently asked, Woof? What's wrong? Oh, nothing, the mantis replied. Chapter 41. Skills. The early summer sun shone fiercely, casting shadows of blue as the grass gradually lifted its head in the warmth. A chilling breeze swept through the dense foliage, accompanied by splashes of water and mud. Above, the fish fin quivered, and utilizing its enhanced perception, the water leap fish closed its eyes, dislodging clumps of mud while shooting jets of water, occasionally dodging the muddy assaults thrown by Sato Momo. Ewa, great job. Enough with the patience. Now let's play with the mud. Sato Momo sidestepped a jet of water from the water leap fish, opting not to let it demonstrate the common skills of impact and sound. The water leap fish breathed a sigh of relief. With a click, the throwing of mud and water jets alternated, soaking the surrounding area. The moist earth began to writhe under the watchful gaze of the water leap fish, slowly coalescing into a stream of mud that circled around it continuously. Ewa, use rock slide. Huh, you can't do that yet. No problem. You're already capable. Sato Momo had a clear understanding of the level the water leap fish was at. While it could play with mud, it was still somewhat clumsy, teetering on the brink of evolution. If it weren't for the mishap that occurred near the village, fortunately, it had been fitted with an Everstone. Click. Isn't it impressive? Haha. The sludge transformed into a fluid state, adhering to Sato Momo's surface while forming a protective layer akin to a black armor. Look at this. Sato Momo's palm was covered in black sludge, which began to inflate like a balloon, forming a sphere the size of a basketball. However, it appeared rather soft and posed a risk of bursting at any moment. Harden. The outer layer of the black sphere rapidly solidified, its tough exterior rendering it stable in appearance. It's filled with toxic gas. Sato Momo glanced towards the grass, where a small Rattata peeked out, curiously observing him. Typically, the sludge expelled toxic gas from its mouth, with a decent coverage area, but the speed was too slow, and the toxicity would be significantly diluted. Thus, I collaborated with ANI to develop this move, gas eruption. With a pop, a minute hole opened in the black mud sphere. In an instant, the black mud ball shriveled, adhering to Sato Momo's hand. The emerald-hued toxic gas, under considerable pressure, transformed into a dispersing column of vapor, enveloping little Lotta before it could react. The speed still requires enhancement. However, the range and lethality of the toxic gas have significantly increased. Alas, it is immensely exhausting. Look, Anai is hungry again. You glutton. Always either eating or on the way to eat. Come on, you, let us return and have something to eat. Ka. Sato Mo puffed out his chest, of course. That was my brilliant idea. I am a genius in combat. Combat. Clearly, it was devised to save on gas expenses. Every day, every second of life is a battle. Besides, if we didn't have to use gas, would we have employed the gas spray gun in actual combat? This is all thanks to me. Bah. Shameless. Come back. Anai, you must be tired. Sato Mo affixed a shrunken, yet still wobbly pock ball to his waist. Ka. The water leap fish's large eyes gleamed. The gas spray gun? You just need to ignite it while spraying gas. It's rather dangerous. I remember, in the past, I nearly lost my life trying to utilize this move in real combat. Ka. Sato Mo ambled along, the water leap fish dutifully following at his side. Making their way home, engaging in light-hearted banter, the time flew by. After enduring a tickling torment, Sato Mo was laughing uncontrollably on the ground. The foul mud was replenishing its nutrients, while the water leap fish appeared utterly bewildered, finally managing to sit up straight. Sato Mo wiped his tears and placed several blue-orange fruits on the table, encircled by an assortment of stones of varying sizes. For now, these few blue-orange fruits would serve as offerings, accompanied by the stones, to conduct a simple ritual of remembrance. After bidding goodnight to the foul mud and the water leap fish, Sato Mo fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Utterly exhausted from the day's events, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Sato Mo's face. The night passed quietly. Surely dawn was approaching? When the water leap fish opened its eyes, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, and the clock on the table indicated the time was nearly 4 a.m. No wonder it was so dark. In the dimly lit room, the water leap fish concealed itself in shadows, its expression obscured, merely lying still and staring vacantly in one direction. Had Sato Mo been awake, he would have realized that direction was toward the forest. A U is here with me, Sato-mo murmured, lost in thought. The water-leap fish was startled by Sato-mo's comforting words. Its dorsal fin quivered slightly. The water-leap fish lay still, feigning sleep, awaiting Sato-mo's next utterance. As time passed, the darkest hour of the day faded, and the world began to brighten, yet Sato-mo's next words remained unspoken. The water-leaping fish approached Sato-mo, only to discover drool trickling from the corner of his mouth as he slumbered soundly. Its dorsal fins, which stood upright, were slightly askew, drooping to one side, and a wave of helplessness surged within the water-leaping fish, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Sato-mo in the dim light. Its expression grew somewhat dazed. Suddenly, as if resolved to undertake a certain course of action, the water-leaping fish made its way to the desk. Before long, the room was filled with a creaking sound, reminiscent of a mouse gnawing at wooden furniture. The noise was somewhat jarring, causing Sato-mo, deep in slumber, to furrow his brow. His brows knitted tighter until, with a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, threw off the covers, and grabbed the desk lamp, directing his gaze toward the source of the creaking. Whatever it is, just wait. Do you not know that I awaken with a heavy temper? You. What are you doing? Are you hungry? Just a moment, I will prepare something to eat. Upon discovering that the source of the commotion was the water-leaping fish, which had its back turned, Sato-mo's morning irritability dissipated instantly. It was quite natural for his companion to be hungry. Noticing the water-leaping fish leaning over the desk, its head moving as if partaking in a feast, Sato-mo instinctively made his way to the kitchen to prepare some food. To his surprise, he detected a fragrant aroma of blue citrus fruit wafting through the room. Suddenly realizing something, Sato-mo turned sharply to see what the water-leaping fish was consuming, a blue citrus fruit. His eyes widened, and clarity dawned upon him. Sato-mo glanced at the spot where offerings had been placed the previous night. The stones arranged in a circle remained intact, but the blue citrus fruit that had originally been at the center was now reduced to just the half resting by the water-leaping fish's mouth. He cast aside thoughts of preparing breakfast, focusing instead on the slow yet determined disappearance of the sacrificial blue citrus fruit into the water-leaping fish's mouth. Wiping the corner of his mouth, the water-leaping fish fixed its gaze on Sato-mo's eyes, slightly bowing before extending its forelimb. Click. I look forward to working with you. Sato-mo rubbed the corners of his eyes, feeling a slight strain, and gently touched the water-leaping fish's hand before pulling it close. Yes, I look forward to it, Ayu. At that moment, the stinky mud also awakened. Seeing Sato-mo and the water-leaping fish embracing, its sleepy eyes widened in surprise. What are you two doing behind my back? Upon hearing the voice, Sato-mo turned to find stinky mud lunging toward him. Hey, let me explain. It's not what you think. Oh no, my waist. The onslaught of muck overwhelmed Sato-mo's words. In the early morning, one must exercise moderation, especially after meals, as vigorous activity is ill-advised. The water-leaping fish, its cheeks flushed, set down its empty bowl and scampered over to Sato-mo, beaming as it observed him recovering on the mat, alongside Stinky Mud, who was also recuperating. Just a little to the side. Yes, right there, push harder. Following the guidance of Sato-sumi, the mischievous Stinky Mud playfully roamed around Sato-sumi's waist. Occasionally, it would pause to knead and squeeze, causing Sato-sumi to blissfully squint his eyes in comfort. Observing the rare sight of Sato-sumi in such a languid state, the water-leaping fish couldn't help but cover its mouth with its tiny paw to stifle a laugh. Don't laugh. Ow. Sato-sumi rolled his eyes as he felt Stinky Mud exert a sudden pressure, prompting an involuntary cry of pain. Hiss. Keep smiling. Good fortune will naturally follow. It's best to be joyful. Once Sato-sumi regained his composure, he forced a smile despite the discomfort. The water-leaping fish approached, nuzzling against Sato-sumi and the now-closed Stinky Mud, its tail flicking excitedly, though it maintained a slightly reserved demeanor. Hee, Sato-sumi chuckled, rubbing his waist as Stinky Mud effortlessly transported him to a chair. What could he say? His beloved Stinky Mud was being affectionate, and Sato-sumi couldn't be happier, though he worried about his own physical limits. As noon approached, Sato-sumi made his way to the Pokémon Center. To his surprise, it was unusually empty, with only Jun Shaili and Joy Chun present. Hey, sisterly, what's wrong? Upon entering the center, Sato-sumi noticed the gray-clad Jun Shaili deep in contemplation, while Joy Chun quietly conversed beside her. Strange, where was the Rapidash? Jun Shaili glanced up, but chose not to respond. Joy Chun, however, greeted him with a smile. Amo, you're here. She pulled Sato-sumi aside and began to explain in hushed tones. Although the incident at the village had been resolved, Jun Shaili's elder had learned about the previous forest fire and captured every detail on the recording device. Consequently, June Shaley had just received a scolding and was now required to submit a 5,000-word reflection. Until it was completed, she was forbidden from releasing her Rapidash from its Pokeball. Upon hearing this, Sato-Sumi met June Shaley's somber gaze and instinctively felt the urge to flee. But knowing he had matters to attend to, he resisted the impulse. Ahem, Sister Chun, could you please conduct a checkup for Stinky Mud and the water-leaping fish? As Joy Chun headed towards the treatment room with the Pokeballs, she remarked, Go, comfortly. Comfort? More like I'll get beaten. Sato-Sumi exclaimed. Sisterly, hey. Hey, that hurts. Inside the Pokemon Center, Sato-Sumi's ears turned crimson, appearing swollen. As he stood there quietly sobbing while receiving his fully recovered Pokemon from Joy Chun, Stinky Mud and the water-leaping fish were completely healed. Joy Chun, with a cheerful smile, scrutinized Sato-Sumi's flushed ears. That'll be 600. No pretending. You must have made a tidy profit earlier. Sato-Sumi obediently paid. At that moment, noticing several trainers beginning to enter the Pokemon Center, Joy Chun, now in work mode, had no time to attend to June Shaley and Sato-Sumi. June Shaley, shedding her previous gloom, now appeared refreshed and revitalized. At last, the matters by the village's edge have come to a close. Noticing Sato-Mu's slight embarrassment, June Shaley directly remarked, Mu, do treat the water-leap fish with care. I shall return to pen my self-reflection. Humph. Speaking of self-reflection, June Shaley's mood darkened immediately. Alas, Sato-Mu, with a pitiful expression, covered his ears and waved goodbye to June Shaley. I'm off, Speedster. June Shaley released her Speedster. Upon seeing Sato-Mu and June Shaley, Speedster instinctively wanted to frolic forward but was deterred by June Shaley's gaze, trailing behind her with a dejected demeanor, devoid of any spirit. What to do? Sato-Mu suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Woof. Speedster abruptly turned back, perplexed by Sato-Mu's expression. After a quick wag of its tail, it turned again to follow June Shaley. How strange. Was it merely a misperception? Sato-Mu shook his head in disbelief and returned home with his Stinky Mud, preparing the dried fruits and some fresh berries, fruits that could alleviate abnormal states, for sale at the town's entrance. He organized the dried fruits laid out in the courtyard, primarily the dried blue citrus, which he had sliced and dried, either air-dried or baked. Over time, Sato-Mu had accumulated a fair amount of dried fruits and, with a free day on his hands, decided to sell half, while keeping the remainder for himself. Any trainer who has survived in the wild for a while knows that dried fruits are a valuable commodity. Not only do they effectively replenish energy, but they are also significantly more durable than fresh berries. Of course, the energy restoration effect cannot compare to that of fresh blue citrus. The dried blue citrus sold by Sato-Mu provides approximately 50 of the energy replenishment of fresh blue citrus. As for other dried berries, such as dried sweet peach, they are quite challenging to produce, not only due to their shelf life, but also because their detoxifying effects are considerably diminished. Compared to the effort required to create these, it is far simpler to carry some antidotes instead. Why buy these when there are blue citrus in the forest? You might ask. However, how long can the standard blue citrus be preserved? Depending on the surrounding conditions, freshly picked blue citrus can last a maximum of 37 days. Whereas properly stored dried fruits, if kept from moisture, etc., can remain viable in a backpack for as long as 13 months. The process of making dried fruits is time-consuming, and trainers who spend years outdoors lack the energy to prepare such provisions. Thus, vendors like Sato-Mu, who learned the craft from Lin Saw, have found a reliable source of income. Not long after setting up his stall at the town's entrance and greeting the local uncles and aunties, Sato-Mu's dried blue citrus was swiftly cleared away by astute trainers. Chapter 43, 397th occasion. Now, with the coveted goods gone, Sato-Mu's stall became rather ordinary. However, with money in his pocket, he felt no urgency, calmly pulling out his herbal encyclopedia to read. As the sludge Pokemon observed Sato-Mu's immobility, it began to meander among the nearby stalls. The stall owners were familiar with the pitiable child, Sato-Mu, and likewise, they recognized the non-odorous sludge Pokemon. Any subpar fruits or refuse from the stalls were promptly fed to the sludge Pokemon. Engrossed in his reading, Sato-Mu hardly noticed as the sludge Pokemon indulged happily beside him. It was not until around 4 in the afternoon that the other varieties of fruits were finally purchased from the stall. Only then did Sato-Missouri close his book, tidy up his belongings, and awaken the sleeping sludge Pokemon in preparation for their journey home. Sato-Mu had recorded a modest profit, approximately 300 in total, sufficient for one revival of a small sprite. Recently, his visits to the Pokemon Center had increased, raising his expectations considerably. Previously, earnings of 100 to 200 would elate him for quite some time. Now, however, he felt somewhat inflated. Pushing his cart, he strolled leisurely down the road, while the sludge Pokémon trailed alongside, occasionally stuffing its mouth with incongruous morsels. Gazing at the gradually setting sun, Sato-Emo suddenly spoke up. The sludge Pokémon, puzzled by its current snack, looked at Sato-Emo while continuing to chew. Huh? What is up? Let us spend some time in the forest near the central district. Dropping the refuse it had in hand, the sludge Pokémon stared blankly at Sato-Emo, perplexed. What? Are you out of your mind? It then picked up the seasoned refuse from the ground and resumed munching. What? You want to go? I'll accompany you. The following day, Sato-Emo awoke early. Having prepared camping gear and necessary supplies, and stepped out of his small abode, bolstered by a night's worth of courage. Yet, he found himself unable to proceed. A wind speed dog sat excitedly at the door, its tail wagging with enthusiasm. A long-awaited match, is it? The familiar scene prompted Sato-Emo to set down his backpack and begin his warm-up exercises. Hey, aren't you grounded? Woof. I snuck out. Come on, you. A and I. Just watch from the sidelines. This is my battle for revenge. Woof. Including today, this will be the 396th time. Sato-Emo, at the age of 5, had initiated this game with the wind speed dog when it was still a card egg. The rules were simple. The wind speed dog would maintain a hand's distance from Sato-Emo and move within a designated area. The wind speed dog would swipe at Sato-Emo, who simply needed to dodge. After 100 swipes, if Sato-Emo managed to evade at least twice, he would win. If he failed to dodge at all, he would have one opportunity to sprint 100 meters to regain his chance. The wind speed dog would declare, "You run first." If Sato-Emo lost twice, he would have to concede to one of the wind speed dog's minor requests. Typically, after winning, the wind speed dog would carry Sato-Emo to Junshali, treating him like a delightful snack to savor. For over 2 years, Sato-Mu has been subjected to 396 affectionate licks, soon to be 397. The swift dog, with its dead fish-like gaze, tugged at Sato-Mu's collar, wagging its tail and scampering towards the Pokémon Center with little prancing steps. Is that not tiresome for you? Struggling was futile. The more fiercely Sato-Mu resisted, the more fervently the swift dog licked him. Early risers, witnessing the swift dog carrying Sato-Mu, paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Moo, hasn't he reached 400 times yet? Only 397 times. Ahahaha. The swift dog trotted into the Pokémon Center, plopping down in a corner. Sato-Mu cried out in exasperation. Aw, whoa, be quiet. Cough, cough. With a furrowed brow, Nurse Joy instantly broke into laughter, ignoring Sato-Mu's desperate gaze for help. She hurriedly pushed a cart into the emergency room, with a Chansey closely following, accompanied by a trail of sobbing little girls behind. Sato-Mu's sharp eyes caught sight of an unconscious Pikachu, its vibrant yellow fur failing to conceal the ominous purple hue. It had succumbed to the venom of a poisonous Pokémon. The doors of the Pokémon Center swung open and shut, with trainers bustling in and out, their expressions ranging from relaxed to anxious. Upon seeing Sato-Mu pinned under the swift dog's paws, licking him uncontrollably, they couldn't help but chuckle. One trainer remarked, "Isn't that 400 times now?" "Not at all. Only 397 times." Sato-Mu retorted loudly, spitting out the swift dog's saliva. Ha! The doors of the Pokémon Center opened once more, and rhythmic footsteps echoed, tap tap tap. Sato-Mu instantly looked up to see Junshali, clad in her uniform, her long legs rhythmically striding towards him, her face holding back a smile. In her hand, she held a paper document, affectionately ruffling the satisfied swift dog's fur before playfully tousling Sato-Mu's hair. 397 times. Right? Sato-Mu's eyes lit up. Yes. Humph, my reaction time has improved significantly. He added, "By the way, the swift dog sneaked out today?" The swift dog opened its mouth, gently clamping down on Sato-Mu's little head, its rows of canine teeth lightly brushing against his scalp, growling playfully. "Uft, you brought that up at the wrong time." Waving the paper document, Junshali grinned and said, "Look, this is already written, so the swift dog's restriction is naturally lifted. All right, let us go." Sato-Mu dove into the soft fur of the swift dog, wiping the drool off his face. "By the way, the flaxen fur of the swift dog is so smooth. I'm rubbing and rubbing." The swift dog could only watch helplessly as its fur became a tangled mess. As more trainers gradually filled the Pokémon Center, Junshali grew concerned about disrupting the order of the place. Not to mention she could hardly bear to watch any longer. Grooming her beloved pet's fur required considerable effort. With a firm grip on Sato-Mu's collar, Junshali guided him toward the lounge of the Pokémon Center, her thoughts drifting to Joy-Chun's well-being. Given Joy-Chun's medical expertise, her prolonged absence raised Junshali's concerns about her safety. Following closely behind, the speedy dog emitted a feeble flame from its mouth, attempting to dry its fur while casting a pleading glance at Pseudo-Legendary. Upon opening the lounge door, Jun Shaili was relieved to find Joy Chun resting comfortably within. Joy Chun lay serenely on a recliner, sound asleep, while a Chansey gently draped a blanket over her. The noise from the door stirred Chansey, who turned to glare at the intruders, its oval-shaped belly glowing softly. Recognizing Jun Shaili and Pseudo-Legendary, the glow dimmed, and Chansey's expression softened, albeit with a hint of reproach. "I'm sorry, Chansey, I didn't mean to disturb," Jun Shaili said, hastily quieting down. Chansey, after a moment, lowered its hands from its belly and made a shushing gesture with one finger to its lips. "I understand, Shu," Jun Shaili replied, with a gentle glance at Joy Chun. Chansey carefully adjusted the blanket, its tenderness palpable. Pseudo-Legendary, observing the speedy dog beside him, shook his head, choosing silence over words. Suddenly, the speedy dog playfully clamped its mouth around Pseudo-Legendary's head, having realized that his head was just the right size. The commotion drew Joy Chun's attention, and she stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes and inquiring, "What is going on?" On her smooth forehead, a few faint lines appeared. Chansey, dashing over with a handkerchief, rescued Pseudo-Legendary from the dog's playful grip and tenderly wiped the drool from his face, nodding in satisfaction. After tossing the handkerchief aside without a second thought, Chansey seized the speedy dog, delivering a flurry of swift slaps to its face. Slap, 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 slap. Pseudo-Legendary, in tune with the rhythm of the speedy dog's punishment, found his own head swaying back and forth until the final slap sent the speedy dog crashing to the ground with a thud. After brushing off non-existent dust from its palms, Chansey turned away, expressionless. As it passed by the startled Pseudo-Legendary, it paused to straighten his slightly disheveled clothing. Resembling a caring older sister, Pseudo-Legendary was taken aback, his surprise level at 1. Jun Shaili glanced at the speedy dog sprawled on the floor, still dazed and caught in a philosophical quandary. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? And recalled the exaggerated expressions it had made earlier, feeling a twinge of pain in her own face. Turning to the serene Chansey, who nodded reassuringly, she inquired with a creaky neck, Chan, has the speedy dog been defeated? In the town of Shannon, it is not uncommon for Jun Shaili to subdue a speed dog. Did Jigglypuff truly manage to bring down a small Pokémon? This is quite a remarkable feat, considering Jigglypuff is generally seen as a support Pokémon. One might wonder just how weak the small Pokémon that provoked Jigglypuff truly is. This is likely the thought that crosses the minds of many. However, upon hearing that Speed Dog was defeated by Jigglypuff, most would regard you with a look of incredulity. Are you joking? Jigglypuff gently assisted Joy-chan, thoughtfully placing a cushion behind her back. Joy-chan expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you, leaning back against the cushion and letting out a contented sigh. For Jigglypuff is indeed quite formidable. Of course, Speed Dog was caught off guard this time. Jigglypuff, I am ready to resume. Please help Speed Dog recover, Joy-chan instructed, pointing at the dejected Speed Dog, who was lost in contemplation. Jigglypuff nodded, its tone slightly elevated. All right. A halo of soft pink energy enveloped the fleeing Speed Dog, who appeared to be under some invisible pressure before promptly lying down. Once it had halted Speed Dog's attempt to escape, Jigglypuff approached the prone Pokémon and began to mend its injuries. This is an order from Achan, so don't even think about running away. Hehe. It's also my fault. I've been a bit weary lately, and Jigglypuff is just concerned for my health. My apologies. Joy-chan was the first to apologize, after all. Speed Dog is the apple of Jun Shaili's eye. Oh dear, this is the first time I've seen Jigglypuff take action, Jun Shaili remarked, waving her hand to indicate that Joy-chan need not worry. She scrutinized Jigglypuff with a look of admiration, asserting that Speed Dog, with its tough exterior, could withstand a few blows from Jigglypuff. Speed Dog, tearful. As for Speed Dog's anger, these two share a bond similar to that of Joy-chan and herself. They have known each other since childhood. Moreover, Jun Shaili observed Speed Dog reveling under Jigglypuff's care and thought, anger? Hardly. After confirming that Speed Dog was unharmed, Jigglypuff joyfully bounded over to the now standing Joy-chan, resuming its place behind her as usual. Stretching and yawning, Joy-chan displayed her customary serene smile. However, Jun Shaili and Pseudo-Legendary would not perceive the Joy-chan before them as a harmless creature. As Jun Shaili murmured to herself, indeed, trainers cultivate Pokémon that reflect their own nature. Joy-chan tilted her head in confusion, asking him, what did you say? Behind her, Jigglypuff also tilted its head, appearing curious. Oh, it seems Yemo is looking for you, Jun Shaili exclaimed, abruptly placing the blame on Pseudo-Legendary. I noticed he was waiting for you in the corner, so I brought him over. It wouldn't be proper for him to wander into the Pokémon Center alone, especially to your private lounge. Oh, Satomo nodded, then organized his thoughts before beginning to share his ideas with the two older sisters. The essence of the narrative is that Sato Sumi has acquired considerable knowledge and possessions, such as an encyclopedia of herbs, which has led to a somewhat lofty mindset. She desires to spend some time in the forest to regain her composure. Thus, she plans to venture into the forest with Ani and Ayu. As she speaks, her voice diminishes until it fades entirely, for she realizes that the two older sisters who have watched her grow are on the verge of losing their composure. Upon hearing this, Joy-Chun storms out of the room. Into the forest? Just like that. Over my dead body, Jun Shaili exclaims, her anger palpable, as she calls Sato Sumi by her full name. Have you gathered everything? Sato Sumi, you certainly have some nerve. I think you truly need to calm down. Wind Speed Dog. With a grunt, Wind Speed Dog, feeling a surge of frustration after Sato Sumi's words, forcefully pins her down, hoping to jolt this misguided fool back to reality. The weight of this act catches Sato Sumi off guard. Ouch. Chunko Lizzie. You are not only my elders, but also my sisters. With grandfather gone, I feel it is essential to speak with you before we set off. Ouch, that hurts. Wind Speed Dog, realizing the pain inflicted, instinctively eases up, while Sato Sumi clutches the soft fur of Wind Speed Dog, chuckling. Hee, I will definitely go. Release her. Wind Speed Dog. Unbeknownst to them, Joy-Chun has returned, holding a box and appearing remarkably composed. As usual, she observes the playful antics of Wind Speed Dog and Sato Sumi with a smile before helping Sato Sumi to her feet and gently brushing off the dust. This box contains antidotes for common ailments, such as poisoning and paralysis. While the wilderness offers various fruits and herbs, it's prudent to have emergency supplies at hand. Joy-Chun explains, placing the box in Sato Sumi's arms. She pauses before continuing. During this season, having a tent is crucial, but camouflage for the tent. A water filtration system and fire-starting tools are even more vital, along with various small essentials. Here is a list. You can purchase these items at the shop. Joy-Chun seems to have much more to convey, but ultimately, she rests a hand on Sato Sumi's shoulder and cautions, be careful out there. Yes, Lizzie. We cannot stop her. Sumi has grown up. Joy-Chun maintains her smile. Return alive, and then I shall properly scold you. Sato Sumi instinctively touches her ear and tugs at Jun Shaili's sleeve. Lizzie, humph. Chunko has said everything that needs saying. I'm so furious. Jun Shaili remarks, somewhat indignantly, as she naturally twists Sato Sumi's ear. Of course, Jun Shaili acknowledges that Joy-Chun's advice is wise. The lounge is filled with Sato Sumi's cries of distress, accompanied by Joy-Chun's stifled laughter. Beep, beep, beep. Jun Shaili was tugging at Satomo's ear, who was doing his utmost to stand on tiptoe, emitting a series of hissing cries of pain. Upon hearing the beeping sound, Jun Shaili curiously glanced at Xiao Ichuan, as few possessed her personal communication number. Ah-chun, your communicator is ringing. Her grip on Satomo's ear remained steadfast. Let me see, Xiao Ichuan replied, retrieving the incessantly beeping communicator, which displayed the name Rika. Rika. Jun Shaili's spirits soared, for it had been since May 12, 1997, that Rika had departed from Shannon Town without a word, and now it was already May 15th. Despite her inquiries among the Jun Shalice in Rainbow City, no particularly useful information had surfaced. All she knew was that the Rainbow Dojo had been closed recently, and the League was unusually quiet. Not only Jun Shaili, but even the Jun Shalice in Rainbow City were quite curious about the happenings at the Rainbow Dojo. Now, with Rika personally reaching out, Jun Shaili was almost bursting with curiosity, yet she still did not release her hold on Satomo's ear. Ding! Xiao Ichuan activated the communicator, and a virtual screen materialized in the room, revealing a somewhat pale Rika, her hair still meticulously styled, though now with bangs obscuring her smooth forehead. A bandage, faintly tinged with blood, peeked through the strands of hair, visible to Xiao Ichuan and the others. Rika's complexion was pale, and her once rosy lips had lost some of their color, yet her spirit appeared remarkably vibrant, the joy in her large eyes unmistakable. Chunzi, wow pair. You're here too. And Pooh, what are you two up to? Rika greeted Xiao Ichuan and Jun Shaili, then caught sight of Satomo, who was being tugged by Jun Shaili and was quietly pleading for mercy, which made her burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Pair, you only do this to Mo, huh? What has happened? Noticing the somewhat somber expressions on Xiao Ichuan and Jun Shaili's faces, Rika sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room, even through the screen, and couldn't help but inquire. Jun Shaili exclaimed, Rika, let me tell you about what Satomo has been up to. Chapter 45, The Fire of That Night. Jun Shaili, fuming, recounted Satomo's antics to Rika. You see, Mo, this is simply outrageous. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and it became increasingly difficult to control her grip. Pear, if someone else told you they were going to the forest, how would you react? Rika countered, her eyes twinkling. Would you be so meddlesome? If someone is going to court disaster, why should I stop them? June Shaley responded without thinking, adding, and how am I meddlesome? You are just overthinking it. Rika chuckled, the screen slightly shaking with her laughter. Though our starting points may differ, I support Mo's actions just like Chunzi does. Huh. Let me speak. Rika interrupted June Shaley, and upon hearing Rika's next words, June Shaley instantly calmed down. I nearly didn't make it back this time. Come on out. Mountain goat. Stinky flower. The mountaineering goat appeared beside Ligia, its body wrapped in bandages. Its fur was somewhat mottled, and the leaves on its back appeared wilted. The exposed skin bore charred marks, suggesting it had been singed by fire-based attacks. Sato Mo keenly observed that even the goat's sharp horns had sustained chips, indicating it had undoubtedly endured a fierce battle. As the stench flower emerged, it clung to Ligia, a crystalline droplet forming at the corner of its mouth. Despite also being bandaged, the stench flower seemed to be in relatively good spirits, shyly greeting everyone with a simple hello. It had evolved from the previous walking grass. On that day, the three individuals beside the screen fell silent, their breaths punctuated by Sato Mo's occasional cries of pain. As Ligia recounted her tale from the other side of the screen, that day, I departed from South Mountain Town with those trainers. Thanks to the swift pace of the mountaineering goat, we quickly ventured into the wilderness. Once we entered the forest, I found myself utterly alone, with no other human companions. Initially, I assumed that even if they harbored ill intentions, they would at least confer with one another. However, as midnight approached, a portion of them could no longer restrain themselves and launched a direct assault against me. It was hardly a surprise attack, for I was already on guard. Thus, it swiftly escalated into an open confrontation. The remainder chose to observe, watching the situation unfold. Yet, they were ready to switch sides at any moment. If I found myself at a disadvantage, regardless of their original intentions, they would join forces against me for their own benefit and safety. Conversely, if I gained the upper hand, they would align with me to enhance their standing, while avoiding repercussions from the alliance. In truth, this was precisely their mindset. The greedy individuals attacking me numbered slightly more than half, perhaps over 10. I excel in prolonged battles. But with only 7 Pokémon, 6 main ones, and 1 walking grass, I barely managed to hold my ground. I truly overestimated my capabilities this time. Eventually, the condition of my Pokémon began to deteriorate one by one. That is when certain fence-sitters grew restless. It was because of them that they directly attacked me. The trainer, in their attempt to save me, the mountaineering goat fell victim to a surprise attack by a fiery steed, sustaining severe burns. I was left with a wound of my own, a gash on my forehead wrapped in a bandage. As the situation escalated, our formation began to falter under the pressure, and my comrades were injured. Fortunately, the walking grass evolved into a stench flower. Just by virtue of its ability, stench, it turned the tide of battle. This child was frightened, yet ironically, it caused a stroke of luck, as several Pokémon with particularly sensitive noses were rendered incapacitated by the stench. Thus, while the situation reverted to a war of attrition, they could withstand it, but the gravely injured mountaineering goat could not bear the strain. They recognized this weakness. How ironic it was that I, who prided myself on my endurance in battle, was on the verge of defeat in a war of attrition. Fortunately, our skirmish had provoked the wild Pokémon, creating a scene of delightful chaos that left both my companions and me utterly flustered. Ultimately, it was my beloved Venusaur, residing within the Pokeball I carry, that came to our rescue. How formidable Venusaur is! Whether it was through the diversion caused by sleep powder or the sweeping assault of Petal Dance, Venusaur handled everything with remarkable ease. Astonishingly, it could even unleash Solar Beam at night, a radiant beam of sunlight that illuminated the darkness, effectively restoring order amidst the turmoil. After dispersing the wild Pokémon, witnessing Venusaur subduing that group of ruffians turned the tide, and those who had wavered finally rallied to my side. This allowed me the opportunity to tend to the injuries sustained by my Pokémon, ensuring my own safety as well. In the end, only 8 of us returned to Rainbow City. I have spent the last couple of days nursing wounds, both my own and those of my companions, as we all needed respite. Did you know? In the wild, humans are the most fearsome creatures. After sharing her tale, Ligia expressed her sentiments. When I found myself ambushed by a wild Pokémon, I was utterly taken aback. Such occurrences are simply unfathomable in formal battles. In the wilderness, not only do wild Pokémon attack humans, but humans can also strike back. Ligia touched the bandage on her forehead. Amok's early exposure to the wild before engaging in formal battles is indeed beneficial, sparing him the confusion I faced during my unexpected ambush. This is what I heard from Lizzie, who mentioned, Amok, you have yet to experience a proper battle. Hey Lydia, time for a bandage change. A gentle voice interrupted, belonging to an elderly woman who appeared on the screen. Indeed, she embodied kindness and warmth, a truly benevolent grandmother. Oh my, so many little ones. Hello there, she exclaimed. This is my grandmother. I must go change my bandage now. We will chat later, Lydia said cheerfully. And Amok, remember to come play with me once you return from the forest, or I shall bring Venusaur to find you. Sato Amok nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. To his surprise, he noticed Lydia's grandmother looking at him with a distinctly different expression. Goodbye. Lydia quickly ended the communication. Hee, it seems Lydia still worries about you, little shadow. Sato Amok remarked. Little shadow? Did I know Lydia before? Amok pondered aloud. Junchily, with a twinkle in her eye, teased him. Oh, Amok. You and Lydia were quite close back then. You followed her around every day, calling her sister incessantly. That must have been around 56 years ago. Sato Amok replied. I was only 23 at that time. I barely remember, he retorted, though he couldn't shake the memory of a delightful fragrance that lingered when he encountered Lydia. Chapter 46. Re-entering the forest, the wind speed dog obediently lay at the entrance of Uncle Kimura's shop, while Jun Shaili carried the struggling Sato Mo into the store. She noticed Yuko Kimura assisting at the counter. Yuko, I'm here, Jun Shaili exclaimed, observing the significantly increased foot traffic within the shop. Wow, business is thriving. Thanks to this little guy in your hands. You two have such a great bond. Haha. Yuko Kimura laughed as she watched the playful interaction between Jun Shaili and Sato Mo, who was constantly resisting her hold. Has Mo gotten you upset again? Humph. Jun Shaili replied dismissively, then handed over a shopping list. Yuko, I brought Mo along to buy some supplies. Can you help me check? Let me see. It looks like you need some common outdoor survival items. We have plenty in stock. Just come to the warehouse. Yuko glanced at the now quiet Sato Mo, said little more, and turned to retrieve the items. Under Yuko Kimura's guidance, Jun Shaili and Sato Mo waited outside the warehouse. Soon, Yuko pushed a small cart filled with supplies towards them. Here, take a look. This is all we have. Sato Mo assessed the items and, noticing Yuko's stoic expression, whispered, Sister Yuko, it seems there are a few extra. I know, Yuko exclaimed, squatting down and playfully tugging at Sato Mo's cheeks until his face rounded, her serious demeanor softening slightly. Although it's a bit early for you, if Lizzie can't stop you, I certainly cannot. Consider the extras a small gift from your sister. When you return from the wilderness, be sure to come and help out with the family business. As Jun Shaili and Yuko engaged in casual conversation, they, along with Sato Mo, began to stow the items from the cart into their spatial backpack, when suddenly, silence enveloped them. Be careful. Sato Mo pulled out his own wallet to pay. Jun Shaili muttered, What? You think I'm going to foot the bill? And was then tossed onto the wind speed dog by Jun Shaili. After bidding farewell to Yuko Kimura, the wind speed dog swiftly darted towards the forest, soon vanishing from Yuko's sight. Sister Lizzie, with so many people perishing this time, will there be any consequences? Sato Mo asked, concern evident. Foolish boy, Jun Shaili chuckled, ruffling Sato Mo's hair. Regardless of the process or how many trainers didn't he make it back, the fact that Liko was able to lead so many trainers through the wilderness and return alive to Rainbow City is a testament to her capability. Have you ever wondered where those trainers who participated in the attack have gone? She continued. No one asks that question. No one would dare reproach a gym leader who has already proven her strength for the sake of those fools. Instead, people will cheer, for in their city, a gym leader with potential, depth, and power has emerged to ensure the safety of Rainbow City. After a brief pause, Jun Shaili continued. You need not worry about those who did not return. Moreover, those who survived will undoubtedly protect Lydia's reputation for their own safety and interests. I believe they are likely to collectively declare that they were besieged by numerous small sprites in the wilderness, ultimately returning to Rainbow City under Lydia's protection. This narrative aligns well with public sentiment and will surely please the Alliance, which tends to bend to the will of the people, thereby satisfying everyone, including those who are blinded by ignorance. In conclusion, Jun Shaili summarized, in the wild, sometimes humanity is the most terrifying force. Sitting atop the back of his Rapidash, Sato Mo appeared lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, he glanced around, bewildered to find himself still within the town, observing the familiar buildings. He could distinctly see the astonished expressions of the surrounding residents. Some even paused their tasks to discuss the scene, occasionally pointing at the Rapidash. With a blink, Sato Mo gently patted the Rapidash, saying, Come on, buddy, let's pick up the pace. Woof, I can't run any faster. replied the Rapidash. Accelerate, Rapidash. June Shaley also felt a strange discomfort, akin to a race car driver suddenly seated in a tractor. Quite an adjustment, though the jostling had its own thrill. Hold on tight, June Shaley called out, and in an instant, the Rapidash sprang into action, darting away at breakneck speed, leaving only Sadomo's terrified cries echoing along the road. Witnessing this familiar scene, the townsfolk nodded in approval. Now this feels right. No more dilly-dallying. Once the Rapidash was unleashed, its speed was truly remarkable, although it was a challenge for Sadomo on its back. As they approached the foothills of Moonview Mountain, the verdant landscape soon came into view. Reaching the entrance of the forest, the Rapidash slowed slightly before charging directly into the woods. Over here, sisterly, I know this area quite well, Sadomo remarked, surveying his surroundings. Rapidash, stop. Be careful. With a sudden halt, the Rapidash skidded to a stop, leaving marks on the ground. After regaining his balance, June Shaley watched in disbelief as Sadomo was flung off. Was this the consequence of an unprepared journey? Unlike the somewhat anxious June Shaley, Sadomo remained remarkably composed, even managing to make a face at her while adjusting his posture and pointing at the Rapidash. In a seamless motion, the Rapidash extended its neck, catching Sadomo mid-air. A well-rehearsed performance. Seeing the duo celebrating their antics, June Shaley felt a vain throb on her forehead. With one hand tugging at an ear, she pulled the two mischievous children into the shade of a tree. After receiving a reprimand from June Shaley, Sadomo rubbed his flushed ears and bid farewell to the irritable June Shaley, along with the equally disgruntled Wind Speed Dog. Once he saw Wind Speed Dog whisking June Shaley away into the distance, Sadomo finally eased his aching body, surveying the verdant woods and the dense thickets. Occasionally graced by the flutter of wingulls, Sadomo tilted his head to the sky. The brilliant sunlight pierced through, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. The weather was splendid, and the sun's rays were delightful. He chuckled silently, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth in the sunlight, before turning to venture deeper into the forest. Come out, ain't you? Ouch! Where did this tree root come from? Fortunately, June Shaley did not witness his stumble otherwise. Chapter 47. The elder snake on the outskirts of the moonlit mountain forest. The trees were relatively sparse, with the occasional fruit-bearing tree standing alone. The fruits on such solitary trees were ripe for picking. However, one must exercise caution while traversing the forest. Excessive actions are strictly forbidden. One must recognize the wisdom and vengeful nature of the fairies. As you walk through the woods, various fairies will observe your every move, making judgments primarily based on whether you pose a threat and relay their assessments to their companions. For instance, if you were to harvest a considerable number of fruits at once, leaving the nearby fairies hungry, then alas, your transgressions would be conveyed by one of the fairies throughout the entire forest. This is not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instills dread is that during this transmission, the actions of the individual will be exaggerated through the interpretations of different fairy species, leading to a distortion of the truth. For example, the narrative may evolve from that person in red picked a few fruits and left me hungry to that person in clothing cleared the trees of all fruits, causing my companions to starve. Moreover, not all fairies are adept at distinguishing between individual humans. By the time the accounts reach the ears of the forest's overlords, one must ponder who would dare to run naked through the woods. Thus, if a significant number of trainers suffer casualties within a certain time frame, it is not necessarily due to a fairy uprising. It could merely be the consequence of someone's excessive fruit harvesting. Having navigated the forest for quite some time, Sadomo, through the translations of Stinky Mud, had gleaned much wisdom and developed a personal code of conduct. Consequently, while he faced many minor inconveniences in the forest, he had never encountered any major mishaps. Draped in a camouflage woven from branches and foliage, Sadomo was blending seamlessly with the forest hues as he plucked blue tangerines. Glancing at the sun hanging in the sky, it was somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock. Ignoring the gently swaying underbrush, he approached the fruit trees he frequented, well aware that the local fairies had already accepted his presence. In the tree, there were 20-30 fruits, and Sato Akira had already plucked 2, placing them into a basket woven from vines. Just as he prepared to continue gathering, he suddenly recalled that he was in the forest and had no intention of selling them in town. What was the purpose of collecting so many? He wiped the mud from his face, brushed away a muddy hand that attempted to stealthily snatch a fruit, and frowned, saying, "Ami, stop thinking about stealing." Subsequently, Sato Akira tightened the vine basket on his back, chose a direction, and turned to leave. Dressed in foul mud, he melded into the thicket, the rustling grass gradually receding. A scarlet tongue flicked out from the foliage, and soon the agitated underbrush settled into stillness. Sato Akira halted in a slightly drier area, seeking shade. And without concern for the dirt, he sat directly on the ground. In his hand, he grasped a small rattata, which had, unbeknownst to him, pilfered a fruit. Since he was already on the outskirts of the central zone, far removed from where trainers typically roamed, and with no nearby spots suitable for a picnic, he resolved to make do with the place. He cast the rattata aside, fortuitously tossing it into a tree hollow. The foul mud extended a hand, adhering to Sato Akira, and pointed towards the rattata's hiding place in the tree, implying, "Are you really not going to keep it?" Sato Akira replied, "If I truly wanted to capture a Pokémon, using a Pokeball on this rattata in the forest seems rather unwise. It shouldn't be that strong." Was Akira becoming overly confident, or was he simply growing weaker? Regardless, the foul mud thought this rattata appeared rather formidable, and seeing Sato Akira's reluctance to capture it, the mud creature did not wish to waste any time on the rattata. Just as he settled down to rest for a moment, the foul mud suddenly tackled him to the ground. In the next instant, the grass beside Sato Akira erupted in a spray of dirt, as if an explosion had occurred, and he caught a glimpse of a purple figure lunging toward him. Instinctively, honed by 397 defeats, Sato Akira bent his arm to shield himself. When he finally discerned the situation, he saw a Snivy had bitten into the arm of the foul mud, its fangs deeply embedded. Despite the mud's protection, Sato Akira felt a dull ache in his own arm, noticing the vibrant purple hue at the base of the exposed fangs. He was certain it was infused with poisonous energy, and he also detected a trace of dark energy, in black, on the Snivy's teeth. "Ah no!" The foul mud cried out in pain. "Quick, Ami, harden and immobilize its fangs." The surface of the mud that had been bitten began to solidify, securely binding around the Snivy's fangs, with some of the mud adhering to its upper and lower jaws. Then soften your arm and prepare to detach from the hardened layer, remembering to leave some mud behind. Follow my instructions. Upon realizing that the attack he initiated had been withstood by the foul mud, the Snivy discovered that its mouth had become ensnared, leading to an awkward predicament. The serpent's eyes widened dramatically, appearing somewhat dazed. Suddenly, the Abersnake's ferocity surged, its eyes narrowing to a mere slit, almost invisible. With retreat no longer an option, it was time to attack. Sato Mo felt a weight descend upon him as the Abersnake's head leveraged against the foul mud, its long, sinuous body disregarding the surrounding weeds, exhibiting peculiar, spherical bulges along its length. It arced low and coiled around the foul mud. Simultaneously, the tip of its tail glimmered with a white light, aiming for the backs of both Sato Mo and the foul mud. Sato Mo observed that the white light barely enveloped the tip of the Abersnake's tail, appearing somewhat sparse. It seemed the mastery of the iron tail technique was still in its infancy, though it was also possible that a breakthrough had been achieved on site. If this was indeed a timely breakthrough and the initial grasp of the iron tail's intricacies had been attained, perhaps he could try his luck at selling lottery tickets. What fortune to encounter such a formidable Abersnake here. Now, foul mud, collaborate with me and hurl the Abersnake away. In unison with Sato Mo, the foul mud exerted its strength, violently flinging the Abersnake away. With a resounding thud, the Abersnake collided with a nearby tree trunk. Once the foul mud's hand slipped from the serpent's jaws, it had lost its original form. If it had previously been an armored appendage, it now resembled only a thin layer, still draped over Sato Mo's arm. Under the watchful eyes of the nearby sprites and Sato Mo, the foul mud's body writhed incessantly, as if summoning the mud from other parts of its being to compensate for the loss of its arm. Though the foul mud bore a stoic expression, Sato Mo was acutely aware of its profound pain. The foul mud had sacrificed a portion of itself. Could it not hurt? Had the situation not escalated so abruptly, the foul mud would never have needed to relinquish part of its own body. Now, Sato Mo had no time to mourn for his foul mud, though his heart ached. The Abersnake, his gaze fell upon the flung creature, and he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 48, Ruthlessness. Mud splattered everywhere, obliterating much of the surrounding vegetation. The Abersnake was thrashing on the ground, repeatedly nudging the earth with its head. After some fruitless attempts, its eyes turned a fiery red as it raised its gaze to Sato Mo and the foul mud. Instinctively, it attempted to open its mouth to intimidate, but alas, it could only part its jaws slightly before having to close them once more. In that fleeting moment, when the Abersnake's mouth was ajar, Sato Mo observed not only the hardened mud lodged between its jaws, but also a viscous, taut mud that connected the solidified mass. He could clearly see the mud stretching and distorting as the Abersnake opened its mouth, akin to having its jaws glued together with chewing gum. The foul mud, at the cost of losing a portion of its own substance, had inadvertently sealed the Abersnake's biting ability and venomous attacks. obstructing its mouth and preventing it from sensing the outside world through its forked tongue. Now, the Abersnake could only rely on its physical strength to launch an assault, rendering much of its combat prowess effectively nullified. Foul Mud. Unleash a sludge attack to confine its movements. Strike while it is vulnerable. Sadosumi seized the moment, casting several clumps of black mud that ensnared the body of the Arbok, pinning it to the ground. Observing the Arbok, still exuding a fierce demeanor despite its predicament, Sadosumi retrieved a blank Pokeball from his waist. Living on the outskirts and possessing such formidable strength, this creature was certainly worthy of being captured with a Pokeball. Although the Arbok was immobilized, Sadosumi did not dare to underestimate it. He deliberately stepped back a couple of paces, holding the Pokeball to gauge its weight before hurling it towards the Arbok, envisioning the scene where it might break free. Well, if that were to happen, he could simply throw it again. Having witnessed such a scenario before, the Arbok regarded the approaching Pokeball with a flicker of disdain. It abruptly opened its mouth, expelling a large, spherical mass that struck the incoming Pokeball, sending it flying, while the vomit splattered around, revealing a crescent-shaped, milky white substance. What on earth? Had the mud's adhesive properties failed? Sadosumi was momentarily bewildered, then seized by dread as he observed the Arbok's eyes darken ominously, its body twisting before its skin abruptly split, leaving behind a discarded shed. The Arbok darted into the underbrush, its form slithering through the weeds. Unfortunately, the previous commotion had rendered the surrounding foliage insufficient to conceal the Arbok's presence. Realizing this, the Arbok chose not to hide any longer, raising its front half to glare coldly at the human and the foul mud that had inflicted harm upon it. Now, not only could it open its mouth, but it had also shed the bothersome mud, ready to strike or flee without a hint of fear. The innocent sunlight was obscured by passing clouds, casting a shadowy gloom over the forest. Sadosumi, observing the Arbok before him, smirked. The discomfort of shedding skin was evident in the creature's appearance. Parts of the Arbok's body were exposed to Sadosumi's gaze, its somewhat tender scales stained with traces of blood, as it crawled through the grass. It had also picked up a fair amount of dirt and leaves. Blood dripped from its mouth, mingled with murky grayish-purple liquid that splattered onto the ground and the grass. Upon contact, wisps of green smoke arose, and the grass began to wither and blacken at an alarming rate. Compared to before, the Arbok's appearance had drastically changed. Looking quite disheveled, yet its fierce, cold gaze remained unaltered. The Arbok opened its bloodied mouth, issuing a silent roar towards Sadosumi, who narrowed his eyes in response. In an instant, the Arbok turned and vanished into the grass. For the Arbok, engaging Sadosumi and the foul mud meant facing a one-on-two scenario, with the best outcome being the capture of a single prey. That disgusting mud was simply too repulsive. The cost was too great, making it an unwise endeavor. Thus, the Arbok chose to make its escape. Sadosumi refrained from pursuing, knowing that being bitten by a venomous Pokémon in the wild could lead to considerable troubles, especially given the distressing sight of the Arbok's mouth. As Sadomo observed the Abersnake during its display, it opened its mouth wide, seemingly to demonstrate its regained biting power. The sight within its maw was vividly clear to Sadomo. The interior was a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh, yet devoid of any foul, sticky mud. The two venomous fangs were cleanly severed at the roots, their tips charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Not only were the sharp fangs absent, but the uniquely elongated forked tongue of the serpent had also vanished, revealing the writhing flesh within the creature's throat. Sadomo even caught sight of a sphere that resembled an elven egg, a fitting morsel for the Abersnake's voracious appetite for such delicacies. It appeared that prior to their encounter, this Abersnake had been living a rather indulgent existence. Sadomo crouched down, retrieving a twig which he dipped into the viscous fluid oozing from the Abersnake's mouth. Within mere moments, the tip of the twig had darkened, indicating a highly corrosive nature. Recalling the information he had gleaned online about the Abersnake, he speculated that this potent liquid was likely a dissolving agent, with a slim chance of being an acid bomb. According to the data he had found, the ability to deploy acid bombs was primarily associated with Abers, with few Abersnakes possessing such an ability. Beside him, the sludge monster writhed angrily, fixated on the direction in which the Abersnake had vanished, evidently eager to pursue it, having recently suffered a sharp bite from the creature. "My apologies for my oversight," Sadomo murmured, clutching the twig as he approached the Aber's regurgitation. If he was not mistaken, he had led the sludge monster to the remnants, which were smeared with blood and flesh, surrounded by withered grass, some even charred. Sadomo prodded the mass with the twig, uncovering several sharp fangs. along with the corroded remains of the snake's forked tongue. Goodness, this aber snake is ruthless. In order to expel the sludge, it not only shattered its own teeth and tongue, but also tore away the flesh from its jaws. He set these items aside and began to sift through the rest of the regurgitated matter, and as expected, he discovered an elven egg nestled within. Suppressing his excitement, he called out, "Sludge, help me retrieve the egg." The sludge monster enveloped the elven egg, diligently clearing away the debris that clung to its surface. "You think it's dirty?" The sludge monster revels in it. Exposed to both the sludge monster and Pseudo-Mo, the oval-shaped elven egg was a pristine milky white, adorned with delicate patterns of pale red and lavender. Pseudo-Mo felt his hands tremble slightly, but there was no remedy for his exhilaration. This was his first intimate encounter with an elven egg. He needed to remain composed. Uncertain as to whether this egg had been compromised by its time inside the abersnake's belly, he hoped it had escaped unscathed. Upon touching the egg, Pseudo-Mo was struck by a profound warmth radiating from its surface, and an extraordinary sensation coursed through him as he made contact with the elven egg. In Pseudo-Mo's eyes, the entire Pokémon egg radiated a faint wave from within, gently yet steadfastly brushing against his fingertips. The little creature still nestled within the egg pulsated with life, suggesting a strong possibility that it would soon hatch into a small Pokémon. This thought caused Pseudo-Mo's heart to flutter with an unbidden excitement. The unknown Pokémon, born from an instinctual blend of fear and curiosity towards the unfamiliar, filled Pseudo-Mo with a sense of wonder and anticipation. He silently vowed that even if only a single Pidgey emerged, he would nurture it to adulthood. Conveniently, his spatial backpack contained an incubator. Pseudo-Mo retrieved a cylindrical glass container, the incubator adorned with hemispherical alloy lids at both ends. One lid featured a soft cushion, while the other bore several buttons, presumably for parameter settings. It was said that placing the Pokémon egg inside the incubator would allow it to autonomously scan the egg's life status through its chip, intelligently adjusting the internal temperature and humidity to provide an optimal hatching environment. Following the guidance from his readings, he opened the incubator and gently placed the Pokémon egg inside. He quickly sealed the incubator and activated it. A soft yellow light illuminated the incubator's display as it automatically scanned the egg's condition and adjusted the corresponding parameters. During this process, Pseudo-Mo noticed that the Pokémon egg seemed to be in discomfort, and as time passed, this unease intensified. Biting his lip, he contemplated whether he should smash the incubator. Just as he was about to act, the indicator light shifted from yellow to green, indicating that the discomfort emanating from the egg had begun to wane, eventually subsiding entirely. Relieved, Pseudo-Mo suddenly realized that this Pokémon egg was somewhat delicate. The mischievous Mudsdale merely rolled its eyes in silence. "You, who cannot bear to see this egg suffer even the slightest discomfort, ought to remain silent. Proud little Amo, how I adore you." "Huh, Amo, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" For a moment, Pseudo-Mo forgot about the egg in his arms, anxiously leaning closer to examine Mudsdale's body. It couldn't be. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Could it have caught a chill? Mudsdale sighed, thinking to himself how foolish Amo was. With drooping eyelids and a hint of exasperation tugging at the corners of his mouth, he realized that he could not help but worry about his beloved Amo. Chapter 49. Harvest and Abode. Pseudo-Mo, cradling the Pokémon egg, rose to prepare for departure. Before setting off, he made sure to have Mudsdale consume the remnants of the Abomasno's venomous fangs, and some of its flesh. Pseudo-Mo signaled to Mudsdale, who, upon noticing, slithered over to the remnants of the Abomasno's fangs, and flesh, writhing his body under Pseudo-Mo's watchful gaze. Some of the muck extended outward, enveloping these remnants and bringing them back to Mudsdale's core. As a member of the poison-type Pokémon, the remnants of the Arbok offer certain benefits to the Grimer. Particularly, the venom and poisonous energy contained within the fangs of the Arbok are of notable value, whereas its flesh can only be deemed marginally useful. Grimer, do remember not to digest those 2 fangs of the Arbok. Do not feign ignorance. After absorbing the toxins and energy within, return those fangs to me. Pseudo-Mo glanced at Grimer, whose face bore an expression of innocent bewilderment, and could not help but roll his eyes at this glutton. "I shall fashion a necklace for you. This marks our first acquisition of spoils, a memento worth cherishing. Swallow it back, and once the energy is absorbed, return it to me." Grimer obediently swallowed the regurgitated fangs once more. Rubbing his slightly dazed head, Pseudo-Mo continued onward. If observed closely, one could discern that his path was in direct opposition to the retreating direction of the Arbok. Grimer, upon noticing this, grew anxious. After walking a short distance, Sato suddenly felt a tug upon his body. Turning around, he exclaimed, Grimer, why are you pulling me? Sato regarded the sticky Grimer with a puzzled expression, realizing that it was drawing him towards the direction the Arbok had fled. There's no need to pursue the Arbok. A mutual retreat would be best. Should we engage in a desperate struggle, neither of us would emerge unscathed. This particular Arbok should be considered strong among its kind. Sato assumed Grimer was merely being obstinate, unaware that its expression conveyed something unusual. As for the concerns regarding the two of us, well, the Arbok lineage possesses formidable self-healing abilities. Not only can it regenerate lost fangs, but even its forked tongue can be restored. If this creature dares to sever its own fangs and tongue, it must possess the confidence to recover. We must exercise caution the next time we venture into the mountains. In truth, Sato was overthinking. Hunting invariably entails both victories and defeats. At present, the Arbok was not contemplating revenge, but rather hastening to relay its experience of failure to its companions. Never bite the Grimer. Other Arbok, you dare to bite a Grimer? Arbok. Upon hearing Sato's words, Grimer relinquished its attempt to pull him towards the Arbok's escape route, ceasing its actions to gesture earnestly towards Sato. Observing Grimer's earnest demeanor, Sato found himself compelled to take the situation seriously, for it was a rare occasion to see Grimer focused. Initially perplexed by Grimer's gestures, Sato's expression soon darkened completely. Unbeknownst to them, they had already approached the central zone. A voice, pitched to a breaking point, shattered the tranquility of the forest. Fortunately, the trees muffled the sound, preventing it from traveling too far. Nevertheless, some Pokémon caught wind of Sato's exclamation. Oh, there are humans here. Audacious enough to make such a ruckus? Do they think we cannot wield a blade? With a flap of their wings, several Beedrill, each surpassing the average size for their species, broke through the foliage, arriving at the scene of the fray. Especially the leading Beedrill, which is somewhat larger than its counterparts, boasts sturdier wings, dual stingers, and a vividly purple venomous barb on its abdomen. It truly lives up to its reputation as a memorable creature of the Central District. The area was deserted, with only the nearby underbrush appearing disheveled, remnants of blood staining the ground, and a pervasive metallic scent of blood in the air, all bearing witness to a recent skirmish. Yet, unlike the usual sweet aroma of blood, there lingered an indescribable feeling of nausea. Judging by the amount of bloodshed, at least one party had sustained significant injuries. On one side were the loathsome creatures heading towards the Central District, while on the other were the wounded sprites retreating to the forest's outskirts. With ruby-like eyes shimmering, several Beedrills dispersed to inspect the surrounding traces, rather than simply examining the evidence. Given how conspicuous the signs of the Arbok's escape were, they seemed to be assessing the severity of the injuries inflicted upon the sprites hastily fleeing toward the forest, while also avoiding the unknown sprite of undetermined injury. Casting a glance towards the direction from which another sprite had departed, an inexplicable sense of disgust washed over the Beedrills. The scattered Beedrills reconvened, reaching a consensus amidst a chorus of buzzing. Led by the notably larger Beedrill, they set off in pursuit of the blood trail left by the Arbok, their buzzing gradually fading into the distance. Unbeknownst to Sato, who had already vacated the area, he was now donning a layer of muck to mask the distinct scent of humanity, carefully stowing away the Arbok's molt. The Arbok's shed skin possessed admirable resistance to toxins and could fetch a handsome price in the market. Anu, come down, Sato instructed, approaching a hollow in a tree. While the muck gradually flowed to the ground, taking shape. In the dim light, he could barely discern the situation within the hollow. The small Rattata was nowhere to be seen, which was concerning. Sato rose and scanned the surroundings, utilizing Anu's senses to locate the Rattata, which lay not far off, having seemingly regained consciousness and attempting to seek out detoxifying berries. Some time had passed, and the muck's toxins had already begun to permeate the Rattata's system. In such circumstances, the fact that the Rattata still retained consciousness was impressive, though its breathing had grown faint. As long as there's breath, that's enough, Sato mused, observing the Rattata's lean, muscular form. How did I not notice this before? He produced a Pokeball and tossed it toward the creature. Ding! The Rattata, drained of energy, lacked the strength to escape the confines of the Pokeball. Ah, this is a Central District Rattata. I suppose being dubbed the Rat Catcher is of little consequence now. It was no surprise that the Arbok had been so formidable and ruthless. In retrospect, had it not been for the Arbok's instinctive attacking behavior and the oversight that led to its mouth being ensnared by the muck at the onset, the outcome of that battle could have been quite uncertain. Sato minimized the Pokeball containing the Rattata and affixed it to his waist. Anu, let us go. Without you, I wouldn't dare venture even to the forest's edge. Moreover, in the central district, remember to keep the emanating scent contained nearby. Just enough to make the wild Pokémon feel repulsed, but not overly stimulating. Should the little creatures perceive it as a provocation, it would indeed spell trouble. Come forth. Ayu. Sato-Mo opened the Pokeball, releasing the water jump fish. As for the Grimer, it had been accompanying Sato-Mo since they entered the forest, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Grimer now stood beside Sato-Mo, eagerly eyeing his backpack. After exchanging greetings with the somewhat excited water jump fish, Sato-Mo retrieved the provisions he had prepared in advance, both for himself and for his companions, water jump fish and Grimer. Ayun, this black bowl is yours. Matching your color, specifically bought for you. Once you eat from it, it will be gone. I'm not joking. Sato-Mo shot a glare at the Grimer, who was happily stuffing its face with the bowl, warning, we are in the wild, and I cannot provide you with another bowl. Seeing that Sato-Mo seemed serious, Grimer became conflicted halfway through the bowl. Should it eat or not? The indecisive expression of Grimer, torn between desire and reluctance, made Sato-Mo want to laugh. Ignoring the somewhat petrified Grimer, Sato-Mo continued rummaging through his spatial backpack. The water jump fish, noticing Grimer's bowl and Sato-Mo's indifference as he searched for something, grew anxious. It rushed over, tapping Sato-Mo with its small foot. Kaklo? Ayu. Wait a moment. I'm looking for something. There's quite a bit in here. Kaklo found it. Here. Sato-Mo pulled out a blue bowl adorned with yellow polka dots from the spatial backpack, placing it in front of water jump fish. Then pouring a suitable amount of Pokémon food into it. Sato-Mo estimated that it would fill water jump fish to about 80 of its capacity. This is yours. When you grow larger, I'll get you a new, bigger one. Kaklo. Water jump fish nodded, squinting its eyes as it began to eat its food. Grimer's eyes lit up, and it rushed over to embrace Sato-Mo, rubbing its muddy face against him. Bay. All right, you shall have a grand meal too. Let us have lunch first. After preparing the food for water jump fish and Grimer, Sato-Mo finally sat down to enjoy his own meal, portioned appropriately. He detested the waste of food, a sentiment he had previously warned water jump fish about. Of course, while in the wilderness, he wouldn't overindulge. Once he reached about 80 full, he ceased eating. By then, water jump fish and Grimer had already finished their meals and nestled against Sato-Mo for rest. However, despite resting, although water jump fish had its eyes closed, the fin atop its head quivered slightly, clearly still attuned to the surroundings. After tidying up, Sato-Mo leaned against a rock wall, gazing at the white clouds above, lost in thought. Earlier, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had dashed into the forest. Yet now that he was truly within, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Gazing at the slumbering water-skimming fish and the muddy creature contentedly licking its bowl, Sato-Mo inhaled deeply, pondering a significant question. What should he do next? Exercise? Battle? Survival? After some contemplation, Sato realized his mind was overwhelmed with a multitude of thoughts, each seemingly of paramount importance, intensifying his headache. He slapped his face, forcing himself to calm down, setting aside the myriad of ideas clamoring for his attention and considering what was most crucial at the moment. Ultimately, one could not escape the essentials of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothing? For now, he lacked nothing and could supplement his attire with branches found in the wild. Food. He had just eaten and his backpack was replete with provisions. Shelter? Where would he sleep tonight? In the midst of the mud-licking creature's diligent exploration, Sato-Mo suddenly realized he had nowhere to spend the night. How embarrassing it would be to sneak back home under the cover of darkness. Chapter 50. Captive Sato-Mo donned a haphazard camouflage outfit woven from leaves, gripping a stick in his hand, while the sprite remained tucked in his spatial backpack. Breathless, he traversed the forest, finding the terrain exceedingly arduous. Even for Sato-Mo, clad in mud, the trek proved taxing. The hastily crafted camouflage attire was loose and already showing signs of wear. Despite his fatigue, Sato-Mo dismissed the muddy creature's suggestion to carry him, recognizing that it was imperative to conserve its strength for unforeseen circumstances. The stick he clutched was merely a precaution, gathered along the way to avoid inadvertently stepping on any diminutive sprites. How he reminisced about the days spent concealed within the muddy creature's form, traversing the forest without a care. In this woodland, insect-type sprites were abundant. Other creatures posed little threat, though he did worry about startling a horned beetle and attracting a swarm of giant bees. Although he had yet to encounter any wild sprites in the undergrowth, Sato-Mo cautiously brushed aside the grass with his stick, and fortune smiled upon him. Clearing the weeds revealed a green caterpillar, its mouth grasping a half-leaf. gazing curiously with its large, round eyes at the unexpected visitor, instinctively beginning to chew on the leaf it held. Pseudo-Legendary and the munching caterpillar exchanged glances, the only sound being the rustling of the caterpillar as it devoured its meal. Eventually, Sato broke the strange silence. "Hello, pardon my intrusion." The caterpillar's red eyebrows quivered slightly, and it suddenly expelled a silken thread, adhering both the leaf and its sticky strands to Sato-Mo's face. With a frown, Sato wiped the gooey strands obstructing his vision, brushing them onto the leafy attire he wore. Observing the caterpillar, which belatedly realized it should flee, Sato shook his head, deciding against pursuing it. After all, it was remarkable that such a dim-witted creature had managed to survive thus far. Sato-Sumi's fingers, used for clearing thread, were ensnared, the sticky strands clinging tenaciously to them. Realizing that it was nearly impossible to extricate herself from the adhesive grip using only her fingers, she shook off some loose leaves and observed the unyielding threads that still sought to adhere to her fingertips, contemplating as she gazed at the grass that gradually settled into tranquility. Wiping the threads from her fingers against the underbrush, Sato-Sumi ventured into the thicket, following the path of a fleeing green caterpillar. The grass rustled violently before returning to calm. "Don't run. Anu, catch it." In a section of the grass where the caterpillar had escaped, a sudden commotion erupted, only to fall silent once more. After a while, Sato-Sumi returned to her original spot, cradling a basket woven from grass, filled with pristine white threads. She glanced around, seeking a stout tree with abundant foliage. Anu trailed closely behind her, harboring something within its body. The captured green caterpillar, mostly enveloped in Anu's goo, with only its head protruding. The caterpillar appeared lethargic, its large eyes half closed, as if its vitality had been drained. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Sato-Sumi assessed her surroundings before sitting on the exposed roots. "Come out, Ayu. It's your turn to keep watch," she called. With a nod, the water leap fish settled beside her, closing its eyes to sense the environment through its dorsal fin. Slowly writhing, Anu held the green caterpillar in its grasp before casually tossing it to the ground, discarding some of the muck along with it. "Anu, go fetch some leaves," Sato-Sumi instructed, adding, "Remember to bring back the ones you find unpalatable." Given Anu's penchant for decaying matter, anything fresh might well be deemed distasteful to it, excluding fruits from trees. Upon seeing Sato-Sumi's serious demeanor, Anu waved a hand in acknowledgement. It cast a curious glance at the struggling caterpillar, firmly stuck in the mud, pondering the peculiar preferences of the little creature. Sitting on the ground, Sato-Sumi meticulously adhered the threads from her basket onto her camouflage attire. What had once been loose and disheveled soon transformed into something, well, if not tidy, certainly more secure. The now resigned caterpillar lay panting on the ground, watching in awe as Sato-Sumi skillfully wove the threads into her attire. Its eyes growing brighter, completely oblivious to Anu's return with a bounty of fresh leaves. Anu placed the leaves beside the caterpillar, forming a small heap. "You can start eating now," it signaled. The caterpillar, still constrained by the muck, gazed adorably at Anu. Only after receiving a nod from Sato-Sumi did Anu retract its hand, absorbing the goo that had bound the caterpillar. The green caterpillar twisted its body in disbelief, unable to fathom that this delectable fare was indeed prepared for its consumption. Gazing at the food so tantalizingly close, it forgot to flee, and the drool at the corner of its mouth became uncontrollable. "Go ahead and eat. I've gathered quite a bit of silk for you as compensation," Sato-Emo chuckled, observing the caterpillar's indecisive demeanor, torn between desire and trepidation. "I'll take my time here, so you can eat to your heart's content. Leave the vigilance to Ayu. Of course, if you wish to escape, that's entirely up to you." Casting a glance at the slumbering Shueyu fish and the eagerly watching Stinky Mud, the caterpillar tilted its head in contemplation, then wiggled its rear and scurried over to a pile of leaves to indulge in a feast. After all, escaping was futile. It was far better to relish the moment and perhaps die a satisfied glutton. Observing the astute caterpillar, the Stinky Mud sighed, but then it squatted nearby, astonished as it watched the caterpillar joyfully devour a heap of unappetizing foliage, the leaves visibly vanishing into the caterpillar's belly. Sato-Emo, satisfied with the camouflage of leaves securely bound by silk in his hands, exclaimed, "Oh, you've finished everything?" He gazed at the caterpillar lying on the ground, its belly now round and content as it let out a belch. With squinty eyes and a look of bliss, the caterpillar waved its pink, bulbous feet at Sato-Emo in greeting, signaling that it still had room for more. Guji. Recovering from its previous strange expression, Shueyu fish donned the camouflage garb. Looking at the adorably naive caterpillar, Sato-Emo found himself in a bit of a predicament. This little one was just too straightforward. Honestly, you really trust me, don't you? I am human, after all. The caterpillar replied 00. Its previously content expression froze, having completely forgotten this crucial detail. Oomph, what a cunning human. Luring me with delicious food. Just kidding. Once the stinky mud returned to the surface of its body, Pseudo-Legendary gently tucked the now dimmed caterpillar under his arm, playfully squeezing it. You're quite bouncy. Just don't get any funny ideas, or I won't be able to save you. By the way, do you know where there are any caves? Guji? Not the kind of rocks that are merely stones, but those massive boulders that one can enter and exit. Guji. All right, I'll prepare some food for you, and in return, you can help me gather some information. Guji. Chapter 51. The cave. In a certain part of the forest, two green caterpillars were engaged in lively conversation beneath a large tree, one of which carried a basket brimming with fresh leaves upon its back. Pseudo-Legendary, concealed by the cover of the bushes, observed their exchange. Rather than relying on luck to forage in the forest, it would be more prudent to inquire with the wild forest sprites. For instance, the caterpillar that had just landed in his grasp. However, while the number of caterpillars was indeed plentiful and their distribution wide, it was surprising to discover that their range of activity was rather limited, with their primary concerns focused on foraging for food and evading predators. Their knowledge of the forest concentrated within their immediate surroundings. As Pseudo-Legendary glanced at the time, she realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and a sense of urgency began to swell within her. Her only hope lay in the emergence of an informally knowledgeable, peculiar green caterpillar, perhaps one that maintained a good rapport with Bada and had a penchant for conversation. There might be a chance. The green caterpillar presented all its leaves before its companions, then raised its upper body, waving its tiny feet in farewell to another caterpillar. With enthusiasm, it scuttled over to Pseudo-Legendary, shaking its head and chattering incessantly. Any news? Pseudo-Legendary gently patted the caterpillar, signaling it to calm down and convey the information slowly. They still had a considerable distance to traverse, and it would take some time to reach their destination. The caterpillar nestled under Pseudo-Legendary's arm, its head pointing in a specific direction. That way, Pseudo-Legendary looked up to see it was toward the southwest. As long as we're not in the central area, we should be fine. According to my companions, there's a terrifying little sprite in a cave over there. The caterpillar glanced at the easily subdued Grimer, attempting to don a fearsome expression. A terrifying sprite? To a caterpillar, most sprites must indeed seem rather daunting. However, occupying a cave indicated considerable strength. She could only wonder how formidable it truly was, especially in comparison to Grimer. From behind Pseudo-Legendary's shoulder, Grimer cautiously peeked out, curiously eyeing the caterpillar, and then made a face, relishing the fright it instilled in the caterpillar. Creepy, right? The caterpillar found it all quite frightening. I knew it. Pseudo-Legendary rolled her eyes, signaling Grimer to cease scaring the caterpillar. After all, the caterpillar was their guide, essential for navigating their route. If they were to intimidate anyone, it would be better to wait until they reached their destination. The caterpillar paused to confirm its direction with its little friends, ensuring it was correct once more. Pseudo-Legendary lifted the caterpillar, affirming the way, and they ventured back into the forest. This area felt oddly familiar. Shaking her head, Pseudo-Legendary smiled gratefully at the caterpillar. Thank you. I'll treat you to a feast later. Exhausted, she trudged on, habitually using a branch to clear the undergrowth ahead. Before them lay a clearing, the ground charred and roughly circular. This was indeed the site ravaged by the fire-type Pokémon, Speed Dog. No wonder it seemed so familiar. Pseudo-Legendary instinctively reached to cover her Pokeball with her clothing, only to remember she was clad in camouflage. Nevertheless, they needed to hurry. In the face of the caterpillar's puzzled gaze, Pseudo-Legendary jogged across the scorched earth, finally leaning against a tree trunk to catch her breath once the foliage concealed her once more. Southwest, ah? I recall there's a river about 23 kilometers in that direction. Could it be over there? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. Oh dear, that's mountainous terrain. Pseudo-Legendary couldn't help but lament, clutching the caterpillar tightly. You certainly have a wide circle of friends. In the solitary mountain path, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the incessant chirping of birds. The young Pseudo-Legendary, unable to withstand the rising temperature, dragged his camouflage attire, numbly moving his legs. He refrained from calculating the remaining distance, aware that the rugged terrain of the mountains differed vastly from the flatlands. The same distance could take several times longer to traverse. If one had to ascend as Pseudo-Legendary did, the journey would be even more exaggerated. With great effort, Pseudo-Legendary scrambled up a small hill, gasping for breath as he gazed at the undulating mountains ahead. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, I can't go on. I wish I could go back. Lying on the slope, he glanced up at the sky, squinting against the burgeoning sunlight. His eyes caught a suspicious dark spot on the mountainside. What is that? With a sudden surge of energy, Pseudo-Legendary leapt forward. Forgetting he was still lying on the slope, he lost his balance and tumbled down the hill, accompanied by exclamations of pain and the concerned inquiries of a nearby mud creature. Fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries, only minor scrapes. After a brief self-assessment, he pushed aside the dense branches and foliage, burrowing through. The path grew increasingly treacherous. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 3 o'clock. The further he ventured, the more anxious he became. What if he miscalculated? Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. After much effort navigating through the obstructive underbrush, Pseudo-Legendary reached the mountainside. Spotting a cave, in his excitement, he nearly lost his footing, but the mud creature reacted swiftly, stabilizing him. The sound of stones clattering echoed around. Kneeling, Pseudo-Legendary parted the weeds before him, and his complexion paled at the sight. A seemingly bottomless pit lay before him. Oh my goodness! He tossed a stone inside, waiting a considerable time before hearing it hit the ground. Estimating from the sound's travel time, he deduced the cave was quite deep, certainly deep enough to be fatal if he were to fall in. Circumventing the ominous chasm, likely carved by a creature akin to a rock snake, Pseudo-Legendary marked the area with caution, using the mud from the creature. He stepped over exposed bones, suppressing his trepidation, and guided the somewhat apprehensive mud creature to the foot of the rock face, staring at the cave entrance. The cave faced south, which explained why it had gone unnoticed on his arrival. The overhanging rock formed a sloped cover, providing some shelter from rain. Below, a slight incline led upward. Pseudo-Legendary attempted to ascend on his own, using hands and feet, but slipped back down. Ultimately, it was with the assistance of the mud creature that he reached the cave's mouth. Estimating the height from the ground, he guessed it was about 5 meters up, with the cave ceiling draped in creeping vines. The entrance to the cave is irregularly oval, reaching nearly 2 meters at its highest point and approximately 4 meters wide. Standing at the mouth of the cave, Pseudo-Legendary can spot several blue tangerine trees in the distance and faintly hear the sound of flowing water. It truly is a splendid place, a sentiment shared by Pseudo-Legendary as well as the other little sprites. Chapter 52. The stench of biochemical gas amidst the exceptionally dense underbrush. A pit has formed, where foul sludge lies in a heap, bubbling with mud on its surface. It seems that after digging this hole, the sludge has become quite exhausted, likely a ruse for laziness. The green caterpillar, panting, meticulously covers the pit with camouflage, while a hand emerges from within. Pseudo-Legendary lifts a flap to allow for breathing. While excavating, Pseudo-Legendary discovers numerous animal bones buried within the soil. Uncertain of the sprites that may dwell within, certainly not benign, Pseudo-Legendary opts for a more cautious approach. Then, at Pseudo-Legendary's signal, the green caterpillar leisurely positions itself above the pit, slowly chewing on the leaves it has gathered, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Though not adept at territorial disputes, Pseudo-Legendary excels at creating disgust. Clutching a bone in hand, Pseudo-Legendary instructs the sludge, toss the muck inside. Make it as odorous as possible. With a blink of understanding, the sludge, having regained some strength, merrily begins to hurl steaming muck into the cave, occasionally spraying a few puffs of foul green gas. Reveling in the activity, a nauseating aroma begins to permeate the air. That's enough. Come in quickly. The sludge dissolves rapidly, seeping into the cave. No one would suspect that the harmless green caterpillar, leisurely munching on leaves, conceals 2 instigators beneath it. A gust of swirling winds carrying a mix of pink and green gases erupts from the cave, dislodging various debris, including fragmented bones, and intensifying the foul odor that fills the air. With a thud, the green caterpillar is overcome by the stench, still clutching a half-eaten leaf. The sludge's expression grows somewhat grim, but upon seeing Pseudo-Legendary's unperturbed demeanor, its mood lightens. Pseudo-Legendary has long since acclimated to this odor. Compared to the initial encounter with the sludge, this is merely a minor inconvenience. With a playful tone, Pseudo-Legendary teases the sludge, Has the stench diminished from before? Perhaps to spare my sensitivities? With another gust, debris from the cave is swept away, yet the concentration of the green gas remains unchanged. This is peculiar. While the debris has decreased, it is understandable, but the gas should have been significantly reduced after the first sweep. After waiting a while and noting that the green gas once again fills the cave without a third gust in sight, Pseudo-Legendary decides to attempt entering the cave. However, the slope proves to be exceedingly steep. Once again, Pseudo-Legendary found herself sliding to the ground, pondering her circumstances. Ultimately, it was the sticky mud that guided her to the cave entrance. One side of mud clung to the rocky wall, while the other adhered to Pseudo-Legendary. diligently assessing the situation within the cave. Suddenly, a sound akin to a crunch echoed from behind, accompanied by a rustling noise. Sumi and Mud turned to the slope. Observing a green caterpillar turning around to spit out a thread that ensnared the fallen camouflage outfit, left behind by Sumi out of annoyance. With a gentle sway, it began its laborious ascent, dragging the outfit along. Watching this, Sumi felt an inexplicable urge to hum a tune. The green caterpillar presented the camouflage outfit at Sumi's feet, revealing a broad smile on its face. Despite the seemingly trivial assistance it offered, the caterpillar appeared immensely satisfied. "Thank you," Sumi mouthed, expressing her gratitude. For reasons unknown, she had no intention of capturing this green caterpillar, despite having initially considered it. With a sigh, she decided to leave that matter for later. Handing the camouflage outfit to Mud, she remarked, "The caterpillar worked hard to bring this. It should serve a purpose. Mud, let us fashion it into a decoy." Mud, with its constantly writhing and morphing hands, transformed into 2 mud sticks adorned with numerous barbs. Holding up the camouflage outfit, Mud quietly extended it toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from within the cave, tearing the camouflage into shreds, which danced away on the breeze. This third gust was the most ferocious, clearing the cave of its foul air and debris, including Mud's own muck. A small clump of sludge was swept up by the wind and splattered onto Sumi's face, emanating a pungent odor. Grimacing, she swiftly wiped the filth away. The cave echoed with the sound of movement, as some unsteady footsteps gradually approached. "What on earth is so sticky?" After finally clearing one eye, Sumi exclaimed. "How can this thing still move? Is Mud's toxicity waning, or are you simply remarkable?" Before her stood an extraordinarily adorable little sprite, resembling a yellow doll. With suspicious remnants at the corners of its mouth, it bore a black protrusion at the back of its head, resembling a large chin, and its ruby-like eyes shimmered with confusion. Having just been assaulted by the noxious fumes, the Chompers was momentarily dazed, finally seizing the opportunity to shred its ambushing foe. Emerging into the open, it gazed in bewilderment at the sticky mud consuming a human, Sumi, and the green caterpillar adorned with leaves. When did its doorstep turn into a banquet? How was it unaware of this? Chompers blinked rapidly, suddenly recalling, "That jerk was the one who ambushed me. Do you know I had to forego my lunch because of it? I rarely get a good meal." In the next moment, now fully alert, Chompers scrutinized the peculiar assembly before it, particularly the human who had been staring intently at it. Since its mother had departed, it had not indulged in meat. Note: at this moment, Sumi is unaware that the adorable little creature before him is a Gulpin. Hence it will be referred to as Gulpin. Sumi remains oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the charming little being before him. He only notices that the bewilderment in Gulpin's eyes gradually gives way to sadness, tinged with a hint of grievance, before inexplicably morphing into a fit of rage. As Sumi gazes into the reflection within those large eyes, he nods in appreciation, thinking to himself how remarkably handsome this little fellow is. Suddenly, Gulpin tosses its head, and a shadow arcs through the air, smack. Sumi is momentarily dazed by the unexpected slap, and in the next heartbeat, his forehead collides with the rocky wall, sending him into a dizzying spin before he collapses limply to the ground. It is only then that the bewildered Grimer, along with the caterpie, springs into action, hurriedly assisting Sumi and collectively transporting him into the cave. As for Gulpin, whose exaggerated movements have caused it to lose its balance, it is of little concern to anyone amidst the chaos. Fortunately, Gulpin's diminutive feet are remarkably adept, managing to latch onto the cave's edge. Its entire body suspended in a comical pose reminiscent of a monkey reaching for the moon, swaying precariously at the cliff's brink. Gulpin breathes a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "What a close call." Chapter 53. Night falls after witnessing Grimer carry the peculiar human into the cave. Caterpie lets out a sigh of relief. The sound of pebbles tumbling from the cave's entrance announces Gulpin's determined effort to climb back inside, its tiny toes fully stretched, while that somewhat intimidating black moss searches for a foothold. Yet to Caterpie, it seems that Gulpin's mouth, when opening and closing, conveys a sense of vulnerability. With a soft thud, Caterpie scuttles behind Gulpin, tilting its body to deliver a hefty kick with its rounded foot. To its surprise, the squished foot rebounds quickly, causing Caterpie to slightly tilt and roll a full circle amidst Gulpin's terrified squeals. With its soft belly exposed to the air, Gulpin's round foot flails about. After a brief struggle, it finally manages to settle back onto the ground. Raising its upper body, Caterpie glances beneath itself, discovering for the first time just how elastic it truly is. Struggling to regain its balance, Gulpin once again hears those familiar footsteps, its body tensing in alarm. No way. Not again. I can't endure another kick. What if I tumble head over heels? As it glances around anxiously, the slight twitch of its toes captures Caterpie's attention. Lowering its head, Caterpie gently nudges Gulpin's footpad. Suspended, Gulpin peers down the slope, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over it. It hasn't eaten much lately. What if? A sudden itch in its footpad sends waves of discomfort coursing through its body, reaching deep into its heart. Eek! Ultimately, Gulpin succumbs to the sensation, plummeting toward the ground in despair. Thud, thud. Caterpie cautiously pokes its head out, discovering 2 depressions on the slope, with Gulpin lying face down, motionless on its formidable maw. Gulp! With a tilted head, the green caterpillar decided to disregard its thoughts and return to Pseudo-Legendary's side. It slowly turned around, only to find that the stinky mud was staring intently at it, while Pseudo-Legendary, lying on the ground, had somehow awakened and was gazing at it in a similar manner. The stinky mud was tolerable, but the way Pseudo-Legendary looked at the green caterpillar felt peculiar, leaving it quite uneasy, especially when Pseudo-Legendary's gaze fell upon its feet. Everything should be fine, it pondered for a moment before approaching the gleaming-eyed Pseudo-Legendary. The sound of the green caterpillar's reluctance echoed within the cave. Outside, the wide-mouthed creature stirred slightly in its unconscious state. Gradually, dusk began to envelop the surroundings. Inside the cave, numerous rocks and dry twigs were strewn about. Pseudo-Legendary had also brought back some firewood from outside. The forest was abundant with dry trees, ensuring a plentiful supply. Deep within the cave, in a crevice formed by rocks and walls, a rudimentary shelter had been constructed. A simple fire pit was formed from piled stones, with an iron pot suspended above the flames. The fire danced upon the slender twigs, licking the pot above while gradually consuming the robust firewood below. Observing the flickering flames, Pseudo-Legendary speculated that there must be a corresponding vent within the cave. The flames stirred the thick soup within the pot, dispelling the faint odor of decay lingering in the air and allowing Pseudo-Legendary to discern the general layout of the cave. It was indeed vast, resembling the cross-section of a whistle. By the fire, the wide-mouthed creature lay atop a mound of dry grass, sleeping somewhat restlessly, its belly occasionally rumbling. As the aroma intensified, the creature's belly growled louder. In the crevice between the rock and wall, there was already some dry grass, likely the bed of the wide-mouthed creature. Pseudo-Legendary merely moved the grass closer to the fire and lifted the creature onto it. The water-leap fish lay in a plastic basin filled with clean water, its body surrounded by several water bags that exuded a faint chill. The water-leap fish was busy cooling the water within the bags. Not far off, the green caterpillar was on the ground, continuously spinning silk to attach to the dry grass in front of it, occasionally glancing at the fire with a hint of trepidation. Pseudo-Legendary leaned beside the green caterpillar, his right cheek swollen, a large bump on his left forehead, and his clothes marred with several tears, exposing the bandages beneath, faintly stained with blood. Reaching for the dry grass that had already been entwined with silk, Pseudo-Legendary used both hands and feet to weave the collected grass into a large blanket, occasionally tilting his head to spit out the silk threads lodged in his mouth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lifted the water bag beside him and pressed it against his already treated right cheek. Unfortunately, there were no ice cubes available, and this was barely sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Pseudo-Legendary set down the water bag and scrutinized the water-leap fish. He then cleaned the fish's body, and in its bewildered gaze, he smeared the perplexed water-leap fish across his own face, instantly feeling a chilling sensation that was surprisingly pleasant. Upon regaining its composure, the water-leap fish closed its eyes, and a bluish glow flickered across its surface before vanishing entirely. Pseudo-Legendary inexplicably felt the swelling and pain in her face diminish somewhat. She did not dwell on it too much, merely thinking, the IU brand ice pack is quite effective. After a brief period of playful antics, Pseudo-Legendary set aside the water-jumping fish and, dragging the freshly woven grass mat, slowly ascended the rocky slope within the cave. Earlier, while returning with firewood, she had slipped and tumbled down, which had indeed been quite painful. Noticing the stinky mud, who was vacantly tidying up the cave, standing in a corner with a pile of miscellaneous items, mostly remains like bones, perhaps for dental practice, Pseudo-Legendary observed that the creature's posture appeared somewhat rigid. She called the stinky mud and surveyed the cave entrance, which stood 2 meters high and nearly 5 meters wide. A row of branches had been inserted into the slope outside, secured at the base with dark mud. Estimating roughly, the branches above ground measured about 2 meters in length, forming a right angle with the slope. With the green caterpillar in tow, Stinky Mud lazily climbed to the top of the cave entrance. Sumi draped her newly woven grass mat over the branches. One end hung limply towards the ground, and she could only hope it would suffice. Green caterpillar, spin silk along the edge of the grass mat. Sumi commanded. No sooner had she spoken than several glistening strands of silk descended onto the mat. And as the silk tightened, the mat became perfectly straight. Once the green caterpillar had coated the surface with its silk, Sumi sprinkled some gravel and dirt over it, finally completing the task. After finishing, the outside world had descended into darkness. Sumi beckoned to Stinky Mud and the green caterpillar, then turned to re-enter the cave. A few robust, shimmering threads of silk were affixed at one end to the cave wall, while the other end adhered to the yellow and green intermingled grass mat, effectively concealing the flickering light within and draping the cave in a protective layer to evade detection. A faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air, causing a few passing sprites to wrinkle their noses and depart instinctively. However, Sumi remained oblivious to their presence. Now, Stinky Mud led Sumi back to the spot where it had previously been lost in thought. Standing before a pile of stones, Sumi noticed a puddle of vomit in front, with some raw meat and bones nearby, marked with bite marks. There were also some red, translucent, rounded fragments that bore a striking resemblance to a pokeball. Sumi scrutinized the black object protruding from the stone pile, recognizing it as familiar. Casting a glance at the slumbering ghoul pin, Sumi fell into silence for a moment before retrieving the venomous fangs of a berberis snake from Stinky Mud's body. Two long, one short. The longer ones measured about 5 centimeters, while the shorter was approximately 2 centimeters. The toxins and poisonous energy had been entirely absorbed, allowing Sumi to handle the fangs directly. Tilting her head, she took a few small tools and drilled a small hole in one of the fangs, threading a black line through it, and after some tinkering, fashioned a necklace from the fang. Sumi playfully poked Stinky Mud with the pointed end of the fang, only to turn and find Stinky Mud gazing intently at her. Stinky Mud, this is yours. Previously agreed upon, I shall craft a necklace for you. Mo placed the necklace upon the sludge creature, as this was indeed the first prize we had jointly acquired. During the time Mo had spent with sludge, his efforts were primarily devoted to aiding sludge in mastering its own form, with the skirmishes they engaged in being exceedingly few, let alone the acquisition of spoils. Do you fancy it? Sludge, adorned with the venomous fang necklace, immediately slumped to the ground, gleefully toying with the adornment around its neck. Smiling, Mo skillfully crafted 2 more necklaces, fiddling with them for a while, before noticing that the water leaper and green caterpillar were gazing enviously at Sludge's necklace. A thought struck Mo, prompting him to halt Sludge from flaunting its necklace. Who were they showing off to, after all? Oh, who? Do you desire one as well? Absolutely. The water leaper nodded shyly. Upon hearing this, Sludge promptly yanked its necklace off and presented it to the water leaper, its muddy face contorted. Take it back. Just look at you. Mo retorted, then offered his own necklace instead. Witnessing this, Sludge swiftly swallowed its own necklace. This one is for you. Who? This smaller one is for you. This is my first trophy, so don't hastily refuse. Just accept it for now, and remember to exchange it for another trophy later. The water leaper cast a glance at Mo, then at the venomous fang before him, decisively nodding. Kaklo. He then joyfully watched as Mo helped him don the necklace. Next was the green caterpillar. Truth be told, this marked the first time both the water leaper and green caterpillar had ever received a gift. Mo couldn't help but chuckle, adjusting the necklaces for both to the appropriate length. Seizing the opportunity, Sludge retrieved its internal venomous fangs and hung them around its neck. Chapter 54. Expulsion. The fire was slowly burning, its flickering tongues causing the food within the iron pot to roll about, releasing wafts of steam, while the aroma in the cave grew ever more intense. In truth, the cave was quite spacious, yet no amount of space could contain the spread of such delectable fragrances. Upon Mo's cushion lay a tattered notebook, discovered within the cave and seemingly aged for several years. Within its pages was a sketch of a small sprite, remarkably resembling a sleeping sprite nearby, with the name Big Mouth Kid inscribed beneath. Mo had to concede that this ghostly figure's sketching skills surpassed his own, albeit slightly. The flames chased away the chill of the cave as Mo busied himself securing his tent, while the water leaper gnawed at the rope, assisting alongside. Mo wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth, surveyed his securely fixed tent with satisfaction, and concealed the egg incubator within. Then, lifting the water leaper, he began playfully poking at his right cheek. The water leaper appeared somewhat reluctant. Kaklo. After tossing the last morsel of food into its mouth, Sludge, somewhat bewildered, turned its bowl upside down, asking, "Hey, where's the food?" The creature known as Stinky Mud wore an expression of disbelief. "I haven't even begun to eat, and it's already gone?" A quick glance revealed that the green caterpillar was feasting heartily nearby. "Gawk!" exclaimed Stinky Mud. "What's wrong?" "Wow, Anu, that belongs to the green caterpillar." As Sado-Mu toiled away, he muttered to himself, still holding some green caterpillars, which began to spin more silk. Hearing Sado-Mu's call, the caterpillar scampered over, eagerly extruding strands of silk. Seizing these threads, Sado-Mu deftly secured the water-leap fish against his right cheek, having discovered that the pressure alleviated much of the pain from his wound. Once assured that the water-leap fish would remain in place, Sado-Mu cheerfully approached Stinky Mud with the delighted caterpillar in tow. Stinky Mud exchanged a knowing glance with the water-leap fish, conveying an expression of helplessness before setting down the caterpillar's food, then dutifully licked the plate clean. "Come, Anu, green caterpillar, there's more food over here," Sado-Mu proclaimed, retrieving some Pokémon food from his spatial backpack and pouring it into their respective bowls. "If you're still hungry, just let me know. No more stealing food from now on." "I got it," replied the caterpillar with a roll of its eyes, clearly skeptical. In an instant, Stinky Mud, in a fit of annoyance, subdued the caterpillar, while Sado-Mu feigned ignorance, engrossed in dishing out food for himself. After such a long endeavor, he was finally able to enjoy a meal. "When did you two become so friendly?" Delicious. I must say, my culinary skills are remarkable." Stinky Mud hurriedly distanced itself from the caterpillar, insisting to Bebe that it was unacquainted with the creature. The green caterpillar echoed the sentiment, making chirping sounds, while the playful banter between Stinky Mud and the caterpillar was interspersed with Sado-Mu's laughter and the water-leap fish's plaintive cries, which he chose to ignore, filling the cave with an atmosphere of merriment. Suddenly, a faint voice pierced through the noise, barely audible amidst the commotion in the cave. Sado-Mu quickly turned his attention to the unconscious Big Mouth, oblivious to the food slipping from the tilted spoon. He stepped forward, inadvertently bringing the green caterpillar with him. Then, Stinky Mud extended a hand to dissolve the silken threads binding the water-leap fish to Sado-Mu's face, signaling for it to prepare for battle. Stinky Mud fixated on the still-dazed Big Mouth, pressing down the bulging mud pack on its body, uncertain of the actions that might ensue once Big Mouth regained consciousness. The water-leap fish, understanding the gravity of the situation, merely kicked Sado-Mu's wound, eliciting a cry of pain as it entered a battle-ready stance. Yet its expression remained sorrowful. Under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, a tear trickled down Big Mouth's cheek, and after smacking its lips, it rolled over, burying its head in the hay for a moment before curling up and resuming its slumber. "Is it really going to sleep like that? Aren't we supposed to fight?" pondered the water-leap fish, sharing a similar sentiment with Stinky Mud, who nodded in agreement. Sado-Mu shook his head, bemused by the antics of these 2 silly creatures. How could such adorable little Pokémon be so ruthless? Wouldn't it be better not to fight at all? Indeed, it is crucial to note that engaging in vigorous exercise immediately after a hearty meal is detrimental to one's health. It is best to allow the food in your stomach to digest before undertaking any strenuous activity. Under the subtle direction of Sado-Mu, the cautious Mudkip and the water-type Pokémon approached the slumbering Swablu, maintaining a vigilant stance. Seizing the opportunity while Mudkip was distracted, the long-anticipated Caterpie emerged from its host's body. Upon hearing the commotion, Sado-Mu turned to observe the Caterpie that had managed to break free. As it took a deep breath, the first sight to greet the Caterpie was the slightly dazed Swablu and Sado-Mu, both staring intently at it. The Caterpie, with its muddy red antennae twitching curiously, gazed at the small creature with the formidable beak. "Wow, have we become friends so quickly? This human is quite impressive," it thought. Subsequently, the Caterpie cheerfully greeted, "Goo goo." At that moment, a muddy hand reached out beside it, and Sado-Mu watched as Mudkip playfully pushed the half-hearted greeting Caterpie back into its embrace. Satisfied, Mudkip clapped its hands and, noticing the startled and somewhat terrified expression on Swablu's face, nudged Sado-Mu, indicating that this little creature had awakened. Oh. Sado-Mu turned around to find Swablu gazing at him as well, its large beak bobbing. "Hey, why are you running away?" Hearing Sado-Mu's voice, the black beak paused, and Swablu appeared momentarily stunned. It quickly regained its composure and scurried to the stone pile, pressing closely against the large black rock, cautiously sizing up Sado-Mu and Mudkip. However, upon casting a glance at the Mudkip, which had mercilessly subdued the Caterpie, it displayed a hint of fear. Instinctively, Swablu sensed that Mudkip could be a formidable challenge, one it might not be able to overcome. Sado-Mu also noted this reaction, but misinterpreted the cause. believing that the playful antics between Mudkip and Caterpie had frightened Swablu. After a futile struggle, Caterpie remained with only its head protruding. Which of your eyes saw me playing? What are you doing tugging my antennae? With a swift motion, Pseudo-Legendary grasped Caterpie's antennae and extracted it from Mudkip's embrace, causing dark, muddy droplets to fall to the ground, filling the air with an inexplicable odor. Swablu squinted, recognizing the scent all too well. It was the very aroma it had encountered before losing consciousness. Unconsciously flapping its beak a couple of times, Swablu detected the familiar scent emanating from the large black rock beside it. Struggling to maintain composure, Swablu eventually relaxed its tiny fists. There were more pressing matters at hand. It needed to devise a plan to expel this group and safeguard its home. Suddenly, Swablu's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Its eyes nearly bulging, it witnessed the exuberant Caterpie being tugged by the tail by that human, amidst the equally excited expression of the small black creature. Before being tossed back into the dark mud, and then pulled out again to be washed in front of the blue Pokémon. Oh no, this must be corrected. The foremost concern now should be how to ensure one's own expulsion from this group. Swallowing hard, the creature known as Big Mouth pondered tightly against the dark, imposing jaws. Big Mouth. Oh, how I dread this. Chapter 55. Diary 2. Pseudo-Legendary placed the damp green caterpillar before his eyes, signaling water-leaping fish to take a moment's respite. He then remarked, "If you two continue this way, you might frighten that little darling. Ah, there's still some muck that needs clearing. Could you bring some more water, Awa?" With a splash, a jet of water cascaded over the green caterpillar's face. Water-leaping fish nonchalantly responded, "I don't mind, but I hope this caterpillar is unharmed." It seems to be rolling its eyes. At Pseudo-Legendary's gesture, water-leaping fish ceased the deluge, and alongside the sludge, they scrutinized the trembling Big Mouth. Those red eyes paired with such a doll-like physique were truly pitiable. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, particularly regarding the dark, formidable jaws concealed behind it. Pseudo-Legendary examined the pristine green caterpillar in his hand. Alas, it had succumbed to unconsciousness. Deciding to assist, he dried it off and placed it atop a mound of dry grass. All of this transpired under Big Mouth's watchful gaze. And sensing that Pseudo-Legendary displayed no intention of concealment, Big Mouth felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from this rather formidable human. With a flicker of its crimson eyes, Big Mouth carefully positioned the concealed weapon, the dark jaws, beneath a pile of stones. Then turned its attention to the imposing human squatting before it. The two dark jaws now lay side by side, yet the one nestled beneath the stones was evidently larger, as evidenced by the number and severity of the scars it bore. In contrast, the dark jaws before Pseudo-Legendary appeared relatively unscathed, albeit with a few minor blemishes. A shadow crossed Pseudo-Legendary's features. Could this be the child's mother? Perhaps Pseudo-Legendary's gaze was too intense, causing Big Mouth to shrink back repeatedly. Until it could no longer resist glaring fiercely in return, its jaws slightly agape, revealing sharp teeth. "If you continue to stare, I shall bite you." All right. "I shall not look," Pseudo-Legendary replied, turning his head to address the sludge. "Ani, please assist me in lifting the pot lid, and refrain from sneaking a bite. Rest assured, Awa is here." Once Pseudo-Legendary averted his gaze, Big Mouth brought its formidable jaws before its eyes for a thorough examination, inspecting every inch, feeling with its tiny hands, then sniffing, and finally suppressing the urge to taste. "Wow, simply perfect. This human has been fixated on my dark jaws. Could it be that my cheeks have revealed an unusual flush?" Big Mouth bashfully glanced down at Pseudo-Legendary, who was now focused on the sludge. Observing the vulnerable area exposed before it, Big Mouth's pupils constricted. Instinctively, even as the blush on its face lingered, Big Mouth opened its dark jaws. Simultaneously calculating, it was within its striking range, though the distance was slightly flawed, making it challenging to maximize its biting power. A surge of lethal intent arose. In the distance, the stinky mud creature froze momentarily before swinging its hand. Pseudo-Legendary looked in astonishment at the approaching sludge, as well as several clumps of black mud aimed not at him, but rather at the large-mouthed creature behind him. "Ani, what are you doing?" The small feet pounded against the ground as the large-mouthed creature nimbly dodged or defended itself with its black jaws. The mud attacks from the stinky creature were utterly ineffective. Shaking its jaws, the large-mouthed creature prepared for battle, casting a glance at the bewildered water-jumping fish, then fixing a steely gaze upon the stinky mud creature that had reached the humans. As for the layer of black sludge clinging to its jaws, that could be dealt with later. "Oh, that expression is simply marvelous." Observing the standoff between the stinky mud and the large-mouthed creature, Pseudo-Legendary interjected, "All right. Let us all take a moment to calm down." "Gurgle." Sato-Mo glanced at the large-mouthed creature's belly. Oh dear. The large-mouthed creature remained unfazed, merely expanding its jaws to their fullest. It seems prudent for us to have dinner first. Anai, do you really intend to bully a starving child? Sato-Mo averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the large-mouthed creature's suddenly flushed cheeks. The stinky mud, concealing its face with its hands, shyly remarked, well, yes. The large jaws slightly closed, adopting a half-open position, effectively readying itself for various situations. The large-mouthed creature warily regarded the stinky mud, thinking, how vexing. The food smells delightful. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive. A little sprite lacking energy and nourishment is easily dealt with, yet it was unexpected that it would also be so straightforward. Could you not be so blunt? Sato-Mo pouted, then coughed. Since Anai has already agreed, let us pause and have dinner for now, shall we? The stinky mud. The large-mouthed creature mirrored the same expression of confusion. Hee, if there are no objections, then it is settled. Before the two little sprites could react, Sato-Mo unilaterally reached a conclusion. Anai, Ewa, come help. The large-mouthed creature watched the water-jumping fish and stinky mud retreat to a safe distance, its expression puzzled. On a haystack, a green caterpillar lay sprawled with its belly up, appearing as if it had been played with excessively, pondering its insect life. Disregarding it, Sato-Mo opened his backpack and poured some Pokémon food into each sprite's bowl, selectively forgetting that they had already eaten once. Addressing the distracted stinky mud and water-jumping fish, he remarked, this little fellow is no ordinary creature. It even deceived me. Munch munch, stinky mud, does it have no awareness? It appeared that the scars on the large-mouthed creature's black jaws were indeed earned in battle. Though young, it possessed considerable combat experience, at least surpassing that of Ewa. As for the green caterpillar, it could be ignored for now. Furthermore, it skillfully utilized its innocent and charming appearance as a form of camouflage. How intriguing. Thus, Ewa, we must also strive to improve. The water-jumping fish nodded earnestly. Munch munch. Stinky mud, what a foolish child. Anai, fret not. Even if the large-mouthed creature harbors intentions, it would not choose to strike at this moment. Nighttime is when danger truly lurks. As Sato-Sumi prepared Pokémon food, he chuckled, saying, this is quite amusing. Gulu, here we come, don't rush me. He placed the food before the hungry Gulpin, who had already sensed its arrival from afar. However, Gulpin tilted its head, indicating disinterest, and offered Sato a side profile. With a small finger, it pointed to the raw meat nearby, exclaiming, eek, I have something to eat. Sato focused intently on Gulpin, and as it observed him, Gulpin's face began to blush at an observable rate. Turning away, it faced Sato with its back, vigorously patting its own belly with its tiny hands. Then, with a determined bite, it lunged at the raw meat on the ground, disregarding the potential for future discomfort. Sato swiftly grabbed the fiercely determined Gulpin, whose little hands felt surprisingly soft. All right, hey wait, he exclaimed, startled as Gulpin attempted to bite him. He quickly withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding Gulpin's sharp jaws. While noticing the sparks scattered in the air, a bite from Gulpin could lead to a fractured hand. Frustration welled up within Sato as he flipped his palm and firmly grasped Gulpin's closed jaws, preventing it from opening once more. Indeed, Gulpin's jaws were merely adept at gnawing, akin to a crocodile, and once seized, they were rendered ineffective. Realizing its jaws were trapped, Gulpin was bewildered, exclaiming, what is happening? Gulpin tugged at its black tendrils, attempting to reclaim its jaws. Despite its diminutive size, Gulpin possessed considerable strength. Undeterred, Sato held the Pokémon food in one hand while gripping Gulpin's jaws with the other, marching determinedly toward the fire pit. Much to the astonishment of the nearby Grimer and Lotad. Finding itself truly unable to escape, Gulpin's small mouth puckered, and it burst into tears, sobbing loudly. The sheer volume of tears streaming from its eyes was enough to astonish Sato. Within such a small body, how could there be so many tears? The cave echoed with the innocent cries, leaving Sato momentarily at a loss, especially as Grimer and Lotad mirrored his own bewilderment, with Lotad appearing somewhat dazed. Sato's mind raced with thoughts of underestimation. Could this little creature be up to something? Amidst the cries, Gulpin's stomach growled loudly, causing it to pause. Here, eat some food, Sato said, suppressing a laugh as he placed the food before Gulpin. After all, one must be nourished to have strength. Without regard for Gulpin's feelings, Sato began to eat his dinner, simultaneously feeding the now enlightened caterpie with fresh leaves, Pokémon food, and berries. Gulpin's eyes grew even redder, its face damp with tears. However, as it glanced around and saw Sato distracted, it cautiously took a small bite of the Pokémon food. its eyes lighting up with delight. Delicious. Once Gulpin ceased its weeping, Sato noticed that Grimer and Lotad gradually began to calm down as well. Sato Sumi cast a glance at the adorable, sobbing creature beside her, slowly consuming its food. It is highly likely that the cries have affected it. Setting aside the overindulged green caterpillar, Sato Sumi turned her attention to the large-mouthed creature that had halted its meal to stare at her, a tad too sensitive. Shaking her head, she retrieved the notebook she had discovered in the cave and began to read. Oh my, ahem. I intend to take good care of this notebook for you. Just look at its tattered condition, and I might as well peruse its contents. Sato Sumi closed the black cover before wiping away the smudges on it. The large-mouthed creature suddenly withdrew its black cover and concealed it behind itself, watching Sato Sumi warily. You should eat first, Sato Sumi remarked, observing the creature's cheeks flush inexplicably. This little one is rather shy. In front of the large-mouthed creature, Sato Sumi tucked the notebook away. Adorned in a sturdy cover, the large-mouthed creature felt reassured enough to resume its meal. Leaning against the rock wall, Sato Sumi examined the notebook's contents while gently stroking the humming green caterpillar. Please refrain from licking the food bowl like and I. Clack. Oh, it turns out to be a travel journal. The owner of this notebook had a large-mouthed creature. Sato Sumi closed the notebook, reflecting on the entries regarding their entrance into Tsukimi Mountain, falling into a deep contemplation. July 13th, 1996, Saturday, sunny. Today marks my first day in the Tsukimi Mountain Forest. The little spirits within the forest are unexpectedly strong. My large-mouthed creature has been captured. Oh dear, what should I do? July 26th, 1996, Friday. Overcast. My large-mouthed creature has returned. However, something feels off. Is it unwell? What on earth happened after it was captured by that strange creature? Damn it. Why did I have to get lost at this moment? July 28th, 1996, Sunday. Cloudy. I encountered a kind older sister who mentioned that my large-mouthed creature is about to lay eggs. How wonderful. I just need to wait for this kind sister to lead me out of the forest. Hee. This was the final entry. The date, July 28th? It is likely the anniversary of its passing. Thus, it stands to reason that beneath that pile of stones lies the mother of the large-mouthed creature. Perhaps, in an effort to protect her owner, she sustained severe injuries from that human woman and fled, ultimately claiming a cave here, possibly leaving behind lingering ailments in the process. In caring for her offspring, she might have succumbed. Sato Sumi set the notebook down, murmuring, So that means she was only just pregnant at that time. The large-mouthed creature lay on the ground, gently caressing its round belly, wearing a blissful expression. Suddenly, it realized Sato Sumi was staring at it, struggling to rise, but failing. Its little face blushed in embarrassment. It could only open its black cover, eyeing Sato Sumi with a hint of caution. Sato Sumi pondered aloud. Could it be that this child is not yet a year old? Or perhaps only a few months? Uncertain of when its mother departed, nor how it managed to survive in the forest, Sato gazed intently at the big-mouthed creature and remarked, You are truly remarkable. The big-mouthed creature, taken aback, felt an inexplicable sting in its eyes upon witnessing the emotions reflected in Sato Mo's gaze. It turned its head away, evading Sato Mo's scrutiny. After finishing their meal, Sato Mo prepared for sleep following a simple wash-up. I still have my diary to write. Sato Mo's diary, May 15th, 1997, Thursday, sunny. Today the sun shines brilliantly, marking a day worthy of remembrance. As a budding master of the fairies, I have begun to venture beyond the small town, stepping away from the care of my uncles, aunts, and sisters, albeit just a small step. Also, it was quite exhilarating. Chapter 56. The art of pretending to cry. The fire within the cave had diminished significantly, and the interior had grown somewhat warmer. After tidying up, Shui Yuyu entered the tent, ready for sleep. Stinky Mud was in good spirits, as it was still tasked with keeping watch for the first half of the night, while Shui Yuyu would take over the latter half. It was Green Caterpillar's first experience of this sort. It looked around, unsure of what to do. Sato Mo gathered some hay to make the big-mouthed creature's bed more comfortable, as the nights in May could still be rather chilly, especially within the forest. Are you really not going to sleep with me? Absolutely not. Having been rejected for the second time, Sato Mo shrugged it off nonchalantly. Truth be told, Sato Mo was hesitant to let the big-mouthed creature in. The polite invitation was merely a formality. Are you not coming in? Sato Mo called to the green caterpillar. What should I do then? The green caterpillar replied, feeling somewhat dejected. I thought I was called Green Caterpillar. When did I acquire the name Ahu? It glanced around, its demeanor forlorn, and crawled out with its head lowered. Green Caterpillar, I'm talking to you. Sato Mo rolled her eyes. Is it really necessary to be so despondent? Oh, I forgot to mention, From today onward, you shall be called Ahu. So, are you coming in?" The green caterpillar's big eyes welled with tears, its movements lacking coordination as it hurriedly crawled toward the tent. In an instant, it reached the edge of the tent, eager to burrow inside. The green caterpillar was now brimming with excitement. As Pseudo-Legendary gently grasped the green caterpillar's tail, she noticed its body pointed eagerly towards the tent, as if it contained the most alluring treasures. It chattered incessantly, "Hold on, let me clean you up." With deftness, Pseudo-Legendary cleaned the green caterpillar and tossed it into the tent. "Good night. Be careful not to catch a cold," she said, lifting the tent flap and slipping inside. Stinky Mud pulled over a grass mat and lay at the entrance of the tent, watching the big-mouthed creature intently. "Are you really leaving me out here? This isn't our first meeting, is it? How could you think that? This is quite unrefined." Observing the stench of mud while keeping a watchful eye on his own foul-smelling mess, the big-mouthed child felt a surge of indignation. He picked up a few pebbles and began to crunch them noisily, huffing in annoyance. "Hey, green caterpillar, don't munch on the stones." Pseudo-Legendary, noticing the green caterpillar fixated on a pebble, seemed to be contemplating how to take a bite. Gurgle. Upon seeing Pseudo-Legendary snatch the stone away, the green caterpillar became flustered, exclaiming, "But big-mouthed child is eating them." "Ah, perhaps big-mouthed child enjoys stones, so you cannot eat them," Pseudo-Legendary replied, somewhat exasperated. "Maybe you could gather some stones for big-mouthed child as a gift in the future, but for now let us sleep." The green caterpillar tilted its head in contemplation, realizing that this idea was splendid, and nodded enthusiastically. Gurgle. "Which of your eyes saw me enjoying stones? And you want to bring back stones as a gift for me?" Big-mouthed child retorted angrily, tossing aside the stone in his hand. As big-mouthed child discarded the stone, a semblance of silence enveloped him. He trotted over to the grass pile and burrowed into it, rubbing his little head against the grass. After sufficient rubbing, he rolled around in a clump of hay on his makeshift bed, looking quite content. In a moment of distraction, he rolled into the shadows, where the faint light from the fire could not reach. The stench of mud observed all this calmly, pondering whether this creature was perhaps somewhat dim-witted. In the deep of night, only a few embers remained in the fire, striving valiantly to dispel the chill within the cave. The rhythmic sound of breathing indicated that everyone was enjoying a peaceful slumber. In the darkness, 2 points of red light suddenly appeared. Big-mouthed child blinked, and in the dim glow, he could clearly see the stench of mud, eyes closed, listening attentively to the steady breaths emanating from within the tent. Stealthily, big-mouthed child approached the tent, carefully unzipping it without noticing that the eyelids of the stench of mud trembled slightly. Unable to contain his curiosity, he peeked inside the tent, discovering that Pseudo-Legendary was not only sound asleep, but also sprawled in a rather unrestrained manner. The green caterpillar, nestled on Pseudo-Ledgendary's stomach, rose and fell in rhythm with Pseudo-Ledgendary's breathing, while the water-leap fish lay beside him, peacefully dozing at the tent's entrance. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Pseudo-Legendary, big-mouthed child hesitated for a moment, then dashed over to the pile of stones, engaging in some unknown activity before stealthily exiting the cave. Of course, Pseudo-Legendary was unaware of big-mouthed child's excursion. He merely felt the water-leap fish stiffen momentarily against his side. The fish's fins twitched a couple of times, and the instant big-mouthed child's figure vanished from the cave entrance, the water-leap fish abruptly opened its eyes. Just as it was about to rouse Pseudo-Legendary, it realized he had already awakened, his gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. In fact, the water-leap fish had been awake since big-mouthed child approached the tent. As big-mouthed child prepared to unzip it, the water-leap fish had alerted Pseudo-Legendary and readied itself for protection. Upon awakening, Pseudo-Legendary did not stir, but continued to feign sleep, preparing to observe the next intentions of the big-mouthed boy. Regardless of whether it was this nocturnal incursion or another, Pseudo-Legendary was resolute in his resolve. "Hush, Ao, Aki, remain still and do not move." Pseudo-Legendary gestured for Mizukawa to maintain his sleeping posture, signaling that any matters could wait for later discussion. Confused by Pseudo-Legendary's thoughts, Mizukawa was somewhat bewildered. However, trusting in Pseudo-Legendary, he resolved to comply. With that in mind, Mizukawa resumed his previous position, lying flat. His fins quivered slightly, and, while still pretending to sleep, Mizukawa seemed to sense something, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Unbeknownst to them, a small head peeked out from the cave entrance. It was the big-mouthed boy returning. Utilizing the external light, the big-mouthed boy surveyed the still slumbering Pseudo-Legendary and the little sprite, nodding in satisfaction. Yippee. He then proceeded to attend to his own affairs, blissfully unaware of the 3 pairs of eyes observing his every move from the cave's entrance. Inside the cave, a brief silence ensued. Realizing that the big mouth boy had indeed departed, Mizukawa lifted the tent flap and gently poked Sato-sumi, signaling that it was time to rise. With a groggy motion, Sato-sumi sat up, catching the green caterpillar that had rolled to the ground, still asleep like a log. Having initially slept in his clothes, Sato-sumi donned his shoes and, accompanied by the equally curious Mizukawa, hurried towards the cave entrance. The stench mud, also roused from slumber, contemplated briefly before following suit, leaving the blissfully sleeping green caterpillar to blow bubbles alone within the tent. Outside, the industrious big mouth boy remained completely oblivious to the 3 pairs of eyes watching his every action. He was busy digging a hole in the ground, seemingly burying something within. Once finished, he stamped down with his foot and then hopped upon it a couple of times. Sato-sumi barely restrained his laughter, feeling a poke from the stench mud. After a brief exchange of guesses and hints, Sato-sumi directed his gaze towards the dark stone beneath the pile. Illuminated by the moonlight, he noticed that a piece was missing from the stone. Blinking in contemplation, Sato-sumi signaled for the stench mud and Mizukawa to remain patient, continuing to observe the big mouth boy. The night was adorned with a full moon, the grand orb suspended in the sky, casting a silvery glow across the forest, enveloping the area outside the cave in a luminous white hue. By the light of the moon, Sato-sumi could see the big mouth boy bustling about in the grass. Were it not for the conspicuous black maw that opened and closed behind him, drawing the eye in the moonlight, it would not have been easy to spot the small figure as he darted into the underbrush. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, fresh and alluring. Mizukawa twitched his nose, curiously sniffing around, attempting to discern the source of the scent. Sato-sumi recognized it as the very aroma he had encountered earlier that afternoon upon his first arrival. As a sense of intrigue arose within him, he glanced towards a small figure standing motionless amidst the grass, its presence unnoticed until now. Suddenly, the surrounding underbrush rustled, and the dense foliage revealed pairs of glimmering green eyes, wild sprites. Just as Igong was about to let out a habitual roar, the big mouth baby suddenly recalled something and abruptly halted its cry, casting a glance towards the empty cave entrance. In that instant, Sato-mo, who had quickly crouched down, let out a long breath of relief, narrowly avoiding danger. Then, Ichi's voice emerged in an exceptionally soft and adorable tone, while the surrounding green light flickered, causing the nearby small sprites to appear startled. Upon hearing this voice, Sato-mo's companions hidden within the cave felt a delightful shiver run through them. Chapter 57. Strange actions. Not only was the big mouth baby exhibiting unusual behavior today, but the weakening of its aura and the presence of several additional small sprites nearby also caused the surrounding sprites to hesitate. Noticing their uncertainty, a distinctive pattern formed on the big mouth baby's forehead. Taking a deep breath and concealing the doubt in its eyes, it picked up a bone, weighing it in its hand to gauge its feel, before aiming in a specific direction and hurling it with force. With a muffled thud, the bone lodged itself at an angle into the ground. Ichi, come out now, quickly. The rustling grass parted as various small sprites emerged, a trumpet bud, a walking grass, a paras, and several small rattatas. Upon seeing this, Sato-mo swiftly restrained the restless water leap fish beside him, saying, "Ayu, stay calm. Let us first observe what the big mouth baby intends to do." Among the other sprites, Sato-mo's keen eyes even spotted a starfish. Where on earth did that come from? Once more, the big mouth baby picked up a longer bone, biting down on it with a crunch, before wielding a suitably sized bone stick, waving it a few times to test its balance. Satisfied with the feel, the big mouth baby held the bone in its right hand, lightly tapping it against the palm of its left hand. Ichi, the big mouth baby couldn't help but revert to its original tone, commanding the sprites hidden in the grass like a little leader as the stick danced in its hand. Upon witnessing this, the sprites that came into Sato-mo's view collectively sighed in relief. Finally, this was the big mouth baby they recognized. Sato-mo understood perfectly what the sprites were expressing. Yet, the big mouth baby felt somewhat disheartened. Why was it so difficult to show a gentler side? Thankfully, no one had witnessed this. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Silently observing from the cave entrance, Sato-mo discreetly concealed himself even further. Ichi, under the big mouth baby's command. The numerous small sprites diligently retrieved various bones from the surrounding grass. Some were dark yellow, while others bore traces of blood and remnants of flesh, all returning them to a common location. The big mouth baby, holding the bone, walked over to inspect them with an air of authority, resembling both an inspecting general and a streetwise ruffian, while the sprites carrying the bones acted as its soldiers and followers. Suddenly, Upon spotting a particular bone that was noticeably fewer in number compared to the surrounding piles, the big-mouthed baby glared fiercely at a nearby Rattata. Ichi? Pulla. The Rattata defiantly glared back, its eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Had Sado-Sumi been able to perceive the truth, he would have unequivocally informed Big Mouth that this little Rattata was a traitor. Unaware of such intricate nuances, Big Mouth only recognized that its authority had been challenged, and in front of numerous underlings, its supremacy had been disrespected. Without hesitation, Big Mouth delivered a resounding slap, catching the little Rattata off guard, who was utterly blindsided by the sudden aggression. Subsequently, Big Mouth executed a swift maneuver, appearing in the Rattata's blind spot. Even if the Rattata had been in a lucid state, evading this strike would have proved exceedingly difficult. Sparks crackled around the fangs within Big Mouth's cavernous maw as it seized the Rattata's body. Amidst the Rattata's frantic cries, a pink vortex materialized deep within Big Mouth's gullet, which soon surged forth, intertwined with flames, propelling the little Rattata through the air, leaving a charred scent lingering in the atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, the nearby water-jump fish's eyes sparkled with admiration for Big Mouth, its esteem for the creature soaring. With a serene demeanor, Big Mouth surveyed the trembling little sprites nearby, nodding in satisfaction before gesturing for them to depart. The sprites, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders, hastily scurried into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. After waiting for a moment, Big Mouth, clutching the bony short staff, scampered into the thicket, striking wildly to ensure all the little sprites had left. Then, collapsing backward, it plopped onto the ground, wiping the sweat from its brow and gasping for breath. It was evident that this recent display of prowess had drained a considerable amount of Big Mouth's energy. One could hardly blame a child of less than a year for such an extraordinary feat. Indeed, it was a prodigy. However, from another perspective, considering the Rattata's performance, Big Mouth's current predicament appeared rather dire, having resorted to a combination of techniques to assert its dominance. On another note, what purpose did Big Mouth have in collecting those bones? After a brief respite, a cool breeze swept through the night, causing Big Mouth to shiver involuntarily. Tossing the bones behind it, Big Mouth gleefully gathered a handful, bouncing and scattering them outside the cave, haphazardly tossing one this way and scattering a pile that way, occasionally pausing to stamp on a few. Before long, the bones gathered by the little sprites were distributed across various patches of grass. In no time, the grassy expanse outside the cave was dotted with scattered bones. So this was the origin of the bones outside. Sado-Sumi recalled how Big Mouth had expelled numerous bones while clearing the foul stench from within the cave, initially believing them to be remnants of Big Mouth's meals. Had he not witnessed Big Mouth deliberately scattering the bones, merely spotting a few exposed in the grass would have led Sado-Sumi to perceive the area as anything but benign. Coupled with the faint oppressive aura permeating the vicinity and the lingering presence of Big Mouth within the cave, a man-made death trap had thus been established. No wonder this little creature could occupy such a vast cavern. Its adorably doll-like exterior belied a cunning nature. Seeing the large-mouthed creature nimbly burrowing through the grass, Sado-Mo couldn't help but chuckle, while Stunfisk and Swampert exchanged curious glances. Squatting down, the large-mouthed creature unearthed something from the soil, casually gathering some white bones and making its way toward the cave, its dark tail swaying behind it in a rather cheerful manner. Is that it? Observing the creature approaching with the bones, Sado-Mo called over Stunfisk and Swampert, leading the way back to the tent as if nothing had transpired. Swampert swiftly darted into the tent, closely followed by Sado-Mo, who placed the curled-up green caterpillar on his abdomen, pretending to continue sleeping. Stunfisk lay still, feigning ignorance. Before settling into his act, Sado-Mo hastily peeked outside the tent, noticing Stunfisk also lying motionless, pretending to sleep. "Oh dear, it's your watch tonight." And continuing to feign sleep as if nothing happened feels a bit disingenuous. Remember to act a bit more convincingly. Indeed. Rubbing his chin, Stunfisk considered the absurdity of it all. With such a commotion, how could he possibly remain unaware? Well then, what to do next? Stunfisk mused. After all, that largemouth creature did quite a number on that little Rattata. Look how delighted Swampert is. Chapter 58. Night passes under the moonlit night. The largemouth creature was busily arranging various bones at the cave entrance with remarkable skill. Finally, it placed several small Pokémon skulls in a conspicuous spot. Amidst the eerie display of white bones stood an adorable little spirit, creating an unsettling ambience in what was once a cozy cave. Unfortunately, the largemouth creature remained blissfully unaware of the chilling atmosphere it had created. With a simple pat to remove the dust, it nodded in satisfaction at its handiwork. After decorating the cave entrance, The largemouth creature scuttled over to a pile of stones, tinkering away before stealthily returning to its dwelling. Squinting, it noticed that the Stunfisk in front of the tent seemed to have awakened. Its body squirmed restlessly, and Stunfisk felt a twinge of confusion. What would be considered normal behavior? Suddenly sensing a presence behind it, Stunfisk gasped, "When did you sneak up on me?" Huh, what are you getting up for?" Inside the tent, Pseudo-Legendary felt a tad embarrassed, gazing at the foolish creature before him, the largemouth creature. Having spent its life in the forest, detecting a similar essence in Pseudo-Legendary, instinctively sensed that this being was hiding something. A glance inside the tent. Pseudo-Legendary was blissfully asleep, drool escaping his lips, and even the green caterpillar on his abdomen appeared quite at ease. The largemouth creature observed the caterpillar sprawled out, half of its body resting on Pseudo-Legendary's stomach, reflecting, this creature's sleeping posture is rather atrocious. With a determined tilt of its little head, the largemouth creature gazed at the slumbering Pseudo-Legendary, assuring itself, "Sleep soundly, for what you feed me, I shall safeguard." This was a lesson imparted by my mother. Suddenly, Big Mouth was taken aback to discover that the body of Stinky Mud outside the tent was gradually transforming into a flowing sludge. With vigilance, Big Mouth observed the black muck slithering into the tent, alongside the drowsy water-leaping fish awakening from its slumber. Stinky Mud lazily cast a glance at Big Mouth, then pointed to the tent, indicating it was time for water-leaping fish to take over. Water-leaping fish shook its body and swiftly slipped through the gap in the tent, leaving Big Mouth and the bleary-eyed water-leaping fish wide-eyed in surprise. "Hush! Don't let it slip, or else, what did you say?" Big Mouth pouted, turning away in disinterest. Water-leaping fish immediately exhaled in relief, secretly wiping away non-existent cold sweat from its forehead. Unfortunately, Big Mouth, turning to leave, remained oblivious to this. Big Mouth flopped onto the haystack, preparing to sleep. It seemed that the human looked so comfortable while resting. Today was exhausting. The encroaching drowsiness was irresistible. Yawning deeply, Big Mouth drifted into a deep slumber. The cave returned to tranquility, with only the dutiful water-leaping fish keeping watch. The next morning, a few birds adorned in the hues of dawn flew by outside, while remnants of smoke still wafted from the fire pit within the cave. Inside the tent, sounds gradually began to stir. The well-rested green caterpillar was the first to emerge, looking around with vigor and energy. I slept so well. Good morning." Just waking up, Pseudo-Legendary greeted the water-leaping fish, who had kept watch through the night. "You've worked hard. Here, have some food to stave off hunger." After dressing, Pseudo-Legendary promptly prepared a meal for the vigilant water-leaping fish. As for the green caterpillar and Stinky Mud's breakfast, that could wait. Pseudo-Legendary placed the food before water-leaping fish, glancing at the eagerly watching green caterpillar, saying, "A butterfly. And Mud, wake up. No more sleeping." With a sigh, Pseudo-Legendary began to prepare the food for the small spirits, including a portion for Big Mouth. Rubbing its eyes, Big Mouth was awakened by the sounds of breakfast being made by Pseudo-Legendary, equally bleary-eyed. With half-open eyes, it gazed at Pseudo-Legendary bustling about in the cave, while Stinky Mud endeavored to climb onto Pseudo-Legendary, and the curious green caterpillar watched. In its sleepy haze, Big Mouth momentarily failed to register the unusual array of creatures that had suddenly taken residence in its home. Oh, Big Mouth's eyes widened in realization. It recalled that a peculiar bunch had forcibly taken up residence in its abode the previous day. Though somewhat strange, it had permitted them to stay, considering the delicious food they had prepared for it. By the way, how fragrant. The tiny, delicate nose twitched, and as Big Mouth's gaze drifted past Pseudo-Legendary, Stinky Mud, and the green caterpillar, it fixated on the bowl of food before the happily munching water-leaping fish. Gurgle. Big Mouth's throat rumbled, and after wiping the drool from the corner of its mouth, it forcibly diverted its gaze. If it continued to look, its stomach would surely revolt. Gurgle. Well, it seemed a rebellion was already underway, as Big Mouth's cheeks flushed with a visible hue. As the green caterpillar chuckled halfway through its laughter, it caught sight of the wide-mouthed creature gazing at it with vacant eyes, its dark jaws slightly ajar. Instantly, the laughter ceased, and it inched closer to Pseudo-Legendary, exclaiming, "Oh, you're awake." Clearly, Pseudo-Legendary had also heard the rumbling of his stomach. Choosing to disregard the events of the previous night, Pseudo-Legendary addressed the wide-mouthed creature as he would his own little sprite, saying, "Here, have a bite, if you don't mind." After placing the food before the creature, he turned to attend to other matters. He had no time to dawdle in the early morning, as breakfast awaited him. The water-leaping fish had already finished its meal, leaning against the tent's edge, dozing off. After all, a Yao had been on watch during the latter part of the night. and even the foul-smelling mud wrapping his upper body seemed to be growing drowsy, a fact Sato-Mo could readily perceive. Recalling the water-leaping fish, Sato-Mo, under the expectant gaze of the green caterpillar, gently tapped the Pokémon ball against its forehead. Without a struggle, the caterpillar, Ahu, joined the ranks. "Come forth." "Ahu," Sato-Mo called, watching as it emerged and affectionately nuzzled his palm. "I look forward to your guidance." With a hint of impatience in the wide-mouthed creature's expression, Sato-Mo relayed a few instructions and left some food before hoisting his spatial backpack, concealing the egg incubator within the foul-smelling mud. He then exited the cave with the green caterpillar perched atop his backpack, calling back, "I'm off. Remember to eat." The wide-mouthed creature observed the food before glancing at the departing human, its expression a tumult of confusion. "This fellow is as chatty as my mother." Sato-Mo stepped onto a branch that was awkwardly lodged in the ground to stabilize himself before gradually sliding down to the earth. As he turned to survey the slope, he noted that even with the branches as obstacles, it remained steep. Several more trips like this, and his shoes might not endure. Shaking his head, he found himself momentarily transfixed by the familiar yet strange patch of grass before him. Goodness gracious! Chapter 59. Casting aside branches amidst the lush green grass. Numerous white bones lay scattered, stark against the verdant backdrop, some interspersed with suspicious red stains, reminiscent of a fierce battle that had transpired the night before. The morning sun was not yet fierce enough to dispel the sudden chill that enveloped Sato-Mo's heart. In simple terms, he was startled early in the morning. To be honest, had he encountered such a multitude of bones yesterday, compounded by the ominous aura that Ni could sense in the vicinity, his immediate reaction would have likely been to flee. Although he had observed the wide-mouthed creature setting up outside the cave last night, it was from the safety of the cave that he had done so, without a strong impression. Now, witnessing the horrific scene up close, despite knowing it was fabricated, it was his first encounter with such a sight, and he could hardly believe that it was the handiwork of that little creature within his cave. Wide-mouthed creature. This is my home. How vexing. It was infuriating that it looked so adorable. Where was the promised cuteness? No wonder this little creature could occupy such a cave before my arrival. It is hardly surprising that the sprites appeared somewhat apprehensive last night. Their fear likely stemmed not only from the lingering aura of the deceased creature, but also from their past encounters with this little rascal. Between the brown rock walls and the lush forest lies a patch of overgrown grassland. No matter how I look at it, Sato-Mo feels that the weeds here seem to have thickened even more than yesterday, appearing increasingly verdant under the sunlight. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, but the clearing gives off an eerie vibe. Sato-Mo sensed something and turned towards the cave entrance, where he discovered the creature peering at him curiously. He offered a smile to the creature before turning to venture into the woods. As he traversed through the underbrush, an unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils. Ah, it was that pit. This indicated that he was retracing his steps from yesterday. Oh dear, the river is at least 2 kilometers away. Rubbing his head, Sato-Mo pondered the implications of running so far in unfamiliar territory. Should anything arise, he might struggle to find his way back at night, especially considering the treacherous mountain paths. His sense of security stemmed from yesterday's reconnaissance. Even if he found no supplies in the forest, the provisions he carried could sustain him for 3 days. Moreover, having identified a base, it would be prudent to locate a water source nearby, ensuring both efficiency and safety. After some contemplation, Sato-Mo resolved to search the vicinity around the cave. Having observed the multitude of sprites in the area last night, Sato-Mo was convinced that a water source must be nearby. Furthermore, considering the behavior of the creature, it was unlikely that its mother would settle in a location devoid of water. He planned to spend the morning exploring the surroundings. After all, he would only rest the water-leap fish in its Pokeball once the night watch was concluded. Although awakening it would expedite the search for water, Sato-Mo hesitated to disturb it after a long vigil. He decided to wait until midday, opting to scout the area first, as there was no need for haste. The creature watched the seemingly fearless human enter the forest, glancing back to offer a smile before disappearing. Was this human unafraid of danger? Blinking, the creature was about to retreat when it noticed the human returning almost immediately. Had he already come back? Arriving at the shadowy grassland, Sato-Mo instinctively glanced back at the cave entrance to find the creature staring at him with an expression that resembled incredulity. Oh, I seem to have taken a wrong turn, he chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It appears I have to start over. Realization dawned upon him, and an unmistakable wave of exhaustion washed over his body. The creature couldn't help but cover its face in disbelief. Starting over again? The creature grumbled. Get lost. Hey Ahu, we're off. I'll leave the lookout to you, Sato-Mo called out as he set off. With his backpack tightly secured, Sado-mu charged into the forest. Accompanied by the equally excited Caterpie, the adventure had finally begun. The rustling of the grass soon settled into tranquility. At the entrance, the large-mouthed creature gazed in a daze at the direction Sado-mu had vanished, pondering whether he would find his way back. On second thought, wouldn't it be better if he didn't return? But that isn't quite right either. After all, he had prepared so much food for me. If he doesn't come back before sunset, I suppose I should take a look. With that thought, the large-mouthed creature scampered back to consume some of the food Sado-mu had left behind. Then, with a leap from the entrance, it began to climb the rocky wall, navigating the protrusions and vines. It was time to patrol its territory. The scent left behind by its mother had diminished considerably, and recently, the small sprites around the territory had begun to grow restless. With a swift motion, the small creature ascended the vine, disappearing from sight. Observing the direction of the grass's movement, whether by design or coincidence, it chose to follow the exact path taken by Sado-mu. Meanwhile, Sado-mu and Caterpie, embarking on their own exploration, stood before a towering tree that obstructed their path, facing a momentous decision. Upon reaching the base of the nearly 20-meter-high tree, Sado-mu paused, gazing up at the immense canopy. Truly, it was magnificent. The shadows cast upon the ground were impressive, and the thick trunk had effectively split their route into two smaller paths, one to the left and one to the right. Now, Sado-mu had to decide which way to go. Scratching the back of his head, he casually broke off a twig. It's thinner and still adorned with a few leaves. Sado-mu inquired, "Which way should we go?" In truth, he merely spoke out loud, having already resolved to employ his old method, tossing the twig. He watched the twig soar into the air, deciding to follow the path indicated by the thinner end. What if it pointed towards the tree? He would simply toss it again until it pointed towards one of the two paths. This time, fortune smiled upon him. After only one toss, the twig indicated a direction. Sado-mu observed the tip pointing left, so left it was. Just as he was about to set off, he noticed Caterpie behaving oddly behind him. With a curious glance, Caterpie pointed to the right, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, you want to go that way?" Sado-mu replied. "Well, that is fine. It's all part of the exploration phase. Either way is acceptable." Sado-mu, who occasionally struggled with indecision, found such choices to be a bit of a headache, which is why he had resorted to the twig method. However, seeing that Caterpie had chosen a direction of its own, he couldn't bear to dampen its enthusiasm. Thus, he cast aside the direction indicated by the twig and cheerfully opted to follow the path to the right. Indeed, Sado-mu found it difficult to refuse his little sprite's wishes, whether they were reasonable or a bit capricious, as long as they didn't involve anything excessively unreasonable. If Sado-sumi were to embrace the role of a father, he would undoubtedly belong to the kind who would spoil his child. Chapter 60. The stone machine gun. The trees in the vicinity appeared quite normal, with the harmonious sounds of birds and insects filling the air. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, while gradually intensifying in its warmth. The temperature within the forest was slowly rising, and a few curious little sprites foraging nearby glanced at Sado-sumi, who sported a hat made of leaves. Preoccupied with his surroundings, Sado-sumi remained vigilant, carefully observing the movements ahead and on either side. While the sludge was resting its eyes, the green caterpillar was not idle. It also donned a sunshade made of leaves and diligently rotated its small head, ensuring the rear was well guarded. Suddenly, a small stone captured the caterpillar's attention. A delicate silk thread shot out, ensnaring the pebble. As Sado-sumi advanced, the stone was pulled along in tow, prompting the caterpillar's large eyes to gleam with excitement. The forest was abundant with stones, and with a little effort, one could easily find them. The caterpillar tirelessly spat out silk to ensnare small stones, drawing them behind it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sado-sumi glanced at the time. He had been walking for over 20 minutes. Today, carrying Anid on the mountain path felt more exhausting than usual, despite his regular fitness regimen. Seeking refuge beneath a thick canopy to escape the sun's direct rays, he decided to take a brief rest, as continuing without a pause would deplete his energy excessively. He retrieved his water bottle from his waist and took a refreshing sip. Realizing the importance of hydration during outdoor excursions, having spent a considerable time under the sun, even the caterpillar, sheltered beneath its leafy hat, felt a twinge of thirst. Attaching a strand of silk to Sado-sumi's backpack, the caterpillar turned and leaned its head against Sado-sumi's shoulder, signaling its desire for water. Sado-sumi smiled warmly, savoring the intimacy shared with the caterpillar. He fashioned a leaf into a pointed cup, filled it with water, and offered it to the caterpillar's mouth. "Oh, carrying the caterpillar today makes a significant difference. After all, Anib's weight, at around 45 pounds, is hardly an encumbrance. He mused. What could possibly be the issue? As he stepped over the caterpillar, which was drinking water, Sato-Sumi noticed a small pile of stones trailing behind him, wrapped in silk, with one end of the silk affixed to his backpack. Seeing that the water had been moved away, the caterpillar panicked, exclaiming, "Gulag?" Sato-Sumi had gulped down the entire contents of the cup and turned to the caterpillar, asking, "Anib, could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" "Gulag." The caterpillar's upper body swayed vigorously, its pair of ball-like legs flailing, while another pair was subjected to Sato-Sumi's playful grip. After some guesswork, the caterpillar even mimicked chewing stones, gesturing towards the direction they had come from and the location of the cave. Realizing the implication, Sato-Sumi slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, right. I did mention yesterday that the gluttonous little one enjoys stones, but that was merely offhand banter. I never imagined the caterpillar would actually remember that." And with such keen attention, the green caterpillar surveyed the pile of stones with immense satisfaction. It was as if these were precious gifts, meticulously gathered for the big-mouthed creature. However, the caterpillar likely did not anticipate that such actions would hasten the depletion of my stamina. Noticing that Sato-Mo was silent, the joyous expression on the caterpillar's face gradually faded. It timidly uttered a soft gawk. Upon realizing the caterpillar's eyes were brimming with tears, Sato-Mo understood the gravity of the situation. First and foremost, reprimanding it was entirely out of the question. Other little sprites were not his concern. But Ahu had already been captured, thus it was indeed his sprite. Regardless of the foolishness exhibited by his own child, Sato-Mo resolved to support it through thick and thin. It was merely a matter of gritting his teeth and moving forward. Lectures could wait for another time. After all, collecting stones was a trivial matter. Gently patting the caterpillar's tiny head, he praised, "Ahu, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. I had not anticipated this. It is only right to bring a gift for the landlord on our outing." With this, the caterpillar's smile returned. After struggling to survive in the outside world for so long, it finally found someone who provided a home. Though humble, it was filled with a fierce muck, a somewhat indifferent water-leap fish, and that rather intimidating big-mouth creature. Yet, Sato-Mo showed genuine concern for it, which the caterpillar cherished dearly. Even though they had only spent a little over a day together, the caterpillar's mind brimmed with joy. It was rare to discover the big-mouthed creature's preferences. Sato-Mo, hey. And thus, the caterpillar was incredibly earnest while gathering stones. Nevertheless, Sato-Mo harbored some concerns. When they returned, would the big-mouthed creature become furious upon discovering the caterpillar's collection of stones? Regardless, he began assisting in the gathering of stones. "Now, Ahu, let us place the stones here for the time being, and we will take them back when we return. We still have quite a distance to cover this afternoon." Observing Sato-Mo wipe the sweat from his brow, the caterpillar paused, then, biting onto a strand of silk, placed the collected stones beneath a bush, camouflaging them with some leaves. After completing this task, the caterpillar presented a leaf to Sato-Mo, the same type he had previously used to carry water. "Gawk. Shall I pour the water? Don't you want a drink?" Sato-Mo looked at the caterpillar, who nudged the leaf closer to him. "Is this for me to drink?" "Gawk. Upon realizing Sato-Mo understood its intention, the caterpillar straightened up, its feet flailing with joy, its large eyes sparkling. With a hint of a smile, Sato-Mo rolled the leaf and filled it with water, tilting his head back to drink heartily. "Ah, refreshing. By the way, why did you choose this spot?" "Gawk. This place has a sweet aroma. It smells like honey, which is absolutely delicious." "Honey." Sato-Mo paused, promptly scooping up the caterpillar and bending down, ready to flee. Honey. One had to wonder which forest sprite was most likely to come into contact with it. The forest gang of beedrills? The irascible ursaring? Or perhaps the gregarious butterfree? With little time for contemplation, Sato-Sumi could only think of a few types of small sprites. However, he soon realized that he could not provoke any of them, especially not the well-known beedrill. Excluding certain specific individuals, the Komishun generally operated as a family unit, with each adult exhibiting considerable strength. Even the weakest among the trio, the butterfree, was still social and accompanied by a swarm, not to mention the various irritating powders they could unleash. Under such circumstances, Sato-Sumi remembered the 4-character mantra, "If you cannot fight, run." Moreover, it was imperative to leave discreetly, without drawing attention. Suddenly, the grass beside the path rustled, and a horned caterpillar emerged leisurely, clutching a leaf. It stood in the middle of the road, gazing blankly at the intruding human and the green caterpillar. "Oh dear, you green, fleshy worms have stolen so much of my food, and now you dare to invade my territory." It spat out the leaf it was holding. "Bah!" Seeing the caterpillar open its mouth, Sumi instinctively picked up a nearby stone and hurled it. Stone machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Green caterpillar. Ah, phew. The barrage of stones struck true, and the horned caterpillar lost consciousness. Victory belonged to Sumi. Chapter 61. My misstep. Sumi clutched the green caterpillar and hurried past the unconscious horned caterpillar, racing back the way he came. The green caterpillar looked forlornly at the stones on the ground, lamenting that they were gifts they had painstakingly collected for the big-mouthed Pokémon. Oh, I'll help you collect them later, but we must run now. They needed to flee quickly, as encountering the horned caterpillar likely indicated they had unwittingly trespassed into Beedrill territory, where Beedrills were likely patrolling nearby. If they were spotted by a patrolling Beedrill, the consequences could be dire, even if it was indeed their own doing. Come on, wake up, Sumi urged as he placed the reluctant green caterpillar atop his head and took off running. Just then, another horned caterpillar, adorned with a fruit on its head, emerged from the grass, and the two collided. Oh, another horned caterpillar? Oh, a human with a bug head. Wah, bees easy. In that fleeting moment of encounter, both parties made remarkably similar choices. One accelerated, while the other turned to flee. Sumi paused, watching the horned caterpillar scurry away in a more frantic manner than himself. Was this creature truly so timid? It even forgot to sound the alarm. Yet, despite its cowardice, it was surprisingly swift. Sumi, too, quickened his pace, fleeing along the original path. Halfway down, that timid horned caterpillar was intercepted by several Beedrills. Staring blankly at its evolved companions, the fruit having long since fallen away. Suddenly coming to its senses, it exclaimed, "What am I running from?" Taking a deep breath, it shouted, "Bees easy. There's an enemy. Buzz. You silly creature, where's the enemy?" After a series of exchanges, the timid horned caterpillar spoke up, expressing, "The enemy is exceedingly cunning. I am no match and must retreat in search of assistance." Observing this exceedingly timid companion, the leader of the Hornets, displaying a remarkably human-like demeanor, gently prodded his forehead with his stinger. Well, even if he is a coward, as long as he proves useful to the tribe, he is indeed a valuable coward. At least he excels in vigilance compared to other young horned caterpillars. Humph. Nodding encouragingly at the still trembling caterpillar, the Hornets adjusted their stances, preparing to charge. Hiss, let us advance. As they flew past the unconscious horned caterpillar, the Hornets remained silent, merely quickening the rhythm of their wing beats, gazing at the evolved forms of his companions. The timid horned caterpillar felt a profound envy that nearly manifested physically. I too wish to train. I too desire to grow stronger. He then unsteadily retrieved his fruit, lowered his head, and took a hearty bite. Delicious. Training can wait. First, I must satiate my hunger, he mused while chewing on the fruit. On the other side, however, Sato-Mo and his companions were not enjoying such good fortune. Ouch! Sato-Mo gasped, navigating through the thick, green toxic gas, struggling against the sticky mud and silk of the green caterpillars, barely managing to escape from those hornets. Insanity. Clutching the still-shaken green caterpillar and incubator, Sato-Mo staggered back to the great tree, tearing off some silken threads to patch up the rips in his clothing. In the chaos of his escape, he had not paid attention to his attire, only to discover upon stopping that his clothes were torn in several places by thorns and hornets. Leaning against the tree trunk, feeling the unique warmth of the plant in his palms, Sato-Mo took deep breaths, silently reflecting on his predicament. Meanwhile, the bewildered mud creature was utterly confused. BBBB? It still questioned whether it was dreaming or trapped in a nightmare. Did dreams involve pain? It had been minding its own business when suddenly woken to confront the Hornets, particularly the frenzied ones. What on earth had transpired? Who had provoked the Hornets, causing it to be jabbed so many times? And why did they keep targeting it? I swear, with a shift from its lazy demeanor, the mud creature began to contort into various shapes, filled with frustration. BB. It was not the incessant shape-shifting of the mud that irked it, but rather the mud's transformation while enveloping its own body. Huh, don't squish me, BB. What on earth happened? The mud creature expressed disbelief. Its cautious and timid friend Sato-Mo would never provoke the Hornets. As it glanced around, it noticed that the water-splashing fish was still asleep and absent. Reluctantly, it then fixed its gaze on the newcomer in the group, the green caterpillar. Oh, it seems to be sulking. The green caterpillar was staring intently in the direction where the Hornets had appeared, raising suspicions. Soon enough, the green caterpillar ceased its sulking, having caught the attention of the mud creature, and was now under scrutiny. Now only a portion of the tail remained exposed. Soon the entirety of the green caterpillar was engulfed by the foul sludge. Sato-Mo expressed his frustration towards Uha. Yet returning was out of the question due to the presence of beedrills in that area, necessitating extra caution during future explorations. Of course, I shall not endure needless stabs. I said to both of you, if you continue to cause a ruckus, we must take our leave. Feeling a semblance of stamina returning, Pseudo-Mo remarked. The sludge nodded, and with a soft squelch, the green caterpillar poked its head out from the muck, though most of its body remained ensnared in the mire. After a frantic dash, Pseudo-Mo felt his calves heavy, a consequence of his prior exertion, perhaps? How vexing. Ahoo! If you need to gather anything later, do inform me in advance. Otherwise, losing considerable stamina for no reason could lead to trouble should an unforeseen situation arise. In other words, while venturing into the wild, one must ensure sufficient energy reserves to handle emergencies. If, in such a fatigued state, danger were to present itself, it would be quite the predicament. Just then, a muddy hand covered the caterpillar's head, silencing its unfinished sentence, as the sludge pressed both it and its words back into its own form. Glaring fiercely at the caterpillar, it is indeed you. After another bout of commotion, Pseudo-Mo traversed the path on the right, finally extricating himself from the sludge's grasp. The green caterpillar lay atop his backpack, looking quite dejected, evidently worn out from the ordeal with the sludge. The muck had already enveloped Pseudo-Mo's upper body. Had he not been concerned about Pseudo-Mo wandering alone in the forest, the sludge would not have so readily released the caterpillar. Chapter 62. The serene lakeside. A flock of Pidgey darted through the branches, their expressions rife with panic as they fled into the distance, seemingly having encountered an unexpected ambush. Several Pidgey were entangled in glistening threads, and a few bore smudges of black muck upon their wings, causing the surrounding flock to instinctively distance themselves. Well done. Stuffing the long, brown hair resembling a slat into his pocket, Pseudo-Mo chuckled as he observed the frantically retreating Pidgey. Feeling quite satisfied with the performance of the sludge and the caterpillar throughout this journey, the path had been relatively safe, encountering only a few foraging Pidgey and a handful of small, fluffy sprites, which were easily dealt with. The most troublesome had been the recently fleeing Pidgey flock, from which the sludge had to hurl several clumps of muck before they finally dispersed. Pseudo-Mo noticed that the caterpillar's silk-spinning ability was quite remarkable, its interference proving effective, significantly altering the sludge's perception of it. Perhaps this creature could become an indispensable member of the team. The sludge gradually accepted the caterpillar as a teammate and ceased its arbitrary attempts to suppress it by engulfing it, though there would still be the occasional instance of that behavior. Remarkably, the sludge was now expressing gratitude towards the caterpillar. Goo! The caterpillar's large eyes sparkled. The sludge's change in attitude was a source of great encouragement for it. Unbeknownst to it, the green caterpillar gradually acclimatized to the scent of the muck, no longer fleeing in a panic like the wild Pidgeys. After all, the status of the muck in Pseudo-Mo's heart was far from ordinary, a sentiment the caterpillar could sense. Once again, a thicket obstructed the path ahead. Bending low to push through the underbrush was a motion that had become all too familiar. Pseudo-Mo had anticipated another stretch of forest beyond the thicket, yet this time, he was mistaken. A gently meandering brook came into view, its waters glistening. Several king carp were leaping upon the surface, their crimson tails sending droplets of water cascading into a spectrum of colors, accompanied by a refreshing mountain breeze. Pseudo-Mo felt a delightful chill envelop him. Oh, how wonderful! At last, he had discovered water. He rushed to the riverbank, splashing some cool water onto his face, the refreshing liquid invigorating his entire being. He retrieved his water bottle, sharing its contents with the green caterpillar and the muck, then drank half for himself. With the water source located, he merely needed to find a suitable spot to kindle a fire and boil the water. Drinking untreated water in the wild was utterly out of the question. Observing the rushing stream, Pseudo-Mo raised an eyebrow. The current seemed rather swift. With a slight movement of his ears, he detected an odd rumbling sound. Holding his breath, he listened intently. Indeed, it was a roar, and the intensity of the noise hinted at something substantial. With a swift motion, Pseudo-Mo scooped up the green caterpillar and hurried along the brook, soon beholding an immense lake, its surface shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Despite straining his eyes, he could only glimpse the water's surface. Numerous small sprites gathered by the lake, including familiar rattatas and Pidgeys, basking in the sunlight alongside Sunflora, a sprite reminiscent of sunflowers. Not far from the lakeshore lay a grassy expanse, where beautiful flowers danced gracefully in the sunlight, their elegant and enigmatic movements captivating onlookers. Pseudo-Mo also spotted a rare Kangaskhan drinking, while its baby peeked out curiously, observing the mysterious world around it. Several fish sprites joyfully leaped from the water, the elegant fins of a Corsola shimmering like silk in the sunlight, its graceful form reminiscent of a ballet dancer, before splashing back into the lake. Following closely was a large, orange koi, the evolved form of Corsola, lazily stretching its body as it emerged from the water. Its vibrant tail flicking gently and sending a spray of droplets into the air, the prominent horn on its head gleaming with a pale luminescence under the sun. What a beautiful and serene place. Just as Sado Moke was entranced by the elegance of the Corsola and King Carp, a low rumble echoed from the sky. Pikachu. Without hesitation, the muck instinctively pressed Sado Moke down, enveloping the dazed green caterpillar within its body. With a sharp cry, a magnificent raptor, adorned with 3 elongated feathers atop its head, spread its resplendent wings and skimmed gracefully over the lake's surface. Its vibrant red tail feathers steadied its considerable form, while the 3 feathers, red flanked by yellow, danced in the breeze, sending rippling waves across the water. The enormous pink talons of the raptor delicately probed the lake, creating concentric ripples akin to a dragonfly's gentle touch upon the water. With a sudden powerful sweep of its wings, the raptor ensnared a goldfish by its sharp claws. The pristine white belly of the fish now marred by crimson spots. The expansive wings caught the gentle zephyrs rising from the lake, as the raptor nimbly evaded the furious jets of water from the irate king of goldfish, soaring into the depths of the forest with its prize, leaving behind the king erupting in columns of water. A thunderous roar suddenly pierced the air, laden with suppressed fury, causing the lake's surface to bulge ominously as if some creature sought to break free from its aqueous confines. 3 azure spines pierced through this swelling, and amidst the splashing spray, a dragon-like Gyarados erupted from the depths, its gaping maw seemingly perpetually agape, its crimson eyes ablaze with an unquenchable wrath directed at all existence. The surface of the water heaved with multiple bulges, some unable to withstand the collision of 2 small sprites, erupting in explosive bursts. The 2 sprites tumbled upon the lake, with the king of goldfish leading the charge, closely pursued by the Gyarados, disappearing beneath the waves. Though the fierce battle beneath the surface was obscured from view, the tumultuous undulations of the lake hinted at the intensity of their conflict. A gentle breeze caressed the now tranquil surface, carrying with it a sense of longing, as the lake yearned for distant horizons. From afar, the sounds of the clash between the 2 sprites reverberated, catching the attention of Sado Mo, who turned to see a small waterfall, approximately 3 meters wide and 56 meters high, continuously pouring into this expansive body of water. Sado Mo felt an urge to ascend against the waterfall's current to discover its source. Nearby, he also spotted the Nidoking family, with the striking duo of a purple and a blue bipedal beast, the Nidoking and Nidoqueen, standing as formidable guardians of the forest. Accompanying them were their offspring, Nidoran, Nidorino, and Nidorina. The Nidoqueen gazed tenderly at her children, occasionally leaning affectionately against the Nidoking, painting a picture of familial bliss. However, an unsettling atmosphere surrounded this family. Was the Nidoking's notorious temper about to flare up? No, the Nidoking was fixated on a particular direction, his vigilance suggesting that something of concern lurked nearby. Following his gaze, Sado Mo spotted a bear-like creature, the Ursaring, concealed behind a tree, the ground around it seemingly furrowed as if ravaged by an energy blast, exposing darkened soil. As a master of concealment, Sado Mo felt that describing the Ursaring's behavior as hiding was a gross understatement of the art of camouflage. The Ursaring clung to the tree, most of its body exposed, with only its head peeking from behind the trunk, occasionally stealing furtive glances at the Nidoking. As King Nido glanced over, he hastily concealed his eyes behind the tree trunk, adopting a posture that suggested, "You cannot see me." After a moment, the curious bear, Quan, stealthily peered again. Sado Mo, observing this, surmised that the likelihood of Quan stealing glances at King Nido was higher, for the bear's fur on its shoulders was notably shorter, indicating it was male. Ahem. Prior to entering the forest, Sado Mo had thoroughly reviewed the general information about the temperamental overlords residing within. Witnessing the golden energy coalescing in King Nido's mouth, Sado Mo empathized with the king's feelings. Who wouldn't feel enraged if their spouse was being scrutinized so intently? Was Quan truly harboring intentions against King Nido? How many destructive beams would it take? Moreover, there lingered a sense that a shroud of dark energy enveloped Quan. Glancing around, he noticed the nearby sprites were vigilantly observing him. King Nido, with indignation, dissipated the energy in his mouth. This area was a primary drinking spot for the wild sprites of the forest. They might tolerate one destructive beam, but any further damage would surely incite public outrage. With a low growl resonating through the earth, King Nido, accompanied by his wife and child, stepped slowly into the forest. If you dare to follow, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Even as a spectator, Pseudo-Legendary felt a surge of excitement. When two males contest, one must surely be harmed. And perhaps he might seize a small advantage. With that thought, Pseudo-Legendary eagerly turned his gaze towards Quan Quan. Wait, what are you looking at now? His anticipation fell flat as Quan Quan did not direct his attention towards the retreating King Nido, but rather fixated on the two beautiful flowers engaged in a dance. The elegance of the flowers had transformed, and from a distance, Pseudo-Legendary could feel the fervor and passion emanating from their dance. Was it a dance of confession? A flash of inspiration struck Pseudo-Legendary. Oh, the couple of beautiful flowers, in the midst of a romantic declaration. How delightful. But suddenly, Quan Quan began scratching the tree trunk. Don't strike it. That tree is on the verge of falling. It appeared that Quan Quan was provoked, scratching the trunk until it creaked under the pressure. Unable to contain his frustration, especially after witnessing the beautiful flowers share a kiss following their passionate dance, a loud crash startled the nearby sprites, including the flowers themselves. Astonishingly, the mighty tree was abruptly shattered by Chuan's paw. Quan Quan, staring blankly at the severed trunk, tilted his head in contemplation before lifting the broken piece and forcefully embedding it into a stump. With a resounding crack, the bark of the trunk splintered, and the severed half was driven deep into the ground. Afterward, Quan Quan clapped his paws together, noticing the sprites around him were left in stunned silence. Quan Quan, equally taken aback for a few seconds, then covered his face with his large paw and hurriedly dashed into the forest. The sprites, now regaining their composure, resumed their activities. As everyone has their moments of embarrassment, Pseudo-Legendary, having found the scene amusing for a brief spell, proceeded to prepare lunch. The sun is already nearing its zenith. In this tranquil lakeside, one must conserve sufficient stamina. Chapter 63. A routine ambush. The lakeshore has reverted to its previous state, peaceful and serene. The surrounding fairies have grown accustomed to this, yet the round bear scuttles away. Following the brief commotion, a human appeared, collecting fruits from the trees, accompanied by a green caterpillar gathering twigs. Upon noticing the human, the fairies refrained from rushing towards him. Instead, they instinctively distanced themselves, feeling an inexplicable revulsion, particularly due to the unpleasant odor emanating from him. As an outsider, and particularly as a human operating in this vicinity, there are numerous taboos to consider. Pseudo-Legendary is acutely aware of this, hence he proceeds with utmost caution. For instance, when gathering fruits, he meticulously selects from several trees, ensuring he collects just the right amount. This will suffice for lunch. Cradling a variety of fruits, predominantly blue oranges, along with others that cure ailments, such as cherry fruits that alleviate paralysis and berry fruits resembling blue strawberries that treat burns, Pseudo-Legendary arrives at a rudimentary campsite. The ground is littered with footprints and signs of disturbance, suggesting that only the dry branches and leaves have been carelessly pushed aside to create a makeshift area. With a stone hearth at its center, when using fire in the forest, safety is paramount. The vigilant fairies observe as Pseudo-Legendary clears away flammable debris, reaching a consensus among themselves. This human, who respects the rules, poses no immediate threat and can be allowed to share their water source. Pseudo-Legendary carefully fills a filter with water from the lake, placing the container of filtered water atop the hearth. He then calls out to a nearby thicket. Who? Are you ready? In response, the thicket rustles, and the head of the green caterpillar emerges, struggling to crawl out while puffing. It clutches a wad of silk, which extends into the brush behind it, likely entangled with something. The caterpillar, flushed with exertion, cannot break free. Pseudo-Legendary pauses for a moment before approaching, gently scooping the caterpillar under his arm and returning to the campsite with a bundle of firewood. Grateful for Pseudo-Legendary's careful placement of appropriately sized twigs into the hearth, the caterpillar shows diligence. Before it can take a bite, Pseudo-Legendary deftly removes the dry leaves obstructing its path, exclaiming, "Just a moment longer, and we shall feast." The human is as steadfast as iron. While food is akin to steel, one cannot endure hunger for long. "Here, have some water first," he offers, feeling parched after a morning filled with exertion along the mountainous trails. Refreshing. Pseudo-Legendary discovers the water to be sweet and delightful. He removes the foul mud from his attire, releasing the water-leap fish from its pockball to soothe the caterpillar's yearning for food. After arranging the incubator, his next task is to prepare sustenance for his little companions. Soon, Pseudo-Legendary placed the processed wild fruits and fairy food into the feeding bowl. He observed the little fairies before him, engrossed in their meal, and, rubbing his wrists, began to prepare his own lunch. Before long, the enticing aroma of the cooking food wafted through the air, capturing the attention of the nearby fairies, who momentarily gazed in his direction before quickly averting their eyes. Oh my goodness, is that stinky mud? How can anyone still eat with such a smell? How can this human and those few fairies enjoy their meal so heartily? Yet, amidst this, there was an anomaly. One fairy did not divert its gaze. Instead, it fixated intently on Pseudo-Legendary, its eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. It crouched low, gradually inching closer under the cover of the bushes. The green caterpillar immediately took notice, chirping in surprise, hostility. Subsequently, the water-leap fish flared its fins and turned its attention toward the intruder, exclaiming that a fairy was approaching. It even cast a sidelong glance at the green caterpillar, astonished that it had sensed the presence earlier than it did. Positioned at the forefront, the water-leap fish stood ready, with the green caterpillar to its left, while the stinky mud clung to Pseudo-Legendary's form in preparation for any unforeseen events. Pseudo-Legendary, taken aback, noticed the bushes ahead trembling incessantly. He set down his bowl and slowly rose, cautiously leaning forward to observe the suddenly still undergrowth. Abruptly, following the movement of the fish fin above, the water-leap fish darted its gaze to the left. Startled, Pseudo-Legendary instinctively lunged forward. Through his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the green caterpillar ejecting glistening strands of silk, clashing with the glowing needle-like object in midair. The green caterpillar acted swiftly, however. It was merely its silk, intended to ensnare small prey, and while it was ample for that purpose, it was of little use against the piercing strikes of needle-like objects. After a tense moment of standoff, 2 seconds, perhaps just one, numerous small bumps began to rise on the silk blanket, as the dimly glowing needles relentlessly pierced through the threads, aiming towards Pseudo-Legendary. Although the fairy on the left had indeed launched an attack, the earlier feint made it impossible to ascertain its precise location within the bushes. With no choice left, Pseudo-Legendary curled up, hands clasped over his head, while the stinky mud morphed into a viscous sludge, swiftly enveloping him to form a protective mud ball. In this way, he minimized the area exposed to attack, while enabling the stinky mud to fortify its defense. Gritting his teeth, Pseudo-Legendary steeled himself to endure the impending pain. Due to its inherent nature, the stinky mud was not adept at shielding itself from slashing blows or piercing strikes. The sound of clinking beads falling on a jade plate resonated, It was not as painful as he had imagined, nor did he feel any impact, only the sound of hard objects colliding, as though the incoming needles were thwarted by something. Inside the stinky mud, Pseudo-Legendary, encased in the sludge, remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Only hearing a splashing sound, that was the noise made by the water-leap fish's water gun attack. Sato Takashi felt a sharp pain in his knees, as though he had been kneeling on the ground. After stretching his limbs slightly, he found himself enveloped in a layer of mud, a state to which he had grown accustomed. It facilitated movement while maintaining a balanced defense. In other words, the foul mud determined that this condition was sufficient to handle the current situation. As Sato opened his eyes, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. The water-leaping fish and green caterpillar were guarding him, and amidst the peculiarities of the venue, a fervent gaze immediately captured his attention. It belonged to a small creature reminiscent of a raccoon, its body battered and its fur damp from a water gun, giving it a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, the fire of indignation in its eyes remained undiminished, almost palpable. A small raccoon? No, wait. This is a patterned snake bear. I recall it hails from the same region as Ao, the Hoenn region. How rare to encounter such a creature. This is my first time seeing one. As for the ambush, I shall set that aside for now. Sato instinctively took a step forward when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his forehead, as if he had been pricked by something, prompting an involuntary cry of discomfort. Ouch, that hurts. What was that? Not only did Sato's delicate skin suffer, but the foul mud was also in distress. Ouch, that hurts. I want to ask too, what on earth is this? Chapter 64. Interception. One hand pressed against his forehead, while the other covered the spot where the mud was pricked. Sato stared blankly at the chaotic yet orderly cracks that appeared before him. More accurately, it was the air that was fissured, with numerous densely concentrated points of cracks, each pierced straight through by a slender brown needle. This is hardly accurate, is it? Sato reached out to explore, discovering a transparent wall about 10 centimeters in front of him. When he tapped it twice, it produced a resonant sound. The texture at the cracks felt somewhat rough and slightly cool. If one were to judge by the coverage of the cracks, it indicated that a transparent wall approximately half a meter in length and width had emerged before him, with a hard yet gradually softening needle embedded at the focal point of the fissures. Curiously observing the slowly softening brown needle, Sato pondered if the assailant was indeed the patterned snake bear. Could this be its fur? The color certainly resembled it. Is it really that ferocious? Does this creature not worry about going bald in the future? Nevertheless, those thoughts were secondary. The immediate trouble needed addressing. Ahu, use your silk to restrict its movements. Ao, provide cover. Upon witnessing the water-leaping fish charge ahead for melee combat, Sato realized it was not in optimal condition. The foul mud needed to protect itself, leaving the green caterpillar to take the stage. To be honest, Sato was somewhat eager to see the green caterpillar's performance. Gaki, sensing Sato's anticipation, the green caterpillar promptly unleashed its signature move, Spiderweb. The first web it shot was nearly half a meter in diameter, startling not only Sato but also the patterned snake bear. Unfortunately, its speed was lacking. Once the snake bear regained its composure, it had ample time to evade. With a swift sidestep, evading the web, the snake-patterned bear steadied its body, which was askew due to spasms in its hind legs, and charged forward once more. Sato Mu's eyes sparkled with realization. Utilizing the inherent stickiness of the silk and shaping it into a web form to compensate for the lack of range in the bundled threads proved to be remarkably effective for both capture and distraction. What a pity, he thought, as he observed the green caterpillar, momentarily dazed after his proud technique fell short. It was impossible for the caterpillar to confront the oncoming bear head-on, so Sato Mu commanded, dodge. His voice snapped the caterpillar back to focus. And as it noticed the bear nearly upon it, the caterpillar instinctively tilted its head, releasing a thread that adhered to the nearest tree trunk. The glistening silk instantly tautened and then retracted, allowing the caterpillar to lift off the ground and evade sideways. Perhaps the caterpillar felt no particular sentiment about this. But to an observer like Sato Mu, it was clear. The caterpillar had executed that sequence of silk spitting and fleeing with remarkable proficiency, coupled with the earlier web-like silk. One served to bind and distract while the other facilitated a hasty escape. Had this creature devoted all its thoughts to survival before encountering him? Well, that certainly seemed fitting for a caterpillar. As the caterpillar soared into the air, it finally felt a sense of relief, even finding the leisure to glance back at the snake-patterned bear, only to be greeted with a face full of dirt, rendering its vision entirely obscured. Ugh, what is this nonsense? The snake-patterned bear was momentarily taken aback by the caterpillar's ascent, then abruptly twisted mid-air, halting sharply. Utilizing the momentum from its charge, it kicked up a cloud of dust while retreating, shattering the dirt clumps and sending them toward the caterpillar, who had turned to look at it. This sudden barrage left the caterpillar in a state of panic. How could it not be flustered? Before it loomed an impending collision with a tree. The vile mud shifted, and it could hardly bear to witness the caterpillar clinging to the trunk. With a dull thud, the caterpillar, dazed, slid slowly down the tree to the ground. Just then, the continuous clanging and the reappearance of air ripples interrupted Sato Mu's thoughts. At last, he discerned the source of the needles. The fur around the snake-patterned bear's neck bristled, each hair standing straight and aimed at him. With a slight shudder, the bear launched a volley of over a dozen quills, each entwined with a green glow, resembling flat, elongated needles from a distance. Sato Mu exclaimed, "Are those missile needles?" As for the transparent wall that had embedded the quills, it seemed related to the water-leap fish. Observing the blue glow in the fish's eyes, Sato Mu deduced, this must be the water-leap fish's inherited skill, barrier. After the snake-patterned bear, through a mix of cunning and a stroke of luck, overcame the caterpillar, it discovered that its missile needles were once again thwarted, this time by the very same technique. Water-leap fish. Hey, since you realize it's the same move, why not change it up a bit, alright? Otherwise, where do I save face? The bear let out a fierce roar. Hapu. Accompanying this roar, blinding white light ignited from its four paws, which rapidly morphed into 3 sharp claws, 2 short and 1 long, gleaming with a chilling brilliance. As one casts a glance, it appears as though 3 formidable claws have sprouted from each paw of the patterned bear, particularly the central claw, which is notably elongated and razor-sharp. With a frenzied and hateful glare fixed upon Sato Mu, the patterned bear relentlessly pounds the ground with its limbs, its diminutive frame shattering the earth beneath it. Exuding an indomitable spirit, fierce and obstinate. No matter the towering mountains ahead, I shall ascend to show you. Naturally, the bear's path is presently obstructed by a barrier of water-leaping fish, yet those darting needles have inexplicably softened, still managing to stand firm. Well then, it is indeed a barrier bristling with darting needles. Dare you charge at it? Good heavens. Bang. The bear truly did crash through it. Such audacity. Observing the bear, now with several sharp hairs embedded in its visage, one hair perilously close to its eye, which remains unblinking as it gazes back. Are the naive unperturbed by danger? This phrase may seem somewhat out of context, yet Sato Mu's mind harbors but 2 thoughts. one of which is this. The other thought echoes, Yao Shou, when did I ever provoke you? I have no recollection whatsoever. This is a perilous game. The foul mud has begun to morph, preparing to counter the bear's assault. When suddenly a blue figure appears from the side, the water-leaping fish leaps forth, colliding with the bear's flank. Crack. The fish gracefully lands on the ground as the bear loses its balance, hurtling sideways. Crack. The water-leaping fish follows the bear's trajectory, noting its point of descent. Is that not a bonfire? Oh no. Pseudo-Mo also follows the trajectory, spotting the bonfire. Wait, does that not mean Ah and I forget about me? Quickly lend a hand. Just as Pseudo-Mo's words fell, he felt the foul mud use his body as leverage, leaping toward the center of the camp, even faster than the bear's descent. Seeing the foul mud arrive beside the bonfire, extending its hands, the water-leaping fish sighed in relief, and the bear contentedly shut its eyes. Landing safely into the flames. How scorching. The patterned bear? The water-leaping fish. Pseudo-Mo approached, casting a glance at the bear, which had just emerged from the bonfire and was now rolling on the ground in a frenzy to extinguish the flames. Humph, my lunch nearly went up in smoke. Ah, you, help it extinguish the fire. If that forest catches ablaze, we shall be in dire straits. After setting down the pot, the foul mud clutched its hands, exclaiming in pain, ouch. Huh, Ah, you, forget about the bear for now. First help Ah and I cool down those hands. Pseudo-Mo quickly amended his words. The water-leaping fish rolled its eyes, yet upon seeing that the flames on the bear had been extinguished, it observed the bear gasping for breath on the ground, tearfully gazing at itself. After a moment's contemplation, it hurried to the foul mud's side, spraying water to assist in cooling it down. The bear's fur had charred extensively, now smeared with mud, as though its previous frenzy had been an illusion. Phew, the smell of home? The water-leaping fish paused, then nodded. Crack. I hail from Fonyuan. Upon hearing those words, the snivy bear was immediately overcome with emotion, as if it had encountered the essence of its homeland. Its body weakened, and it succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Pseudo-Mo? Note 1. In the Pokémon Special Edition, Nashi's Sucker Punch Pokémon employs psychic abilities or emits special waves to solidify the air, thereby forming barriers. I am unsure where I encountered this. Certain Pokémon create a transparent square energy shield in front of their bodies when deploying barriers. Let's assume it is indeed an energy shield. Chapter 65. You handle this situation. Cradling the still-dazed Caterpie, Pseudo-Mo gazed at the unconscious snivy bear, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It was quite awkward to find oneself engaged in a battle only to witness one's opponent suddenly break down in tears and faint, as if they had just spotted a long-lost relative. This sentiment seemed entirely reasonable, yet the embarrassment was amplified by the presence of onlookers, as the nearby Pokémon had been intently watching the scuffle. Now that the fight had concluded, Pseudo-Mo sensed a reduction in the number of gazes upon him, though some still burned with intensity. Anid, let us go check on the situation. Pseudo-Mo decided to investigate further, ensuring he brought his muck along. Moving away from the pot, he quipped, don't let your eyes fall in there. Put those 2 clumps of mud back. I'm still hungry. With a slight grimace, the muck, under Pseudo-Mo's watchful eye, absorbed the discarded sludge back into its form. As they approached, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. Pseudo-Mo quickly shoved the muck, which had been eager to sample the foulness, aside. Absolutely not. Amidst the muck's resentful gaze, Pseudo-Mo dripped some juice from a blue-orange berry into the Caterpie's mouth and carefully settled the still-sleeping creature before redirecting his attention to the snivy bear. The snivy bear's fur was singed black, and after rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames, it was now mired in mud. Its condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Beyond the burns, Pseudo-Mo discerned numerous other injuries. Following Nurse Joy's teachings, he understood that regardless of past grievances, the snivy bear was now a patient, and he needed to examine its body with utmost care. The snivy bear bore numerous scars inflicted by claws, both fresh and old. One of its hind legs appeared slightly unnatural. Upon touching it, Pseudo-Mo suspected it had been broken but had not healed properly. Painful. He instinctively shoved his bloodied finger into his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, he cautiously retrieved antiseptics and the necessary tools, meticulously wrapping the injuries with bandages. Parting the snivy bear's fur, Pseudo-Mo discovered a wooden splinter lodged in a festering area, the smooth and rounded surface suggesting it was no ordinary shard. In the wild, wooden splinters were rarely so polished. This was undoubtedly a man-made object, remnants of a stick. Had this injury been inflicted by a human? Gazing at the wooden splinter in his hand, Pseudo-Mo was reminded of the state of the snake-patterned bear during their previous battle. This situation transcended mere aggression. The hatred emanating from the creature led Sado-mu to believe he might have wronged it in the past. However, upon reflection, it became evident that this unfortunate beast had not only endured abuse at the hands of its trainer, but had also been abandoned in the unfamiliar terrain of the Moonview Mountain Forest. This abandonment likely fueled its profound animosity towards him, or more precisely, towards humanity. Confronted with an alien environment and devoid of its kin in the Moonview Mountain Forest, the snake-patterned bear must have found life exceedingly arduous, particularly facing the rejection from numerous other Pokémon. Thus, it seemed he had become an unwitting target of its misplaced wrath. Realizing this, Sado-mu couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. At least it was not his fault. What a nuisance. I worried for nothing. After contemplating the situation, Sado-mu felt reluctant to leave the snake-patterned bear exposed in the glaring sun. He grasped its tail gently and dragged it into a thicket where the shade offered some respite. He then placed 2 blue-orange berries and 1 healing berry for treating burns beside the bear before leaving it to return to his meal, reassured that he had done enough. Having tidied the area disrupted by their earlier skirmish, Sado-mu settled in the center of the clearing, placing his iron pot back on the fire rack to heat slowly. The snake-patterned bear lay beneath the trees, its breathing somewhat ragged. The water-leaping fish, feeling a twinge of sympathy, recognized that they hailed from the same homeland, a kinship that brought tears to their eyes. The water-leaping fish poked at Sado-mu, who was locked in a stare with the muck, insisting, absolutely not. You, now that our companions have multiplied, there will only be more to care for. I shan't tend to it. Besides, it was the bear that instigated our conflict. I have already provided it with the restorative berries and the healing berry for its burns. I have been more than generous. Turning to the muck, he added, this is for treating burns. The muck, in a playful manner, waved its hands beneath Sado-mu's eyes, its muddy appendages transforming at an alarming rate into a vibrant red. How splendid. I want one of those unfamiliar berries too. I am burned as well. Ridiculous. Though he thought this, he relented. All right. Let us return your hands to their normal color. Red is perilous. Open wide. Unable to withstand the muck's fervent demands, Sado-mu begrudgingly placed a healing berry into its mouth, all while attending to the green caterpillar and teasing, you glutton. Indeed, as the muck savored the berry, its expression shifted from blissful satisfaction to one of utter dismay, spitting out the remnants with a grimace. Sado-mu chuckled. I forgot to mention, unlike its lovely appearance, this fruit is rather bitter when consumed raw. Ugh. Sado-mu watched the water-leaping fish gazing up at him with wide eyes, its stubborn demeanor causing him some exasperation. You? The water-jumping fish blinked its eyes, gazing intently. Oh my. Well then, please tend to the injuries of the green caterpillar. Sado-mu said earnestly to the water-jumping fish. If you truly must care for that striped bear, then you shall be responsible for its sustenance. Before Sado-mu could finish his sentence, the water-jumping fish had already heard what it longed to hear and scampered off, clutching its food bowl towards the striped bear. Wait. I haven't finished speaking, Sado-mu exclaimed, pressing his hand against his throbbing forehead. He continued, you are forbidden from skimping on your own share of food. After all, Ahu was bullied by it. Moreover, if you give your food to it, when you grow hungry, won't you need me to fill your belly? How is this any different from my taking care of it? The water-jumping fish immediately set down its food bowl. After all, if it was an order from Sado-mu, even if it occasionally acted out of whimsy, it would execute it well. However, what should it do now? It had no idea what this fellow countryman preferred to eat, and searching for food on land was far too perilous for it. The striped bear was omnivorous. It could consume fruits and the roots of plants, and surely aquatic food would suffice as well. Sado-mu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Oh, Ahu, you're awake. The green caterpillar, still in a daze, opened its eyes, prompting a smile from Sado-mu. Upon hearing this, the water-jumping fish's eyes lit up, and it leapt into Sado-mu's embrace, playfully stepping on the green caterpillar's body while rubbing its face against Sado-mu's. With a swift motion, the water-jumping fish used the elasticity of the green caterpillar's body to spring off and dash towards the lake. Sado-mu furrowed his brow but did not intervene. He merely instructed the stinky mud to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, only to notice that his green caterpillar had rolled its eyes again. Ahu. Chapter 66. Compensation? Without addressing the water-jumping fish that had already plunged into the lake in search of food, Sado-mu's attention was primarily focused on the green caterpillar in his arms. This was the second time it had lost consciousness. He busied himself collecting tree sap to feed the green caterpillar and then applied healing ointment. After a flurry of activity, when the green caterpillar finally opened its eyes once more, Sado-mu breathed a sigh of relief, though though a headache began to form. How was he to explain this? The healing ointment proved effective, and combined with the restorative blue-orange fruit, the green caterpillar revived. Yet, it was visibly disheartened, its spirit dampened, with tears welling in its large eyes. Goo, goo, I'm truly too weak. I merely bumped into a tree and fainted twice in succession. Wah? Sato-mo was taken aback, exchanging a glance with the stinky mud. Had it not noticed? He quickly snatched several fruits from the stinky mud, and placed them by the green caterpillar's mouth, coaxing, "It's perfectly normal to lose. Next time, you'll strike back? All right." As for the green caterpillar's feelings, Sato-mo admitted he could not comprehend them. He offered the blue-orange fruit to the green caterpillar, urging it to eat. Delicious food not only replenished energy, but also soothed a wounded spirit. The green caterpillar sniffled and took a few bites of the tree fruit. Ah, chew, chew, chew. So tasty. Gradually, it consumed the entire blue-orange fruit. Goo. The green caterpillar was fully revived. How swift. Cheer up. Losing once is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to rise again. Sato-mo encouraged the green caterpillar, instilling a correct worldview. Occasionally, he poked the drowsy mud creature beside him. The fervent green caterpillar declared, "I shall dedicate my first victory in this insect life to you." Huh, what did you say? Sato-mo inquired, observing the enthusiastic caterpillar and attempting to decipher its intentions. With an odd expression, he asked, "First victory? Could it be?" "Yes. I have yet to claim my inaugural win." The caterpillar exclaimed, "It's not that you haven't contributed. Rather, you simply haven't begun." Sato-mo reluctantly acknowledged the caterpillar's enthusiasm, realizing it was indeed quite the caterpillar. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. What was happening? A damp water-leaping fish returned, clutching some aquatic plants. Upon noticing Sato-mo lost in thought, with the caterpillar nowhere in sight, it turned to the equally dazed mud creature and asked, "What is wrong with Amo? Where's the caterpillar?" The mud creature shrugged, indicating its inability to articulate the situation, and then pointed to its abdomen. As the water-leaping fish glanced over, it saw the caterpillar emerge from the mud creature, happily munching on a blue-orange fruit. Upon seeing the fish return, with fruit still in its mouth, the caterpillar merely raised an eyebrow and greeted the fish. "That purple plant contains mild toxins. It must not be eaten or given to the striped bear. I dispose of it." Regaining his composure, Sato-mo examined the food the fish had brought, discovering a plant that would exacerbate the inflammation of burns. The mud creature took it and promptly devoured it, munching away. "Put that down and take a rest. I will handle the rest." Sato-mo instructed the water-leaping fish to take a break before he rose to bring the striped bear back. As he approached the thicket, memories flooded back, leading him to investigate the spot that had initially drawn his attention. As he parted the bushes, he noticed the soil beneath was unusually loose and muddy. Even the trunk of the bushes was smeared with dirt. The number of dirt-stained bushes was quite significant. Could it be that the striped bear manipulated the soil to rustle the bushes? Suppressing the thoughts welling up within him, Sato-mo resolved to address the immediate situation first. Since he had promised the water-leaping fish, he could no longer afford to delay so rudely. The water-leaping fish nestled closely against him, lazily stretching its hind legs behind it as it prepared to sleep. "Ahoo, bring me some thread." After carefully binding the striped bear, he noticed the fish straining to keep its eyes open. "What are you staring at? Is it more important than my life? Get some rest." With a blink, the water-leaping fish promptly decided. It tilted its head and buried its face against Sato-mo's thigh, choosing not to fret. Now, Sato-mo could finally concentrate on treating the striped bear's injuries. With a deft motion, Sato-mo extracted the steadfast needle from the face of the snivy bear, administering a healing spray and offering it blue-orange and berry fruits before gently placing the creature upon a bed of cleaner leaves, thus concluding his task. The scene of Sato-mo tending to the injured snivy bear did not go unnoticed by several wild sprites nearby. Noticing the dirt smeared on his hands, Sato-mo casually wiped them on the grimer beside him. Observing that the food in the pot was still heating, he collected the snivy bear's fur, the very essence of the needle. Only 56 strands were found nearby. The rest had likely been whisked away by the wind after the energy binding them dissipated, as they were merely ordinary hairs. The remaining fur retained some characteristics of the needles. Although it was gradually softening, it remained quite sharp. As Sato-mo extracted the needle fur amidst the snivy bear's cries, he pondered the curious nature of the hairs. Interestingly, while imbued with energy, the once soft hairs became straight and rigid. Upon the energy's dissipation, they reverted to their original softness. More intriguing still was the varying rate at which different hairs softened. Some quickly transformed into ordinary strands and were carried away by the breeze, while others remained straight and sharp. Was this discrepancy indicative of the distinct energies contained within each needle? How fascinating. By noon, after a series of endeavors, and certainly not further tormenting the snivy bear, Pseudo-Legendary finally sat down by the lake to enjoy his lunch. However, his meal attracted a few sprites, a development that pleased him, as it could be seen as a validation of his culinary skills. Grimer, noticing the wild sprites observing from the shadows, emitted a stronger odor, which promptly sent the nearby sprites scurrying away, including the snivy bear, which preferred to endure its physical pain rather than remain near the repugnant Grimer. Some sprites lingering at a distance wrinkled their brows in distaste. To avoid inciting further outrage, Grimer quickly restrained its scent while concealing its deep-seated insecurities, feigning indifference, though it was anything but, as it gauged the expressions of its companions. Pseudo-Legendary and the Froakie remained unfazed. One calmly continued his meal, while the other feigned sleep with closed eyes. The Caterpie's countenance was slightly grim, yet it had grown accustomed to Grimer's oppressive presence over the past few days. Moreover, noticing the calm demeanor of Pseudo-Legendary and Froakie, Caterpie tilted its head in contemplation, striving to suppress the lingering stench. Even if immediate adaptation proved elusive, it endeavored to maintain a more placid expression. Grimer's eyes brightened, its gaze toward Caterpie softening considerably, and Pseudo-Legendary's look toward Caterpie mirrored this newfound gentleness. Alas, Caterpie was too engrossed in its feast to notice. As for the snivy bear, which had retreated to the side to vomit, neither Pseudo-Legendary nor Grimer could ignore the unpleasant sight. Even Froakie, who was pretending to slumber, wore an unsightly expression. Observing this, Pseudo-Legendary mentally dismissed the creature. The injuries had received sufficient attention. He had fulfilled his duty. If there were any further demands, well, that was another matter. Healing supplies cost money. In truth, what compensation could one demand? While pondering this, Pseudo-Legendary glanced at the seemingly dozing water-leaping fish. Chapter 67. A touch of defiance at noon. While Pseudo-Legendary contemplated what to request from the snake-patterned bear, there were stirrings from the cave nearby. The large-mouthed creature dangled from the vines atop the cave, peering curiously into the interior. Observing the status of the bones at the cave's entrance, which remained unchanged since their last encounter, the creature exerted a slight force with its little hand, performing a somersault before landing softly at the cave's mouth. With a rumble, the creature patted its flattened belly, realizing it was hungry. It was not merely the sound of its stomach growling that indicated its hunger. Its damp fur was tousled, suggesting it had recently groomed itself, only to become soiled again while clinging to the rocky wall. The dark tusks at its back bore traces of a suspicious liquid, emitting a faint metallic scent, indicating that its recent patrol had been far from tranquil. The small spirits surrounding its late mother's territory had been rather restless, occasionally intruding upon its domain, causing distress among the local spirits. Just that morning, the creature had caught a group of wayward spirits, and in its displeasure, it had confronted them. The bloodstains on its tusks were evidence of the scuffle, and although it had sustained a minor injury, its growling stomach was a more pressing concern. With a determined gait, it ambled over to the provisions left by Pseudo-Legendary, its small face contorting in indecision for a brief moment before it eagerly opened the food container, which contained standard spirit fare primarily made from blue-orange fruit. After all, whether it was one meal or two, there was no reason for hesitation. Ah, this is delicious. Oh, there are more blue-orange fruits. I'll have one. After finishing the entirety of Pseudo-Legendary's luncheon and licking the bowl clean, the creature reclined atop a pile of hay, rubbing its slightly swollen belly and rolling about, a favored post-meal pastime. Ah, how delightful. Soon, however, mere rolling could no longer satisfy the creature's curiosity. Spotting a tent that had inexplicably entered its line of sight, it found this object even more enticing, a secret little room indeed. The creature peered curiously at the tent, its vision blurred through the open flap. With wide eyes blinking, it brushed off the hay clinging to its body and found itself irresistibly drawn toward the tent, which increasingly dominated its view. Was it gravity or a magnetic pull? The creature felt an undeniable force drawing it in, and in an instant, it was engulfed by the tent. Ah, you might not believe it, but the tent moved first. I called for help. I'm not lying. Oddly enough, Pseudo-Legendary, sitting on the ground, scratched his head, sensing that something was about to unfold as he gazed toward the cave, just as the creature had cried for help. After exploring the vicinity, it would be prudent to return early. Pseudo-Legendary plucked a few stray hairs from his arm, conducting a brief inspection and relieved to find no serious injury. After the disinfection, Sato-Mo gently comforted the tearful green caterpillar while bandaging it, playfully scolding. So this is how you repay me? Ah, I truly saved a heartless creature. Fellow villager, stabbing me in the back? Ewa, your compatriots are rather dull-witted. The water-leap fish had already erected a barrier between itself and the snake-patterned bear, which was adorned with several missile needles. A glaring hole in the center radiating an unsettling brightness. With a click, as Sato-Mo mocked his own compatriot, the snake-patterned bear, and subtly vented his frustration towards his homeland, the water-leap fish remained silent. Observing the snake-patterned bear bound by layers of silk from the green caterpillar and suppressed by the stench mud, the water-leap fish felt a surge of anger. Not just for its companion, but for the bear as well. This creature not only vomited in front of the stench mud, but also showed no intention of joining forces with Mo. It was surprisingly lenient towards the unfamiliar stench mud. Yet, it audaciously attempted to ambush Mo again when the water-leap fish and its companions were distracted, almost succeeding, even though suppressed. The hatred and fury in the snake-patterned bear's eyes did not wane. Only when it looked at the water-leap fish did a flicker of remorse pass through its gaze. The snake-patterned bear glared at Sato-Mo. Huh? All humans should perish. Well then, Ewa, you should return, Sato-Mo contemplated. Retrieving a pokeball aimed at the water-leap fish, as certain scenes were not fit for its eyes. Hold on a moment. The water-leap fish swiftly unleashed a water gun, precisely striking the snake-patterned bear's head. The stench mud was pushed back slightly by the force of the water gun, droplets splattering onto it, much to the displeasure of the stench mud leader. The water gun continued for an extended duration before ceasing. Panting, the water-leap fish gazed at Sato-Mo's bandaged arm, tinged with a hint of blood, and lowered its head. Please spare it. Sighing, Sato-Mo secured the shrunken pokeball at his waist, crouched before the water-leap fish, and lifted its head, saying, Ewa, with a click. It expressed its hatred for humans, and considering its circumstances, I could understand its feelings. I could pretend not to notice. As for the 2 ambushes it launched against me, one of which was against its own savior, I could also choose to disregard that. Huh, you were the one who injured me. Be quiet. I don't care. Sato-Mo shouted at the snake-patterned bear before calming his tone to continue. Abu may not know, but you might. The day I lost my grandfather, I met Ani, who has been by my side ever since, and then I encountered you. Yes, and Abu. Sato-Mo smiled as he gently patted the somewhat sulky green caterpillar. Of course, this journey had its bumps along the way, heh. Sato-Mo held the pokeball before the water-leap fish, declaring, It seems you willingly chose to follow me. From the moment you decided to accompany me into this pokeball, you became my family. You fight for me, and I take pride in you. You are in the ball, and I hold you close. A few days ago, in a moment of impulsiveness, I ventured into the forest, dragging you along for a whimsical escapade. We endured poor meals and restless nights, yet you never uttered a word of complaint. Instead, you graciously indulged my whims. If I can be capricious, why can't you? Perhaps you could take a leaf out of Annie's book. For instance, during our leaner days, even a humble bowl of rice was a delightful feast for Annie. You should have seen the length she went to for a mere morsel. Rolling and throwing a fit at home, huh? So, do not bow your head before me. If you have any requests or thoughts, speak them freely. I feel somewhat uneasy with such constraints. You are permitted to be willful, even if you were to stumble and fall. Rest assured there are those tall enough to bear the weight of the world. As for us little ones, we can flee at the first sign of trouble. What is there to worry about? Turning my head, I lifted a paw to my eye, and the water-splashing fish nodded in agreement. Suddenly, I felt something flicking at me. Lowering my gaze, I discovered a green caterpillar staring back. I noticed a ball beneath it waving its appendages 3 times. Am I the third? I mused. Then, gesturing for the stinky mud to release the snake-patterned bear, I said, For the sake of Ayu, you may go. Fear not, snake-patterned bear. I do not seek your demise. However, how does it feel to accept pity from an enemy? A human? Humph, you think you can outsmart me? I will not let you off so easily. Chapter 68. Parting ways, brother. Are you trying to bring about my demise? Huh. The voice of the snake-patterned bear sounded rather muffled. Have you lost your mind? I have already let you go. Why persist in bothering me? I retorted, tugging at the bear's tail with irritation. This creature seems utterly daft, deliberately burrowing into the stinky mud. Come out. You must value your life. Annie is poisonous all over. If you truly perish, who will bear the blame? You. This has nothing to do with me. Huh. Compared to owing you a favor, I would rather die. The snake-patterned bear's head jerked as it continued to burrow into the stinky mud, suddenly letting out a pained cry and rolling away from it. The bear's body was stained with a purple liquid, and some of its fur had begun to corrode, emitting wisps of white smoke. Watching the bear writhe in agony, I felt a headache coming on. Why am I even engaging in this charade? Enough is enough. Do you possess anything of value that could serve as compensation? If so, we can consider ourselves even. If not, perhaps you could enlighten me on your next destination? At my words, the snake-patterned bear paused, its eyes lighting up before it dashed into the woods. Hey, are you running away? How infuriating. At least wait for me to finish my sentence. I sighed, shaking my head as I began to gather my belongings. Upon hearing the bear's call and the sound of something clattering to the ground, I looked up just in time to see the bear come to a sudden halt, picking up the item it had dropped and continuing towards me. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually have something, I thought cheerfully, eager to recover some losses. However, my enthusiasm quickly waned. What on earth are these things? Sato-Sumi gazed at the peculiar objects before him, then glanced at the snake-patterned bear, whose efforts to suppress a smile were in vain. The snake-patterned bear had brought 3 items. The first was a blue diamond gemstone, remarkably transparent. Sato-Sumi recognized it as a water stone, a highly sought-after commodity in the market. Even if he had no use for it himself, it could fetch a handsome price. The second item was a pitch-black sludge, which Sato-Sumi could not identify. Just looking at the dried leaves that had wrapped around it, now withered and yellowed, suggested that it possessed a potent and peculiar toxicity, well suited for this foul muck. Finally, the third item was perplexing. It appeared to be a shriveled fruit, seemingly just a filler. Regardless, the sight of the water stone had already exceeded his expectations. All right, just these 3 will suffice, and we are even, Sato-Sumi thought, though he lacked the audacity to voice it, especially with the water-leap fish staring intently at him. More importantly, he instinctively sensed that greed could jeopardize the bond he shared with the water-leap fish. Friendship? Yes. Very well, I shall select 1 item. No, make it 15. The water stone, currently a hard currency of no immediate use, the inky black sludge, which he had already discreetly secured in a pokeball to prevent the restless muck from seizing the opportunity. And a shriveled fruit meant merely to pad the count, though in truth, it was leftover food, unbeknownst to Sato-Sumi. 2 requests. First, I want that black sludge. Seeing that the snake-patterned bear had no objections, Sato-Sumi fixed a gaze that conveyed, "You dare touch my snacks, and I will not hesitate to reclaim them," which successfully deterred the sludge. He then approached to retrieve several containers, wooden, metal, and glass. Ah, slime, I am uncertain of your effects and toxicity. Surely the wooden container will not suffice. Blast, not the metal one either. Ahem, where was I? After all, I must venture outdoors with you. Should this substance exceed your control and cause your body to falter again, you would truly lose me. Of course, if the last container fails, I would not let you risk swallowing it. Glass seems formidable. The sludge remained silent, merely melting and adhering to Sato-Sumi's surface, as if sulking. The second matter was, the snake-patterned bear shook its head, resolute. The water-leap fish lightly prodded Sato-Sumi, indicating that it was sufficient. You've made progress. However, do not be so hasty. Allow me to finish before making a decision. This concerns you. Concerning me, a fellow villager? The water-leap fish was taken aback, while the snake-patterned bear looked curiously at Sato-Sumi, who was whispering in the water-leap fish's ear. Ahem, that black sludge you brought, as compensation for your ambush that even injured me, is quite enough. However, Ayu has pleaded on your behalf, even bowing to me. Considering this, a mere piece of black sludge will not suffice. So, how do you intend to repay Ayu for this kindness? The patterned bear was momentarily taken aback, as this seemed to make a great deal of sense. Before the water-leap fish could refuse, Sato-Mo interjected, "Let us play in the mud. I hope you can teach a Yao, your fellow villager, how to master this skill. That is my second request. I am aware of your proficiency in this skill." With that, Sato-Mo pointed his thumb towards the patch of bushes, the very spot where the first disturbance had occurred, serving as bait. Although a Yao had already learned the skill of playing in the mud, he remained unpracticed, especially after his evolution when learning new skills became impossible. However, uncertainties lingered. What if the Everstone were to fall? That would be troublesome. Upon discovering the skill, playing in the mud, Sato-Mo instinctively felt that it would play an exceptionally significant role in the future of the water-leap fish. The patterned bear pondered briefly before making a decision. Deal. Here, this is a universal food for Pokémon. Consider it your tuition. I certainly do not wish for you to go hungry while teaching my Yao. In case you misguide him. Sato-Mo struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. The patterned bear felt an itch in its claws. The water-leap fish suddenly sensed an ominous feeling, and indeed, Sato-Mo's next words confirmed its intuition. A Yao, this afternoon you shall learn from the patterned bear. Splurt. The water-leap fish sprayed Sato-Mo with its water gun, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why are you spraying me with water? Observing the tears welling up in the eyes of the water-leap fish, Pseudo-Mo realized it had misunderstood him. Before the sun sets, I will certainly come to fetch you. The water-leap fish stood upright, its forelimbs tightly clinging to Pseudo-Mo's calf. No. Hey, I'm serious. The water-leap fish clung even tighter. No. It's just for one afternoon. I bite. No. Ouch. You are quite stubborn. Water-leap fish. You taught me. I'm merely applying what I learned. After much negotiation, Pseudo-Mo and the water-leap fish finally reached a compromise. The water-leap fish would accompany the patterned bear back to the cave, while Pseudo-Mo would continue exploring with the green caterpillar and sludge, but they must return before nightfall. Patterned bear, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? By the way, Ayao, you remember the way, right? I forgot. I can't trust you. Safe travels. The water-leap fish shook its little head. Also, please bring this back with you. Pseudo-Mo swiftly wove a grass basket and placed the egg incubator inside. The cave's location is known to Ayao, and please take the safe routes. It would be inconvenient for the patterned bear to battle while carrying items, you both understand. After the patterned bear tucked the shriveled berry into its fur and roughly placed the water stone into the water-leap fish's grass basket, it did not allow for any refusal from the water-leap fish. Pseudo-Mo must be immensely delighted, deliberately pretending not to notice the pleading gaze of Shui Yuyu. Cautiously, Pseudo-Mo watched as Shui Yuyu, under the guidance of the local serpent-patterned bear, turned back repeatedly while making his way to the cave. Well then, it's time for me to set off as well. With a crack of his knuckles, Pseudo-Mo glanced towards the small waterfall. Chapter 69, Ugh. Why am I even here without a purpose? Oh no, glancing at the sun gradually tilting to the west, it's clear that Yu will be furious. Should I return home early? It seems I might have to go to my grandmother's house this time. Oh no, again. At the prompt of the stinky mud, Pseudo-Mo rolled to evade a golden energy beam that shot towards him from behind. With a loud bang, a deep pit formed in the ground. Shaking off the scorched clumps of dirt that had fallen onto him, Pseudo-Mo was enveloped by a burnt smell. If he had taken a direct hit, it would have been an utterly catastrophic scene. However, Pseudo-Mo was no stranger to such encounters and skillfully dodged the flying debris. Gas jets. A plume of dark green gas shot towards the circle bear, but regardless of the outcome, Pseudo-Mo continued to sprint forward, leaving behind a trail of black mud prints. Roar! A robust, brown giant bear with bloodshot eyes stumbled out of the toxic gas's range. With its powerful hind legs, it stood upright, and the white threads tangled around it made the circle bear appear somewhat disheveled. Its red eyes were filled with blood vessels, panting heavily, and its demeanor was somewhat lethargic as it sneezed repeatedly. Including the previous 2 attacks, the circle bear had endured 3 doses of toxic gas. The accumulating toxicity within its body was beginning to take a toll on its health. Is this skill usable in such a manner? The circle bear lifted its paw to wipe away the muck obstructing its vision. If it weren't for this hindrance, it would not have missed so many times. How infuriating. Panting heavily, the circle bear realized that it had overused its destructive abilities and was now struggling to regain its stamina. Watching the little creature that had once again vanished into the forest, it unsheathed its strong claws that had pierced through the tree trunk. Unfortunately, its powerful arms were ineffective against the silken threads clinging to its body. The circle bear snapped off the branches blocking its path. Indeed, the human had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a series of enticing muddy prints that were annoyingly sticky. Extracting a sweet peach from its fur, the circle bear surveyed its surroundings, detoxifying while its nose twitched incessantly, as if searching for a particular scent. Suddenly, it halted, focusing on the direction indicated by its nose. The aroma was peculiar, distinctly reminiscent of the forest. Based on prior experience, following this unique scent trail would lead to the human. Lowering its body, the circle bear shifted to a 4-legged stance and dashed away, guided by that distinctive fragrance. Haha, take a brief respite, Annie and Ahu. Please indulge in some blue-orange fruit to replenish your stamina. Do not refuse. Annie's ability to conceal her presence has reached its utmost limit. Ahu, during our subsequent escape, your silk will be indispensable. Moreover, your energy expenditure is far greater than mine. Pseudo-Mo chuckled as he coaxed the stinky mud and green caterpillar to consume the remaining blue-orange fruit. Curse it! What on earth is happening? Based on previous experiences, that round bear will soon be upon us. Has Annie's power of concealment truly failed? It has been maximally suppressed. No, something feels amiss. Reflecting on the initial game of hide-and-seek, the round bear required several times the current duration to find me. Yet now, having just evaded its grasp, it seems capable of locating me almost instantaneously. Its efficiency is alarmingly increasing. Does it possess some method to swiftly track me? Or have I inadvertently left behind traces during my frantic flight? A familiar roar jolted Pseudo-Mo back to reality. This is undoubtedly more than mere failure. From another perspective, it has become a beacon. Haha, what a blunder. I never anticipated that Annie's signature skill would falter. It truly evokes a chuckle. Gazing at the round bear with its crimson eyes and pondering the source of its fury, Pseudo-Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you rascal. As usual, when I make my escape, Ahu will use her silk to disrupt it, and Annie and I will take the opportunity to hurl mud at its face, targeting its nose. Round bear, you are indeed formidable, possessing not only exceptional destructive power, but also the uncanny ability to pinpoint my location within the forest. Though I am yet to determine whether it is my carelessness or your extraordinary sense of smell, I cannot deny that all this is attributed to your nose. Come on, pursue me, round bear. With the nuisance of sticky silk and muddy residue, Pseudo-Mo once more eluded the round bear, sprinting towards the periphery of the forest amidst its furious roars. Annie, unless absolutely necessary, do not let the round bear catch a whiff of your scent, or else we shall be in dire straits with Big Mouth and Ayu. Stinky mud had once been used to mark a trail. Maintain your current state and draw the round bear towards us. Since it is so adept at tracking, let's lure it near the road, where there are more people. Road, a term for areas frequently visited by trainers. Pseudo-Mo remained cheerful. Hehe. It is now approximately 14:30. Let us rewind the clock a few hours. Crack, crack. Pseudo-Mo interlaced his fingers, popping his knuckles. Annie, Ahu, let us proceed. With that, he led the way towards the waterfall, as it was essential to locate a nearby water source. Upon reaching the cliffside, Pseudo-Mo discovered a modest waterfall, approximately 6 meters high and just over 3 meters wide. This rocky wall is ideal for climbing. Annie giggled as the stinky mud adhered to the cliff, slowly wriggling up. Pseudo-Mo, with a cheerful demeanor, was guided by the stinky mud as they gradually ascended the rocky wall. Before long, the splashing water had thoroughly soaked Pseudo-Mo's attire, especially by the rock face adjacent to the waterfall, where protruding stones appeared numerous yet glistened with a treacherous slickness. However, for the sludge creature, this was merely a trifling matter. The rock wall above the waterfall was equally slippery, and Pseudo-Mo could only allow the sludge to increase its coverage. Adhering to his feet, with this support, he dared to extend his arms and embrace the breathtaking scenery before him. Oh, standing at a height indeed afforded a broader view. The rushing river beside him curved gracefully before cascading downwards, the swirling mist obscuring Pseudo-Mo's vision. Previously, while by the lakeside, he had thought the lake was already quite expansive, but as he elevated his stance slightly, he discovered its vastness surpassed his imagination. From this vantage point, he could only faintly discern a distant serpentine black line, undoubtedly marking the central region, or perhaps even more than that. By minimal estimation, this was a lake connecting the periphery of the Tsukimi mountain range with the central area. Pseudo-Mo produced his camera and captured the moment with a click. Taking one last glance at the stunning lake, suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, what's wrong? A&I." Before he could comprehend the situation, the sludge creature had knocked him to the ground. The bewilderment that had enveloped Pseudo-Mo was swiftly dispelled by a cry from the sky. Was it a mighty beedrill? Unsure if it was the same one he had encountered earlier, Pseudo-Mo cautiously pushed aside the sludge and exchanged looks with the beedrill hovering above. Indeed, they were sizing each other up. Pseudo-Mo could swear that the beedrill had noticed him but chose to feign ignorance, perhaps out of a protective instinct regarding its appetite. "Ah, A&I, let us be off," Pseudo-Mo suggested. To avoid any potential aggression from the beedrill in defense of its meal, he decided to make a discreet exit. Once they entered the forest, Pseudo-Mo leaned against a large tree, lazily settling in the shade. "A&I, which way to our cave?" Is it that direction?" The sludge creature writhed momentarily, sensing a portion of its own form, and transformed into an arrow shape, indicating a path that followed the waterfall. "Southwest," he thought. "Must I traverse under the sun again?" The surface of the river gradually became tranquil, and he occasionally spotted small water sprites near the riverbank. Pseudo-Mo's sudden appearance startled them, prompting a hurried retreat into the woods as they curiously scrutinized the rare sight of a human nearby. It seemed they were all pacifists. Pseudo-Mo offered a sheepish greeting, and perhaps judging him incapable of causing them harm, the sprites gradually returned to the riverbank, casting glances at him every so often. Chapter 70. A slip of the tongue. Should I just proceed straight? Pseudo-Mo pondered, now standing at a fork in the path. One direction led toward the main river, diverging from the path indicated by the sludge, while the other resembled a tributary. "All right, let us find our way back first." To Satomo's astonishment, a green caterpillar suddenly scurried out of the pockball, its little head fixed intently in one direction. What is over there? Annie, mark this spot. Then let us take a look. With a sudden slap to his forehead, Satomo resolved to investigate the situation. He pondered, surely there were no beedrills lurking ahead? Indeed, there were no beedrills, only a dark, ominous cave, its entrance marred by numerous claw marks. These marks were all too familiar to Satomo. He had encountered similar images before venturing into the mountains. These were the remnants of a Snorlax's presence. For reasons unknown, Satomo's mind drifted to that peeping Snorlax. Could it be mere coincidence? He forcefully banished the sinister image of the Snorlax from his thoughts. This creature was far too peculiar. Ahu, shaking his head resolutely, stated, not at all. Satomo breathed a sigh of relief. If it was not the Snorlax, then they should hasten their departure. If the Snorlax were to catch sight of their furtive presence at the cave's entrance, it would spell disaster. In the shadows of the forest, where sunlight dared not tread, Satomo beheld a massive yet unencumbered silhouette clutching a tree trunk. A pair of emerald-glowing triangular eyes fixed on him, particularly the glimmering claw exposed to the sunlight, which he found unsettlingly familiar. Was that the peeping bear? Satomo's scream startled the Snorlax, who, upon realizing it had been discovered, lumbered slowly out of the shadows. The Snorlax wore a befuddled expression, entirely stripped of its previously haughty demeanor. Satomo was mentally prepared to flee, with Annie by his side. As long as they could create an opportunity to vanish from the Snorlax's line of sight, escape was within reach. This tactic had never failed him. The Snorlax sniffed the air lightly, detecting no trace of aggression from Satomo. How could someone intent on fleeing possess any fighting spirit? Yet, there was also no hint of fear emanating from him. Curiously, the Snorlax regarded Satomo. It was quite ordinary to lack battle intent in the presence of such a distinguished creature. Although it was rare to encounter an opponent unafraid of him, while simultaneously devoid of hostility. With a roar meant to intimidate, the Snorlax bellowed at Satomo, and then, as if unshackled, ambled into the cave. Oh, after wandering outside today, it seemed the area was rife with couples. Alas, young one, hurry along. For the sake of your single status. Were they really allowing him to leave so easily? Watching the Snorlax stroll into the cave, Satomo felt a wave of confusion wash over him, but he found no cause for concern. What was that? Perhaps it had grown weary of solitude. The Snorlax, having entered the cave, suddenly froze, slowly turning back. Ah, no, it was merely a proud singleton? As Satomo walked, he felt a sense of unfairness for the Snorlax, considering it had let him go. Suddenly, Satomo sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. He turned to find the Snorlax returning, its eyes ablaze with fury, its mouth gathering a golden energy sphere that swelled ominously. Single? This was not good. It was time to act. Annie, blind it with mud. He commanded. Ahu, ensnare it with your silk. As the conversation unfolded, Satomo had already distanced himself, seemingly struck by an idea. He turned to the muck creature, who was hurling dirt, and said, and I, remember, unless absolutely necessary, you must never reveal your scent. If they trace the smell and find the water-leaping fish, it would be disastrous. Given the seriousness of Satosumi's tone, the muck creature instinctively nodded, signaling its understanding. With a successful throw of mud that struck the circle bear's eye, the green caterpillar not only ensnared the circle bear with silk, but also meticulously spread a layer on the ground before it. While uttering these words, Satomo remained undistracted, deftly sidestepping and sprinting towards the forest, avoiding a foolish charge forward. Hee goodbye to you. As anticipated, with its vision obscured by the muck, the circle bear could not aim accurately, relying solely on memory to determine its direction, unleashing a golden energy beam ahead, hidden within the woods. Satomo had the luxury of observing the destructive power of the blast. Boom. Amidst the explosion, dirt flew, creating a large crater on the path ahead. Had he foolishly rushed forward, retrieving his remains would have been a challenge, truly frightening. Shaking his head, Satomo, under the awed gazes of nearby sprites, casually chose a direction and silently vanished into the forest. With great effort, the circle bear cleared its eyes of the muck, but the absence of a metallic scent confirmed its suspicions. However, thinking it could escape from under my nose. How naive. The circle bear sniffed, pondering, wait, is my nose blocked? After some digging, it found its nose refreshingly clear, yet still, nothing? Impossible. Disbelieving this anomaly, the circle bear stubbornly discerned the scents in the air. Huh, what is that smell? It curiously turned towards the direction Satomo had taken. Blinking its eyes, it hesitantly began to follow the strange scent. Phew, I'm exhausted. To exercise caution, Sato-Sumi deliberately retraced his steps and finally paused to rest. Although the muck creature effectively masked his scent, running so swiftly through the forest had left him utterly fatigued. Just as Sato-Sumi focused on recuperating his strength, a chorus of terrified cries erupted outside. Puff! He caught sight of pairs of butterfree flitting frantically overhead. Sato-Sumi thought, so many butterfree. And in pairs too. Why do I suddenly feel an ominous sense of foreboding? Roar! No way. Sato-Sumi quietly extended his head at the slowest possible pace, inadvertently locking eyes with the circle bear. The emotions of both parties were quite complex in that moment. Sato-Sumi thought, is this luck? Meanwhile, the circle bear was equally perplexed, wondering, no way, did they really find me? Was this mere coincidence or inevitable fate? Such questions would have to wait. Sato-Sumi once more instructed the muck creature to erase their scent and fled, his feet gliding silently away. The circle bear did not immediately pursue. Instead, it watched as Sato-Mo vanished from its sight, then sniffed the air. Indeed, that scent re-emerged. Even without heightening its sense of smell to the utmost, the aroma was unmistakably clear. A smile involuntarily crept across the circle bear's face, revealing its gums, before it set off in a determined chase, following the alluring scent. Chapter 71. Fortune and Misfortune. In a certain part of the forest, a small rattata cautiously traversed the grass, its eyes fixed on a red fruit ahead. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the naturally cautious rattata instinctively halted, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. To its utter disbelief, a foot descended from above, crushing the fruit to smithereens. Swoosh! Sato-Mo leaped over a patch of bushes, entirely oblivious to how his actions startled the foraging rattata. Even if he had known, it would have mattered little to him. Ah, I know. 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes left to run. Hee hee. Anon, Abai, I'll be counting on you in 5 minutes. Can we really reach the road in that time? Absolutely impossible. 5 minutes is not just my last desperate struggle. It's also the time I have to scout for a suitable location. After all, if I exceed 5 minutes, my stamina will be depleted. The rattata's mouth slowly fell open, and after a considerable pause, it snapped back to reality from the profound disappointment of losing its meal, abruptly turning its head toward the direction from which Sato-Mo approached. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Regardless, the rattata had already readied itself for a sneak attack. A furry hand brushed aside the grass before the rattata, and the circle bear found itself momentarily taken aback by the glaring rattata before casually swatting it aside. This will do, Sato-Mo declared, pausing beneath a tree. No matter how he ran, it was merely the woods. There was no point in searching further. This was the place. The sound abruptly ceased, and the commotion caused by the circle bear came to an unexpected halt. Instinctively, the circle bear concealed itself behind a tree, observing Sato-Mo in silence. A crease formed on its forehead as Sato-Mo addressed the others. Anon, Abai, prepare for battle. The green caterpillar's movement speed was sluggish, so Sato-Mo cradled it in his arms while the sludge immediately flowed to the ground, swiftly reshaping and returning to its original form. Unbeknownst to them, the sludge made a critical error, one that would never typically occur under normal circumstances. After enduring a prolonged chase, the sludge was now taut with tension, and during the transformation and restoration of its original color, a trace of its scent escaped. Of course, it was merely a hint, akin to the faint odor produced by a student shifting their stomach on the playground. Under ordinary conditions, it would dissipate in an instant, causing no further repercussions. However, for the foul-smelling sludge that possesses perfect control over its own body, this situation was nothing short of a grand jest. The unpleasant odor caused Sato-Mo to furrow his brow, yet he had no alternative but to silently apologize to the water-leaping fish. What he did not anticipate was that this oversight would ultimately bring fortune to his side during this pursuit. In an effort to trace the bizarre scent left by Sato-Mo and his companions, the circle bear had honed its already keen sense of smell to its utmost limits. The circle bear could discern all scents as catalogued. The foul odor that was gradually spreading felt to the circle bear akin to a small hammer relentlessly striking its nose. To illustrate, one might envision the sharp pain of a little toe colliding with the corner of a table. This momentary agony was vividly manifested in the circle bear, leaving Sato-Mo to observe the creature rolling on the ground, utterly bewildered, tears streaming down its face, a description that could not be more accurate. After a brief pause, Sato-Mo suddenly broke into a grin. Ha ha, is it truly like this? Your nose is remarkably astute. What a fine nose. A&I, unleash all the odors. The sludge was momentarily taken aback, then relinquished control over its form. Since the day it encountered Sato-Mo, the the sludge had never fully released its potent scent. In other words, the odor that had been fermenting within its body for years was, at Sado-Mo's command, about to erupt in its entirety. Instantly, the surrounding forest was engulfed in chaos. What kind of scent was this? Sado-Mo suddenly felt woefully inadequate in his vocabulary. Having thought himself accustomed to the stench of the sludge, little did he know, the sludge was about to redefine his understanding of foulness. Externally, Sado-Mo maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, a tempest raged. This is absolutely unbearable. The sludge observed Sado-Mo's composed facade and gently patted its own chest. Relieved that Mo could remain so unfazed by a scent even it found intolerable. Then, the sludge delicately covered its nose. Sado-Mo's inner turmoil had finally reached its breaking point. As for the circle bear, it had already fled at remarkable speed, achieving the effect of having 9 legs. Gazing at the vomit strewn across the ground, Sado-Mo had already formulated a plan for its concoction. That is quite enough, he exclaimed, forcing himself to wipe away the white froth at the corner of his mouth. Please, contain the odor. It would not do to incite the wrath of others. It took the sludge a moment to absorb the surrounding stench. As the fresh air of the forest once again filled the space, Sado-Mo inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. This technique must be sealed away. Considering the extensive preparation time required, the longer the fermentation, the more potent the scent, you understand. You are forbidden from using this without my permission. Sado-Sumi spoke earnestly to the foul-smelling mud, adding, thank you. Oni, now we have an additional trump card. Even though it cannot be utilized multiple times in quick succession. Time you say? I can expedite the fermentation process. This truly is a splendidly disheartening revelation. Should I prepare a gas mask? Cough, cough. Let us discuss that later. For now, let us head back. After being exposed to your chemical fumes, the solitary bear should behave more obediently, He had been quite fearful, following your scent to trouble Ao, Big Mouth, and that other fellow. Who would have thought? Ani, Ahu, let us be off. The sun is nearly setting, and Ao will nag for quite some time. What about the green caterpillar? Ahu, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Sado-Sumi exclaimed as the green caterpillar, frothing at the mouth and rolling its eyes in unconsciousness, was loudly called out. The foul-smelling mud remarked, perhaps the behavior of the green caterpillar and the circular bear, after being struck by their own stench, is indeed the correct approach. Truly, Sumi is one of a kind. No wonder you are my trainer. Sado-Sumi felt a tear welling up within. Do you think my resistance to odor comes from nowhere? It is a tale of sorrow I have grown accustomed to. Chapter 72. So diligent, something must be amiss. The night had fully descended, and fortunately, the moon's unblemished visage cast a slight illumination. Otherwise, even with the foul-smelling mud as a guide, Sado-Sumi would have been at a loss. Unexpectedly, he could still spot that tributary, albeit significantly diminished. The green caterpillar cautiously exhaled the silk it had been holding, scanning the rustling grass with vigilance while signaling to Sado-Sumi. Gigi. I see, but there's no need to concern ourselves. It's probably just another sprite out foraging. From the sound, it seems to have already departed. Sado-Sumi glanced briefly and then lost interest, especially with the mud continuously exuding its scent. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since he had traveled at such a pace. Sado-Sumi closed his eyes. Feeling the wind direction, he was currently downwind. Since driving away the circular bear, Sado-Sumi had been following the direction indicated by the foul-smelling mud, traversing the forest in a straight line. Since dusk, the number of sprightly creatures seeking to hunt had indeed increased, but they all retreated upon sensing the danger. Gigi. The green caterpillar resumed nibbling on its silk thread, taking tiny steps while trailing behind Sado-Sumi, dragging along a few small stones wrapped in silk, producing a clattering sound. I ask, is it necessary to bring back so many little stones? Ahu, you've been dragging them all this way, aren't you tired? Hearing the sound of stones being dragged, Sado-Sumi inquired of the green caterpillar, who had gone to the trouble of collecting them. The energetic green caterpillar replied, Gigi, not tired at all. These are gifts. Gifts made of stones. You little fool. Well, as long as you're happy, I suppose. As for whether Big Mouth will be pleased, I have no idea. What if he truly gets angry? Whatever. Ao is bound to be irked anyway. After all, it is quite late now. Forget it. Returning late is certainly preferable to staying out all night. So, having one more irate individual in the mix is of little consequence. And Lee, where are we now? Bathed in the moonlight, Sado-Mo surveyed the surrounding environment. Well, where on earth are we? We're not far off, came the reply. Yes, Based on this voice, it seems we are nearing the source of the message. What sound? Sato-mo gestured for his little spirits to halt. The caterpie promptly dropped the burdens it had been carrying. The rustling noise resembled the sound of laundry being washed. In such desolate mountains, how could anyone possibly be doing laundry? Haha, unless it's not a human. In this world, encountering anything is hardly surprising. Ghost spirits, perhaps? He signaled for the mook to restrain its presence, preparing to investigate, relieved to find himself downwind. After a brief wait, Sato-mo crept toward a nearby thicket, quietly parting the branches. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled, hearing a sharp crack. The mook, pulling Sato-mo rapidly backward, had just witnessed a large, flat mouth crushing the thicket ahead. The attacker, hidden among the branches, slightly parted its mouth to reveal 2 rows of sharp teeth. In the moonlight, Sato-mo realized that the shape of that mouth seemed oddly familiar, as did the arrangement of its teeth and its biting method. "You are Mook, don't you dare!" Sato-mo exclaimed, only to see the large mouth freeze momentarily before he felt a rhythmic pounding across his body. Recognizing Mook's habits, Sato-mo knew it had instinctively launched a counterattack upon sensing his danger. Several clumps of black muck, shrouded in the cover of night, tore through the foliage. Concealed by the thicket, the opponent's size was likely not too great. The area covered by the muck attacks was ample, surely one would connect. With his understanding of the muck, he could gauge the opponent's position without being hindered by the darkness. Hearing a cry of pain from the other side, Mook's eyes narrowed. Hitting the target mid-escape was no longer an option for the opponent. However, Mook refrained from charging forward immediately, partly due to concern for Sato-mo's safety, and partly because the opponent's voice struck a chord of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yikes! What on earth is this? So sticky. Oh, it's a gulpin? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Sato-mo's expression turned peculiar, finally understanding why it felt so familiar. Parting the branches, Sato-mo beheld the gulpin sitting on the ground, seemingly dazed by the echoes of the familiar sounds. It appeared to have been struggling with the muck clinging to it, which had stretched into strands. Yikes! With a thud, the gulpin succumbed to the tenacity of the sticky muck, losing its footing and promptly falling to the ground, letting out a cry of distress. Upon seeing it was the gulpin, Caterpie hurried over, excitedly presenting the gifts it had gathered in front of the gulpin. Gulp! With a gentle nudge to the excited green caterpillar, Sato-mo observed the bewildered big mouth Pokémon, who seemed even more confused by the caterpillar's enthusiasm. Are you injured? Sato-mo inquired, noticing Big Mouth's pained whimper as it clutched a certain part of its body. Yikes! No, it doesn't hurt. Big Mouth indicated for the muck to get off itself. Amidst the slightly frightened cries of Big Mouth, Sato-mo swiftly scooped it up. Weighing it in his arms, approximately 9 kilograms, he surmised, unsure if that was above or below the average for its kind. Hey, don't squirm. I'm quite tired. And I wouldn't want to accidentally drop you. He chuckled, but then quickly added, apologies, no more jokes. As he gazed into the wide mouth that loomed close, he pushed aside the eager caterpillar and immediately offered his apologies to Big Mouth. The creature, lifting its chin slightly, appeared somewhat pleased. However, after this brief commotion, Big Mouth seemed less resistant to being held by Sato-mo. It even nestled against him, shifting its position for greater comfort. As Sato-mo allowed the muck to clean Big Mouth of the mud, he inquired, "Where are you hurt? It's already dark. Why are you out here? By the way, what were you doing? From your voice, it sounded like you were doing laundry." Questions flowed one after another, and Big Mouth rolled its eyes with no further indication of annoyance until Sato-mo mentioned laundry. At that moment, Sato-mo sensed a sudden stiffness in Big Mouth's body. Something's amiss. Is it possible for a wild Pokémon like you to have clothes? Moreover, why would you be washing clothes outdoors at this hour? It struck Sato-mo as curious that Big Mouth, which had no concept of clothing before meeting him, would venture out to wash clothes in the dark. He decided to investigate further. Nearby was a circular pool of water, about 4 meters in diameter, surrounded by several smaller puddles. A gentle stream from the mountain flowed over smooth stones, bubbling as it filled the pool. A stone dam, intentionally constructed, allowed fresh mountain spring water to flow through its crevices, ensuring the vitality of the pool while maintaining a consistent water level. As he watched the delicate stream meandering toward his direction, Sato-mo envisioned it merging with other mountain springs, eventually joining a grand river that flowed into a lake. His gaze shifted to one of the smaller puddles adjacent to the pool, where the soil appeared darker. There, he noticed a clump of grayish material, a man-made object that looked eerily familiar. Casting a sidelong glance at Big Mouth, he observed it avoiding his gaze. Its eyes skewed to one side, hands clasped in front, poking its fingers nervously. Yikes, Sato-Emo murmured, placing Big Mouth down. He then picked up the wet, muddy sleeping bag and wiped his hands on it, casting a bemused glance at Big Mouth, who occasionally peeked at him. Though the filth was bearable, what perplexed Sato-Emo were the several holes above, as he observed the black-mouthed creature behind him. Is this necessary for washing clothes? He sighed, never mind. Let's head back first. Chapter 73. The greatest blow of the day this afternoon had been tumultuous, with numerous events unfolding. Perhaps something had transpired along the way, causing their late return. Aware that he could not reach the cave on time, Sato-Emo concocted various excuses to absolve himself during the journey. Guided by the stinky mud, he followed the vines along the rock face to the cave entrance. Upon seeing the water-jumping fish squatting at the cave's mouth, gazing vacantly at the lake, all excuses were cast aside. Unperturbed by the commotion above, the water-jumping fish merely waited. Are you done washing? After a brief pause, noticing the black-mouthed creature's lack of movement, the fish curiously looked up, only to be met with a sudden exclamation, followed by a cacophony of sounds. A cascade of falling stones struck the fish squarely on the face, accompanied by a green figure, causing both the fish and the green caterpillar to tumble to the ground, leaving Sato-Emo bewildered as he observed a fragment of white silk fluttering in the night breeze. What a chaotic beginning. Once he had securely set the black-mouthed creature down at the cave entrance, Sato-Emo quickly moved to assist the green caterpillar, indicating to the stinky mud to lend a hand to the bewildered creature. As he patted the back of the water-jumping fish, he reassured it, I'm back. The fish blinked, taking in Sato-Emo's somewhat haggard and dirty appearance, before leaping into his embrace. As for any reprimands, those could wait. I'm sorry for worrying you. I returned late, Sato-Emo said, holding the trembling fish tightly. Something felt amiss. The water-jumping fish wriggled out of Sato-Emo's embrace, tilting its head and tugging at the corners of its mouth, narrowing its eyes in a serious manner. It thumped its tiny claws on the ground a couple of times. Looking fierce, Kaklo. Attempting to maintain a stern demeanor, Sato-Emo complied. Well, there is a reason for it. Thank you, Sato-Emo said, slightly taken aback as he received a few tree fruits from the snake-patterned bear. Has this creature's injury worsened? Sato-Emo scrutinized the bear, who seemed to have become much more docile, noting the bite marks on its body. Had the black-mouthed creature done this? Quite impressive. Ignoring the bear's pitiful gaze, Sato-Emo took a bite of the tree fruit and accepted the firewood offered by the black-mouthed creature. The green caterpillar followed suit to assist. During their respite, Sato-Emo ignited a campfire, illuminating the cave, as the perpetual darkness was hardly ideal. The little sprites gathered around the fire with Sato-Emo, listening quietly as he recounted the afternoon's events, while the green caterpillar occasionally tugged at the stones it had collected, glancing up at the black-mouthed creature, eliciting a bit of discomfort from it. And that is how it went. Kaklo, what is that supposed to mean? As the call of Sato-Sumi echoed, the water-leaping fish collided headfirst into Sato-Sumi's chest, then lay down upon it, anxiously searching for any signs of injury. Stinky Mud cast a glance, continuing to munch on the fruit in his hand, then placed another fruit before the still contemplative green caterpillar, saying, chew, chew. In truth, Sato-Sumi wished to express, that impact you just delivered has been the greatest blow I've faced today. Well, I'm fine really. If we disregard your recent action, I can genuinely claim to have returned unscathed. The water-leaping fish looked up with big, teary eyes at Sato-Sumi, exclaiming, from now on, you mustn't do that. The big-mouthed child nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was far too perilous. After all, it was a circle bear. Sato-Sumi tilted his head in contemplation, raised his palm before the water-leaping fish, and declared, all right then, I shall take you along next time. With a resounding clap, a blue palm met Sato-Sumi's palm, sealing the deal. Thud! The big-mouthed child lost balance and fell to the ground, exclaiming, oh my goodness. Sato-Sumi cast a curious glance at the big-mouthed child as he struggled to rise, and shook his head, proceeding to assist the little sprites in preparing dinner. And of course, his own as well. The sound of dragging items caught the big-mouthed child's attention as he observed the green caterpillar approaching, pulling along a heap of. What was it? A pile of stones. What was the purpose of this? Why were your eyes so bright? The big-mouthed child stared blankly at the green caterpillar, whose bright eyes were almost blinding. To be honest, had it not been for its affiliation with Sato-Sumi, this commonplace sprite in the forest would have elicited no interest from him. Gochi, this is for you, the green caterpillar offered. This pile of stones. The big-mouthed child was perplexed. I'm not a Geodude, I don't eat stones. However, this was the first time he had received a gift. Seeing the big-mouthed child hesitate, The green caterpillar misinterpreted it as shyness and eagerly pushed the stones closer to him, saying, Gochi, Gochi, don't be modest. These are quite common, just a bit of a hassle to collect. Haha, by the way, weren't you crunching on stones before sleeping last night? We thought you enjoyed it, so I collected some for you. If you don't want it, that's fine. After spending the afternoon together, Stinky Mud's impression of the green caterpillar had transformed significantly. He had already accepted it as a member of their team. Stinky Mud nodded in agreement, while the water-leaping fish looked at him in surprise. The silk thread fell from the big-mouthed child's mouth, and his jaw dropped wide open, leaving the green caterpillar bewildered. After a moment of confusion, the green caterpillar sniffled, Gochi, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, then lowered its head to nibble on its silk, retreating with a downcast demeanor. Noticing this, Stinky Mud's expression darkened slightly, regardless of whether the big-mouthed child liked it or not. Having shared life and death experiences with the green caterpillar, Stinky Mud chose to stand by its side, gently reaching out to pat its little head, saying, It's all right. Leave it to me. I quite enjoy eating it too. Gochi? Really? The sound of crunching echoed through the air as the creature, known as Stinky Mud, remained silent. Sato-mo, observing intently, noted how the large-mouthed creature, upon seeing the green caterpillar turn away, abruptly snapped back to attention, seizing several pebbles to chew on. Being a steel-type Pokémon, it found delight in the stones as if they were mere snacks. After expelling a puff of pink air to clear its mouth of debris, the large-mouthed creature marveled at its glistening teeth. With a playful blink, it approached the green caterpillar, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by its intense gaze. Its red eyes darted sideways as it stammered, Eek. This is my first time receiving a gift, so thank you. The green caterpillar, its eyes transforming into a joyful shape, replied, You're welcome. Hee hee hee. Witnessing the exchange of gratitude between the green caterpillar and the largemouth creature, Sato-mo could not help but smile. Although a hint of pity crept into his gaze towards the caterpillar, it had been alone in the forest for far too long, which explained its desperate yearning for companionship. Even adopting a slightly ingratiating demeanor. Oh dear, this simply won't do, he thought. Come, Stinky Mud, Aihua, and the largemouth one, it's time to eat. Sato-mo beamed as he watched a swarm of little Pokémon rush toward him, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. However, he soon realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Oh well, whatever I neglected must not be of great importance. Time to eat. Meanwhile, a quietly nibbling Snivy and a small Rattata remained in the corner, unnoticed. Chapter 74. Finding a solution. Aihua, what's wrong? Sato-mo asked, curiously watching as the water-leap fish huffed and puffed while dragging its bowl closer, seemingly fearful of another escape. Sato-mo felt a swell of emotion. Clack, clack. The water-leap fish raised its tiny paw, pointing at Stinky Mud to complain, It stole my food. Sato-mo followed the direction of the fish's gaze to find Stinky Mud cradling the bowl, gazing longingly at the food within. Touched. Huh. Sato-mo helplessly placed some gathered berries before Stinky Mud, saying, Pokémon food is scarce, so for now, let us share these berries. We'll discuss more once we settle down. As the water-leap fish kept a wary eye on Stinky Mud, Sato-mo observed the green caterpillar and the largemouth creature happily sharing their meal, nodding in satisfaction. As for the Snivy lurking in the corner, its eyes reflecting both vigilance and envy, Sato-mo chose to disregard it. The emotions among the little Pokémon were both simple and intricate. He carefully tucked his egg incubator into Stinky Mud's body, the safest yet riskiest place, before retrieving the water-leap fish's waterstone to stow in his backpack. Upon lifting the flap of his tent, he discovered it had become quite messy. Aside from his sleeping bag, there were numerous tiny paw prints, indicating that a certain little creature had attempted to tidy the space, only to make it worse. At this moment, Ichi stood behind with the big-mouthed creature, who gazed up at Sato-mo with a pitiful expression, feeling quite timid, especially since it had committed a misdeed. Sato-mo picked up the big-mouthed creature and pressed its small hand against the paw print, only to realize it was actually a footprint. Clearing his throat, he gently set the creature down and helped it close its open jaw. Oh, let us forgive, he said, smiling reassuringly at the big-mouthed creature, before casting a bemused glance at the equally pitiful green caterpillar that was looking at him. Sato-mo raised an eyebrow, pondering if the caterpillar found the situation amusing. Nevertheless, the big-mouthed creature was rather agreeable. Had it been the Stinky Mud, it would have undoubtedly devoured the entire tent, leaving no trace behind. The Stinky Mud swiftly turned its head to glare at Sato-mo, as if it had overheard unflattering remarks about itself. Retrieving a basin from the spatial backpack, Sato-mo found cleaning the sleeping bag quite manageable. With the help of the water-spraying fish, it was soon refreshed. Next came the task of the caterpillar spinning silk, creating a sturdy thread within the cave. Satoemo wrapped the thread in burlap and hung the sleeping bag to dry inside the cave. After this flurry of activity, he finally noticed the patterned bear nestled in the corner. Ah, I remember now. This creature seems to have been dealt with. Rubbing his chin, Satoemo scrutinized the patterned bear. Ichi, I indeed struck it. This fellow was so unruly, acting so smug in my abode. Who else should I punish? He wondered if he had struck it incorrectly, glancing at the now pitiful patterned bear, which showed no trace of its former arrogance. He mused at how well it had been disciplined. Satoemo flashed a toothy grin at the big-mouthed creature, giving a thumbs up. Well done. Mistaken strike? Impossible. Just be cautious while dealing with it, and don't hurt yourself. The big-mouthed creature nodded enthusiastically. Ichi. Tonight we need not tidy it up. Prepare for bed. Come here, and I shall help you wash. Finally, Satoemo heated some water and gestured for the big-mouthed creature to come over for a wash. Big-mouthed creature. Ichi. No. I will wash you first. Later, you can manage on your own. It will be much more convenient to rest in the tent, and you'll sleep more comfortably. Hee. Doesn't that sound nice? Splash. Satoemo wiped the warm water from his face and cheerfully asked the big-mouthed creature, who was playing in the basin. While assisting it in its bath, he casually lifted the green caterpillar that had been inching its way inside. What is all this commotion about? Satoemo laid back on a pile of hay with the big-mouthed creature, having just washed the sleeping bag, and with no spare available. Tonight, you'll sleep here. Stinky mud, Pa? I had prepared plenty beforehand, so can I devour it all? Hee. Satoemo shot a fierce glare at the stinky mud before reclining on the hay at the invitation of the big-mouthed creature. After the green caterpillar cleaned itself on Satoemo's clothing, Satoemo, why are you wiping on my clothes? It happily burrowed into the hay. Oh, right at you. How does it feel to learn to play in the mud? Stretching, Satoemo tilted his head to inquire of the water-spraying fish beside him. The water-spraying fish puffed out its chest proudly. Kaka? Not at all. The water-splashing fish expressed its utter bewilderment. With a roll of the eyes, Satoemo opened his journal, noting, May 16th, 1997, Saturday, sunny. There is a water source adjacent to the cave, easily accessible via the vines on the rock walls. To the north lies a vast lake, connecting to the central region, or perhaps even further. A shortcut is possible, though it passes by the den of the solitary bear, crossed out, which is marked prominently. There may be something nearby that attracts Ahu. In the northeast direction is the territory of the bee drill, the extent of which remains uncertain. Progress of you learning to play with mud, tentatively 30. Acquisitions, 1 water stone, a portion of black sludge, increased affection from the big-mouthed creature, and the enmity of the solitary bear, in addition to capturing a patterned bear. Reflection. In the past, ANI restrained its foul odor to hasten travel. Now, while preparing to claim territory, it must utilize its scent effectively, referencing the solitary bear. Ultimately, I must return home on time. After sketching a simple map, Satoemo snapped his notebook shut, then opened the found journal and called out to the big-mouthed creature, who had already risen to leave. Big-mouthed one, wait for ANI, and come help. Don't set your sights on that sludge. It's yours for the taking. The big-mouthed creature stared at Satoemo and the disgruntled ANI. Observing the layout of the area outside, I had a general idea of what he intended to do. Her lingering scent was diminishing, and it was likely that the nearby sprites were aware, merely choosing to remain silent, for a good leader is hard to find. And the wounds on your body must have been left during the territory dispute. How do you know? I am a genius, you see. Keep your mouth shut. I was only jesting. Ahem, there's no need to damage her. Further, just leave the rest to me. Instinctively, the big-mouthed creature assumed a defensive stance, its dark mandibles slightly parting. Do you have a plan? If anything goes wrong, I'll have nowhere to go. This is my home. Humph, your true nature is revealing itself, Satoemo remarked, patting the relic journal, which recorded, contrary to its adorable appearance. The big-mouthed creature is inherently cunning and possesses formidable aggression. Now that makes sense. I thought it impossible for such a cute little thing to occupy such a prime cave. You nearly deceived me. The big-mouthed creature blushed. Even if you praise me, I won't be pleased. ANI, your time to shine has come. Use the mud to delineate the boundaries around the big-mouthed creature's territory, and appropriately release your scent to make do for now. We'll think of a better plan gradually. Satoemo declared. As my stronghold, how can I allow other sprites to wander in freely? Big-mouthed creature. Hey. ANI had returned early, observing its little sprite gradually drifting off to sleep, while assisting ANI in relaxing its body with gentle massages. It softly murmured, I will resolve the issue of the scent suppression failing. However, Until it is resolved, we cannot frolic recklessly in the forest as before. For if we falter, the consequences could be dire. I shall devote myself to nurturing the little one growing within me. Caring for this infant is merely your side endeavor. It is not truly your child, but rather something nestled within your womb. Moreover, you are a male. What is this? Pseudo-Legendary reached into his pocket and pulled out an elongated strip of brown fur, which appeared strikingly familiar. Ah, this scent. A solution has emerged. Chapter 75. The Bear Man and the Bear Woman. Before the dawn had fully broken, Pseudo-Legendary, sporting a pair of panda eyes, rose early, still drowsy. Ignoring the astonished gaze of Shui Yuyu, he yawned while preparing breakfast. Yesterday, the debate surrounding whether males could bear offspring had kept him and Cho and I awake until the early hours, yet they had reached no conclusion. Today, you. You are all at home in the cave. That's enough, you. Pseudo-Legendary softly addressed Shui Yuyu, who was tightly clutching his calf. I need to visit the circle bear for an important matter. With that, he playfully brushed the tuft of brown fur against Shui Yuyu's nose. Achoo! Shui Yuyu immediately released his grip and scampered off to sneeze, his little head bobbing side to side. Ah, the tumult of hormones. Pseudo-Legendary called out, leading Cho and I toward the circle bear's location. Remember to keep an eye on the house, look after and tend to the egg incubator. Casting a glance at the slumbering big-mouth baby and the green caterpillar blowing bubbles from its nose, Pseudo-Legendary, with Cho and I in tow, headed toward the spot where he had discovered the fur, despite Shui Yuyu's reluctant gaze. May all go smoothly. As he traversed the indistinguishable woods, Pseudo-Legendary gradually slowed his pace under Cho Ni's guidance, for they were nearing the site of the fur discovery. His pupils dilated suddenly as he spotted a circle bear emerging from a tree hollow, shaking off its noticeably longer coat, and sneezing. Achoo! Curse it! Why has the air turned so strange since last night? I have no appetite, and my nose seems rather ineffective. Is there a male bear nearby? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Achoo! I must find something sweet to eat. Shaking herself, Miss Circle Bear glanced in Pseudo-Legendary's direction, vaguely sensing that something was observing her, yet unable to pinpoint its exact location. Not wishing to complicate matters so early in the day, she made a simple display of intimidation before darting into the woods. Emerging from the underbrush, Pseudo-Legendary wiped the sweat from his brow and consulted the map he had retrieved from his pocket. If memory served, that direction should lead to the territory of the Beedrill clan, likely in pursuit of honey. Could this creature be a newcomer? Who does not know that the Beedrill of the moonlit mountain forest are notoriously troublesome? Fortune favors me. Pseudo-Legendary folded the map and hastened toward the circle bear's den when suddenly a thought struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. Something seemed amiss. Pseudo-Legendary gazed up at the nascent sun, sensing that today promised to be a splendid day. Instinctively, she felt she ought to refrain from venturing into the cave of the circle bear. Come, Ani, let us head to the lakeside. But what if we encounter the circle bear? Of course, we shall negotiate. As for the method of negotiation, who knows? This is my first time negotiating, so Ani, you must prepare diligently. Prepare 3 doses of your venom. I shall engage with it. During the negotiation, I will strive to minimize the distance between us. Should the negotiation falter, you must use your sticky mud to immobilize its limbs, thereby hindering its mobility, and then seize the opportunity to inject the venom. Naturally, we must keep 1 dose in reserve, just in case. Isn't its strength greater than ours? That is of little consequence, as long as the toxin takes effect. The circle bear's physiological functions will undoubtedly be compromised. In that scenario, your viscous mud will sufficiently impede its movements, leaving it in despair. Besides, we still have a dose of venom left. If necessary, we can administer another injection. Moreover, we have the gas sprayer at our disposal. Just follow my commands. With the sound of the sticky mud's muffled voice trailing behind her, Pseudo-Legendary dashed toward the lakeside, skillfully parting the underbrush. She surveyed the area for the little spirits by the lake, but alas, the circle bear was nowhere to be seen. Sighing, she prepared to head toward the circle bear's location when she suddenly felt the sticky mud tugging at her. What is the matter, Ani? Suddenly, she caught sight of a dazzling beam of energy. Following the pull of the sticky mud, she instinctively threw herself to the ground, just in time to see a familiar destructive beam of light skim over her back. Boom! A sound more thunderous than yesterday erupted, sending shockwaves that startled the little spirits by the lake. As they recognized the circle bear as the attacker, many of the spirits were visibly agitated. But upon realizing it was merely a human, they returned to their own affairs, muttering, "Oh, it's just a human," clearing away the shattered earth. Pseudo-Legendary managed to open her eyes and focused on her assailant, a panting circle bear, its blood-red eyes fixed upon her, as though it had been weeping. It appeared that the recent destructive beam had been unleashed with excessive force, for the circle bear had yet to emit another. Instead, it remained grounded, gasping for breath. "Have you been crying?" Sumi instinctively inquired. "How dare you?" A golden energy orb rapidly coalesced in the circle bear's mouth, swelling from the size of a soybean to that of a football. "Wait, let us talk this out." Boom, boom. The commotion persisted, with the circle bear sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. "Crying? Do you even know why I cry? Yesterday on my way home, I caught a whiff of my mother's scent. I finally detected her aroma, but it was all your fault for releasing that strange odor, which completely dulled my sense of smell, rendering me unable to track it. How infuriating." Wah! The circle bear's frustration escalated, and it began to weep, pounding its fists against the ground. Mashin gazed apprehensively at the torn earth surrounding him, but the devastation of the ground paled in comparison to the cries of the circle bear. "Well, I don't quite understand why you're crying," he began. But before he could finish his thought, the bear suddenly swiped at him with its sharp claws, halting just before Sato, deterred by the foul muck emanating from him. "Whoa! Human, you're impressive," exclaimed the circle bear. "Don't you want to know why I'm here?" Signaling for the muck to remain calm, Mashin replied. "Let us not rush things. Just look at that claw of yours. It's quite intimidating. This here is my companion, Mud. For the sake of our communication, I hope you'll allow him to serve as our bridge." He gestured towards the claw resting on his throat, then briefly introduced Mud to the circle bear. "Oh, thank you. I can breathe much easier now," the bear said. "First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I am truly sorry. Not only due to the misunderstanding from yesterday, but also as an outsider wishing to roam near the lake. I deeply regret intruding upon the domain of a formidable creature. By design, this lake falls within my intended territory, and it was never my intention to overstep. I certainly didn't expect to face such harsh consequences on my very first day. I hope not to attract the attention of a powerful being like yourself during my explorations." The circle bear retracted its claws and nodded, a wide grin spreading across its face. Indeed, trespassing in the forest is a serious offense. However, since it was an unintentional intrusion, one might argue that it's of little consequence. But wait, what about the damage to my sense of smell? And my mother bear? Wiping the mud from his face, Sato gently moved aside the bear's claws. "Well, I have a gift for you, and I hope you will appreciate it." He passed a tuft of long fur through the gaps between the bear's claws into its hands. The bear's triangular eyes widened in astonishment. This enticing length. While my sense of smell may be compromised, the alluring scent cannot deceive a bear. This is the scent of a female. It clutched the fur tightly, eyeing Sato with suspicion. "You, human, are risking your life to concern yourself with my romantic affairs?" Despite its doubts, the circle bear released Sato, finding him an agreeable companion. With the pressure around his throat dissipating, Sato coughed lightly and continued, "Thank you. Now, I would appreciate your assistance as we move forward." "Wait, is there an ulterior motive?" The bear pondered aloud. "On my way here, I noticed that Miss Circle Bear was headed towards the territory of the bee drill, likely to seize some honey." A tremendous explosion resonated from afar, a sound that felt oddly familiar. The timing was impeccable, and Satomu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he proclaimed, "The moment for a hero to rescue a damsel has arrived. I shall guide the hero for Miss Cerno, who presently requires assistance from her future companion." This swarm of bee drills was indeed a formidable adversary, capable of claiming territory around Miss Cerno's domain. "Miss Cerno? A hero's rescue? My companion?" He chuckled nervously. "Let us move quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, Cerno seized Satomu and hoisted him onto her back, charging towards the site of the explosion. Wow, what an unguarded back. Satomu signaled to the Grimer to behave, as the imposing presence of a living Cerno outweighed the intimidation of merely bringing back its corpse. In any case, this would certainly alleviate many troubles. At this stage, quietly amassing wealth was the prudent course. With remarkable speed, Cerno dashed forward, and the sounds of battle intensified as they approached, gradually quieting as both parties became uncertain of their intentions. Just before Cerno burst onto the battlefield, Satomu prudently leaped off her back, and with a gentle expression from Cerno, he silently mouthed, "Do your best," with a fierce roar amidst the splattering leaves. The imposing Cerno abruptly entered the fray, momentarily stunned. Thud, thud. It became apparent that the right atrium was receiving blood from the body's veins, which was then pumped through the right ventricle into the pulmonary artery. At that moment, the blood flowing through the pulmonary artery was venous, which, after gas exchange in the lungs, transformed into oxygen-rich arterial blood, delivered to the left atrium, and subsequently pumped throughout the body by the left ventricle's aorta. The bee drills in the battle stood bewildered, staring at the foolish bear. What is this creature doing here? We were minding our own business. Satomu lowered his hands from his face and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get to work. Quickly save the bear girl." Observing the bear's robust arms flailing wildly as he swatted away the surrounding Beedrills, the Beedrills obliged, employing a tactical approach to support their ally, thus allowing the bear to appear even more formidable. "Wow, this bear brother is so strong," gasped the bear girl, as the bear maneuvered skillfully through the swarm of Beedrills. Satomu could clearly see the bear girl's astonishment transform into admiration. However, it wasn't long before the Beedrill swarm was agitated. Even Cerno could not sustain the fight indefinitely. It was time to retreat. "Bear brother, let us go? If this continues, you may be fine, but the bear girl might get hurt. I'll handle the rear guard. If anything happens to me, could you please wait until I finish my sentence before running off?" "Understood, brother. The rear is in your hands," the bear responded. "Rest assured," the bear girl added. Watching the pair of Cerno flee into the woods, Satomu smirked and turned to the equally perplexed Grimer, saying, "Grimer, use the toxic gas to obscure their vision, and remember to make it potent." Gas spray. Then, utilizing a viscous sludge attack, they sought to impede the movements of the Vespiquen, aiming merely to disrupt rather than eliminate. The dark green toxic gas, reeking with a foul odor, obscured the vision of the Vespiquen, while the sludge promptly swung its arms, flinging clumps of black muck towards the Vespiquen that had ventured out of the toxic haze. The impact of the sludge attack was feeble. The Vespiquen struck hardly swayed, simply becoming coated in the dispersed muck, with the unfortunate ones having their wings ensnared, severely compromising their ability to fly, and in some cases, rendering them completely flightless. The sludge continued to launch additional clumps, which swept past the hindered Vespiquen, leaving them in a precarious position within the green mist, causing them to hesitate in their movements. It wasn't until a Vespiquen adept at clearing fog dispelled the noxious gas that they regained their composure, though regrettably, Satomu had already made his escape. "Ha ha ha, I've slipped away. Oh, aren't you that timid little bug? Perhaps we shall meet again by chance." Satomu noticed ahead a horned beetle adorned with a berry, its familiar shape reminding him of the swift beetle he had encountered the previous day. Cheerfully greeting it, he quickly instructed the sludge to dissipate its odor before making a hasty retreat. Without having harmed a single Vespiquen, Satomu successfully evaded capture, though the sludge pondered why they hadn't taught them a proper lesson. So far, everything had proceeded smoothly, and there was no immediate need to confront the circle bear. As for the Vespiquen, well, we bear no particular grudge against them. There is no need to embroil ourselves in enmity over the circle bear's trivial matters. Although it was indeed a trivial concern, they had aided the circle bear chief, which would alleviate many troubles ahead, such as entrusting the duo to oversee the territory of the large-mouthed creature, thereby sparing it considerable toil. As he spoke, Satomu paused near a thicket, parting the branches of a tremulous shrub and addressing the figures concealed within. "Is it all right, brother bear, sister bear?" Observing the pair hidden behind the foliage, Satomu suddenly halted mid-sentence, staring at them in astonishment, his face turning crimson as he hastily restored the shrub to its original state. "Ah, forgive me for the intrusion. Please, carry on. The season of renewal? Goodness, is it truly that desperate?" The satisfied brother bear, accompanied by his wife, parted the thicket, clapping Satomu on the shoulder, whose mind was filled with thoughts of becoming a true bear. "To my increasingly agreeable little brother," he signaled, "should you encounter any difficulties ahead, do not hesitate to approach me." He then placed Satomu upon his back and, under his guidance, eagerly took his wife along to provide support. Oh no, to bolster their little brother. "Satosumi, never mind, my objective has been achieved. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. I must hasten my efforts to strengthen my relationship with the Circle Bear family, while also becoming more formidable myself. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be somewhat inconvenient. My apologies. Upon reflection, I shall refrain from posting that chapter just yet." Chapter 76, 3,100 words. Indulging in a bit of laziness today, the Circle Bear swiftly transported Satosumi to the borders of the Great Mouth Baby's territory, coming to an abrupt halt and awkwardly grasping Satosumi, who had been flung through the air. "Ahem, thank you." Satosumi took a breath and noticed that the Circle Bear was rummaging about, leaving only faint traces behind, indicating that this place was under my protection. Satosumi surveyed the surroundings, realizing that they were still quite far from the Great Mouth Baby's domain. Puzzled, he glanced at the Circle Bear, who was giving him exaggerated signals. "Ah, I understand, brother bear and sister bear. You may return now. I shall only take a few steps to reach my destination. Though, in truth, there remains quite a distance. As they say, the winds of spring carry the hooves of a triumphant horse swiftly." The Circle Bear bellowed and dashed off with his sister, a blazing fire of enthusiasm. Understood. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Be careful, little brother. Farewell. Sado-Sumi waved until the circle bear's figure was no longer visible before turning to depart, still carrying the lingering scent of the circle bear. Sado-Sumi noticed that the nearby small sprites fled at the whiff. Thus, the journey was remarkably tranquil. It was not until he encountered the familiar area of bone grass that he allowed the muck to dissipate from his body, lest he frighten his little sprites. Though the morning had not been particularly long, Sado-Sumi felt utterly exhausted. Yet, the thought of his other sprites filled him with an eager anticipation to reunite with them. The cave of the Great Mouth Baby lay near Sado-Sumi's stronghold. The snake-patterned bear was adorned with a ribbon of soil, gracefully navigating its surface, showcasing a commendable control over energy, while the water-leaping fish lay motionless on the grass at the cave's entrance, fixated on the earth before it, the movements of the soil being rather clumsy. Alas, I shall not practice any longer. Observing the snake-patterned bear's smug demeanor, the water-leaping fish grew increasingly irritated, swatting the mud before it, which inadvertently splattered onto the green caterpillar's fruit. Startled, the green caterpillar burst into tears, prompting the water-leaping fish to become even more exasperated. From a distance, hearing the cries of the green caterpillar and the water-leaping fish's somewhat helpless attempts at comfort, Sado-Sumi could not help but smile softly. Pushing aside the obstructive weeds, he approached to find the green caterpillar sobbing while tightly clutching its fruit, now smeared with mud, as the water-leaping fish busied itself with comforting it. In a moment of clarity, Sado-Sumi hurried over and retrieved a fruit, placing it in front of the green caterpillar. Do not cry. Ahu. Here, take this fruit. Ah, you did not mean to. With a pitiful expression, the green caterpillar accepted the fruit from Sado-Sumi, taking a bite, and suddenly looking up to find Sado-Sumi smiling at him as he always did. Though hidden within that smile was a subtle trace of fatigue. With a swift flick, the caterpillar flung the fruit aside, its body contracting and rebounding as it deftly leapt onto the back of the water-springing fish, before finally plunging into Sado-Mo's embrace, chirping in distress. Mo. I'm terribly worried about you, my food. Nestled in Sado-Mo's arms for a brief moment, the caterpillar suddenly snapped to attention. Realizing its precious food had been sullied by its own doing, it turned back, staring blankly at the fruit lodged in the fish's mouth. Despite the fish's slight displeasure, it kindly caught the caterpillar's fruit. Oomph, you crybaby. Even neglecting Sado-Mo, the caterpillar then hopped to the side of the fish, biting into the fruit and rubbing its face against the fish's cheek, leaving the fish utterly exasperated. Gak. Really now? Why such an obsession with guarding your food? Yet, the rosy hue on the fish's face did not escape Sado-Mo's notice. For reasons unknown, Sado-Mo felt considerably lighter, stroking the water-springing fish before lifting the eager caterpillar. Feeling a sense of release as the muck slowly dripped down, Sado-Mo then stepped towards the cave, stating, the caterpillar's possessiveness over food is quite understandable. To it, food is of utmost rarity. Before encountering us, it spent most of its time searching for fresh leaves while evading predators, laboriously seeking opportunities to feed. The few days it has enjoyed eating without fear of threats are likely a welcome change. The water-springing fish glanced at the caterpillar, who was joyfully consuming the fruit, and nodded in agreement. However, was there truly a connection between guarding food and being a crybaby? Lost in contemplation, Sado-Mo had already entered the cave, prompting the fish to hurry after him. Inside the cave, it was brightly lit, with a large leaf spread out on the ground, adorned with various fruits. The water-springing fish indicated to Sado-Mo that these were gathered by the big-mouthed child. By the edge of the tent, there was a basin of water, somewhat murky. A quick glance revealed the absence of the big-mouthed child and the sleeping bag that had been washed last night. Lifting the tent flap, Sado-Mo found the big-mouthed child adorably clutching a pillow and blissfully asleep, resembling a doll. As the tent opened, the midday sun shone brightly, causing the big-mouthed child to squint uncomfortably, burrowing their little head deeper into the pillow, drowsily opening their eyes. Sado-Mo calmly caught the pillow tossed from the direction of the big-mouthed child and leaned over, greeting the somewhat dazed child. Hey, back so early? Once the big-mouthed child regained composure, they pulled Sado-Mo to the array of fruits they had collected. If you're hungry, feel free to eat some. Don't be shy. Thank you, let us eat together. Sado-Mo divided the fruits before his little sprite, scrutinizing the child's impeccably clean hands and feet that were inadvertently thrust before him, then pointing at the basin of murky water, smiling and giving a thumbs up to the big-mouthed child. The big-mouthed child tilted their little head back. Humph. In the afternoon, Sado-Mo decided against venturing out again, taking the rare opportunity to cook a sumptuous lunch. Not to mention the muck and the water-springing fish, the caterpillar and the big-mouthed child were thoroughly satisfied. Since physical training was not feasible, it was time to focus on skill development. Ahu. It would be beneficial to slightly diminish the size of your silk spinning web and subsequently enhance your firing rate and ammunition capacity. This way, when confronted with smaller Pokémon like the snaky bear, you need not worry about insufficient ammunition. We can start by reducing the amount of silk produced with each spin. Gogi. The caterpie began to practice reducing its silk output in the open space, following Sato's advice. Ayo, I know you primarily engage in mud play. And while the snaky bear's teaching skills may leave much to be desired, you'll have to endure. What are you staring at? If you possess such ability, why not teach my Ayo? Sato shot back, glaring fiercely, which infuriated the snaky bear. Ayo, what was that skill you used yesterday? The one that blocked the snaky bear's needle attack? Hearing Sato confront the snaky bear, Shuyu shyly scratched its cheek. At Sato's words, a glimmer sparked in Shuyu's eyes, and a transparent wall manifested within the cave. Click. Is this a barrier? Quite sturdy, and it carries a hint of coolness. Sato placed his chilly fingers near his mouth. Exhaling. Ayo, you can do this skill as well. Why didn't you use it before? Click. Because you said it was fine, so I held back, Ayo replied. It seems to be the case. Although unsure why Sato was so excited, Shuyu nodded in agreement and then approached the irate snaky bear to inquire about mud play. Remember, when your stamina drops to half, you must take a break. As for the stinky mud, it had already decided to take a well-deserved rest without Sato's prompting. I should attend to my own matters now. After assigning tasks to his Pokémon, Sato turned to enter the cave when suddenly a sharp pain surged through his calf. Ah! Ouch! Dazua let go. Woo! Waving its tiny hands. Dazua indicated that it was indeed letting go. Dazua's mouth was firmly clamped around Sato's calf, its black tail swaying behind. Then release your bite. Eek! I haven't forgotten you. Come, let's find some stones. Ahu, return to training. Sato grasped the caterpie's tail and set it aside before bending down to pinch Dazua's cheek. I intend to repair that. Such tasks are better suited for humans. After explaining, Dazua tugged at Sato's pant leg, carefully blowing on the bite mark on Sato's calf, casting a reproachful glance. You should have mentioned it sooner. You bit too quickly, Sato retorted, allowing Dazua to pull him along by his pinky as they ventured outside in search of suitable stones. Along the way, Sato encountered numerous Pokémon, yet all were in their initial stages, devoid of any evolved forms. He noted the awe in Dazua's gaze, contrasting with the curiosity and scrutiny emanating from the other Pokémon as they looked at Sato. Do they all reside in your territory? Dazua nodded, exuding an air of superiority. Eek. Indeed. Observing the occasional passing Rattatas, Sato couldn't help but frown. After a while, Sato Mu returned to the cave, swaying gently with a bundle of stones wrapped in leaves, accompanied by the large-mouthed creature. The water-leaping fish was engaged in a contest of strength with the striped bear, while the green caterpillar had scampered over to the stinky mud, enjoying the sunlight with some tree fruits. Before the stone tomb, the large-mouthed creature's demeanor noticeably darkened. Sato Mu tenderly wiped the corners of its eyes, its fur dampened. Let me handle this, he said. Nevertheless, the large-mouthed creature was not idle. Assisting Sato Mu from the side, Sato Mu wiped the sweat from his brow, finally completing the task. Lately, I've had quite the affinity for tombs and the deceased, he mused. The repaired stone tomb was now less rudimentary. It could fully conceal her, eliminating the need to disturb her again. Leave the rest to me, Sato Mu said softly, cradling the quietly weeping large-mouthed creature, whose cries could no longer be stifled. The large-mouthed creature wept like a child, and it took Sato Mu a considerable time to soothe its sobs, restoring a semblance of childhood innocence. Suddenly, a furious sound emerged from the side, the green caterpillar expressing its agitation. Without needing to be summoned, it spun around in distress. Even the previously resting stinky mud turned to observe, silently casting reproachful glances. The water-leaping fish glanced around hesitantly before poking Sato Mu with its small paw. Hey, don't bully them. Sato Mu gazed skyward in exasperation. Am I the only one who can be bullied? Then, he shot a fierce glare at the nosy striped bear. What do you want? Do you wish to be punished? Chapter 77. Special training. Near the rocky walls within the cave lay a writhing pool of black mud. The water-leaping fish widened its eyes, staring at the swirling black muck. A blue paw swiftly retracted, then hesitantly hovered in the air once more. After much deliberation, it cautiously stepped onto the surface. Soft and sticky, upon the initial contact of its paw with the muddy surface, the fish felt a distinct force resisting its motion, a sensation somewhat different from its expectations. Instinctively, the water-leaping fish exerted a bit of strength, and the resistance vanished instantly, making it feel as though its foot had plunged into a viscous abyss. Before it could make another move, its entire paw was engulfed by the black mire. In a moment of panic, the water-leaping fish instinctively attempted to withdraw its leg. However, the ascent was easy while the descent proved challenging. The mud was easy to enter but difficult to escape, and thus, the water-leaping fish experienced for the first time the adhesive nature of the stinky mud. The other 3 legs quickly found solid ground for leverage as it summoned the power within, strong enough to shatter rock, to break free from the clutches of the sticky substance. Meanwhile, the black mud that silently shifted towards the other 3 legs of the water-leaping fish seemed to pause, as if something unexpected had occurred. With a mud-caked paw suspended in the air, panting, the water-leaping fish witnessed the black mud gradually smoothing out at the break, hardly believing in the remarkable stickiness of this substance. It wasn't until the strands of black mud reintegrated into the stinky mud that the water-leaping fish regained its senses. Only then did it realize that besides the paw raised in the air, the other 3 legs had somehow become enshrouded by the black mud, bringing back the familiar sensation of stickiness. Extracting a single leg proved to be quite a struggle, and now all 3 were ensnared. The water-leaping fish instantly realized that its movement had been entirely obstructed. What a calamity! A jet of water, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the fish's mouth, creating a dent in the surface of the black, murky swamp under the force of the torrent. This was a purely instinctive reaction. Even the ordinarily observant Pseudo-Legendary could hardly have anticipated such a response, let alone the water-leaping fish itself. The anguished cries from the foul mud snapped Pseudo-Legendary out of his astonishment, simultaneously bringing the water-leaping fish back to its senses, prompting it to cease the water jet immediately. Pseudo-Legendary gently set down the large-mouthed doll he had been cradling and approached with several fresh blue-orange fruits. Hey, and Mud, don't move for now. First, have a blue-orange to recover a bit. And please don't scold at you. He is experiencing this for the first time. After all, the initial contact with your viscous form is bound to leave a lasting impression on anyone, myself included. However, once accustomed, it can be rather pleasant. Pseudo-Legendary watched as the blue-orange fruit gradually vanished into the surface of the foul mud. The body still hurts a bit. He brushed aside the water-leaping fish's expression of guilt and remarked with a hint of exasperation, I get it. Have another one. Just come to me directly if you want to eat. No need for ambiguous remarks that might lead to misunderstandings. With that, he brusquely shoved a blue-orange fruit into the muddy body and comforted the water-leaping fish, saying, Don't worry, you. The damage in mud has sustained is far less severe than it appears. Crack, crack. Oh, in that case, I must exert myself even more, exclaimed in mud in a tone of determination. Water-leaping fish and in mud exchanged incredulous glances. While you had indeed erred, it was not justifiable to let him go hungry. After all, both of you are the main forces, and it is I, who is of little utility in the wild, who must bear the punishment, not only for you, but I shall apply the same foolish approach to you as well. Crack. No need to apologize. Just restrain yourself and train diligently. Whether I can be sufficiently nourished depends on you and your efforts. Though Pseudo-Legendary employed such measures with an understanding of the water-leaping fish's temperament, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected efficacy of this tactic. In the dark mire of mud, every step the water-leaping fish took to escape the sticky body demanded a considerable exertion of its internal strength, expending several times the energy required for traversing flat ground. Particularly with its hind limbs, every movement engaged muscles that were seldom utilized. This brief journey proved arduous and earnest for the water-leaping fish. As they traversed the terrain, there were moments when water-leap fish, due to the clumsiness of stinky mud, would exert itself too fiercely and lose its balance, resulting in a fall. Observing this, Pseudo-Legendary couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth in amusement, subsequently directing his attention to the mud, more specifically, the grains of earth sliding near the feet of the striped bear. Noticing the ease with which the striped bear manipulated the soil particles, Pseudo-Legendary furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how his own water-leap fish could make no progress at all in playing with the mud while this creature appeared so adept. Something felt amiss. Was it perhaps hoarding its skills? Pseudo-Legendary's reverie was interrupted by a series of sharp sounds, and upon looking up, he was instantly amused to see Big Mouth Doll engaging in a playful scuffle. When Pseudo-Legendary frowned at the striped bear, Big Mouth Doll turned around just in time to catch the striped bear baring its teeth at Pseudo-Legendary, leading Big Mouth Doll to deliver a thorough thrashing. He only ceased after landing a final punch on the bruised visage of the striped bear. As Big Mouth Doll approached Pseudo-Legendary, puffing out its chest in pride, Pseudo-Legendary scrutinized the somewhat timid striped bear. This creature was indeed intriguing. It dared to snarl at him, yet exhibited a palpable fear of Big Mouth Doll, showing no inclination to flee even after receiving such a beating. Noticing Sado-Mo's unwavering gaze on the striped bear, Big Mouth Doll felt a flicker of conflict. One was its favored human, while the other was a newly acquired subordinate it had just chastised. With its red eyes darting around, Big Mouth Doll tugged at Sado-Mo's clothing, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm not blaming it. I was merely pondering." Sado-Mo affectionately ruffled Big Mouth Doll's little head as it stood with its hands behind its back, squinting contentedly against Sado-Mo's palm. Unbeknownst to Sado-Mo, Big Mouth Doll was fervently signaling to the striped bear. "Can't you see the situation? Scram." The striped bear shrank its head, reluctant to lose the only ally willing to take it in, realizing it must temper its temperament. With its leader having spoken, the striped bear could only sulkily make its way out, albeit at a leisurely pace. Big Mouth Doll sighed in relief. Chapter 78. Evening diversions. Where are you going? Come back. Sado-Mo called out as the striped bear silently made its exit. What if you leave and delay Water Leap Fish's skill acquisition? The striped bear halted, abruptly changing its previously sluggish pace to a quick trot, its short legs moving with surprising speed. You want me to stay? Not a chance. Humph. Hearing this, Big Mouth Doll was taken aback. Wait, we're not letting it leave? Just as Big Mouth Doll was lost in thought, a glistening thread arced over the striped bear's head, unfurling a web ahead of it, though smaller in size. Sado-Mo affectionately rubbed the head of the green caterpillar, silently praising its ingenuity. The striped bear's forehead twitched with frustration. How dare a mere green caterpillar act so arrogantly? With a swift motion, sharp claws sprang forth from the pads, and the serpentine bear squinted at the proud green caterpillar beside its pair of crimson eyes. The claws scratched the ground, leaving several marks and a scattering of broken soil. As it scampered over eagerly, thud, 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 the sound of flesh colliding with the earth echoed. How cruel. Sado-Mo shifted his body to shield the caterpillar's view, declaring that children should not witness such things. The caterpillar's mouth puffed up in response, just as Sado-Mo poked playfully at the puffed cheeks of the caterpillar. A faint sound emerged from the water-jumping fish. Cluck. Suddenly, the cavern fell silent. Sado-Mo turned his gaze toward the sound, spotting the water-jumping fish lying in the black mire, its quivering back muscles silently conveying its indomitable spirit. To be honest, the fish had endured longer than Sado-Mo had anticipated. After signaling the sludge to release its sticky form, he swiftly cradled the fish and gently caressed its spine. Sado-Mo then stuffed 2 blue-orange fruits into the sludge's body, urging it not to refuse, as its condition was hardly better. In an instant, the fruits vanished into the sludge. Indeed, the sludge was equally exhausted, perhaps even more so than the water-jumping fish. The fish merely had to exert itself to pull its feet free and advance, while the sludge had to stabilize its force within an appropriate range to compensate for its lack of adhesive strength. If the force was too weak, it would not provide sufficient exercise and might cause the fish to exert too much effort and fall. If too strong, the fish would be unable to move at all. In other words, while this method proved effective, it was arduous for both parties involved. The general direction was established, however. The finer details required further refinement and adjustment based on the sensations of the fish and the sludge. Cradling the trembling water-jumping fish, Sado-Mo pondered how much hidden strength lay within its small frame. Well done. The fish gently nudged Sado-Mo's chest. Cluck. Ami, let me walk on my own. Without uttering a word, the sludge quickened its pace, enveloping Sado-Mo's body. Laughter and playful scolding echoed within the cave. Lazy one. Time flew by, and the night had silently descended outside the cave, allowing the serpentine bear to stealthily slip away. The sludge lay sprawled across Sado-Mo's surface, part of its form adhering to the ground, stretching and contracting with each push-up Sado-Mo executed. Heaving. Last one for the night. Sado-Mo unhesitatingly lowered himself to the dirty ground, observing as the sludge adeptly detached itself from his body. Rising slowly, he began to ease the tension in his arm muscles while asking, Ami, did you increase the force in the last push? The sludge pouted. Clearly, your stamina is lacking. Humph. Can my little frame compare to yours? Sado-Mo greeted the water-jumping fish, now playing with the muddy water, and the green caterpillar, along with the watching big-mouthed kid. Care to engage in a spar with me? Eek. I have no desire to engage in a battle with the foul mud. It's not merely the mud itself, but rather the mud that envelopes me. However, it is solely a matter of physical prowess. The large-mouthed child appeared utterly bewildered. Just like this. Once the mud enveloped his entire body, Sado-Mo, with a swift motion, unleashed a punch. The thick, viscous black sludge continuously melted and writhed, ultimately encasing Pseudo-Legendary's fist within hardened earthen armor. The black, solidified fist collided with a small hand that seemed to be clad in black silk gloves, resulting in a momentary stalemate as both Pseudo-Legendary and the large-mouthed child retreated a few steps. Pseudo-Legendary sincerely remarked, "You possess tremendous strength. To stand evenly against a human and yet claim that I am the stronger one?" The large-mouthed child's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are you mocking me?" To be candid, that punch just now embodied the combined might of both myself and the mud. Under the circumstances of my ambush, we merely reached a draw. "Oh, it's not as formidable as you claim. Hey, let us go again." Soon enough, Pseudo-Legendary found himself utterly exhausted, unable to move, his stamina inferior to that of the small sprite. He could only temporarily cease hostilities and prepare dinner, without needing Pseudo-Legendary's encouragement. The little creatures flocked eagerly to their bowls, devouring their food with gusto, for they were quite fatigued from the day's exertions. Noticing that Pseudo-Legendary's bowl contained less food than usual, the water leaper felt a twinge of discomfort. Only the large-mouthed child gracefully savored his dinner. Having expended little energy throughout the day, engaging in only minimal exercise before the meal, Pseudo-Legendary dared not allow the sprites around him to become utterly worn out. Otherwise, it would be an act of folly. After dinner, it should have been time for playful antics, but in reality, only the green caterpillar and the large-mouthed child remained by Pseudo-Legendary's side. The green caterpillar now needed rest, while the large-mouthed child served as a safeguard. Thus, Pseudo-Legendary declined the large-mouthed child's challenge. The water leaper and the mud once more ventured to the side to train, and the two concocted a new game. The mud coated the surface of the water leaper's body with a thin layer of muck, then gradually constricted inward around the water leaper. To withstand this force, the water leaper had to resist the mud's pressure to maintain its standing posture. Observing the struggle between the two, Pseudo-Legendary shook his head and chose to ignore them, lowering his gaze to peruse the book he carried. Following the instructions within, he began to process the tree fruits he possessed. Some of these fruits had an exceedingly short shelf life, yet there was a significant market demand for them, ensuring their salability. Seated cross-legged by the fire, Pseudo-Legendary meticulously handled the tree fruits, although his success rate was somewhat lacking. Some fruits were mishandled, yet Pseudo-Legendary did not waste them. He selected the more palatable ones, as two eager mouths awaited their feast. Soon enough, the number of mouths needing to be fed grew to 4.5. After their training, the exhausted water leap fish and muck were drawn near. While offering fruits to the water leap fish, Pseudo-Legendary had to make careful selections. As for muck, which occupied 1.5 mouths, it was truly indiscriminate. Anything resembling fruit was fair game, and Pseudo-Legendary provided whatever it desired. In the end, apart from the fruits Pseudo-Legendary successfully managed, all others found their way into the bellies of the little spirits, with nary a morsel wasted, though digestion would require a measure of time. "My neck is so sore. It's already 11 o'clock. Time to sleep, Ahu. Come wash my feet." Pseudo-Legendary grasped the tail of the green caterpillar and pressed it to the edge of the basin. "If I can manage muck, surely I can handle you." After a cleansing ritual alongside the water leap fish, he cradled both into the tent. Lifting the tent flap, Pseudo-Legendary glanced at the eagerly watching mouthful, hesitating before saying, "It seems I won't need to stand watch tonight. My tent will be more comfortable. Would you care to join me for sleep?" The mouthful's eyes brightened, and it gestured towards the tent, only for a strand of silk to ensnare it as it scampered forward, propelling it swiftly into the tent. Pseudo-Legendary felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had he been too reserved? Why did it seem as if the mouthful was brimming with impatience? The mouthful poked its head out, displaying its tiny hands to indicate that it had already bathed. Only after Pseudo-Legendary nodded slightly did it enter the tent. If the mouthful were aware of Pseudo-Legendary's inner conflict, it would undoubtedly declare, "Reserve? That notion is non-existent. Why would one sleep in a pile of grass when there's a comfortable space available? Why the hesitation? It's not as if you could lay eggs alongside me." A smile tugged at Pseudo-Legendary's lips as he joined the tent. Laughter erupted within, soon giving way to tranquility, for the day had been exceptionally taxing. Additional notes, which I consistently forget to include regarding the little spirit skills, and these do not count towards the word limit: muck, male, ability, adhesion pound, poison gas, harden, mud throw, bind, mud attack, dissolve, inherited skill from its alternate coloration, inherited, shadow sneak, curse, taught, ice punch, which can crack one's own hands. I do not acknowledge this. Water leap fish, male, ability, damp tackle, growl, water gun, mud throw, detect, endure, play in the mud, inherited, freshness, barrier, green caterpillar, female, ability, scale powder tackle, string shot, mouthful, female, ability, huge power fairy wind, provocation, growl, scare, fake cry, bite. Sweet scent, inherited, poison fong, ice fong, flame fong, thunder fong. Chapter 79. The brotherly bear of super loyalty. Tired eyes can barely remain open. Words elude me. The day has dawned, yet the cave remains still and silent. Within the confines of the tent, the incubator in the corner reflected a soft glow. Pseudo-Legendary, with his back turned to the entrance, was deeply immersed in slumber. His eyes were tightly shut, yet beneath his eyelids, his gaze darted rapidly. Sweat trickled down his furrowed brow, suggesting that his dreams were far from pleasant. Suddenly, Pseudo-Legendary's eyes shot open, wide with alarm. Blinking twice as he adjusted to the familiar surroundings of his tent. Realizing that it was merely a nightmare, his heavy breathing gradually calmed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Pseudo-Legendary noticed that his pillow was damp. Recalling the distressing dream, he found himself unable to face the Beedrill lately. Goodness. Being chased and stung by those creatures all night long was a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Was there still a lingering sensation? What exactly had transpired? In a moment of panic, he instinctively reached behind him, only to encounter a soft little hand poking at him insistently. A wave of relief washed over him. It was just the chatted. However, he sensed a hint of fear in the creature's demeanor. Why was it poking him? The thought transformed into a query at the tip of his tongue. Chatted, what's the matter? Upon noticing Pseudo-Legendary's gaze, the chatted's furry face broke into a radiant smile. Ah, take that. Pseudo-Legendary playfully punched the bear-like creature on its snout, feeling the moist softness of its fur. Ow! The chatted rolled on the ground, covering its nose in bewilderment, while the other little sprites observed in silence. The plush fur was rather short. It must be the elder bear. It seemed that the elder's partner had not arrived, likely exhausted from the previous night's endeavors. But why did it come to him so early in the morning? To frighten him? Well, congratulations, it had succeeded. Regaining his composure, Pseudo-Legendary promptly retrieved a healing ointment to tend to the elder bear's injury, applying a strip of white bandage across its nose. The elder bear, with a serious expression and a hint of confusion in its triangular eyes, watched as Pseudo-Legendary treated its wound. As the soothing sensation spread across its nose, the pain subsided significantly. Curiously, it touched the bandage and nodded in satisfaction before accepting the food offered by Pseudo-Legendary. Initially, it sampled the meal delicately, but then devoured it in one gulp, presenting the empty bowl back to Pseudo-Legendary with a glint in its eyes, signaling it desired more. As Pseudo-Legendary filled the bowl again, he lowered his gaze to conceal the smile tugging at his lips, for that white bandage was quite conspicuous. Nearby, the chattets gathered around, relishing their breakfast, with the water jump fish burying its face in the bowl, laughing and hiccuping in delight. Pseudo-Legendary shot a glance at the water jump fish and gently patted its back, murmuring, "Ah yow, it's all right. Take your time and enjoy your meal." Unlike other circle bears, Brother Bear is remarkably gentle. Otherwise, one would struggle to find such a beautiful sister bear. It is known that children are prone to hiccups after being startled, so one must be cautious when they eventually have their own offspring. Oh, it turns out the fright was self-inflicted. I initially thought it was merely a jest at my expense. However, it is understandable, considering the volatile temperament of my kin. Speaking of which, is it true that children easily develop hiccups after being frightened? This is the first I've heard of it. Nonetheless, Brother Bear knocked Pseudo-Legendary down with a single swipe, leaving the fur on his face tinted pink, which was quite an embarrassing sight. Oh dear. It's far too soon to be discussing children. Ahem, Brother Bear, if you strike again, my petite frame may not withstand it. Pseudo-Legendary dusted himself off and gestured for the small sprites, poised defensively in front of him, to calm down. Offering a wry smile to Circle Bear, "They are simply overly concerned for my well-being. Please do not take offense." After surveying the scene, particularly focusing on the stubborn mud who remained stubbornly holding the rice bowl at the forefront, Circle Bear's gaze returned to Pseudo-Legendary. After a thorough examination, Circle Bear not only refrained from showing anger, but instead revealed a hint of softness in his eyes, leaving Pseudo-Legendary to wonder if he was imagining things. With a low growl directed at Pseudo-Legendary, Circle Bear set down the rice bowl and patted his belly before stepping out of the cave. Observing this, Pseudo-Legendary hurriedly followed with the small sprites in tow. Circle Bear leapt over a branch lodged at an angle on the slope, landing heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The hidden sprites around him froze in place. Licking his sharp claws, Circle Bear scanned his surroundings before etching a claw mark around the entrance of the cave of the Great Mouth. The dual claw marks signify this area as the exclusive territory of Circle Bear, while a single mark indicates the domain of a recognized strong entity, signifying that the sprites here have formed an alliance with Circle Bear. With a thunderous roar, Circle Bear issued a warning to the nearby sprites with ill intentions. As his deep growl reverberated through the surrounding forest, a sharper, more delicate growl emanated from within Circle Bear's cave. Many sprites looked up towards the territory of the Great Mouth. Some blinked before returning to their activities, while others, upon hearing Circle Bear's warning, displayed reluctance and inner turmoil. At the sound of the second growl, their struggles vanished along with their swiftly retreating forms into the forest. One Circle Bear can hold its ground, but a pair of them is a different matter altogether, especially that solitary bear who has finally found a mate. Rather than risking a fierce battle that would benefit other sprites, it would be wiser to seek new territory while in prime condition. Sensing that some troublesome sprites were gradually departing, Brother Bear let out another gruff growl, scratching the back of his head as he glanced towards where his mate was, revealing a goofy smile. The Great Mouth, intensely focused on the forest, also sensed the shift within their territory. The arm wrapped around Sato Mo's leg tightened slightly, letting out a soft squeak. Sato Sumi glanced down at the big mouth baby, gently patting its small head, and directed a broad smile at the big mouth frog who was looking back at him. As promised, leave it to me. The round bear, hands on hips, cast a sidelong glance at Sato Sumi with a feigned gaze. Haha, thank you, Brother Bear, Sato Sumi exclaimed. At this, Round Bear gave a thumbs up and flashed a hearty, endearing smile, causing the white bandage on his nose to become misshapen. Haha, this time, Sato Sumi did not hold back, and as Round Bear raised his thumb, laughter erupted from his companions, with the little sprites joining in as well. With the surrounding territory temporarily secure, they could now focus on their own affairs without worry. Chapter 80. Shall we have a plane? The weather today was rather dreary, with thick clouds blanketing the sky. Even when rays of sunlight occasionally pierced through the clouds, they were quickly obscured by the encroaching formations. The white clouds gradually darkened, and the wind began to pick up. A storm was imminent. Sato Sumi was bidding farewell to Round Bear, who shared his concern about the impending rain. Brother Bear, take care and do come visit when you can. Round Bear waved goodbye to Sato Sumi and his group, then hurried into the bushes, heading home. Roar. Newly married and in the throes of passion, if it weren't for Sato Sumi being his little brother and matchmaker, Round Bear wouldn't have squeezed out time to support him. After all, his wife was calling for him. Just as Sato Sumi had said, they should start thinking about having a little one soon. After sending off Brother Bear, who was responding to his wife's call, Sato Sumi suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the big mouth baby gazing up at him with curiosity. Sato Sumi noticed the similarly inquisitive water-leaping fish and green-hair caterpillar, and chuckled, sharing the tale of his adventures with Round Bear. His voice echoed across the grassy field in front of the cave. However, the gentle narration did not last long, as Sato Sumi noticed an increasing number of nearby sprites. Among them, the most conspicuous was the striped bear, peeking out from among the others. For some inexplicable reason, Sato Sumi felt irked upon seeing it. Even a simple mud-playing session seemed beyond its capabilities. Sato Sumi glanced at the green-hair caterpillar and the stinky mud, who were sharing a blue-orange fruit, feeling a bit awkward about interrupting them. As for the big mouth baby, who patrolled over his little brothers like an elder, he gazed at the striped bear's demeanor and finally turned his attention to the water-leaping fish, who was staring blankly at a pile of dirt. What a splendid lad. Sato Sumi called the water-leaping fish back to focus. You, we need not worry about safety for now. How about we challenge that striped bear? Startled, the water-leaping fish pondered for a moment, then shook its head while pointing at the stinky mud, finally nodding towards the striped bear. I don't want my friend's help. I want a one-on-one duel. Absolutely. Sato Sumi gestured with the stinky mud, then turned to the big mouth baby. Could you lend a hand? Here's the plan. After explaining, Sato Sumi pointed at the striped bear. The big mouth baby blinked, then confirmed with the water-leaping fish before promptly making its way toward the striped bear. All was in order. As Sato Sumi observed the big mouth baby advancing towards the snake-tail bear, he signaled the water-leap fish to prepare. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the big mouth baby to persuade the snake-tail bear. The big mouth baby approached the snake-tail bear, waved a tiny fist, and whispered something. Then, with a single hand, it placed the neck-retracting snake-tail bear before the water-leap fish, exclaiming with a joyful sound. After the big mouth baby stepped aside, the snake-tail bear, shedding its earlier timidity, playfully grinned at Sato Sumi. The bear's eyes were round and sparkling, undeniably charming. Momentarily lost in thought, Sato Sumi snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh, Awa." It was surprisingly easy to be distracted by the snake-tail bear. A flicker of disdain passed through its eyes. Water gun. The water-leap fish, similarly momentarily distracted, instinctively sprayed a stream of water towards the snake-tail bear upon hearing Sato Sumi's command. The force of the water gun was impressive, shooting directly towards the somewhat dazed snaketail bear. Witnessing the bear's momentary surprise, Sado-Sumi could not help but sigh in admiration. What a splendid water gun. The big-mouth baby nodded in agreement, recognizing the excellent angle and power of the water gun, evident of the hard work the water leap fish had put into mastering this skill. However, the big-mouth baby restrained the impulse to cover its eyes. Feeling a twinge of reluctance to watch further, the water leap fish's attack was far too straightforward. So much so that any Pokémon with even a modicum of battle experience could easily predict where the water gun would land. With a thoughtful expression, the big-mouth baby tilted its head slightly, pondering the first water gun's excessive force. If it missed, the recovery would take some time. It simply could not comprehend the effectiveness of such an approach, aside from wasting energy and creating vulnerabilities. Was there a plan at play? No. Wasting energy was indeed the gravest sin. It must be noted that the snaketail bear could easily evade this water gun, had it been a bit more cunning. It could have capitalized on the water leap fish's moment of vulnerability while recovering. The situation unfolded as the big-mouth baby had anticipated, with one slight deviation. The snaketail bear, having experienced the power of the water leap fish's water gun firsthand, did not evade immediately. Instead, it adopted a defensive counterattack strategy. Before the water gun could reach it, the snaketail bear's nose twitched as it, to Sado-Sumi's astonishment, turned its back. Its sturdy little legs rhythmically dug into the ground, displacing sand, while the bear expanded its area of operation in tandem with its digging. In the blink of an eye, a small pit appeared on the ground. But it was not sand that was unearthed. Rather, it was moist clumps of earth, interspersed with roots and stones, which did not hinder the snaketail bear's purpose. As the clumps of soil were hurled towards the water gun, the snaketail bear faced the attack head-on. It did not believe that these clumps alone could thwart the water gun, as a glimmer of blue light shone in its eyes. Let us play in the mud. Under the bear's command, the fragmented soil congealed into a clod, colliding with the incoming water gun. After a brief stalemate in the air, it was unfortunate that even with the continuous supply of soil clumps under the control of the serpent-patterned bear, they could not withstand the forceful jet of water. The spray shattered the temporarily gathered clods of earth, sending droplets flying, mingled with fragments of saturated mud. The now diminished water jet, in the excited gaze of Sado-Mo, successfully pierced through the serpent-patterned bear's obstruction. Unbeknownst to Sado, it seemed as though the water leap fish had claimed the first victory. However, the muddy debris obstructed his view, making it difficult to discern the condition of the serpent-patterned bear. With the water jet now depleted, the grassland became damp, and the serpent-patterned bear had vanished from sight. Although slightly disappointing, it was not unexpected. Sado had already witnessed the speed and offensive tactics of this creature. Anyway, be cautious, do not be deceived. The next move will likely be a feint. Sure enough, the grass on the left side of the serpent-patterned bear's original position rustled slightly. Seeing the water leap fish glance over, Sado quickly commanded, "Anyway, do not be misled. Divert your attention to the surrounding grass. Utilize your perception to sense the fluctuations in the air and observe any movements in the grass to locate the serpent-patterned bear." I won't stumble in the same place twice. With minimal head movement, the water leap fish's keen eyes surveyed the environment while its dorsal fins quivered, detecting any unusual air currents. It attentively sensed the surrounding activity, while Sado also scrutinized the situation. Chapter 81. Battle 1. The fish fins trembled lightly, as if sensing something amiss. The water leap fish looked over, only to see an ordinary mound of dirt, with no sign of the serpent-patterned bear. After a thorough search, it was startled to exclaim, "What? It isn't here. How could it evade my perception?" Sado exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Both Sado and the water leap fish became somewhat flustered, their movements becoming more pronounced, particularly the rotation of their heads. The water leap fish maintained a semblance of calm, yet its wild, darting eyes betrayed its inner turmoil, a fact that did not escape the notice of the serpent-patterned bear. The bear discerned the water leap fish's panic. Recognizing the mistakes of an inexperienced novice who was committing rookie errors one after another. Increasing the amplitude of head movements expanded its field of vision, yet simultaneously created unwarranted blind spots. Coupled with a lack of faith in its own abilities, any unexpected development prompted a state of panic, truly a novice. The fact that the water leap fish was a novice in combat had become evident by now. As if realizing something, the observing great-mouth fish smirked slightly. "Here it comes." With a dull thud, the water leap fish and Sado immediately turned their gaze towards the source, witnessing a spray of soil particles. Once again, the sand toss skill. Yet this time, it was fragments of earth being hurled. This skill again. How tiresome. Could it be out of options? ISNT, there's still the missile needle left unused? Sadosumi. IU, retaliate with mud, targeting several larger clumps of earth. The water leap fish vigorously swung its tiny claws left and right, sending them back with precision. While the striped bear hurled dirt clods, the water leap fish countered with smaller particles, occasionally interspersed with larger chunks. In Sadosumi's perspective, this method was far more befitting of the name sand throwing. The air, thick with dust, rendered the striped bear's silhouette somewhat hazy, causing the water leap fish to squint slightly. Nevertheless, Sadosumi maintained a broader field of vision. Even while shielding his eyes from the encroaching dust, he could discern the striped bear's situation clearly. Originally, the jagged, light brown fur of the striped bear formed a ring-like pattern, giving it a segmented appearance. Alas, at present, this striped bear had become a muddy yellow, its fur plastered tightly against its skin, and its body cloaked in a layer of dirt. This combination of its original fur color allowed the striped bear to meld seamlessly into the surrounding underbrush while lying motionless. Remaining still and playing in the mud. No wonder. Not only does it deceive our eyes, but it also evades IU's probing. The water leap fish could ascertain the enemy's position through the movement of air, yet now, with the striped bear remaining utterly still, that ability was rendered futile. Wait, earlier, IU had sensed something was amiss. TSK. Our practical experience is still too limited. The dust kicked up by their mud throwing had yet to settle completely, obscuring both parties' vision. However, it mattered not. They had already spotted the striped bear, well within range. IU water gun. With a splashing sound, the second water gun was swiftly directed at the striped bear. Observing this, the large-mouthed creature furrowed its brow slightly. Sensing an awkwardness, the striped bear stubbornly withstood the second water gun attack. Its ears twitched lightly, its head tilted, and its moist nose quivered. Despite the dust's interference, Sadosumi believed the striped bear had located the water leap fish's position. Suddenly, the fur on its back bristled upright, resembling a hedgehog. Accompanied by a slight tremor of its body, several missiles, enveloped in a faint green energy, pierced through the debris and shot forth, aimed directly at the water leap fish under Sadosumi's watchful gaze. Whether by coincidence or intent, a few of the quills struck the dirt clods, detonating upon impact, creating a mild gust that sent dust swirling towards the water leap fish. However, to Sadosumi's astonishment, among the missiles aimed at the water leap fish, two veered towards him. Goodness! Not only was Sadosumi startled, but even the large-mouthed creature at the sidelines turned pale. What the heck? You two can fight all you want, but striped bear, why target my man? Amid the clashing sounds of impact, there were muffled thuds as the needles penetrated the thick wood barrier, which bore numerous cracks and effectively blocked the striped bear's quills. Seeing this, the large-mouthed creature dispelled the pink whirlwind from its dark beak, letting out a sigh of relief. If the initial confrontation had seen the quills merely graze the barrier, this time they barely managed to be halted by it. Observing the quills that barred him and the thinning barrier before him, Sadomu, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, The quantity and length of the penetrations have increased. Is the barrier's defensive power related to its thickness? By the way, your disappearance this time is quite a poor strategy. Did I not mention that AU has already pinpointed your location? Through the dust and the cracks in the barrier, the serpentine bear vanished from Sadomu's sight once more. However, this time, it could not elude the perception of the water leap fish. As the serpentine bear traversed through the grass, it stirred a subtle airflow, an anomaly that contradicted the surrounding air currents. The water leap fish cast its gaze to the right and indicated the position of the serpentine bear to Sadomu, exclaiming, What is going on here? Cackling. Hearing the hint of confusion in the water leap fish's voice, Sadomu detected an unusual sound. Following its direction, he turned to witness the unexpected. What on earth is this? In the midst of battle, the serpentine bear had chosen to turn its back to its foe while humming a tune. The melody, though unfamiliar, sounded exceedingly adorable as it joyfully swayed its tail, almost as if it were attempting to charm its adversary. The formidable opponent that had instilled great pressure was engaging in such an embarrassing display amidst combat. It occurred to Sadomu that he too could produce a similar adorable sound, a skill that might cause his opponent to become careless and thus diminish their attack power. The thought of employing such a humiliating tactic in battle made Sadomu feel suddenly weak. Why do my limbs feel somewhat feeble, as if lacking strength? And my muscles have grown slack? If this continues, my body won't be able to withstand the impact. Is it merely psychological? Indeed, this technique feels too shameful, rendering me distracted and unable to concentrate. He scoffed, realizing that such behavior was not trivial. It certainly hindered his focus. shaking off the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The water-leap fish strained to consolidate its resolve, demonstrating a newfound tenacity. While the serpentine bear amused itself, the water-leap fish quietly gathered its scattered strength. Refocusing its attention on the foe, the glimmer in its eyes brightened. Oh, just look at the fighting spirit. Not bad at all. That earnest little gaze, yes. The outcome is now determined. Yet, an unexpected twist had emerged, a deviation that neither side had anticipated. Chapter 82. Battle 2. Should it continue to attack with water guns? Observing AU's water guns, in terms of speed, power, and precision, as well as the angle of the spray, one could sense that they were employed with great skill, embodying the very essence of how a water gun should be utilized. Yes, the execution was exemplary. It was evident that the water-leap fish had invested considerable effort into mastering this technique. However, after witnessing the water-leap fish unleash 2 water guns, Satomu felt an inexplicable dissonance. The water-leap fish was not quite adept at using the water gun. The technique had become overly polished, resulting in an awkwardness that was rather off-putting. Trusting his instincts, Satomu thought, given the circumstances, there's no need to squander my strength. Anyway, engage in close combat, and use a tackle. Huh, aren't we supposed to use water gun? Water Yue, momentarily distracted, felt an inexplicable surge of power within, flicking its tail and propelling itself toward the unsuspecting Snivy bear with great speed. Although the act of charging seemed somewhat awkward, Water Yue was in high spirits, exclaiming, "Ah, it's always been water gun, water gun. How utterly frustrating." To be frank, this was the first time Water Yue had been commanded to engage in such a close-quarters brawl. Typically, it would only resort to a tackle when absolutely necessary to create distance. The ground beneath its feet was slightly damp and soft, with the occasional sharp stone poking through and the scent of fresh grass wafted through the air. The humidity hinted at an impending rain, prompting a sense of urgency. Let's conclude this swiftly. It wouldn't do for Sumi to get soaked. With a grin, Water Yue accelerated, leaving behind small indentations in the earth. The exhilaration of the chase filled Satomu with a sense of liberation, as if he had unlocked a pivotal switch. Water Yue was about to embark on an irreversible path. None of that mattered now. What was crucial was to charge, Awe, and knock it away. The caterpie stood tall, waving its feet to cheer Water Yue on, brimming with excitement. Gaki. The face of the large-mouthed doll fell momentarily, hesitating. Is it really appropriate to douse their enthusiasm in this situation? Observing the caterpie's fervor, the large-mouthed doll hesitated just a moment longer before adorably raising its hands. Yay. Go for it. Suddenly, Snivy Bear ceased its frolicking and slowly turned its head. Both Satomu and the rushing Water Yue instinctively focused their attention, bracing for impact. The large-mouthed doll's cheer faltered. So it ends like this. By the way, were Snivy Bear's eyes truly so round? Those glistening brown orbs appeared wide open, as if tears were about to spill over, complementing its adorable, dirt-smeared face. It was far from menacing. In fact, it was endearingly cute, evoking a sense of reluctance to inflict any harm upon such a charming creature. How adorable, Satomu murmured. Upon hearing this, the large-mouthed doll puffed up its cheeks, casting a disapproving glance at Snivy Bear. The curious caterpie poked at it, exclaiming, "Wow, how bouncy." However, losing focus during battle was not ideal, especially with Water Yue still in motion. Captivated by Snivy Bear's cuteness, Water Yue found itself in a fleeting moment of suspension, oblivious to the dwindling power it had been gathering until its front foot gave way upon landing, prompting a startled cry. What? As Water Yue stumbled and fell, Satomu gasped in surprise, only to close his mouth immediately, astonished by the smile that the Snivy Bear bore. What on earth had transpired in those eyes? Moreover, the water-leaping fish had now lost its balance, and such a prime opportunity could not be overlooked by its opponent. As Satomu's thoughts whirled, his pupils suddenly constricted. Awe's shield. The patterned bear firmly planted its limbs on the ground, stabilizing its body, with its eyes, larger than Satomu's, fixated on the unsteady water-leaping fish. With a swift motion, the patterned bear extended its neck and lunged its head toward the water-leaping fish, exclaiming, "Receive my headbutt?" The sound was akin to shattering glass. In a state of panic, the shield conjured by the water-leaping fish could not withstand the full force of the patterned bear's headbutt, though it did momentarily impede the bear's assault, granting the fish a fleeting chance to breathe. Do not fear, let us collide once more. Since you both relish a head-on clash, let us make the most of it. The water-leaping fish adjusted its posture and collided with the patterned bear. The accumulated force of the bear combined with the potency of its headbutt was beyond what the water-leaping fish could withstand. especially as it was not in a position to exert its full strength. The patterned bear hesitated for a moment before relentlessly pursuing the water-leaping fish, seizing the moment to strike. Aywe, observe how serious the patterned bear appears. It mirrors us from before. Stay calm, employ mud toss to blind it. With its back on the ground, the water-leaping fish leveraged its momentum to flip in midair. Although it landed somewhat awkwardly, it was still able to muster the force for a mud toss. With a flick of its small paw, several clumps of moisture-laden mud soared toward the patterned bear. The bear, caught off guard during its advance, was struck directly. This time, fortune was not in its favor, as mud obscured its eyes, and its own paws became caked in the muck, leaving it little time to clean itself. Now is the moment. Water, charge. Pseudo-Legendary quickly reconsidered. What if the mud was washed away by the water? Deprived of sight, the patterned bear seemed unable to accept the sudden darkness, helplessly glancing around in confusion. Yet something still felt amiss. Pseudo-Legendary suppressed a twinge of unease as he watched the water-leaping fish charge at the patterned bear, disregarding everything else. Had it missed? Pseudo-Legendary stood momentarily dumbfounded, observing as the patterned bear skillfully sidestepped the fish's impact, unable to comprehend the turn of events. How could this be? The patterned bear, eyes closed and its dainty nose rhythmically flaring, remained composed and poised, readjusting its stance for another headbutt, now aimed directly at the exposed water-leaping fish. Was it its sense of smell? Did the patterned bear possess perceptual abilities beyond sight? When the needle and the shield clashed, it had also faltered. Now, the water-leaping fish required time to regain its stance, affording the patterned bear ample opportunity to gather its focus and prepare its headbutt. What to do? Concentrate. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Pseudo-Legendary's eyes. Aywe, use your call. We still have a chance. Upon hearing this, the patterned bear momentarily paused, its large mouth and bright eyes indicating a glimmer of realization. We have this avenue? If so, perhaps the outcome may shift. The water-leaping fish, smack. The water-leaping fish was solidly struck by the headbutt, sent flying through the air. Pseudo-Legendary. Chapter 83. Shyness outside the cave. A gentle rain fell, filtered and softened by the vines draping from the rocky walls, cascading down to the ground. Gradually, the rain intensified, and a slender curtain of water formed at the cave's entrance, with the crystalline droplets shattered by the lush green leaves below. Within the cave, a fire had long been kindled, the dancing flames radiating warmth that dispelled the damp chill invading the sanctuary. Unlike the pervasive cold outside, the interior of the cave was imbued with a comforting warmth. Outside, small sprites took refuge from the sudden downpour in their humble abodes. Perhaps only the water sprites rejoiced in the heavy rain. Some of the sprites gazed enviously at the warm orange glow emanating from the cave's entrance. Surely it must be a haven of warmth inside. However, the dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh resonating from within dissuaded the wild sprites from seeking shelter. It seemed the leader's temper had soured recently. Although the outside air was a bit colder, it was far preferable to endure the elements than to face physical punishment. Sensing her child shivering, a wild sprite tightened her leaf-like hands around the noticeably smaller figure cradled in her arms. Inside the cave, the irate big-mouthed frog was delivering a hefty thrashing to the bewildered snake-patterned bear, who appeared utterly clueless as to how he had incurred the wrath of his superior. By the fire, a layer of dry grass was spread out, where an unconscious green caterpillar and a water-leaping fish lay, absorbing the warmth radiating from the flames to maintain their body temperature. Stinky Mud was emerging from the tent, clutching an egg incubator stuffed inside his body. Pseudo-Legendary sat cross-legged upon a piece of dry wood, tending to a bowl of blue-orange fruit. With deft movements, the liquid gradually accumulated within the bowl. Gently wiping the remnants of juice from the corners of the two little creatures' mouths, Pseudo-Legendary carefully fed the fruit liquid to them. After they swallowed, he let out a sigh of relief. He then retrieved a jar of healing ointment from his pack, applying it to the two according to his learned experience. The big-mouthed frog tugged at Pseudo-Legendary's clothing to garner his attention, glancing quickly at the panting snake-patterned bear sprawled on the ground. Pseudo-Legendary looked into the frog's eyes and asked, "Feeling better now?" "Hee, what do you want?" The big-mouthed frog shyly scratched his cheek, then pointed at the blue-orange fruit liquid and the healing ointment in Pseudo-Legendary's hands, indicating whether he could tend to the snake-patterned bear's injuries, as it seemed he had been a bit too rough. Of course. Just a moment. Let me prepare some more fruit liquid." "You don't need it?" "All right. Here's the blue-orange fruit and the healing ointment. Just spray a little on the injured area, along with the restorative blue-orange fruit, and he will recover swiftly. Though, the internal injuries may take longer to heal." Upon hearing this, the big-mouthed frog's eyes sparkled as he looked at the blue-orange fruit and the ointment. After expressing his gratitude to Pseudo-Legendary, He hurriedly scampered toward the snake-patterned bear. Yippee! Watching the joyful figure of the big-mouthed frog, Sado-Mo's eyes crinkled with a smile. The snake-patterned bear, munching on the blue-orange fruit, gazed at the big-mouthed frog applying the ointment, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Huh? Why are you hitting me? The large-mouthed frog blushed, asserting that there was indeed a reason for the punishment, urging not to waste words. What reason? Protested the patterned bear, bewildered by the force of the blows. The frog, reminded of its own justifications, cast a quick glance at Sado-Mo, flushed with embarrassment as it set aside the healing ointment. It then seized the patterned bear, which had just devoured a few blue tangerines, and unleashed another round of vigorous strikes. What? Do I need a reason to hit you? Upon hearing the bear's renewed cries of distress, Sado-Mo, who had been examining the egg incubator nestled within the muck of his own body, pondering why it was housed there, looked up to find the patterned bear once again pinned down and being thrashed even more fiercely. Had the bear regained some strength from the blue tangerines? Its temper was indeed explosive. Sado-Mo, his expression inscrutable, placed several blue tangerines and half a jar of healing ointment back into the small hands of the frog, cautioning, "Be gentle. My supply of ointment is limited. It won't do to injure your little brother." The frog nodded, indicating that it would refrain from further violence today. After witnessing the frog earnestly return the ointment to the patterned bear, Sado-Mo finally directed his attention toward his little Pokémon. Just as the muck creature reinserted the incubator into its body, it was startled to find the water-leaping fish had opened its eyes, prompting it to poke Sado-Mo, signaling that the fish had awakened. Ah, the water-leaping fish is awake. That infernal mosquito coil has finally vanished. The fish, still dazed from its slumber, surveyed its surroundings. A roll of its throat reminded it of the flavor of the blue tangerine, jolting it back to awareness. "Oh, you're awake." Sado-Mo assisted the fish in rising, gently stroking its back in hopes of dispelling its lingering confusion. As the fish savored the warmth of Sado-Mo's hand, its clarity returned, and memories of its previous unconsciousness flooded back. It realized, rather regretfully, that it had lost the battle, primarily due to its failure to heed Sado-Mo's commands. After glancing around, the fish rubbed against the muck creature, and in a moment of embarrassment, burrowed into its body, playing the part of an ostrich, ashamed to face the world. "Hey, do I need to restore my dignity as a muck creature? This is quite the embarrassment for me, you know?" Although it felt a sense of joy, the muck creature protested. "Ahem, what is happening?" Sado-Mo inquired, poking the quaking fish gently. Suddenly, a plump foot reached out from the side. The green caterpillar, having awakened at some point, joined Sado-Mo in prodding the water-leaping fish. With quick reflexes, Sado-Mo caught the off-balance caterpillar and placed it atop a haystack, offering a bowl of processed blue tangerine juice before it. The caterpillar's eyes brightened at the scent of the fruit, burying its head in the bowl and munching delightfully. A smile crept across Sado-Mo's face as he patted the caterpillar and then turned his gaze to the fish, still hiding in embarrassment. Sensing Sado-Mo's eyes upon it, the fish stiffened, stammering, I'm sorry. I cannot accept this apology." Sado-Mo unequivocally rejected the apology of Shui Yu, only to observe that the little creature appeared increasingly remorseful, its small body trembling. This little fool gently lifted the struggling Shui Yu, cradling its tiny feet, and gazed into the eyes of the fish, which resembled a cartoon egg. Sado-Mo earnestly stated, as a wounded patient who has just awakened, the best form of apology is to take your medicine and recuperate properly. Moreover, you have completely misunderstood the direction of your apology. After placing Shui Yu's little paws down, Sado-Mo brought a blue-orange fruit to the fish's mouth. In a daze, Shui Yu instinctively took a bite of the fruit, chewing thoughtfully. "Wait, did I misunderstand the direction of my apology? What does that mean?" Chapter 84. Seeking inspiration, I ask you, why aren't you utilizing the skill called Call? I recall that we practiced it before, but it was never employed. At that time, I assumed that impacts and calls were common skills, and chose not to have Shui Yu use it. Glancing at the fish's swaying tail, Sado-Mo continued. "Are you worried that your voice might not sound pleasant?" Shui Yu immediately responded with a call. "You can listen for yourself." "Hey, isn't that quite nice?" Sado-Mo paused, noticing Shui Yu's slight tension. Are you feeling shy?" The little fish stiffened, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." It seemed that was indeed the case. With a sidelong glance, Sado-Mo covered his mouth, adopting an expression that suggested, "I won't say anything more, I believe you." The nearby stinky mud echoed in agreement. Indeed, the gill flaps on either side of Shui Yu's face turned crimson, the color gradually spreading until the blue fins atop its head faintly revealed hints of red, while steam seemed to rise from around its head. "Ha ha ha, you are just too adorable." Shui Yu, flustered, unleashed a stream of water, silencing Sado-Mu's subsequent words, calmly wiping the water from his face. Sado-Mu coughed a couple of times. Ahem, aside from your call, are there any skills you wish to refrain from using? Shui Yu anxiously shuffled its feet, tilting its head in contemplation, then nodded and shook its head, indicating that it had not yet mastered any similar skills, at least not for the time being. You clever little thing. Sado-Mu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Therefore, if you clarify things from the outset, we wouldn't have any issues. Really? Sado-Mu pressed his fists against Shui Yu's little head and spun it around playfully. What frustrates me is that I do not understand what kinds of skills you dislike, yet I insist on forcing you to use them in battle. Do you comprehend? Humph. Sado-Mu set Shui Yu aside and, excluding the little spirit snake-patterned bear in the cave, declared, as a lesson from a you. If you ever have any skills or abilities you dislike or feel uncomfortable with, you must tell me, without fail. Seeing Sado-Mu's serious demeanor, the little spirit snake-patterned bear in the cave nodded earnestly, while the stinky mud glowed brightly. Sado-Sumi carefully extracted the egg incubator from within the body of the stench-covered creature, as a circle of curious sprites began to gather around. Peering intently at the egg nestled within. Observing the motionless sprite egg, Sado hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "It did indeed emit a glow just now, did it not?" Noticing the affirmations from the stench-covered creature, the water-leaping fish, and the green fuzzy caterpillar, Sado gingerly placed the egg back into the incubator. At last, there was a reaction. He had feared it might be a lifeless egg. Watching the stench-covered creature solemnly conceal the incubator within its body, Sado couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After a simple lunch, Sado resumed his routine, utilizing the flickering firelight to process the berries he had stored. While his little sprites commenced their training, the big-mouthed creature, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed over to the stench-covered creature, signaling its desire to attempt the training that the water-leaping fish had performed the previous day. The stench-covered creature appraised the little big-mouthed sprite and, after a moment's hesitation, turned to Sado for permission. "What do you think?" Sado glanced up briefly before returning his focus to his task. "Let the big-mouthed sprite try, since it wishes to do so. Moreover, do not underestimate it. It is quite powerful." The big-mouthed sprite puffed out its chest, striking a pose of confidence. As Sado observed the stench-covered creature and the big-mouthed sprite moving aside to engage in their training, or perhaps a game, he shook his head and continued with his work. After a while, his peripheral vision caught sight of the water-leaping fish, lost in thought at the entrance of the cave. Blinking, Sado set down his tools and approached the water-leaping fish. The rain outside continued to pour heavily, glancing at the thick clouds above. Sado surmised that the downpour would persist for some time. "Hey, Awa, what are you staring at so intently? You seem quite absorbed. Surely you noticed my presence? I have already approached you from behind." The water-leaping fish, with wide-open eyes, looked back at him in a daze, as if questioning when he had arrived. Unable to contain himself, Sado rubbed his forehead in mild exasperation. Just as he was about to speak, a voice from behind caught his attention. Guji, turning around, he found the green fuzzy caterpillar standing proudly before the patterned bear, raising its upper body and defiantly lifting its chin. The water-leaping fish felt that the caterpillar was rather annoying. Not only did the water-leaping fish think so, but Sado shared the sentiment as well. Regardless, it was still his sprite, and Sado hurried to scoop up the green fuzzy caterpillar. Once in Sado's embrace, the caterpillar squirmed restlessly, flailing its limbs and playfully slapping Sado's face with its tiny feet. "Calm down a bit," Sado urged. The caterpillar, feeling slightly wronged, shot a glance at the patterned bear and muttered, "Guji, I know. Sado couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated as he smiled at the bewildered water-leaping fish. "This is all for you." The water-leaping fish expressed its confusion, pondering what he meant by "for you." After all, when it had awakened, the green fuzzy caterpillar had also been out of sorts, hadn't he? "You were previously knocked unconscious, weren't you? All right, let's skip that part. I must warn you, do not spray me with that water gun." Sado cast a fierce glare at the blushing water-leap fish and continued, "After that, Ahu, unable to contain his anger, insisted on stepping in to reclaim your honor. Do not look at me. I did try to dissuade him, but I could not hold him back. I had no choice but to let him go. Then what happened? What else is there to say? Just like you. I was knocked out by a headbutt from the serpent bear." Sado chuckled as he affectionately patted the somewhat embarrassed green caterpillar, now aware of its own shyness. It would be wise to remember this, lest it recklessly confront other little spirits in the heat of the moment. There were certain things Sado refrained from mentioning. such as the fact that the green caterpillar had been defeated in a single round. More precisely, it had been swiftly vanquished. Observing the now docile green caterpillar nestled in the crook of his arm, Waterleap Fish silently approached and nuzzled it. Hee. Let us not allow this little fool to be bullied. Waterleap Fish nodded, then turned its gaze toward the cave's entrance. Watching as raindrops soaked the soil on the rocky wall, witnessing the mingling of falling water and earth, gradually forming a murky sludge that flowed downwards. Aided by the rain's relentless wash, a flash of lightning cut through the clouds, illuminating Waterleap Fish's realization. That lightning is rather terrifying. Hey, where are you going? You? It's raining outside. Be careful not to catch a cold, and watch your step to avoid slipping. Pseudo-Legendary thought to himself, startled by the sudden lightning, as he watched Waterleap Fish dart out of the cave and roll in the rain. Chapter 85. Playing in the mud. What does it truly mean to play in the mud? Is it akin to what I did in my childhood, digging a little pond, sprinkling some water, molding mud figures? Or like the serpent bear, using its claws to break through the moist earth and control those clumps of soil? To me, rather than playing in the mud, it seemed the serpent bear was tilling the land, preparing the soil. Perhaps this activity suited the serpent bear well, yet the thought of Waterleap Fish wielding its tiny claws to excavate the soil, akin to the serpent bear, felt utterly awkward. When discussing playing in the mud, a vague image surfaced in Pseudo-Legendary's mind, the scene of Waterleap Fish engaging in this activity. Though unclear, it was entirely different from the serpent bear. Waterleap Fish must have been incredibly nimble and robust, almost as if it were alive. Just like now, raindrops fell steadily, fragmented by the verdant blades of grass under Waterleap Fish's watchful gaze, as the scattered droplets quietly merged into the ground. There was too much water. The already moist earth could not immediately absorb the sudden influx, rendering the ground damp and soggy. Pseudo-Legendary instinctively frowned, estimating that if he stepped into it, his shoes would become coated in a thick layer of muddy yellow. Rainy days. Indeed, I do not like them. A small blue paw pressed into the soaked mud, kneading and mixing until it transformed into a viscous puddle of mud, or perhaps just mud. After playfully kneading the mud with its tiny paws, the water-leaping fish noticed that the surface was remarkably clean. Was it washed by rain? No, it was unaffected by the mud. Furthermore, the water-leaping fish realized it had a fondness for such weather and environment, despite the heavy rain and strong winds. Even the water-leaping fish found its vision somewhat hindered. However, the vibrant blue fin atop its head compensated for this limitation. It seemed as though it was destined to thrive in such surroundings. With a blink of its eyes, the water-leaping fish followed the impulse to run, exclaiming internally, "Yes, precisely this." The mud eagerly avoided the sudden intrusion of its limbs, having no impact on its movement. Moreover, as it continued to run and adapt to its environment, the water-leaping fish felt as if something within its body and consciousness had awakened. A small puddle of mud stirred by its unconscious motion, stubbornly concealing the sides of its body with undulating ripples. "Oh!" exclaimed Pseudo-Legendary, her eyes wide with surprise, ignoring the torrential downpour outside. Pseudo-Legendary was abruptly yanked back when a green caterpillar's silk stuck to her back. Even so, her clothing became damp. Splendid job. Come back, stop frolicking around." Another thunderclap resounded. The water-leaping fish, reveling in the muddy terrain, shook its fins and curiously glanced around, spotting Pseudo-Legendary, who was excitedly waving at the cave entrance with one hand cupped to her mouth. It strained to hear her shouts amidst the cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder. You look so happy." The water-leaping fish's eyes sparkled as it stood upright and waved its tiny paws before galloping joyfully towards Pseudo-Legendary. Pseudo-Legendary thought, "What? Did I express myself incorrectly? Why is it bouncing even more enthusiastically?" The green caterpillar glanced at Pseudo-Legendary's expressionless face and quietly shrank back. Pseudo-Legendary tilted her head, contemplating, then shed her clothes and dashed into the rain, playfully grabbing a handful of mud to hurl at the frolicking water-leaping fish. "Ha, you rascal." On rainy days, the water-leaping fish's water gun was formidable. Soon, the stinky mud, green caterpillar, and big mouth also joined in the fun. After a while, the water-leaping fish returned to the cave, shaking off its body before excitedly calling out to Pseudo-Legendary behind it. "Kala," shaking the water from its face. Pseudo-Legendary felt indifferent about her damp pants, aside from a slight chill. Clearing her throat, she said, "You." The water-leaping fish nudged Pseudo-Legendary's pant leg and then dashed over to the snake-patterned bear. It playfully sprayed some water, soaking a small patch of mud inside the cave. Observing this, Pseudo-Legendary's eyelids twitched slightly. When she saw the mixed mud transform into a wall under the water-leaping fish's control, faint wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes. Sato sniffed and focused intently on the mere 10-centimeter mud wall, oblivious to the water-leaping fish approaching her side. The water-leaping fish gazed at Sato, whose clothes were dripping wet, and felt a surge of irritation. Honestly, how could you not change out of these soaked clothes? What if you catch a cold? With a sharp tug, water-leaping fish pulled at Sato's pant leg, leading the unsteady Sato to the warmth of the fire. In Sato's astonished gaze, water-leaping fish retrieved some dry clothing from the tent and gestured for Sato to change quickly. Seeing Sato's bewildered expression as he stared at her, water-leaping fish's frustration flared. What are you staring at? What if you get sick? Blinking rapidly, Sato, filled with complex emotions, changed out of his damp garments. Indeed, he felt a little more comfortable as he sat by the fire to warm up, simultaneously drying off the exuberant little ones and watching water-leaping fish bustle about. What am I supposed to say? Sato pondered. He accepted a few blue-orange fruits from water-leaping fish, observing as her initial hints of reproach gradually transformed into a sense of relief. Oh well, perhaps it's best I remain silent. The atmosphere feels entirely off, after all. Water-leaping fish's efforts have left me feeling somewhat helpless. With a resigned sigh, Sato bit into the blue-orange fruit, gently stroking water-leaping fish's back. Exchanging a glance with the muddy, water-leaping fish quietly exhaled, relieved that she had noticed Sato's unusual state early on, successfully diverting his attention. The method taught by ANI indeed proved effective. Sato exclaimed, delicious. Yet, he still sensed something amiss. Lost in thought, he once again accepted the tree fruit that water-leaping fish offered. Gazing into her slightly worried eyes, Sato's mouth curled into a smile. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. My dear AU is just so considerate. Hey everyone, come help out, he called. ANI, AU, bring me some firewood. Ahoo, take this mat and fetch some tree fruits. Big Mouth Frog, lend me a hand. Let's celebrate today and enjoy a good meal. Thanks to AU. Muddy was the first to spring into action, only to turn back halfway to scoop up the somewhat dazed water-leaping fish into his body and carry her off. The green caterpillar huffed and puffed as it went to fetch the tree fruits. Although the bewildered green caterpillar claimed to understand nothing, that hardly mattered. It was simply overjoyed. Big Mouth Frog noticed that all his companions were busy with their tasks. He dashed over to Sato and tugged at his pinky, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Come, help me gather the materials. Let me borrow your dark pan, just like that. Encouraged by Sato's praise, Big Mouth Frog eagerly began to mangle the ingredients and tree fruits nearby. Whoa, careful with that pot, Sato exclaimed. Well, I suppose we can make pancakes instead. Under the watchful eyes of the bewildered Big Mouth Frog, Sato calmly set aside the squished pot and began preparing the necessary ingredients for the pancakes. He then retrieved a new pot, which had originally been intended for Muddy. Clearing away the suddenly appearing Muddy, who seemed to sense his name being mentioned, Sato took out the ingredients and started to simmer the soup. Soon, the cave was filled with the enticing aromas of pancakes and soup. Chapter 86, The Deceptive Big-Mouthed Frog. Dining in a group always seems to enhance the flavor of the meal, especially when indulging in playful food snatching with friends. However, where there are those who seize, there are also those who suffer loss, such as the green caterpillar, who, having managed only a single piece of pancake, found itself shoved aside, weeping quietly and discreetly wiping away tears. Stifling a laugh, Sato gently cradled the green caterpillar and began to feed it his pancake, savoring each morsel. The sudden wave of sorrow dissipated quickly as the caterpillar's eyes lit up at the sight of the food in Sato's hand. Without a moment to spare for wiping its tears, it eagerly approached Sato's palm to feast, feeling the occasional brush of the caterpillar against his palm. A delightful tickle made Sato squint in amusement. Holding the caterpillar close, he observed the little sprite relishing its meal, while he himself indulged in some food accompanied by the warm soup. The captivating aroma wafted through the cave, drawing the attention of sprites taking shelter from the rain outside. One particular sprite, unable to resist the tempting fragrance, cautiously approached the cave entrance, peeking inside. Startled by the sight, the big-mouthed frog turned its gaze toward the cave opening. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, prompting Sato to instinctively close his eyes, sensing a small sprite darting past him. Not daring to open his eyes, he felt his facial muscles twitch in response to the breeze. After a moment, upon hearing a series of thuds from the entrance, he cautiously opened one eye to observe the brown rock wall nearby, questioning the origin of the wind that still carried the scent of pancakes. At the cave entrance, the big-mouthed frog was mercilessly attacking a Pokémon resembling a cicada larva, which had 3 pairs of legs. Blinking in surprise, Sato-Mo realized it was a paras. Books and the town's elders had described the spores produced by paras and its evolution as valuable, and to encounter one here was indeed fortuitous. However, the situation was far from fortunate. The relentless beating could very well jeopardize the creature's life. Stop. Let it go? Sato-Mo could not stand by and watch as the big-mouthed frog inflicted harm on the paras. Given the force of its strikes, it was a matter of life and death. He halted his advance, noting the troubling expression on the big-mouthed frog's face. A rumble echoed as lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the cave entrance where the big-mouthed frog stood, its demeanor oscillating between light and shadow. With the flicker of firelight and the fleeting lightning, Sato-Mo discerned that the creature's face and small hands were smeared with a substance resembling blood, and it bore the mud that clung to the paras. Above the paras, a black beak hovered, clutching a stone that it had just bitten off from the cave entrance, poised dangerously close to the paras's head. Had Sato-Mo not spoken out, that stone would have surely fallen. Gazing into the dimly glowing crimson eyes of the big-mouthed frog, Sato-Mo was certain of its intent. The creature would strike without hesitation. In that moment, he realized that it had truly harbored murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the murderous intent emanating from the creature, known as Big Mouth, gradually dissipated, the crimson hue in its eyes fading away, returning to a state of purity that Sato-Mo found familiar, clear and transparent like a ruby. Big Mouth gazed at Sato-Mo, who stood frozen in place, as well as at a newly acquainted friend who also appeared somewhat hesitant. Noticing the unfamiliar expressions on their faces, Big Mouth instinctively discarded the paras from its dark maw, anxiously wiping away the stains of blood that marred its body. It was as if it had carelessly tossed aside a piece of debris, a mere scrap. The nonchalant motion inadvertently revealing a profound indifference deeply etched into its very being, an apathy towards life, towards adversaries, yet a distinct concern for the unfamiliar gazes of its companions nearby. Oh no, have I frightened them? What should I do? What if they come to dislike me? What if he no longer wants me? Curse it, why won't this blood come off? I know he dislikes aggression. I have pretended to be a good little creature for so long. I truly did not mean to. Why won't it come off? With dirt on its hands, it was indeed futile to expect cleanliness. Big Mouth paused, realizing Sato-Mo was squatting before it, holding the previously soaked garment that had gathered rainwater from outside, gently wiping the blood from its surface. Sato-Mo bowed his head in silence, focused solely on cleansing the stains from Big Mouth's body. Oh dear, there is even some in the armpits. Sato-Mo grasped Big Mouth's small hand, noticing how rigid it had become, as unyielding as stone, and blinked in surprise before playfully flicking Big Mouth's forehead. What are you dawdling for? Raise your hands. Do you enjoy feeling sticky? Hurry up, or you might find yourself receiving another flick. With a whoosh, Big Mouth's hands shot up high. Phew. All right. No need to raise them that high. It's not a surrender. Just lower them a bit. Sato-Mo looked into Big Mouth's eyes and spoke softly. As he beheld Sato-Mo's unusually gentle gaze, Big Mouth's eyes welled with tears, and it rubbed its nose, nodding while sniffling. Eek. Indeed, with assistance, the cleanup becomes effortless. Observing the now much cleaner Big Mouth, Sato-Mo nodded in satisfaction, cradling Big Mouth in one arm while carrying the sorrowful paras in the other. Sato-Mo made his way towards the fire. To be honest, Sato-Mo had genuinely been startled moments ago. Although the notebook he had collected had already noted that Big Mouth possessed an extremely fierce and combative nature, he had assumed it referred specifically to its mother. After all, during the days he had known Big Mouth, it had always behaved quite docilely. Who could have anticipated that a creature with the appearance of a charming doll-like sprite could suddenly transform into a bloodthirsty little ruffian? Who could possibly react in time to such a shift? That said, he ought not to have hesitated. Sato-Mo tilted his head, gently nudging Big Mouth's crown with his chin, tightening his embrace to firmly secure the trembling creature against him. In the first instance, Sato-Mo gently placed the gravely injured paras down before tightly embracing the increasingly thrashing Froakie. While rummaging through his backpack, he spoke. I implore you, either remain still or move with utmost delicacy. A mere hint of movement will suffice. You must understand that I lack the strength to match yours. Should I fail to hold you, and you tumble to the ground, I would be compelled to cradle you once more. Wouldn't that be rather awkward? Awe, could you assist me in procuring some water? Are you listening, Awe? With a series of clicks, he arranged a container for water, positioning a basin filled with it. Observing as the flames licked the edges of the basin, Sato-Mo exhaled, casually poking the still-dazed caterpie before addressing the Froakie, who was cautiously sniffing its own body. Now, once the water is heated, I shall assist you in ridding yourself of that odor. Ah, and why do you gaze at me so? Do you believe this is for the benefit of Paris? Huh, abandoning a filthy comrade to aid a stranger. Does that seem reasonable? Just look at the injured Paris. How can that be deemed acceptable? The caterpie shrugged. Yes, you are entirely correct, and proceeded to toss some slender twigs into the fire. Humph. Cough, cough. Now, the next matter at hand involves you, Froakie. What on earth are you doing, Ahu?